So pure so flirtatious chapter 1280 to chapter 1319. Well, you accompany me at night. Sun Jia reluctantly let go of Yang Ming and whispered in Yang Ming's ear. This sentence suddenly made Yang Ming's blood boil. He only felt that it was worth it even if he fell to his death this time. This was the first time that Sun Jia took the initiative to invite him. In the past, it was either he shamelessly clinging to Sun Jia or he deceived Sun Jia through Xiaoqing. Anyway, Sun Jia was reluctant every time. Although she finally followed his wishes, Yang Ming felt uncomfortable in his heart. Now the situation was different. This was Sun Jia's willingness to invite him to accompany her from the bottom of her heart. The meaning was naturally different. Let's talk about it at night. Now I have to save Sister Xianxia. Yang Ming was not willing to give up the opportunity to linger, but the situation was pressing. Yang Ming had to at least save Xianxia first. As for the others, Yang Ming couldn't care so much. Yang Ming was not a savior, nor was he a staff member of the carnival, nor was he a firefighter. These jobs should be left to these people. What Yang Ming could do was to save his family and friends. Of course, this was not Yang Ming being selfish, but in the current situation, these people didn't seem to be in danger. Yang Ming didn't need to help. As for why Yang Ming saved Sun Jia and Xianxia first, it was only because Yang Ming was afraid that there would be an accident. This accident was mainly caused by Qian Tangjiang and Yu Tianzhu, not the mechanical failure of the roller coaster itself. Like now, the roller coaster stopped steadily in the air. Even if it stopped for a week, these people would not be in any danger. As long as a ladder was sent over to rescue them one by one, it would be fine. Yang Ming let go of Sun Jia and let her go to Wu Yinxing to rest first. Then, he jumped on the rail again. Xianxia was no longer afraid at the moment because she was sure that she had seen the scene of Yang Ming saving Sun Jia. Sun Jia was now standing safely below and waving to her. And Yang Ming climbed up again. At this moment, Xianxia was even more convinced that the reason why Yang Ming didn't ride the roller coaster wasn't because he was afraid, but because he cared about Wu Yinxing's face. If he was scared, why would he climb up the roller coaster with his bare hands? Big sister Xianxia, hug me tightly later, just like Xiao Jia just now. But won't brother-in-law be jealous? In order to ease the atmosphere, Yang Ming pretended to be joking as he opened Xianxia's seat belt and guardrail. It was because Yang Ming had noticed before that Xianxia was more nervous than Sun Jia. The reason why he saved Sun Jia first was because Sun Jia was one of the people closest to him. On the other hand, he wanted to set an example for Xianxia. He wanted to let her see that Sun Jia was intact after being saved by him. This could also increase her confidence. Sure enough, Xianxia had now forgotten her fear. She nodded to him confidently and smiled. He dares to be jealous. Besides, you are my brother. Why would he be jealous? After that, Xianxia generously hugged Yang Ming. Although he felt the softness of Xianxia's body, Yang Ming didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. He took a deep breath and jumped down. He had already done it once before, so this time, he was familiar with it. After a few jumps, he landed firmly on the ground. The tourists on the roller coaster and the tourists' family members on the ground cheered again. Wu Yinxing was even more excited. Sure enough, he wasn't jealous. He didn't even think about it. He was just grateful to Yang Ming. After the two landed, Yang Ming pushed Xianxia away to avoid the awkwardness between them. When Xianxia saw that Yang Ming was so considerate, she smiled gratefully. Thank you. You are my sister. Why are you thanking me? Yang Ming waved his hand. Before the two finished speaking, there was another commotion in the crowd. It was because they saw a ladder truck coming this way. However, because the distance was relatively far, and there were more tourists in the carnival amusement park, it drove very slowly. However, in front of the ladder truck, there were two other people running to the roller coaster with a loudspeaker in their hands. They shouted as they ran, "Tourists on top, please pay attention. Tourists on top, please pay attention. The roller coaster has a mechanical failure and can't operate temporarily, but it doesn't matter. We have called the ladder truck, and we will immediately rescue you. Please sit in your seats and don't move, and don't fight." We will rescue you in the order from the front to the back. Of course, Xianxia said this for a reason because he saw Xianxia and Xianxia sitting at the front of the roller coaster, so in this way, he could save Xianxia and Xianxia first. Saving first and saving later, although it looked the same, the feeling in his heart was definitely different. Therefore, he must give Xianxia and Xianxia a preconceived impression so that his heroic image could be highlighted. Seeing that the rescuers had come, the tourists on the roller coaster calmed down. Because of the example of Yang Ming safely saving Xianxia and Xianxia, they did not seem to be in a hurry. They knew that if they sat on top, they could always be saved. The families of the tourists below also quieted down and took the initiative to give way so that the ladder truck could pass through here smoothly. Brother Qian. Yu Tianzhu suddenly opened his eyes in shock and pushed Qian Tangjiang. Why are you pushing me? Qian Tangjiang frowned and put down the loudspeaker inexplicably. He said impatiently, what's the matter? Brother Qian, that Yang Ming saved Yang Ming and Xianxia. Yu Tianzhu pointed to Yang Ming and Xianxia, who were walking to the side of the roller coaster, and shouted loudly. Qian Tangjiang looked in the direction that Yu Tianzhu pointed. When he saw that it was indeed Yang Ming and Xianxia, he was suddenly dumbfounded. They were tossing around 13 moves just to show a good show of a hero saving the damsel in distress, but Yang Ming beat them to it. Although they didn't know how Yang Ming did it, the facts were in front of them, and they couldn't not believe it. Mother **Ker, what the hell is going on? Qian Tangjiang was stunned all of a sudden. The good plan that he had painstakingly planned actually failed like this. How could he be reconciled? I don't know. Yu Tianzhu said with grievance, then, do we still save them now? Qian Tangjiang frowned and said, save? The words have already been said. If we don't save them, wouldn't Xianxia and Xianxia look down on us even more? Even if we can't save them, we can at least be regarded as heroes. Maybe we can be in the newspaper tomorrow. I'm not afraid that Xianxia and Xianxia won't change their minds. There will be opportunities in the future. Let's leave a good impression on them first. Yu Tianzhu heard this and agreed, so he nodded and said, okay, then let's continue the rescue. The ladder truck drove over, and under the command of Qian Tangjiang and Yu Tianzhu, they began to rescue people. Yang Ming was sneering at everything that happened in front of him at the moment. It was just a guess, but now, there was no need to guess. This matter was 100% related to Qian Tangjiang and Yu Tianzhu. These two people, one was the business development manager, and the other was the security captain. If the security captain was still involved in the rescue, then the business development manager had nothing to do with this matter. But judging from the situation at the scene, Qian Tangjiang was the leader, and Yu Tianzhu was just an errand boy, which further explained the strangeness of this matter. Thinking of this, Yang Ming began to look for the control room near the roller coaster. Maybe the problem was there. With the help of special abilities, Yang Ming quickly found the control room of the roller coaster. You wait for me here. I'm going to do something. Yang Ming patted Xianxia's back gently and said to her. Xianxia waited for Yang Ming to save Xianxia. She was about to say something to him, but she didn't expect Yang Ming to leave again. Wu Yunqing wanted to say some words of gratitude to Yang Ming, but it was too late. He could only say it later. Yang Ming had something to do, so he quickened his pace and quickly broke into the control room of the roller coaster. Yang Ming didn't knock on the door at all. Instead, he kicked the door away. The door of this control room was made of iron. It could be kicked away by Yang Ming, and the operator inside was shocked. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the door in horror. You, who are you? However, just as he spoke half a sentence, he recognized Yang Ming. When Yang Ming was saving people, Qian Tangjiang and Yu Tianzhu were busy looking for the ladder car and the loudspeaker, so they didn't see him. But the operator who had been sitting in the control room saw it clearly. He was also afraid that there would be an accident on the roller coaster. If someone was injured or fell to their death, then his responsibility would be huge. He might even be sentenced. Although Qian Tangjiang's promise was very tempting to him, the operator was also afraid that there would be a big problem. If someone really died, no one could protect him. So when the operator saw Yang Ming climbing on the roller coaster like Spider-Man, wasn't this skill too terrifying? If he didn't know that he was still awake, he would even think that he was watching an action movie in a 3D theater. Therefore, it was not surprising that Yang Ming kicked open the iron door of the control room. It was possible for such a ruthless person to smash the control room with a punch. Tell me. What's going on? Yang Ming looked at the operator, who was scared, and asked. What's going on? The operator faced such a terrifying existence like Yang Ming. How could he dare to be tough? You don't want to say? Yang Ming stepped forward and picked up the operator like a chicken. Do you want me to throw you on the roller coaster and give you a free trip to space? Hero. It really has nothing to do with me. I didn't do the roller coaster. The operator didn't know that Yang Ming was just a tourist like Xianxia and Xianxia. When he saw the previous scene, he subconsciously thought of those American blockbusters and thought that Yang Ming was some kind of hero. How much did Xianxia and Tianzhu give you? Yang Ming saw his cowardly look and guessed it pretty much. No, he didn't give me money. The pilot shook his head in fear. Then, did he promise you benefits? Yang Ming snorted and asked. It was nothing more than these two possibilities, money or other benefits. And that was all Qian Tangjiang could give him. When the pilot heard Yang Ming say this, he thought that Yang Ming knew everything, so he no longer concealed it. They didn't give me money. They just promised me to listen to them and stop the roller coaster. Then, they would give me a promotion. Yang Ming nodded. It turned out to be like this. No wonder he worked so hard. It should be a very good thing for a bottom-level pilot to get a promotion opportunity. It couldn't be said that the pilot was mercenary. Most people would experiment with this kind of opportunity. After all, it was seeking riches in danger. If you don't want to become like an iron door, then come with me. Yang Ming stepped forward, grabbed the pilot's collar, and lifted him up. What are you going to do? Although the pilot was not thin, he did not dare to resist Yang Ming because he had seen Yang Ming's skill and saw him kick the iron door panel. He had a fear of Yang Ming from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't afford to offend or beat such a person, so the pilot could only lower his head and look at Yang Ming carefully. Go to the roller coaster and explain Qian Tongjiang's conspiracy clearly. Yang Ming did not wait for the pilot to answer, and he took him out of the workshop without any explanation. I don't dare. I will be fired. The pilot was shocked and quickly begged, Hero, please. I can't not have a job. If you are fired, I will help you find another job. Yang Ming was not talking nonsense. There were many positions in Sun Hongjuan's group. He could arrange a position in the security department or the logistics department. Seeing that Yang Ming said so, the pilot could only follow Yang Ming's instructions. Otherwise, God knew how Yang Ming would deal with him. Compared to being fired by Qian Tangjiang, the current Yang Ming in front of him was more terrifying. When Yang Ming returned to the roller coaster, Qian Tangjiang and Yu Tianzhu had just rescued the trapped tourists on the roller coaster. The two of them were so tired that they were sweating and panting. Although they just commanded and did not work, the two still worked hard to show how heroic they were in front of Sun Jia and Yang Xian. They personally commanded and comforted the tourists under the big sun. Their approach also made these trapped tourists very grateful. They felt that the service of the carnival amusement park was really good. After the problem occurred, the staff immediately came over to deal with the problem in time and rescue them. They had no complaints. Instead, they praised the two staff who worked hard to command under the big sun. This was exactly the scene that Qian Tangjiang and Yu Tianzhu were happy to see. Qian Tangjiang was very proud. You don't have to thank us. This is what we should do. Although I am the manager of the commercial development department, and this rescue is not under my jurisdiction, I have a good self-sacrificing ideology and morality since I was a child. So, after discovering that everyone had a problem, I rushed here with the security captain, Yu Tianzhu, to solve the problem for everyone. The tourists who had just been rescued and the families of the tourists who were watching by the side gave a warm applause. They felt that these two young people were too noble. They were simply living Lei Feng. These two young men are really good. They are really good people. Yeah, this kind of self-sacrificing young man is really rare now. Let's write a letter of commendation to their carnival. Yes, write another letter to the newspaper. Xianxia and Yu Tianzhu were intoxicated in this praise, and there was an extremely discordant voice. Everyone, don't be deceived by him. Now I want to tell you the truth about why the roller coaster stopped in the air. Yang Ming took the loudspeaker from the control room and shouted to the crowd. This was an era that absolutely did not lack curiosity. Yang Ming's words suddenly made the boiling crowd quiet for a short while. Then, everyone looked over. Yang Ming handed the loudspeaker to the pilot. Although the pilot was nervous, out of fear of Yang Ming, he had to pick up the loudspeaker. Dear tourists, I am the pilot who is operating the roller coaster. I want to tell everyone the truth now. If someone else came with the pilot, maybe the tourists would still have doubts. After all, if a random person said that he was the pilot, how could he be the pilot? This thing had no proof of identity, so who knew if its words were true or false? But now the situation was different. The pilot of this roller coaster was brought over by Yang Ming. What kind of person was Yang Ming? He had long become a chivalrous existence in the hearts of these tourists. He could fly over the roof and vault over the wall to save people from such a high roller coaster. He must be a great chivalrous man. In the eyes of these tourists, they didn't know that Yang Ming had a relationship with Xianxia and Xianxia before. They thought that Yang Ming was a chivalrous man who punished the strong and helped the weak. Yang Ming started to save people from the front of the roller coaster, but after saving 2 people, the staff of the Carnival amusement park came to rescue them. Then, Yang Ming didn't need to take the risk to save people. Therefore, in the hearts of these tourists, Yang Ming's status was very high, higher than Xianxia and Yu Tianzhu. At this moment, when they heard that Yang Ming was going to tell everyone the truth of the matter, before the pilot next to Yang Ming spoke, their hearts were already leaning toward Yang Ming's side. Support the truth. Support restoring the truth. I support. The tourist shouted, and the pilot's heart calmed down a little. It seemed that the current situation was favorable to him, so he was not so nervous. It's these 2 people. Xianxia and Yu Tianzhu just found me. He asked me to stop the roller coaster forcibly in the middle of controlling it. Although these 2 people are not my direct superiors, it is still easy for them to fire me. I can only listen to them. Of course, the pilot didn't say anything promising him a promotion. It didn't make sense to say such words now. If he didn't say it, it would be more sympathetic. This was what Yang Ming taught him to do. Sure enough, everyone present threw a hostile look at Xianxia and Yu Tianzhu. You actually threatened him. He didn't listen to you and even wanted to fire him. Isn't this too shameless and overbearing? He's talking nonsense. After Xianxia and Yu Tianzhu were dumbfounded for a short while, they suddenly shouted with the loudspeaker in their hands, he is slandering and talking nonsense. We didn't threaten him. Yes. Yu Tianzhu also echoed, we didn't threaten him. He wanted to be promoted, so he cooperated with us. Silence. Absolute silence. Both the pilot and Yang Ming widened their eyes and looked at Yu Tianzhu inconceivably. Huh? Even Yang Ming didn't know what to say. Isn't this too much of a confession? You motherfucker, are you out of your mind? Xianxia was so angry that his lungs were smoking. He picked up the loudspeaker in his hand and smashed it at Yu Tianzhu. Yu Tianzhu's head was immediately smashed. Did I say something wrong? Yu Tianzhu hadn't realized what he was wrong with. The crowd of onlookers burst into laughter. At this moment, they no longer doubted it. They cast contemptuous and disgusted gazes at these 2 people. Taking advantage of this time, the pilot picked up the loudspeaker again. He is right. They did promise me a promotion, but if I don't cooperate, the result is still to be fired, so I can only compromise. Fortunately, this hero explained to me with reason and moved me with emotion, making me realize my mistake. So I decided that even if I am fired, I will accept it, but I must tell everyone the truth of the matter. The pilot's words were too provocative. The tourists present were all infected by his impassioned words and gave him the warmest applause. It was really rare to see such an honest person who was not afraid of power. Aren't these 2 people too scum? They're simply not human. Yes, they're bastards, pigs, dogs. No, they're worse than pigs and dogs. Little brother, it doesn't matter. They fired you. I want you. I'm the boss of XX company. You can come to work in our company tomorrow. We lack people with integrity like you. A tall middle-aged man in the crowd also shouted. Yang Ming picked up the loudspeaker at this time. It was time to end this farce. Tourists, look. These two people just wanted to show off their heroism, but they ignored everyone's safety and did such dangerous things. This kind of behavior that harms others for their own benefit is simply shameful. Yeah, it's disgusting. When Yang Ming said that, the flames of anger in the tourists' hearts immediately burned. Beat him up. Beat him to death. Yes, beat him up. He almost killed us. We will never let them go easily. Beat him to death. I will be responsible for the medical expenses. The man who claimed to be the boss of XX company also joined the battle. As a result, a group of extremely angry tourists surrounded the poor Qian Tangjiang and Yu Tianzhu and began to beat up the two guys. When their lives were threatened, everyone would erupt with incomparable bloodthirst. So, it was time for these two guys to be unlucky. The initiator of this incident, Yang Ming, gave the pilot a note to report to Sun Hongjuan's company. After that, he quietly left the carnival with Sun Jia, Yang Xian, and Wu Yunsheng. Yang Ming gave the pilot a note to fulfill his previous promise. However, it seemed that he was now in high demand. There were many people who wanted him to work. Whether he wanted to go to the Sun family's company or not, he could make his own choice. Maybe there was a better position waiting for him in other people's companies. Yang Xian's character was very extroverted. Before she reached the entrance of the carnival, she laughed so hard that she almost fainted. Wu Yunxing also held back his laughter and supported Yang Xian. Sun Jia also couldn't help but laugh. Her eyes were like crescent moons. She pursed her lips and looked at Yang Ming. Aren't you trying to be a hero? What kind of hero am I trying to be? I saved my wife and sister. Isn't this natural? I didn't save others. Yang Ming spread his hands and said innocently. Then why did you find the pilot? Sun Jia said, you saved us, and you just left. Why did you tell those people the truth of the matter? I saw that those two guys were asking for a beating. Yang Ming shrugged and smiled. Who asked these two guys to have bad intentions? Don't get into trouble at that time. Let them retaliate against you. Sun Jia reminded. Am I still afraid of revenge? Yang Ming smiled contemptuously. These two people are not opponents. Besides, it doesn't matter when there are so many lice. Just let them be. If they really want to retaliate, I welcome them. I am just afraid that they will go for wool and come home shorn. Sun Jia knew that Yang Ming was telling the truth. Yang Ming's opponents were all terrifying people at the level of the behind-the-scenes boss. For small fries like Qian Tangjiang and Yu Tianzhu, Yang Ming really didn't care about them. The four of them left the carnival and laughed non-stop, especially Yang Xian. It was as if she had smelled the air of laughter. She laughed until she almost fainted. Wu Yunxing helplessly supported Yang Xian. Although this matter was funny, everyone had already laughed, but Yang Xian was still laughing. Little Xian, don't laugh. If you laugh again, you will die. Sun Jia also felt that something was wrong. She grabbed Yang Xian's body and shook it. Hearing Sun Jia's words, Wu Yunxing was also anxious. He had also heard of people who died of laughter. It was said that they encountered a very funny thing. At first, they were really laughing. Later, it was a mechanical habit. They couldn't control it at all. The final result was that they laughed until they passed out and died. Let me take a look. When Yang Ming heard Sun Jia's words, he also took it seriously because Yang Xian had indeed laughed for too long. Moreover, she had been laughing all the time. Later on, she didn't speak. You know how to read? Sun Jia had some doubts. However, Yang Ming didn't answer Sun Jia's question. Instead, he lifted Yang Xian's face with one hand and opened her eyes with the other hand. Then, he frowned. Sure enough, Yang Xian should be smiling mechanically at this moment. There was no smile in her eyes, and it was replaced by fear. This meant that she didn't want to smile, but she had no choice. Her body was not under her control. Yang Ming hesitated, but he still reached his hand under Yang Ming's skirt. Beside the Huyin acupoint, there was an acupoint that could stop laughter. This kind of unorthodox acupoint was not recorded in Chinese medicine books, but Fang Tian had taught Yang Ming before. At that time, Fang Tian had given an example of the laughing acupoint. When punishing others, one could hit the laughing acupoint of the other party, making the other party laugh and die. Of course, there was also a way to unseal the laughing acupoint, so Yang Ming had a deep impression of it. Ah? Seeing that Yang Ming touched Xianxia's skirt and even put his hand in, Wu Yunxing was shocked. However, in his opinion, Yang Ming was not the kind of person who would take advantage of others. Therefore, although Wu Yunxing was shocked and angry at Yang Ming's behavior, he did not flare up because he firmly believed that Yang Ming would not take advantage of Xianxia when she was like this. If he wanted to take advantage of her, when he carried Xianxia down from the roller coaster, it was a great opportunity to take advantage of her. Yang Ming did not take advantage of her, let alone now. Although Sun Jia knew that Yang Ming was a playboy, it was absolutely impossible for him to take advantage of anyone. He often took advantage of her. Sun Jia naturally knew that, but it was based on the premise that they had that kind of relationship. Now that Xianxia was his godsister, did he dare to take advantage of her? Although Xiaoqing was also Yang Ming's godsister, the nature of the two was different. Yang Ming found Xianxia's acupuncture points and began to massage. Even Yang Ming himself felt a little embarrassed. This position was too close to Xianxia's private place. If he rubbed it like this, it would inevitably make people misunderstand. However, since he had already done this step, Yang Ming naturally had to continue. Fortunately, Xianxia soon stopped laughing and gasped for breath. Yang Ming let go of his hand and said to Wu Yunxing, "Help Sister Xianxia to the bench on the side of the road to rest." Until this moment, Sun Jia and Wu Yunxing knew that Yang Ming was really saving people, not taking advantage of Xianxia. They couldn't help but feel a little ashamed when they thought that they had misunderstood him before. "Why do you seem to know everything?" Sun Jia was getting more and more unable to understand Yang Ming. For the previous Yang Ming, Sun Jia thought that she understood Yang Ming very well. But now, it was not the case at all. "I have said that there are too many things about me that you don't know. It will take a long time to say all of them. Even I can't remember them clearly," Yang Ming said with a smile. This feeling of being worshipped by Sun Jia made Yang Ming feel very refreshed. Even Sun Jia, a strong woman, admired him. This was also something that he was very proud of. He helped Xianxia to sit on the bench on the side of the road. Xianxia gasped for a while and said reluctantly, "I'm so tired. I almost couldn't breathe. I couldn't control myself. Sister Xianxia, I have offended you just now. I'm really sorry." Yang Ming saw that Xianxia had recovered, and he also breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly. Xianxia waved her hand. Although she was laughing, she also had perception and thought. Of course, she knew that Yang Ming was saving her. Although she was a little frightened at first why Yang Ming did this, she felt much better under Yang Ming's massage. She knew that Yang Ming was doing it for her good. "Yang Ming, you have saved me twice. I haven't thanked you yet. What did you do to offend me?" "Yeah, Yang Ming, you can't say that." Wu Yunxing also blushed. He almost misunderstood Yang Ming before. "You are Xianxia's younger brother. We don't have to avoid suspicion between us. Aren't you being an outsider by saying that?" "That's right." Xianxia's tone finally returned to normal. "Even if we take off our clothes and sleep together, that is normal." After Xianxia finished speaking, she saw that Yang Ming, Sun Jia, and Wu Yunxing were stunned. Only then did she realize that her joke was a bit too much. Even if they were siblings, it was impossible to sleep together at such an age. So, she snorted and said, "Of course, I just said it casually." "Little Jia won't agree." "You go to hell." "How am I like what you said?" Sun Jia pinched Xianxia, and the two laughed. "Okay, don't laugh anymore. You will laugh again in a while." Yang Ming looked at the two helplessly and shook his head. It's okay. Anyway, you will cure it if we laugh too much. Xianxia said indifferently. Yang Ming was speechless and shrugged. Wu Yinxing on the side also looked helpless. The four people talked and laughed for a while. They were all hungry, so they went to the parking lot. Wu Yinxing didn't drive. The two strolled over. It just so happened that the four of them were in one car. They all got into Yang Ming's car. Where are we going to eat? Yang Ming started the car and asked. Let's go to the House of Six Tastes. Xianxia thought about it and said, I haven't been there since the last time. Okay, I haven't been there for a long time. Xianxia nodded and agreed. Then let's go there. Wu Yinxing naturally wouldn't object. He was a loyal supporter of Xianxia. He would listen to whatever Xianxia said. After Yang Ming started the car, he remembered that he wasn't familiar with the terrain. Xianxia drove here before, and he couldn't find where the House of Six Tastes was. So, he hopped out of the car helplessly and changed seats with Xianxia. You drive. Xianxia also took over and replaced Yang Ming. Not long after the four people's car left, an ambulance screamed into the carnival amusement park. Xianxia and Yu Tianzhu were badly beaten. They were lying on the ground, and the tourists who beat them up dispersed. At this time, it was difficult to find out who beat them up. The two people were carried into the ambulance. Apparently, many places on their bodies were fractured. They had already fainted, but they woke up with such pain and screamed. The pilot had already left, and he didn't have to wait to be fired. He resigned first, and the pilot would report to another company tomorrow. Why should he stay here? Xianxia hated it. He hated Yang Ming's 18 generations of ancestors to the bone. It was originally planned by him to be a hero saving the beauty, but it became a hero being beaten by a group of people. The gap before and after was too big. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but scold, Yu Tianzhu, it was your bad idea. Look at us now. The two of us have become like this. Yu Tianzhu was also woken up by the tossing. His whole body seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer, and the pain was unbearable. He argued with grievance, Brother Qian, what does this have to do with me? It's all Yang Ming's doing. If it weren't for your bad idea, how could he have the opportunity to take advantage of it? Xianxia also knew that this matter was caused by Yang Ming, but there was a loophole in his plan that was caught by others. That was also his bad idea. Yang Ming's hatred must be avenged, but now he also wanted to use Yu Tianzhu as a punching bag. Also, is your brain not working properly? Look at what nonsense you said before. What do you mean by cooperating with us for promotion? Are you afraid that others don't know that this matter was caused by us? If you don't say it, we can say that Yang Ming is slandering us. But if you say it like this, we will confess without being pressed. This hit the sore spot in Yu Tianzhu's heart. At that time, he was also agitated and spoke without thinking. He spilled the beans all of a sudden. It was too late to remedy it. So when Xianxia scolded him, he really had no way to refute it. He had to say, I'm sorry, Brother Qian. It's all my fault. Forget it. We are also brothers in distress. Hearing Yu Tianzhu admit defeat, Xianxia couldn't continue to scold him. Since the last time she met the annoying guy, Ouyang Junyuan, at the home of Six Tastes, Xianxia had never come here again. Later, she heard that Ouyang Junyuan's family had an accident in Macau except for him. It was quite surprising. Although she didn't know if this had anything to do with Yang Ming, it was a bit strange. When she came to the parking lot of the House of Six Tastes again, the old man was still there. Xianxia parked the car and took out a yuan coin to give to the old man, but the old man turned and left after parking the car for her. After Xianxia got out of the car, she quickly called the old man, Old man, do I give you money? The old man turned around in surprise and recognized Xianxia. It's you? Little girl? It's me, and little Xian. Xianxia said with a smile. I saw that there was a public car pass in front of your car. This kind of pass doesn't charge parking fees, so I didn't pay attention. I didn't expect you to drive. The old man smiled. I didn't expect little girl to become a public servant. Xianxia blushed a little. She didn't like this kind of behavior that was regarded as a privileged class. She said embarrassedly, "It's my boyfriend's car. It turned out to be like this. After you came last time, I was still thinking about you. It's boring to stand here all day long. It's the happiest thing in the day to meet some acquaintances." The old man smiled. "You can come to see me often in the future. I don't want you to pay parking fees." "Okay, then we will try to come as often as possible." Xianxia also missed the time when she was in school. She was very happy to chat with the old man every day. It was now lunchtime at the House of Six Tastes. When Yang Ming and the others went in, there were no seats, so they had to wait at the door. If I knew this, I should have asked Tianlong to call and book a seat first. Yang Ming looked at the full hotel and was somewhat helpless. This place is too popular. It should have been expanded. The Chuanwei building next to it didn't have many guests. Why didn't the owner of the House of Six Tastes rent it together? However, this wasn't a problem that Yang Ming cared about. Everyone's business philosophy was different. Some people were satisfied with the status quo and thought that it was already very good, but some people had a pioneering spirit and would continue to expand their business. "Get out of the way, you in front, give me some space." Just as Yang Ming and the others were waiting at the entrance, noises came from the back of the line. They saw three hooligan-like young men pushing through the crowd, trying to squeeze their way over, shouting and cursing at the same time. Most of the people in the line were young couples or families of three. Most of the people who came to eat here were working-class people. Those who were rich and powerful had gone to better places or booked private rooms in advance. They would not line up here. Therefore, most of these people were not willing to provoke trouble, and made way for the three evil-looking people. They could not afford to provoke these people, so they avoided them. "Are you deaf?" The young man in the lead pushed Yang Ming, causing Yang Ming to not know whether to laugh or cry. However, Yang Ming was not willing to bicker with them. Beating them up here seemed very awesome, but in fact, it was no different from them. Fighting fiercely was not a good habit. Xianxia frowned and felt that these people were very uncultured. Xianxia pulled Xianxia and whispered, "Forget it. These are little hooligans. Don't bother with them." The receptionist of the Home of Six Tastes also saw the three little hooligans, and he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "Sir, can you please line up?" "Who said that we didn't line up? The three of us are in front of the line. It's our turn." Little Huang Mao, who pushed Yang Ming, was obviously the leader of the three people. He glared at the receptionist and sneered, "Which eye of yours saw that we didn't line up?" "This." The receptionist was also a little afraid of these three people. These three people didn't look like good people at first glance. Their signature multicolored hair and hooligan-looking jackets made people stay away from them. "Do your own thing. Don't be a busybody." Little Huang Mao said fiercely, "You ask the customers in the line behind. Which one of them didn't line up when they saw me?" Little Huang Mao asked who didn't line up when they saw him, not who saw him line up. This was quite artistic. At this time, who dared to stand up and say that little Huang Mao didn't line up? A family of three with a wife and a child, a young couple in sweet love, who would stand up and provoke a few little hooligans? Maybe they would be retaliated in a while, so when little Huang Mao said this, the customers lowered their heads and pretended not to hear this sentence. The receptionist saw that everyone had no opinion, so he had to lead the three people into the store. There was just an empty table, so the three people grabbed it first. Although Yang Ming didn't have a conflict with these three little hooligans, he didn't intend to let them go. When they walked into the store, Yang Ming's sleeve shook slightly, and a flying needle was pinched in his hand. His hand flicked gently, and the flying needle was shot to the acupuncture point on little Huang Mao's leg. Little Huang Mao was very proud. He thought that he was the boss of this area, but he didn't expect that his right leg suddenly became numb, and then it didn't listen to him. His whole body fell sideways, and his head hit the guardrail on the side of the card seat. Suddenly, blood gushed out. Huang Mao's leg also recovered. He didn't know how he fell. He covered his forehead that was bleeding and shouted, "Why is the floor in your store so slippery? Did you make me fall? How do you deal with this?" When the yellow-haired man's two companions saw that their boss' head was bleeding, they hurriedly helped him up from the ground. They also scolded the receptionist, "You threw brother chicken. What should we do about this? Find your boss. This is not over." The other companion didn't want to be outdone. The receptionist was a little wronged. He looked at the smooth floor. There was no water stain at all, and there was no place to slip. He didn't know how little Huang Mao fell. "Our floor is not slippery at all." The receptionist pointed to the floor and said, "You said it's not slippery, so it's not slippery? If it's not slippery, how did our boss fall?" Little Huang Mao's subordinate pointed at the receptionist and scolded, "Let me tell you. Our brother Chicken is also a person with a status. He slipped here, and it has seriously affected his public image. You have to compensate for our loss. There is no water on the floor. Whether it's slippery or not, people with eyes can see it. You cut the line and still talk like this, right?" Yang Ming snorted and said with some contempt, "Are you AF** King Onion? Do you need to be a busybody?" When Huang Mao's subordinate saw Yang Ming helping at this time, he was unhappy. "Do you want to be unlucky? Hurry up and shut up." "How unlucky?" Yang Ming asked. "You are really tired of living." When Huang Mao's subordinate saw that Yang Ming was not done, he let go of Huang Mao's subordinate who was supporting his boss. He came over to slap Yang Ming, but Yang Ming grabbed his wrist. He couldn't move. Huang Mao's subordinate shook his hand twice, but he couldn't move. He knew that this person wasn't so easy to provoke. He snorted, "Let go of me." Yang Ming let go without warning, and Huang Mao's subordinate almost fell. Taking advantage of this, Yang Ming shot another flying needle into the acupoint on Huang Mao's subordinate's leg. Huang Mao's subordinate directly lost his balance and fell to the ground. The back of his head hit the ground, and there was a big wound. Blood flowed out. The customers behind the line couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter. These three guys were like monkeys performing a farce. Even the customers eating inside were roaring with laughter. This made the yellow-haired man's face turn even uglier. It was unknown whether it was because of excessive bleeding or because of anger. "Hurry up and get up." Huang Mao glared at the subordinate who fell on the ground. "You only know how to make a fool of yourself." The subordinate on the ground felt wronged. He thought to himself, "What does this have to do with me? I just stood up for you and got screwed over. Now you are scolding me?" Suddenly, he was a little unhappy. He stood up with a sullen face and looked like he didn't take a dump. "Stop laughing, what are you laughing at?" The yellow-haired man was embarrassed by everyone's laughter. It was unknown which table's customer in the room said, "We are laughing at you, Huang Mao." Ha 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 ha. This time, the customers who had just held back their laughter burst out again like a tide of laughter. Who said it? Stand up?" Huang Mao's face was distorted, especially when his face was full of blood. It was even more terrifying. His eyes searched back and forth in the shop, trying to find the person who just spoke. The person who spoke couldn't help but say it. He didn't dare to go against Huang Mao face to face, so after saying it, he quickly shrunk his head and didn't dare to show his face. Yang Ming naturally saw who said it, but he wouldn't expose it. Seeing that no one responded to him for a long time, he was so angry that his face turned ugly, but he didn't know what to do. He was in a dilemma. Yang Ming stood up and openly confronted him, but Huang Mao saw that his subordinate was at a disadvantage, so he didn't dare to easily find trouble with Yang Ming. He was also a person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If he wasn't sure, he naturally didn't want to provoke trouble. At this time, Yang Ming spoke. "That's fine. Why don't you take your two companions to the hospital? In a while, he will die from excessive blood loss." Yang Ming looked indifferently at the yellow-haired man's unharmed subordinate. At this time, the security in the restaurant also surrounded and stared at the three people. When Huang Mao saw that he couldn't make a scene, he could only run out with a face full of dust. He really did need to go to the hospital to stop the bleeding. At the door, Huang Mao didn't forget to stare at Yang Ming, who asked you to meddle in other people's business. See if I don't kill you in the future. Yang Ming smiled after hearing it and tripped him with his foot. Huang Mao directly flew out of the door after he finished speaking. Huang Mao left. It was supposed to be Yang Ming and the other three who went in order. The people behind naturally had no opinion. Even if Yang Ming was not in front, they had no opinion on letting Yang Ming go in first. After all, Yang Ming just said what they wanted to say and helped them vent their anger. They didn't dare to say it, but they were still very happy when others said it. After Huang Mao ran away, they spontaneously gave a warm applause to Yang Ming. Did you do that just now? Although she didn't know how Yang Ming did it, Xianxia intuitively felt that the previous incident had something to do with Yang Ming. What just now? Yang Ming asked as if he didn't know. That Huang Mao and his men suddenly fell. Xianxia narrowed her eyes and smiled beautifully at Yang Ming. Don't pretend to be stupid. If you don't pretend to be stupid, I might not doubt it. You deliberately pretend to be stupid. What do you want to hide? It's more suspicious. Yang Ming didn't intend to hide it from Xianxia. He was just casually joking, so he said, well, I did it. I can hit the acupoints through the air. Really? Xianxia didn't believe it. Can you perform for me? At night, I will perform for you. There are many people here now. Yang Ming changed the topic. Okay, then at night. Xianxia didn't continue to entangle. What are you two whispering about? Xianxia pushed the menu in her hand to Xianxia and Yang Ming. What do you want to eat? Take a look. You can just order. Yang Ming said, you know what little Jia likes to eat. I'll just order whatever. Okay then. Xianxia took back the menu and ordered a few dishes that Xianxia liked to eat. She also ordered some signature dishes for Yang Ming and Wu Yunxing. Then she returned the menu to the waiter and signaled that he had ordered. The waiter left, and there were only 4 people left. Xianxia was also very curious about what happened just now. Xianxia thought of it, and Xianxia had no reason not to think of it. If Yang Ming didn't speak later, of course, they wouldn't doubt it. However, Yang Ming said something in a timely manner, and then Huang Mao's men inexplicably fell down, just like the previous Huang Mao, which couldn't help but arouse Xiaxian's suspicion. Huang Mao. Yang Ming, did the previous incident have anything to do with you? Xian finally couldn't help but ask. You mean Huang Mao's matter? Yang Ming learned to be smart this time. He didn't pretend to be stupid. Instead, he directly mentioned Huang Mao. Yeah, how did he fall down for no reason? Xian asked curiously. Some things could be said to Xianxia, but not to Xian. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't trust Xian, but some things were not good for Xian if she knew. She didn't belong to his circle. His enemies were too strong. As his woman, Xianxia had inevitably become a chess piece in the hands of the behind-the-scenes boss. Since this was the case, Yang Ming simply wouldn't hide it. He planned to tell Xianxia about his own matters and the behind-the-scenes boss tonight so that she could be mentally prepared. But Xian was different. She was just a godsister that he recognized. The behind-the-scenes boss wouldn't be interested in her, so the less she knew about him, the safer she would be. I was also very puzzled. He suddenly fell down. Yang Ming said, maybe he was punished by God. I thought it was you who did it. Xian was a little disappointed. If it was Yang Ming who did it, then she would be very excited. I was so far away from him. I wanted to, but I didn't have the strength. Yang Ming spread his hands helplessly and said, but in the end, I tripped him and made him fly out. That's not bad. At least I vented my anger. Hearing Yang Ming say this, Xian was excited again. Although there were many guests in the House of 6 Tastes, the speed of serving the dishes wasn't slow. It should be that many dishes were semi-finished products prepared by the kitchen. They just had to be put into the pot. So, although there were many guests, the speed of each table from ordering to serving the dishes was very fast. This also saved a lot of time. The taste was as good as the last time. This was also the reason why the House of 6 Tastes had been enduring for a long time. From Xianxia's school days to the present, the chefs of the House of 6 Tastes had changed many times, but the taste was always the same. This was because the owner of the House of 6 Tastes had always mastered the core ingredients. He added the seasonings in each dish according to the proportion and sealed them. In this way, when the chef cooked, he only needed to follow the steps and put in the seasonings. Then, he could make delicious dishes. So, no matter how the chef changed, as long as the operation steps were the same and the proportion of the ingredients were the same dishes could be made. This was very similar to the model of foreign fast food such as KFC and McDonald's. Even if you learned the steps, you didn't have the core ingredients. After leaving, there was no way to open your own store. After the meal, Yang Ming and Sun Jia said goodbye to Xianxia and Wu Yunxing. Yang Ming planned to go to Sun Hongjuan's company to take a look and solve the voodoo problem. Looking at the time, there was still time. Yang Ming sent Wu Yunxing and Xianxia back first. Then, he drove to the Chenghu Hotel where he had previously agreed with Zhang Zhishan. Zhang Zhishan arrived in the afternoon and sent a text message to Yang Ming. This time, he came with the antidote for the voodoo. It couldn't be considered as an antidote. It just delayed the outbreak of the voodoo to a year. These people under Sun Hongjun had all become opportunists. Yang Ming didn't dare to completely detoxify them. If the voodoo was detoxified, what should he do if these people had another Tianlong incident? Therefore, Yang Ming didn't dare to take this risk. However, these people were the foundation and backbone of Sun Hongjuan's group. If he fired all of them, then the entire operation of the group would stop, so he couldn't fire them. This time it involved too many people. Starting from the deputy general manager under Sun Hongjun, all of them were bought by Tianlong. If Yang Ming wanted them to have no disloyalty and continue to work wholeheartedly for Sun Hongjun, he could only use voodoo to restrain them first. After he truly established authority, it wouldn't be too late to completely detoxify them. However, Yang Ming thought that after experiencing this incident, these people should be able to understand what absolute strength was. Under absolute strength, these people couldn't be allowed to rebel. If they wanted to rebel again, Yang Ming could still deal with them. The two vegetative people lying in the hospital were their examples. The reason why Yang Ming didn't let these two people die directly but let them lie in the hospital and waste the medical expenses was also to have a long-term deterrent effect on these people so that they wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts. Sun Jia was still driving. When they came to the parking lot of the Chenghu Hotel, they saw Zhang Zhishan's Jetta, which was given to him by Ho Zhenhan. Yang Ming asked him to change it, but Zhang Zhishan felt that it was good to have a car, so he kept driving it. I will introduce you to a Miao friend in a while. He is the person who helped me configure the voodoo. Yang Ming said to Sun Jia. Sun Jia nodded. She found that Yang Ming's attitude toward her was obviously different from before. After she agreed to be Yang Ming's woman, Yang Ming no longer hid it from her and introduced her to his circle of friends. This made Sun Jia angry and amused. Although she was very happy, she complained about Yang Ming's previous caution. Zhang Zhishan came alone this time and didn't bring his girlfriend, Xiaoqi. When they entered the room, Yang Ming first introduced Zhang Zhishan and Sun Jia to each other. After listening to Yang Ming say that she was one of them, Zhang Zhishan didn't avoid it and directly took out the antidote for the voodoo. Brother Yang, I have already configured the antidote. This time it can be suppressed for a year. These should be enough, right? Yang Ming took the antidote box and found that there were at least 100 pills in it. Obviously, it was enough. He smiled and said, I don't need so many. Xiaoqi was afraid that it wasn't enough, so she made more. Anyway, it didn't take much effort. Zhang Zhishan smiled and said, Is there anything else that I can do for you? Not for the time being. You just wait for me in the hotel. When I deal with the things here, we will go back to Songjiang together. Yang Ming put away the pills and said to Zhang Zhishan. Okay, then I will wait for you here. If there is anything, feel free to contact me by phone. Zhang Zhishan said. Okay, contact me by phone. Yang Ming didn't stay much and left the room with Sun Jia. Out of the Chenghu Hotel, Yang Ming thought about it and took out the antidote box and handed it to Sun Jia. You will be in charge of the company in the future. You will give this thing to them later to establish authority. Seeing that Yang Ming was so thoughtful, Sun Jia smiled gratefully and put away the antidote box. You know quite a lot of people? Sun Jia was really amazed by Yang Ming's connections. He was sent by Lan Ling to protect me. Right, you should know about Lan Ling, right? Yang Ming didn't mention Lan Ling to Sun Jia, but she should know about it. Sun Jia didn't hide it and nodded. Xiaoqing told me about her before. She is your ex-girlfriend. She is still my ex-girlfriend, but she hasn't come back yet. Yang Ming corrected. Zhang Zhishan was sent by her. He is proficient in voodoo. When I dealt with the behind-the-scenes boss collaborator, it was thanks to his help. It turned out to be like this. Sun Jia was secretly calculating in her heart. Among Yang Ming's girlfriends, Lan Ling's strength was very strong. She couldn't easily offend her. This little girl knew voodoo. If she planted a voodoo on herself, it wouldn't be fun. She had to find ways to win her over in the future. Yang Ming naturally didn't know what she was thinking. He thought that she was thinking about the company, so he said, "Now the situation is under control. There is nothing to worry about. You can hold a meeting with them and say something to show them mercy." Sun Jia quickly cut off those unrealistic thoughts. She returned to her senses and nodded. "You will accompany me?" "Of course." Sun Jia didn't say it. Yang Ming had to give her courage. Sun Hongjuan's company was located in the golden area of the city center. A 36-story building was all owned by the Sun's group. It showed how big the Sun family's business was in Donghai. Yang Ming had never been here before. He had only been to Sun Jia's branch in Songjiang. The scale there was not small. It occupied an entire floor of the building, but it was more luxurious here. When the car entered the underground parking lot, it was stopped by the security guard. However, when he saw Sun Jia in the driver's seat, he immediately let it go. The company's grassroots staff didn't know what happened at the top, so they didn't know about the Sun family and the Tian family. Previously, Tian Long seized power. Now that Sun Hongjun was in charge of the overall situation, these security guards didn't hear any news. When they saw Sun Jia, the company's young lady, they naturally let it go. However, even if they knew, they would let it go smoothly. After all, Sun Hongjun was now at the helm of the company again. It's quite stylish here. Yang Ming got out of the car and looked at the Sun's group that even the parking lot was decorated very luxuriously. It's not as stylish as your private island. Sun Jia ridiculed Yang Ming, but if it weren't for you, these would have become someone else's. Did you also become someone else's? Yang Ming blinked. As long as you don't become someone else's, I don't care about others. Yang Ming rarely used such a flirtatious tone to talk to Sun Jia, but it made Sun Jia's body go soft. She had an inexplicable sense of belonging. It seemed that the title of a strong woman in the past was nothing. It was proper for her to stay at home and be a good wife to Yang Ming. You only know how to make me happy. You know that I don't like the kind of man who has a glib tongue and empty words. Sun Jia had no strength to look at Yang Ming. If it weren't for the public, she would want to lie on Yang Ming's body. I didn't coax you. I will do what I say. Yang Ming said. That's why I agreed to be your girlfriend. Sun Jia said along with Yang Ming. What do you mean by what you just said? Why do I feel like you're mocking me? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard Sun Jia's words. Previously, Sun Jia's words seemed to imply that he only knew how to sweet talk, but she later denied it. Nothing much, I'm just saying. Sun Jia didn't know what was wrong with her today. She kept saying weird things. She wasn't like this before, but she didn't know what was wrong with her today. When they got to the second floor, the elevator opened, and a person came up. It happened to be a company executive who went to Yang Ming's house yesterday. When he saw Yang Ming, he was shocked. He stumbled and turned to leave. Sorry, I'll take a seat. Yang Ming did not expect that he was already like a big bad wolf in the hearts of these people. Even a glance at him would scare them. He found it funny. Come on up, let's sit together. Although the man was afraid, he couldn't disobey Yang Ming's words. Trembling with fear, he got into the elevator and leaned against the wall like a clothes hanger. He didn't even have the courage to look at Yang Ming. Why is he so afraid of you? Sun Jia was also surprised by Yang Ming's deterrence. Why does this person avoid Yang Ming like a ghost when he sees him? Am I afraid of you? You are the eldest daughter of the group. Why are you afraid of me? Yang Ming smiled. If you don't believe it, do you want me to ask? Sun Jia knew the man, so she said, Minister Zhang, what's wrong with you? No, nothing. Minister Zhang felt like a year. He couldn't wait for the elevator to be as fast as a rocket. You tell me. Are you afraid of me? Sun Jia certainly wouldn't give up. Afraid. I'm afraid. Minister Zhang was about to cry. How can I answer this question? Although he was more afraid of Yang Ming, Sun Jia was Sun Hongjuan's daughter, the eldest daughter of the group. How could he not be afraid? Are you afraid of me? Sun Jia didn't get the answer she wanted. She was somewhat unhappy. Minister Zhang was really about to cry. No matter how he answered this question, Sun Jia wouldn't like it. If he said that he wasn't afraid, then Sun Jia was fine now, but she would definitely settle accounts with him afterward. After thinking for a long time, Minister Zhang couldn't wait to dig out his brain and replace it with Einstein's. He used all his wisdom and finally thought of a way to muddle through, because Mr. Yang is your boyfriend, so. Minister Zhang didn't finish his words, but the meaning was already very obvious. That was, I'm afraid of you because of the relationship with Yang Ming. This was also in line with Sun Jia's intention. He couldn't annoy her. After saying this, Minister Zhang was relieved. Look? How is it? Sun Jia was very satisfied after listening. She looked at Yang Ming proudly. You know how to not offend both sides. Yang Ming snorted, but it scared Minister Zhang again. He only considered Sun Jia before and ignored Yang Ming, this great god. The person he really couldn't offend was Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Minister Zhang almost knelt down. Mr. Yang, I'm really afraid of you. Please, don't make it difficult for me. After that, Minister Zhang really knelt on the ground. Yang Ming just said it casually, but he didn't expect Minister Zhang to be so scared and timid. He really didn't know what to say. At this time, the elevator just stopped. Someone came in and saw Minister Zhang kneeling at the elevator door. He was shocked. Minister Zhang, what are you doing? The person who entered the elevator was also a department leader. Yang Ming also saw him yesterday, but when he entered the door, his attention was attracted by Minister Zhang. He didn't notice Yang Ming. Minister Zhang didn't dare to answer. He knelt there and begged Yang Ming for forgiveness. Manager Lu, who came in, was somewhat puzzled. Minister Zhang, what are you doing? What else is worth you kneeling for? You are also a senior in this group. You mean what you say, and you can call the wind and summon the rain. Minister Zhang couldn't wait to jump up and give him a big slap. How is this praising me? This is simply pushing me into the fire pit. If Yang Ming misunderstood and thought that I have more power, then I will really be finished. Don't say it. Minister Zhang didn't dare to stand up. He had to turn to Manager Lu and shouted, if you want to die, then die. Just don't kill me. Manager Lu was confused by Minister Zhang. When he looked up, he saw Yang Ming and Sun Jia standing by. He suddenly understood the situation and was shocked. Yesterday, Yang Ming's appearance was still vivid in Manager Lu's mind. Today, not only did he ignore Yang Ming, but he also talked nonsense in front of him. No wonder Minister Zhang said that if he wanted to die, don't kill him. Thinking of this, Manager Lu's legs were soft. He also knelt on the ground with Minister Zhang. Mr. Yang, I am just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Yang Ming pushed Sun Jia. At this time, it was time for her to establish her authority. Yang Ming didn't speak. He just let her speak. Sun Jia was smart and immediately understood. She said to the two people kneeling on the ground, you two get up. What are you doing? You are making our company like a feudal society. When the two people listened to Sun Jia's words, their hearts were relieved. However, Yang Ming didn't say anything. They didn't dare to get up casually, right? Although the person in charge of this company was Sun Jia, Yang Ming could take their lives. Which one was more powerful? They naturally had a plan in their hearts. Yang Ming knew that they didn't dare to get up, so he said, in the future, what little Jia says represents what I mean. Thank you, Miss Sunday. Thank you, Mr. Yang. The two quickly thanked and stood up. With Yang Ming's words, they were relieved. You don't have to thank me. Just do your job well. Xianxia said faintly, I'm not a queen. I don't need you to kowtow. Just do your work. The two people quickly agreed. They went to the next floor and found a reason to go out. When the elevator door closed again, Xianxia covered her mouth and snickered. You are really scarier than those big demons. Look at how you scared the people in my company. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Yang Ming shrugged. Now, even if you give them money, they won't dare to have any improper thoughts. You can completely avoid the recurrence of Tianlong's incident. This is also true, but this feeling of being a queen is a bit bad. I don't like it. Xianxia smiled bitterly. That's better. If you are a queen, I can't stand it. Yang Ming said, now that you have established your authority in the company, no one will lie to you in the future. Xianxia nodded. Yeah, the company should have been reorganized long ago. If I knew you earlier, this incident wouldn't have happened. Haven't you known me for a long time? Yang Ming blinked somewhat mockingly. You didn't trust me before. You thought I was just a freshman student. Isn't that because of your age? How would I know that you have so many wicked ideas? Xianxia was not to be outdone. Besides, every time you looked for me, you wanted to do that with me, which made me a little annoyed. Really? Yang Ming broke into a sweat. He felt that he wasn't a person who was anxious for sex. Maybe the previous countermeasure was wrong. I thought I pushed Xianxia down and she would get used to it, but I didn't expect that she didn't like it. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Apparently, she despised him for not having self-awareness. The 36th floor was the highest floor of the company, and it was also the place where the company's senior executives worked. The term senior executives probably came from this. Later, it referred to the company's leadership class. When they came to the door of the chairman's office, they heard voices inside. It seemed to be a meeting. Xianxia knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. It was Sun Hongjuan's secretary. Miss Sun? Sun Hongjun instructed the secretary to tell the person at the door that there was a meeting inside. He would come back later, but the person facing was Sun Jia. The secretary obviously couldn't say that, so he said, please wait a moment. I will ask the chairman. He is in a meeting. Sun Jia nodded. She knew that the secretary was acting according to her father's orders, so she didn't embarrass him. Secretary Lu Kai really felt what life was like riding a roller coaster these days. The ups and downs came too fast. He graduated from university at the age of 22 and won Sun Hongjuan's favor with excellent interview results. He was directly recruited as a secretary in the company's secretariat. After that, because of her innovative ideas and excellent writing skills, she was recognized by Sun Hongjun and promoted to his full-time secretary. This was a great honor for a college student who had just graduated from university. After a few years of experience, she would definitely be entrusted with important tasks by the company's chairman. This was a rule that had been passed down throughout history. Therefore, there were many people in the company who were jealous of him. However, they also had to curry favor with him. After all, Lu Kai was someone close to Sun Hongjun. One word from him could decide the fate of some people. Therefore, although the people in the company were jealous, they had to desperately curry favor with Lu Kai. The youth was proud. It was the best time of his life. Although Lu Kai was not complacent, he was inevitably proud. The company's director and department managers also had to talk to him with a pleasant face. Lu Kai was simply under one person and above thousands. Many people envied him for having a good future. After a few years, he would definitely go to a certain department to be a leader or be sent to a branch company as a manager. However, just a few days ago, everything for Lu Kai became a bubble. Tianlong suddenly came to power and took charge of the entire company. He began to clean up the dissidents. All the people who were close to Sun Hongjun were transferred to the idol department. If these people were directly fired, it would definitely cause many people to be dissatisfied. The group would be in danger. Therefore, Tianlong directly transferred these people to the idol department, and others could not say anything. He was originally Sun Hongjuan's full-time secretary, but he suddenly became a typist in the document printing room. This kind of change made Lu Kai want to die. The people in the company who were originally flattering him changed their attitude in an instant. If they were not mocking and ridiculing him, they simply ignored him. When they met him, they pretended not to know him. Lu Kai thought about resigning, but at this moment, what good thing could he do? What's more, he was not willing to leave. So dejectedly. How could he mix in the business circle of Donghai in the future? What would others think of him? Therefore, although he was coldly looked at, Lu Kai still swallowed his anger and did his job well. Tianlong transferred Lu Kai and the others to the idle department because he wanted them to resign because they could not stand the cold shoulder, but he did not expect Lu Kai to actually do it seriously. So, Tianlong did not care about him. Anyway, Lu Kai was now just a typist, and he had no right to speak. Although most people did not know the inside story of the company's regime change, they still knew who was at the helm. Although they didn't understand why Tianlong replaced Sun Hongjun to manage the company's operations for a few days, now that Sun Hongjun was once again in power, Lu Kai suddenly returned to Sun Hongjun's side from the data printing room and served as his secretary again. Moreover, he also served as the head of the secretarial department. The original head of the secretarial department was transferred to another department. This sudden change in personnel made those who thought that Lu Kai's power was gone somewhat unprepared. They had already laughed and scolded Lu Kai. Now that Lu Kai had suddenly become popular again, these people were almost regretting it. They didn't expect that Lu Kai would actually make a comeback. This was something these people didn't expect. It was obviously too late to curry favor with Lu Kai now. These people were worried about how to face Lu Kai in the future, but Lu Kai's mood was different. He had become cautious from his previous pride. For those who had laughed at him, Lu Kai now had no hatred. The hypocrisy of the world was like this. There was no need to be angry. Lu Kai, who returned to the stage, was more humble because he knew what it meant to have again after losing it. He would particularly cherish the hard-won position now. He had to do his job well. Lu Kai would not make a decision. He returned to the office and nodded gently to Sun Hongjun, who was speaking in the small conference room. Sun Hongjun said, "What's the matter?" "President Sun, Miss Sun is outside." Lu Kai said. "Oh? Little Jia is here? Let her come in. I don't know if Yang Ming is here with her." Sun Hongjun instructed Lu Kai. "There is a young gentleman who came with the miss," said Lu Kai. "Let them in." When Sun Hongjun heard that Yang Ming was here, he quickly said enthusiastically, "Quick." Lu Kai didn't understand why Sun Hongjun had such a big reaction, but he thought that the young man at the door was a very important person, so Lu Kai quickly ran to the door and said, "Miss Sun, this is Mr. Yang. The chairman invites you in." Sun Jia and Yang Ming followed Lu Kai into the office and saw Sun Hongjun, Sun San, Tianlong, and several company executives talking about something. Yang Ming had seen those executives yesterday. These people were shocked when they saw Yang Ming suddenly come in. They didn't care about Sun Hongjun's presence and stood up. Yang Ming was standing, so how could they dare to sit? "Mr. Yang Ming." The executives of these companies greeted Yang Ming. Sun Jia looked at Yang Ming with a smile, which made Yang Ming very embarrassed. He looked at the people who stood up and said helplessly, "You all sit down. I'm not the company's leader. Why are you greeting me?" Sun Hongjun and Tianlong were also secretly surprised. This matter could be turned around. Sure enough, Yang Ming's role couldn't be underestimated. These people were actually in awe of Yang Ming to such a degree. This was something that neither Sun Hongjun nor Tianlong expected. "Yang Ming, you came at the right time. I will let them pass down the order. I will hold a meeting with all the company's middle and high-level leaders." Sun Hongjun said, "But they are more concerned about when the detoxification can be done. Their antidote will be ineffective tonight. You don't have to worry about this. I will give it to you during the meeting." Yang Ming glanced at these people funnily. "The long-term antidote has been given to little Jia. She will hold a meeting with you later." Sun Hongjun and Tianlong held a meeting this time to explain the follow-up matters. They were about to leave for the island in Africa. The business here would be handed over to Sun Jia and Sun San. Sun Hongjun knew that Yang Ming was helping Sun Jia establish prestige, so he was very happy. He nodded. and said, "Then, little Jia, you will preside over the meeting later." Okay. Xianxia didn't give in. She also knew Yang Ming's plan. Her father was going to do a bigger business. She naturally wouldn't stop him. It's not early now. Ask Wang Renping to find all the people who went to his house yesterday for a meeting. Those people are the company's leaders. Yang Ming said, "Uncle Sun, it feels good to be in charge again, right?" "It's good. I feel that these people are more in awe of me than before." Sun Hongjun said with a smile, "But I haven't sat in the chairman's position for long, and I have to give it away." "You are going to do a bigger business. Why don't you continue to be the chairman?" said Yang Ming after listening. "Then forget it. I still want to do a big business." Sun Hongjun rubbed his hands and said, "As long as those people are as obedient as these people are now, I promise to be more obedient than them." Yang Ming said with a smile, "That place is under military management. It is my private island. If they make a mistake, they will be thrown into the sea to feed the fish." Sun Hongjun also laughed. Tianlong was cautious. He wasn't sure if this was Yang Ming's warning. If he didn't perform well, Yang Ming would throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Wang Renping was instructed to summon all the department leaders in the company to the conference room for a meeting. Yang Ming, Sun Jia, Sun Hongjun, Tianlong, and Sun San also walked to the conference room. Lu Kai went to prepare for the meeting with Wang Renping. All the company's leaders could be accommodated in a small conference room. Yang Ming let Sun Jia sit in the main seat. He and Sun Hongjun sat next to Sun Jia, followed by Sun San and Tianlong. The company's senior executives were restless all day. They were waiting for Wang Renping to gather them. No matter what, they had to know the result of giving the antidote at least. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to endure. So when Wang Renping called them, they quickly rushed to the conference room. However, when they arrived at the door, they saw Yang Ming sitting on the podium. These people didn't dare to be rash. They took the initiative to line up and enter the conference room to sit. Seeing that everyone was present, Yang Ming glanced at Sun Jia and signaled that she could speak. Sun Jia presided over the work of the Songjiang branch. She often attended this kind of meeting, so she wasn't nervous. She gently cleared her throat and said, "Everyone here, you are all the company's elites and the company's leaders. Why are you all frowning?" Sun Jia didn't use the normal opening remarks, but she used a sentence that was almost joking, but the people present couldn't laugh. Indeed, they were all the senior executives of the Sun's group. Just yesterday, they were all proud of their success. In the group, they were all great people and the object of others' flattery. However, after seeing Yang Ming, they knew that they were nothing in Yang Ming's eyes. He could decide their fate at any time. Therefore, these senior executives were very careful and complicated at the moment. In the past, even if Sun Hongjun had a meeting, they would take advantage of their seniority and think that they were the company's senior executives. They would do some small actions behind Sun Hongjun's back, such as talking to him, answering the phone, and walking away halfway. But now, no one dared to speak casually. The phone was already turned off. The atmosphere at the venue was so quiet for the first time. Sun Jia couldn't stand this serious atmosphere, so she made a joke, but it was obviously counterproductive. None of these people laughed. "Are you King dead?" Yang Ming frowned. This situation made Sun Jia very embarrassed. Even if these people were afraid of him, there was no need to be like this. So, Yang Ming couldn't help but swear, "Can't you just smile? Don't you feel uncomfortable with a straight face every day?" When Yang Ming's words came out, these people all showed a smile, but no matter how they squeezed out a smile, it was uglier than crying. Yang Ming really had no way. These people were afraid of death in their hearts. They would do whatever he asked them to do, but it was not easy to make them have a good expression. Sun Jia didn't expect Yang Ming to say such a sentence. The people below didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had some sympathy in her heart, but then she remembered that they had joined forces to help Tianlong. Sun Jia had no sympathy for them. She thought that Yang Ming should punish them more. In fact, these people under the stage also saw the situation clearly. Yang Ming sat on the rostrum, indicating that things were completely under control. Although Tianlong was also sitting on the stage, he was not sitting in the main seat. Why could Yang Ming let him come on stage? The people below didn't know, but the most likely was that Yang Ming had completely tamed Tianlong's son Jia sat in the middle of the rostrum. Nominally, she was the company's current highest leader, but everyone present knew that although Sun Jia's status had Sun Hongjuan's halo, it was mostly due to Yang Ming sitting next to her. These people knew that in the future, they had to treat Sun Jia with the same awe as they treated Yang Ming. Even a fool could see that Yang Ming pushed Sun Jia out to be the leader. Not listening to Sun Jia was equivalent to not listening to Yang Ming. You are all the company's elites and the backbone of our Sun's group. The Sun's group can develop to today without your efforts, said Sun Jia. Sun Jia said, perhaps you have done something wrong, but fortunately, it did not lead to any serious consequences. I don't want to say anything about the past, and I don't want to pursue any responsibility. You don't have to doubt anything. I don't mean to settle accounts. Your primary responsible person is now sitting on the stage. He has also obtained my father's forgiveness and is preparing to go to other places with my father to develop a broader career. Originally, everyone found it strange that Tianlong was sitting on the rostrum. He was the leader of this operation. Now that the Sun family had regained control of the company, how could they let him attend such an important meeting? Now that they listened to Sun Jia's explanation, they all realized that Tianlong had been forgiven by the Sun family and Yang Ming. Moreover, Tianlong was entrusted with an important position to do a bigger business. Since there was Tianlong as an example, the others were not so afraid. Tianlong was the mastermind, and the others were his subordinates. Since Sun Jia and Yang Ming did not pursue Tianlong's responsibility, they would definitely not pursue the others' responsibility. Thinking of this, these people were slightly relieved. The expressions on their faces were much more natural. Many of them were middle-aged. If they were directly kicked out of the company, they would really have no suitable place to go. They would face the danger of losing their jobs. Sun Jia saw that everyone's expressions were slightly relaxed, and she was very satisfied in her heart. She nodded and said, I hope that you can do your job well. Then, I will let bygones be bygones, and I will not mention the past again. After I take over my father's position, I will count from this day onwards. The past is the past, and we will welcome a new page. Sun Jia's words were very encouraging and provocative. A few words dispelled the doubts of the people here. It seemed that Sun Jia was still quite good at grasping the hearts of these people. Most of these people were afraid that Sun Jia would settle accounts with them after taking office, so these people would be so cautious and frowning. There are no outsiders here. I think the problem you are most concerned about is the voodoo in your body. After saying the previous encouraging words, Sun Jia finally talked about the focus of this meeting. Sure enough, the people below all pricked up their ears and listened to Sun Jia's next words. This was a major event related to their life and death, and it could not be neglected. I will not give you the antidote for the voodoo now. After Sun Jia finished speaking, she watched the expressions of the people below. This is my intention, and also Yang Ming's intention. Sure enough, the people below all showed disappointed expressions, but this was not unexpected. Originally, they did not expect Yang Ming to give them the antidote, at least not now. However, after a while, Sun Jia said something that made them a little excited. Sun Jia paused and said, although I will not give you the antidote, I will give you the medicine to suppress the voodoo. This time is different from the previous one. It can be suppressed for about a year, so you can work with peace of mind. You don't have to worry about the voodoo during this time. Sun Jia took in the expressions of the people below. She saw their expectations turn to disappointment, and it was best to reignite hope again. This was a very pleasant feeling. Sun Jia really wanted to hug and kiss Yang Ming. It was him who gave her this feeling of being superior. This feeling was really good. Sometimes it was also a kind of enjoyment to have the final say. Unlike before, although she was also a leader of the company, some people who took advantage of their seniority were really difficult to deal with. Seeing that Sun Jia had easily controlled the situation, Yang Ming was also very satisfied. However, he was still very refreshed for Sun Jia to make these people suffer a little. When these people heard that Sun Jia would give them the antidote that could suppress the voodoo for a year, they were finally happy. At least, they did not have to worry about these things for a year. After a year, if they did well, then it was reasonable to detoxify themselves. Even if they were not detoxified, it was acceptable to take the antidote once a year. It was much better than taking it once a day. Xianxia also said some development plans for the company's future road, and then Sun Hongjun announced a new round of personnel appointments for the company. Sun Jia became the group's chairman, Sun San became the general manager, and the positions of the others remained unchanged. Lu Kai followed Sun Hongjun to Africa. Lu Kai also understood that he did not have a family anyway. It was the same wherever he went. This choice might be a turning point in his life. If he grasped it well, he might have a meteoric rise in the future. Wang Renping distributed the antidote. Everyone received one, and the extra was returned to Sun Jia. The people present were very modest and polite. They did not fight for it. Who dared to grab one more? Although everyone wanted to get one more, if they took one more at this time, they might not get one at all. Everyone knew how terrifying Yang Ming's skill was. After the antidote was distributed, the meeting was over. The department managers of these companies were dispersed to do their own things. Yang Ming and Sun Jia were also ready to return to Songjiang. Although Sun Jia was the group's chairman, it was nothing more than a nominal position. Sun San was still responsible for most of the actual work. At least, Sun San would be responsible for it until he graduated from Donghua University. Therefore, Sun San had become the actual controller of this company. There was no doubt about Sun San's loyalty. Moreover, after Tianlong's incident, Sun San should also see Yang Ming's strength. What's more, the top management in the company had not been cured of the voodoo. They would naturally execute Sun San's normal work orders, but once he wanted them to follow him to do something else, these people would not do it even if they were beaten to death. Who was stupid? Yang Ming could forgive them the first time, but the second time, they would make mistakes again and again. How could Yang Ming let them go? I didn't expect this meeting to be very successful. Sun Hongjun had a feeling of envy. I have been sitting on this rostrum for so long, but these people have never been so cautious and silent. Sun Jia also heard her father's jealousy and smiled. I heard that Yang Ming's men in Africa are all under militarized management. After you go, you will feel like a local tyrant. Sun Hongjun blushed a little when his thoughts were exposed, but he felt that this was the happiest moment in his life. Everything was thanks to Yang Ming. Uncle Sun, you and Uncle Tian should get ready and hand over all the work here. Don't continue with Uncle Tian's gangs. If there are really people you can trust, hand them over. Those things aren't a long-term solution. Yang Ming had always been not optimistic about the underworld gangs and the like. Otherwise, he would not let Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan go on the right path. The previous control of Songjiang's underworld was also to strangle this road so that others could not get involved in the underworld and return a stable environment to Songjiang. In particular, Yang Ming was now a public servant, so he could no longer do those crooked things to give people an excuse. Since there was this opportunity now, it was right to let Tianlong get away as soon as possible. Tianlong nodded. Although he was reluctant, he also knew that Yang Ming was doing it for his own good. Moreover, Tianlong was about to leave for Africa. The things here should be explained clearly. I understand. I will deal with the things here as soon as possible. Okay, little Jia and I will go back to Songjiang tonight. We have already started school there. We have been out for so long, and we have missed a lot of classes. Uncle Sun, after you are done here, call me. I will arrange for you to go to Africa, said Yang Ming. Sun Jia was a graduate student, so it was fine. However, Yang Ming was just a freshman in the second semester, and he skipped classes unscrupulously. Although the tutor, Xianxia, didn't say anything because of Sister Xiaoqing's face, Yang Ming couldn't skip classes unscrupulously. That was not giving Xianxia face. Therefore, after the meeting, Yang Ming and Sun Jia left the Sun's group and embarked on the road back to Songjiang. Although Sun Hongjun was reluctant, he still wanted to have a deep talk with Yang Ming, but it was too late. He decided to talk to Yang Ming in detail before he went to Africa. Don't you know how to drive for a while? I have been driving for a day. Do you want to tire me out? Sun Jia frowned and stared at Yang Ming. I thought you liked to drive. Then, let's change? Yang Ming looked at Sun Jia innocently, but he found that Sun Jia looked very beautiful when she frowned. Little Jia, when you squint your eyes, they look like crescent moons. I'm being serious with you. Why are you talking about my eyes again? Sun Jia didn't know what expression to use to answer Yang Ming. Anyway, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm also being serious. When you squint your eyes, you look like the heroine in comics. It's rare. Yang Ming looked at Sun Jia's eyes carefully. Why don't you close your eyes again and let me see? Don't talk nonsense. It's useless. Sun Jia was particularly embarrassed by Yang Ming. She stopped the car. Now, it's your turn to drive. Let's see if you still have time to look at my eyes. Yes. I can drive with my eyes closed. Yang Ming smiled and got off the car to change seats with Sun Jia. Sure enough, his eyes were staring at Sun Jia. He didn't even look in front when he started the car. Sun Jia was frightened. Don't look. Do you want to die? Don't you know that it's dangerous to drive like this? Sun Jia widened her eyes and said in a hurry, Are you kidding with our lives? I said that I can drive with my eyes closed. Yang Ming blinked at Sun Jia, but the control in his hand was not vague. He overtook a Mazda 6 in front and sped on the highway. Can you overtake like this? Sun Jia was completely dumbfounded. She saw that Yang Ming was staring at her intently, but he could still overtake. This was incredible. Yang Ming knew that Sun Jia was very smart, and her relationship with Xiaoqing was very close. It could even be said that it was unusually close. It was no less than his friendship with Xiaoqing. Therefore, Sun Jia would definitely have doubts about some of his strange actions. Especially, his relationship with Sun Jia was one step closer. She was involved in his life, and she would also find out about his special abilities. In this case, Yang Ming might as well tell her about his special abilities. Anyway, it was not a secret now. At least Xia Shui and Xia Bingbao knew about it. With Yang Ming's current strength, he was not afraid that this matter would be spread out. Someone would harm him. In the past, he didn't want others to know about his special abilities because Yang Ming's strength was not strong enough. Now that he had the identity of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, and he was the direct disciple of the King of Assassins, Yang Ming was not afraid that someone would harm him. Anyway, he already had a behind-the-scenes boss. It was not an itch to have more lice. The most important thing was that Yang Ming trusted Sun Jia. Yang Ming had already understood Sun Jia's character. Sun Jia belonged to the kind of girl who was suspicious but smart and self-aware. She had independent thoughts and judgment, so she had always maintained an ambiguous relationship with Yang Ming, but she was unwilling to confirm the final relationship. However, now that Sun Jia had identified Yang Ming, she would follow him without reservation. Yang Ming had no need to hide it from her, so Yang Ming used this as an excuse to lead the topic. If he said it directly, it would seem a bit abrupt. However, with such a foreshadowing, the facts were in front of her, and Sun Jia would no longer feel that there was anything wrong with it. Yes, I said that you can open it with your eyes closed. Yang Ming still didn't look in front. He still stared at Sun Jia. You actually have acne at this age? What the hell are you talking about? What do you mean by my age? Do you think I'm old? Sun Jia almost went crazy when she heard Yang Ming's words. This kid didn't drive properly, but he actually said some strange words. If she knew this, she wouldn't have asked him to drive, so that she wouldn't be scared. You don't need to show your driving skills. Do you want to scare me to death? Yang Ming overtook another car in this effort. Sun Jia only felt that her heart was fooled, and she almost had a nervous breakdown. No, I just said your actual age, but I can't see it from your appearance. You seem to be younger than me. Yang Ming smiled and reached out to touch Sun Jia's hair. You really have a small pea on your forehead. Although the automatic car didn't need to be in gear and one hand could be idle, wasn't Yang Ming too dangerous? One hand was holding the steering wheel, and the other hand was flirting. His eyes were not looking in front. Sun Jia didn't expect Yang Ming to be so extreme. This wasn't a movie. Wasn't this difficult action too much? Let's change. Let me drive. Xianxia endured the pain in her heart, took a breath, and said to Yang Ming. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Yang Ming saw that Xianxia was really scared, so he smiled and said, I have a secret to tell you. Do you want to hear it? What secret? Xianxia was confused by Yang Ming. At this time, she wasn't in the mood to listen to any secrets. You drive properly first. It's not too late to talk about other things. Okay, then drive properly. Yang Ming turned his head, straightened his body, and said, Are you wearing pink underwear and bra today? Ah? Xianxia was stunned, and then she was stunned. How did you know? She had never taken off her clothes in front of Yang Ming. It should be said that she had been imprisoned for a few days. Xianxia didn't take off her clothes at all. At this time, how did Yang Ming suddenly know the color of her underwear? And it was so accurate. Did you peek at it on the roller coaster? You didn't ask me to look? Besides, you couldn't see underneath. Yang Ming shrugged. And I also know that your toenails are painted with blue nail polish. If Yang Ming had just peeked at the color of her bra on the roller coaster and speculated the color of her underwear, it was still possible because girls liked to wear matching underwear. Although they couldn't show it to outsiders, in many cases, it was for their own comfort. Yang Ming could infer this, but Yang Ming definitely couldn't infer the nail polish on her toes. Xianxia had recently been intimate with Yang Ming, and her toes were not painted with nail polish. This bottle of nail polish was bought a few days ago when she was shopping with Zhaoying and Xiaoqing. She had only painted it a few days ago. How could Yang Ming know? Even if Xiaoqing told him, he wouldn't know that she had coincidentally painted the nail polish that she bought that day. That time, she didn't just buy this bottle. She also bought many other colors. This series of unreasonableness made Xianxia open her mouth wide. How did you know? This is the secret I want to tell you. Yang Ming saw that he had completely shocked Xianxia, and he was a little proud. Do you still remember that time when we were attacked in the hotel? The gangster ran into the private room. I could accurately find their location through the door panel and shoot them with a gun. After listening to what Yang Ming said, Xianxia also remembered the strangeness of that incident. At that time, Xianxia was a bit baffled, but because there were too many things, and she hadn't seen Yang Ming, Xianxia couldn't ask. Until this time, when she was put under house arrest by Tianlong and Yang Ming rescued her, he was busy with the company's affairs, so he didn't think of this. But now that Yang Ming mentioned it, Xianxia recalled the details at that time. At that time, Yang Ming used a master key and a set of unknown tools to open the door lock of the private room where the criminals were hiding. Then, he didn't open the door at all. Instead, he fired a shot directly at the door panel and hit Old San's right leg. This couldn't be an accidental phenomenon. No one had such accuracy. Xianxia didn't believe that Yang Ming was lucky. If he hurt the hostages, it wouldn't be a joke. Well, even if this time Yang Ming took a risk, then Yang Ming's second shot was really incredible. He fired a second shot at the bathroom door and directly hit the boss inside. Not only was the boss and Old San inexplicable, but Xianxia also felt that it was incredible that Yang Ming could shoot with the door closed. Could it be that Yang Ming had X-ray vision? Xianxia thought of the details at that time. At this moment, her face showed a puzzled expression. It's really strange. How did you do it? How did I do it? Yang Ming smiled. You are so smart. Haven't you association anything yet? Xianxia saw that Yang Ming was being mysterious, so she couldn't help but frown. She pondered and carefully tasted Yang Ming's words. Previously, Yang Ming could actually say the color of her underwear and the color of her toe polish. When she thought of the previous incident in the hotel, then the answer was obvious. Xianxia wasn't a fool. With such an obvious connection, if she couldn't guess it, then she wasn't Xianxia. You have X-ray vision? Although Xianxia guessed it, she wasn't sure. After all, this was too weird. Normal people couldn't accept it. Yang Ming actually had a special ability? Almost. When Yang Ming saw that Xianxia had guessed it, he didn't deny it and nodded. You are smart. You got it right away. Nonsense, do you think I'm a fool? Xianxia glared at Yang Ming and then ignored him. She closed her eyes and thought about it. After a while, she opened her eyes and looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. Really? You're not playing with me, are you? Do you think I still need to trick you now? Yang Ming shrugged and explained, it is also because of our current relationship. I feel that there is no need to hide these things from you, so I told you. Sister Xiaoqing already knew this before. If you don't believe me, you can ask her when you go back. Sun Jia looked at Yang Ming and didn't speak. She seemed to be digesting this somewhat incomprehensible news. Yang Ming has X-ray vision. Then, wouldn't he be able to see through me easily in the past? Sun Jia shook her head. How could I have this idea? The key point of the problem now was that Yang Ming actually had X-ray vision. This ability was not trivial. If it was used well, it could instantly amass hundreds of millions of wealth, but it could also do some bad things. What the hell is going on? After a while, Sun Jia asked, you tell me in detail. Do you have X-ray vision or not? X-ray vision is certain. I have already proven it to you before. Yang Ming said, even if I turn my head or close my eyes, I can see things in all directions. This is why I could still drive when I saw you before. Sun Jia nodded and didn't speak. What Yang Ming told her was too shocking. Even if Sun Jia's psychological quality was very good, it was difficult to digest at this moment. Sun Jia took a deep breath. If Yang Ming's X-ray vision ability was shocking enough, then the ability to see in all directions with his eyes closed was just like the Terminators in the movies. Why didn't you tell me before? Although Sun Jia was now shocked, she didn't doubt Yang Ming's words. After all, the facts were in front of her. There was no other reason to explain these incredible things except X-ray vision. You were wavering before, and you didn't say that you wanted to be my girlfriend. How would I dare to tell you? Yang Ming bared his teeth at Sun Jia. If I told you in advance, you wouldn't have a choice. If you don't want to be my girlfriend, I can only kill you. Then, I can't go back on my words now? Sun Jia asked with a smile after listening. What do you think? Yang Ming said, if you want to go back on your words, I will put you under house arrest again. You dare? Sun Jia said, aren't you too overbearing? However, Sun Jia liked Yang Ming's overbearing feeling. She was already overbearing enough. She didn't want her boyfriend to be weaker than her. She didn't want him to be as submissive as Wu Yunxing without any manliness. Looking at you, I don't have a chance to fulfill it. Yang Ming naturally understood Sun Jia. As long as she decided on something, she wouldn't change it. Therefore, this was also the reason why Yang Ming could confide in her boldly. He wasn't afraid that Sun Jia would betray him. Sun Jia would be a big help to him if he was with her. Therefore, Yang Ming told her everything. In this way, Yang Ming could discuss anything with her. You are quite competent. Sun Jia sighed. But you are right. I won't break up with you, but I will let you break up with your other girlfriends. I want to monopolize you. No way. Yang Ming smiled awkwardly. He felt that Sun Jia's tone didn't seem to be joking. It seemed that she really wanted to do this. He felt a little guilty and didn't dare to continue. Why? Are you afraid? Asked Sun Jia. From her expression, he couldn't see what she was thinking at the moment. What is there to be afraid of? I don't think anyone can influence my decision. You can't either. Yang Ming looked at Sun Jia and said firmly. Oh? Sun Jia didn't directly answer Yang Ming's words. Instead, she blinked at Yang Ming. I know that no one can change the things you have decided on. Then why did you say it? Yang Ming looked at Sun Jia strangely. Since you know me, you should know that I won't do that. Of course, you won't, but I will persuade them to leave you. Sun Jia looked at Yang Ming with a smile and said word by word, I will explain the stakes to them and let them pursue their own happiness. Do whatever you want. Yang Ming's voice was a little cold. He didn't expect Sun Jia to do this. This made Yang Ming feel a little uncomfortable, but he endured it and didn't say anything. I was just joking with you. Are you serious? Sun Jia felt that she seemed to be a little overboard. Even if she really thought so, she couldn't say it in front of Yang Ming. What's more, it was even more difficult to do what she said. Would Chen Mengyan or Xiaoqing leave? Obviously, it was possible to imagine it, but it was almost impossible to implement it. Xianxia was just joking. In fact, she didn't intend to do it. I was joking. Yang Ming also felt that he was too serious. He smiled. If Chen Mingyan could be driven away by Sun Jia, then she wouldn't be Chen Mingyan. Although she didn't look like a strong woman like Sun Jia, when she was tough, she wasn't worse than Sun Jia. She even dared to scold Jiaoying. Sun Jia would definitely embarrass Chen Mingyan. No, I just don't like to hear such words. Yang Ming shook his head. But it's a headache to expect you to get along well with each other. As long as you don't fight to the death and create trouble for me, it's fine. Sun Jia saw that Yang Ming's mood wasn't very good, so she didn't continue to talk about it. In general, Yang Ming was cheerful and didn't care about her jokes. However, he showed a big reaction just now. It seemed that Yang Ming was very taboo about this topic. Then let's talk about your special ability. Can you see through things since you were a child? Sun Jia took the initiative to change the topic. The previous topic was a bit boring, and she didn't want to mention it again. Of course not. Yang Ming shook his head. I also got this ability by chance last year. It was probably not long before I met you. Then, have you ever peeked at me before? Sun Jia calculated that it wasn't long ago, less than a year ago. Do I still need to peek? Yang Ming smiled and looked at Sun Jia. I saw everything on the first day I met you, right? You're lucky. Sun Jia remembered the previous things and felt that it was a bit strange. On the first day she met Yang Ming, she had a relationship with him by accident. It seemed that she was the one who initiated it. I still have to thank my sister. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't know you. Yang Ming thought of Yang Li. He didn't know how she was now. She should have returned to school a few days ago. After that meal, I haven't seen her. I haven't seen Lu Liang and Zhang Xiaodan. I don't know how Yang Li made friends with those kinds of people. They are too uncultured. Sun Jia thought of what Lu Liang said before the meal. For the matter of Lu Liang and Zhang Xiaodan, see chapter 1074, the unexpected change of the party. Now it seems that they are just strangers. It's not worthwhile to be angry with them. Yang Ming waved his hand. They should have left together, right? Yang Ming didn't guess wrong. Not long ago, Yang Li and Zhang Xiaodan returned to school, and Lu Liang followed them. After returning, Yang Li advised Zhang Xiaodan to break up with Lu Liang, but Zhang Xiaodan was somewhat reluctant because she remembered her relationship with Lu Liang for more than a year. However, Lu Liang's conduct was really not good. Zhang Xiaodan also saw it. Even if they didn't break up now, her parents wouldn't agree when she brought him home. Sooner or later, they would break up. It was better to have a short pain than a long pain. Therefore, under Yang Li's persuasion, she broke up with Lu Liang. Lu Liang naturally wouldn't agree. He looked for Zhang Xiaodan a few times. At first, Zhang Xiaodan could patiently listen to him and reason with him. However, Lu Liang seemed to be stubborn. She said many things to him, but he just couldn't understand. Previously, Zhang Xiaodan had some feelings and sympathy for him, but later, it was only disgust and disgust. She felt that Lu Liang wasn't a man at all. Every time he came to her, other than begging her not to break up with him and to give him another chance, he didn't say anything else. He never recognized his shortcomings and mistakes. Whatever Zhang Xiaodan said, he always had a reason to refute. If this could make Zhang Xiaodan change her mind, it was simply impossible. Therefore, the final scene of the two people breaking up had happened. Lu Liang, as usual, asked Zhang Xiaodan out. Lu Liang, what else do you have to say? In the first few days, Zhang Xiaodan could still patiently keep the appointment. However, these days, Lu Liang and she talked about the same thing every day. The meaning was the same, so Zhang Xiaodan was somewhat impatient. Xiaodan, give me another chance. I know you still love me. Don't you love me anymore? Lu Liang was still very infatuated with Zhang Xiaodan, but this kind of infatuation was close to a kind of perversion. He couldn't even accept Zhang Xiaodan talking and shaking hands with other boys. His possessiveness had reached an extreme level. Lu Liang, don't always think that you are infallible. I have already said that I am tired of you. Zhang Xiaodan was disappointed with Lu Liang. She decided to completely lay her cards on the table this time and break up with him. Every time you come to me, you never recognize your shortcomings. Instead, you always want me to give you a chance. When did you recognize your mistakes? Yang Li is right. You are an egomaniac. You have no manners. If I take you out, I will offend people. Don't come to me again in the future. Xiaodan. Looking at Zhang Xiaodan, who turned around and strode away, Lu Liang's heart was broken. He couldn't accept this fact. He thought that since he and Zhang Xiaodan had such a long relationship, it would be fine if he talked to her nicely. However, he didn't expect Zhang Xiaodan to completely break up with him. It must be Yang Li, that bitch, who interfered. A huge hatred took root and sprouted in his heart. I just heard Zhang Xiaodan mention Yang Li. Yes, it must be Yang Li. Yang Li and Zhang Xiaodan lived in the same dormitory. It must be Yang Li who said something to Zhang Xiaodan that caused Zhang Xiaodan to break up with me. At that time I offended Yang Li's brother at the party. Yang Li would definitely hold a grudge. After returning to school, she began to destroy the good things between me and Zhang Xiaodan. Lu Liang's heart ignited a flame of anger. He wanted revenge. He would never let Yang Li go easily. Of course, Yang Ming still didn't know that at that banquet, such a contradiction was caused by a small conflict. It also brought a lot of trouble to Yang Li. At this moment, Yang Ming and Sun Jia were on their way back to Songjiang. At the same time, in Mount Jing, the news that Sui's group's chairman, Sui Yuejin, was shot to death in the group building was also announced. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden. They could only solve the case as soon as possible. The pressure of the Mount Jing police was still very great. All the people on duty in the group that night were killed. No one was left alive. Most of these people were killed with one shot. This showed that the villain was ruthless and experienced. He was a veteran who was proficient in assassination. He was definitely not a novice. Moreover, the villain was very careful. He removed the hard disk and the surveillance video recorder. Inside the building, even the hard disk of the backup data machine was removed. This also showed that the villain was a professional level assassin. He was very proficient in anti-reconnaissance and did not leave any clues. This made it difficult for the police to solve the case. There were no witnesses and no surveillance video. They could only start with Sui Yuejin's enemies. However, Sui Yuejin was a businessman. He usually offended a lot of people. As long as there was business, there would be disputes. If they wanted to investigate from this, they couldn't find clues in a short time. In a private villa in Mount Jing, the behind-the-scenes boss and Huang Yukai sat on the sofa, watching the TV news report on the progress of Sui Yuejin's murder case. It's time to do it. The momentum outside is almost there. Now the police have no clues in their hands. As long as we release this videotape, even if Yang Ming doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. Huang Yukai snorted coldly. On your side, is the editing of the videotape done? Don't worry. My subordinates are all professionals. It is naturally not a problem to do this. The behind-the-scenes boss nodded. The tape is done. We can watch it first. Huang Yukai nodded. He took the videotape from the behind-the-scenes boss and put it into the video recorder. It seemed that the behind-the-scenes boss's subordinates were really talented. The editing of this tape was seamless. Even the Hollywood production staff was just like this. Not only was the timing on the videotape very good, but the connection of the characters was also very natural. No one could find any problems. I didn't expect it to be done so well. Huang Yukai sighed. I thought the police would find flaws. After all, the technical people in the police force are not easy to fool. I asked a friend to do this. His company does editing for Hollywood. The behind-the-scenes boss said very plainly. Huang Yukai didn't expect that it was really a tape for a Hollywood production company. He couldn't help but admire the behind-the-scenes boss even more, but he also doubted why he wanted to deal with Yang Ming. It seemed that the behind-the-scenes boss was very powerful. Not only was the wealth in his hands amazing, but he also seemed to have friends all over the world. With his current power, he still wanted to deal with Yang Ming. This was really incredible. Not to mention others, just his sister, Alice. Huang Yukai checked on the internet afterward, and he was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. One of the most powerful women in the European upper-class society was also the youngest and the most mysterious. Her social circle was so wide that it was amazing. The people invited to the party held on the Alice were celebrities from all over the world. These people were still flocking to it. It could be seen how great Alice's power was. The wealth that Alice alone had was innumerable. It was imaginable how much wealth the behind-the-scenes boss had. Such a powerful person came to Songjiang and was willing to be an undercover by Yang Ming's side to seduce Yang Ming. This made Huang Yukai even more puzzled. However, he was also more proud of his original choice. It seemed that the cooperation with the behind-the-scenes boss was his wisest choice. If such a powerful person like the behind-the-scenes boss couldn't achieve his goal, then no one else could help him. So, in the early hours of the morning, a cleaner in Mount Jing found a black plastic bag on the side of the road when he was cleaning the street. It seemed that someone had lost it because the handle of the plastic bag was broken. It must have been accidentally dropped on the ground. Cleaning the road would often pick up some valuable things. Oldley had already found out the experience. Especially in the early morning shift, he could pick up the most things. Although it was tiring to get up early, Oldley still insisted on working the morning shift. For decades, even if his wife didn't have a job, he still relied on cleaning and tidying to feed his family. Among them, there was this secret manual of picking up things that wasn't passed on. The road was dark at night, and there were more people drinking. The probability of losing things on the road was higher, especially when it was hard to see clearly, so the possibility of being picked up by others was relatively low. Unlike during the day, if something fell, the passers-by and the scavengers would pick it up without waiting for you to take action. Oldley saw the black plastic bag on the side of the road and was a little excited. What would be inside? A bag of banknotes? However, Oldley shook his head. Banknotes should not be wrapped in this broken plastic bag. What would it be? Oldley looked around and found that no one was around. He quickly picked up the black plastic bag and opened it, but he found that it was a videotape. In this era, videotapes were already very rare. Oldley took out the videotape and carefully looked back and forth, but he found that there was no label on the videotape. He didn't know what kind of tape it was. Thinking of this door that was popular on the internet recently, Oldley's heart tightened. Could this be a door that someone knocked on and intended to blackmail others? Thinking of this, Oldley's heart thumped. Could it be that there was a video of passion inside? Thinking of this, Oldley felt that it was very possible. He hid the videotape close to his body. He planned to go to Old Wang's house next door to enjoy it together after work. Old Wang lost his wife in his middle age. His children were already married. He was the only one in the family, so it was just right for him to watch this kind of video. So after Oldley got off work, he bought half a caddy of pig head meat and a bottle of Red Star Erguo and ran to Old Wang's house. He was going to enjoy it together. Old Wang was watching the morning news at home when Oldley pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the wine and meat in Oldley's hands, he wondered, "I say, Oldley, why did you bring wine and meat here so early in the morning?" Hee hee. Oldley smiled mysteriously and put the meat on the table. Then, he took out the videotape from his pocket and said, "Look, what is this?" Videotape? Old Wang was stunned, then he saw Oldley's mysterious smile. He was shocked and said, "It can't be that kind of belt, right?" Hee hee, what do you think? Oldley had already determined in his heart that this videotape was some kind of erotic film. No wonder you came here so early in the morning. I thought you had something urgent. It turns out you were in a hurry for sex. Old Wang laughed. I'm horny? It's as if you're not in a hurry. Oldley curled his lips. He picked up the videotape and was about to put it into the recorder, but Old Wang stopped him. Wait a minute, look at this news first. It's talking about a murder case in our Mount Jing city. Old Wang pointed to the TV screen and said, "Hey, the victim, Sui Weijin, is the boss of the Sui's group. He was shot to death. You see, how tragic. No one in the building survived. Sui Weijin, isn't he a celebrity in our city?" Although Oldley was just a cleaner, he also knew about Sui Weijin. Especially the Swayze Group's building, which was near the street that he cleaned, he naturally paid more attention. Yeah, he was killed by someone. I don't know who he offended, but he was actually shot to death. The other people in his group were also killed together with him, including the security guard and secretary. Geezer Wang pointed at the TV screen and said, "Look, their family members are so rich. They offered a reward of 500,000 yuan to anyone who provides clues." I say, Geezer Lee, aren't you sweeping the streets over there? Did you see anything unusual in the early morning? I didn't pay attention. When Old Lee heard that the reward was 500,000 yuan, he regretted it. If I knew earlier, I would have stared at the entrance of the building. Now, it's useless. We don't have that kind of life. We just need to drink some erguo too and eat some pig head meat. That 500,000 yuan, I don't even dare to think about it. AI, yeah, but my children are married. You still have a son who is studying. Your life is tight enough. Old Wang sighed. You missed an opportunity to make a fortune. If I really got 500,000 yuan, I would give you 200,000 yuan directly without saying anything. Old Lee sighed and said, I have been borrowing money from you for many years, and you have helped me a lot. Unfortunately, you don't have that kind of life. After watching the news, the two people commented for a while and put the matter of Sui Huijin being shot to the back of their minds. Old Lee stuffed the videotape into the video recorder, then switched the TV to the video recorders. Picture and pressed the play button. Old Wang had already poured the wine and cut the pig head meat on the table. The two people were ready to enjoy the movie while eating and drinking. What is this place? Old Wang looked up and saw the content on the TV screen. It seemed to be a corridor of some unit. Old Lee sat back on the sofa and looked at the TV screen. Sure enough, he saw a picture of a corridor. It seemed to be a company or an office. Maybe it's a secret shot? Isn't it popular to take secret shots now? This door and that door. Old Lee explained, you will know if you continue to watch. Old Wang nodded and ate a mouthful of pig head meat. He continued to watch. Not long after, Yang Ming appeared on the screen. Ah, I remember where this is. This is inside the Swayze Group building. Old Lee slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I know. I cleaned up the trash for them. I went in. This is inside the Swayze Group. Old Wang just watched the news report. The report also showed some shots of the interior of the Swayze Group building. After being reminded by Old Lee, he immediately said, yes, it is indeed. I just saw the news. It's this building. Aya, look at the time written on it. Isn't it the day of the crime? Old Lee also widened his eyes. Sure enough, the time on the screen showed the day of the crime. Moreover, it was the night of the crime. Then, isn't this videotape the most crucial evidence that the police are looking for? The young man on the screen is probably the person who killed that night, right? Thinking of this, Old Lee couldn't help but be excited. I can actually pick up such an important tape while sweeping the street. This must be the criminal who took away the criminal evidence and accidentally lost it again. Old Wang, this time we are going to be rich. This videotape must be what the police are looking for. We are going to have 500,000 yuan soon. Old Lee shouted excitedly. Old Wang also widened his eyes in surprise. Old man, this time you are really going to be rich. You don't have to worry about your son's college tuition anymore. I said that I will give you 200,000 yuan. I will do what I say. What's more, if it weren't for the news you just told me, I would have thrown this tape away as garbage after seeing it myself. I wouldn't have gotten this money. Old Lee said quickly. You don't need to. How about this? When you get the money, just treat me to pig head meat and sorghum liquor every day. Old Wang saw that Old Lee insisted, so he said it. How much money can that be? It doesn't cost much in a year. Old Lee waved his hand again and again. Okay, don't argue. This is a big deal. Let's contact the police first. It's a matter of life and death. We can't always think about the bonus, said Old Wang. That's true. I will call now. Old Lee nodded and picked up the phone on the table. Hello, is this the Mount Jing police station? I am looking for Police Officer Zhang, who is in charge of Sui Yuejin's case mentioned in the news broadcast. After a while, Oldly heard a middle-aged man's voice on the phone. Hello, I am Police Officer Zhang. Do you have any clues? Yes, I am a sanitation worker. When I was cleaning the road on West Avenue this morning, I found a black plastic tape. After opening it, I found a videotape inside. Oldly said, I went home and put the videotape into the video recorder. I was shocked. It was actually the surveillance video of the Suez Group building at the time of the crime. Oldly finished in one breath and breathed a sigh of relief. When Police Officer Zhang heard that a sanitation worker had picked up such an important clue, his expression immediately became serious. You mean, what you picked up is the surveillance video of the Suez Group on the night of the crime? Yes, there is also a young man in the video who went to the Suez Group. Oldly said, do you want this clue? Can you come to the police station now? Forget it. I will go over. Police Officer Zhang was afraid that Oldly would have an accident on the way and lose the evidence. The clues that were hard to come by would be broken, so he said, where are you now? I am. Wait, if I provide this clue, will there be a reward of 500,000 yuan? Asked Oldly, of course. If it is confirmed that the video in your hand is indeed the surveillance video of the Suez Group building that night, the family will fulfill their promise. After the case is solved, we will also give you a corresponding additional reward, said Police Officer Zhang. That's great. I am in the Nanwan community, Building 3, Unit 2, 101. Come over quickly, said Oldly. After hanging up the phone, Oldly said excitedly, 500,000 yuan. I heard that there are additional rewards. This time, I am really rich. Old Wang was also very happy. He didn't expect that Oldly, who had cleaned the streets for most of his life, could finally get such an unexpected fortune. Police Officer Zhang was under a lot of pressure these days. Sui Yuejin was a social celebrity in Mount Jing. The group involved all walks of life, so whether it was the pressure from the city leaders or the pressure from his family, it made him breathless. When he suddenly received this call today, Police Officer Zhang was excited. He didn't dare to neglect, so he quickly called his assistant and rushed to the Nanwan community. Captain Zhang, do you think that we are happy for nothing? Asked the assistant, Xiao Tang, while driving. It shouldn't be. I heard that the sanitation worker was very conclusive. He should have seen such a videotape. As for whether it was from the Suez Group on the day of the incident, it still needs to be identified technically. Xiao Tang nodded. This case is really stressful. Many people are watching. I really hope to solve the case as soon as possible. Captain Zhang nodded. He was the captain of the criminal investigation team of the Mount Jing police station. The pressure on him could be imagined. He hoped that the clue this time was true and could help solve the case. The car was parked downstairs in the Nanwan community. Captain Zhang took Xiao Tang to the address mentioned by Oldly when he reported the case. He knocked on the door, and soon, the door was opened. Oldly was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He waited at the door. When he saw a police car parked nearby, he opened the door first. You are Police Officer Zhang, right? Please come in, said Oldly quickly. Captain Zhang nodded and said, I am Police Officer Zhang. This is my assistant, Police Officer Tang. Are you Li Dashi? Oldly nodded quickly. Yes, it's me. I called the police. You came really fast. Captain Zhang confirmed the identity of Oldly and entered the house. Old Wang was ready and pressed the play button of the videotape directly. Captain Zhang originally wanted to take a closer look at the videotape after going back, but since Old Wang had already played it, it wasn't too late to go back after watching it. With Captain Zhang's many years of eyesight, he saw that the video should be real at a glance. Especially when he saw the time displayed on the electronic clock inside the Suez Group building, he was even more convinced. He couldn't help but be a little excited. It seems that the case is settled. After making a statement for Oldly, Captain Zhang and Little Tang took the videotape and promised that he would redeem part of the family's reward as soon as possible. Of course, all of this was a trap and strategy set by the behind-the-scenes boss and Huang Yukai. If this videotape was directly sent to the Mount Jing police station anonymously, it might have the opposite effect. the police would definitely have doubts about who sent this videotape. In that case, the effect would not be as shocking as this accidental acquisition. The reason why it was necessary to copy it into the videotape instead of continuing to store it in the hard drive was that most people might not look at the contents of the hard drive when they picked it up. It was more likely that they would directly sell it or format it to continue using it. Moreover, not everyone knew how to connect the hard drive to the computer. It might be a waste of effort. It was better to make a more popular videotape. Most people would definitely be curious about the contents after picking it up. Even if they didn't have a videotape at home, they would play it at their relatives' and friends' houses. Recently, Sui Yuejin's case had become very big. Most people believed that as long as they watched this videotape, they would definitely association to call the police. In fact, Huang Youcai's method was not wrong. Sure enough, after Oldly picked up the videotape and watched it, he went to the police. This videotape fell into the hands of the police. Captain Zhang, isn't the surveillance data lost in the Suez group? Building a hard drive? How could it be copied into a videotape? On the way, Little Tang asked with some doubts. I am also a bit puzzled. The source of this videotape is very strange. That Li Dashi should have no problem. I have seen his work permit. I have also confirmed with the sanitation department in the bureau. He is indeed a cleaner in the section near the Suez group. Captain Zhang said, who threw this videotape on the side of the road? Whether it was intentional or unintentional, we need to have a meeting to discuss it. As for the authenticity of the videotape, we still need to do a forensic technical identification. It can't be seen with the naked eye. Little Tang nodded. It seemed that the case was not very simple. It was not easy to solve the case. Even if there was this videotape, it did not mean that this videotape was real. Back at the police station, Captain Zhang was not idle. After reporting the current situation to the bureau chief, he made a few copies of the videotape and sent them to the professional technicians for forensic identification to determine whether the images on the videotape had been modified and edited. Captain Zhang himself went to the Suez group with Little Tang. They were going to investigate whether the perpetual calendar in the Suez group corridor had been touched. If there were no traces of tampering, it at least showed that this video did indeed happen on the night of the crime. In the past few days, Captain Zhang and Little Tang had been frequent visitors to the Suez group. The two people easily entered the group and came to the place where the perpetual calendar was in the video. Little Tang, you go and find a ladder. I will go up and take a look. Captain Zhang instructed Little Tang. This perpetual calendar was relatively high up. If one wanted to adjust the time, they must use external tools such as a ladder to achieve it. Therefore, it was still somewhat difficult for counterfeiting. It didn't take long for the ladder to be brought over. Captain Zhang went up the ladder and carefully checked the surroundings of the perpetual calendar. Because the perpetual calendar was relatively high up, it had naturally accumulated a thick layer of dust after being hung for a long time. It could not be cleaned usually, so the adjustment buttons were also full of dust. Captain Zhang shook his head. There were no traces of tampering on the dust, at least it looked like this with the naked eye. In other words, the perpetual calendar time shown on the videotape should be the real time at that time. This perpetual calendar should not have been tampered with for a long time. This dust could not be faked. It was formed over a long time and it was different from man-made. However, he didn't know if there was a master of counterfeiting, so Captain Zhang decided to let someone do another appraisal. He ordered Little Tang to set up a cordon around the perpetual calendar to prevent unrelated people from approaching. Then, he rushed back to the police station with Little Tang. This videotape was originally recorded by switching between multiple sets of shots, so it was even more difficult to determine whether it had been edited. They could only compare the sequence of shots set up in the Suez group's monitoring video equipment to see if the images of this videotape could match one by one. However, this videotape was re-edited by a professional by the behind-the-scenes boss. The scenes that couldn't be seen by the police in the middle were replaced with the same shot at a similar time period. Therefore, the final result of the identification was basically consistent. There was no modification in the video, but only a time-lapse edit, so even a professional couldn't determine whether this videotape had been edited. But the only thing that was certain was that Yang Ming was absolutely related to this case. In the picture where Yang Ming appeared, his head happened to be the perpetual calendar in the Sway's group corridor. The time and date displayed on it were before and after the incident. The perpetual calendar was also identified by the technicians. The dust on it was naturally formed, and there were no traces of artificial falsification. This showed that the time of the perpetual calendar was accurate, and no one had tampered with it. In this way, Yang Ming became the biggest suspect. Captain Zhang had already found someone to pull out Yang Ming's file and found a full set of information on Yang Ming. Captain Zhang? This person is a freshman at Songjiang Industry University. How can he go to Mount Jing to kill people? Xiaotang didn't understand because Yang Ming's file clearly stated this. Captain Zhang shook his head. He also didn't understand, but there were too many things in the world without a reason. In the past few years as a criminal police officer, he had seen a lot of such things. Some people who seemed very unlikely to become murderers became murderers. However, what caught Captain Zhang's attention was that Yang Ming and Sui Yuejin's son, Sui Guangqi, were junior high school classmates. Was there any connection between them? In any case, he must first control Yang Ming and bring him back for investigation. Regardless of whether Yang Ming killed people or not, he was likely to be a suspect just because he appeared at the crime scene that night. In the suburban villa of the behind-the-scenes boss, Huang Yukai received the latest news from his men and walked proudly to the behind-the-scenes boss room. Boss. Huang Yukai pushed the door and walked in. The behind-the-scenes boss was lying on the sofa and resting with his eyes closed. Now Huang Yukai was more willing to call him boss. After he saw the tip of the iceberg of the behind-the-scenes boss' strength gradually revealed, he now admired him from the bottom of his heart. In the past, it was just a cooperative relationship, so calling him boss was just a respectful title. Oh? Is there any news? When the behind-the-scenes boss saw Huang Yukai come in, he glanced at him and continued to close his eyes to rest. The underling who was sent to follow saw that the videotape was picked up by a cleaner and then brought back home. What's funny is that this guy actually regarded the tape as a sex video. He even bought a bottle of wine and half a pound of pig head meat and went to his neighbor's house, intending to watch it together. Huang Yukai couldn't help but laugh as he said this. However, it didn't take long for a police car to come. One of them was the captain of the criminal investigation team of the Mount Jing police station who was in charge of Sui Yuejin's case. It seems that they came for the videotape. Although this tape isn't enough to take Yang Ming's life, as long as he enters the detention center, he won't be able to come out. Have you bribed your people? The behind-the-scenes boss asked. Don't worry. Huang Yukai patted his chest and promised, the prison bully in the detention center is my former sworn brother. When he enters the detention center, it's like entering his own house. He will stay there for a period of time every few days. The people inside are familiar with each other. When it's time to eat, let him do something. Poison Yang Ming and directly poison him to death. After knowing that Yang Ming's skills were good, Huang Yukai also changed his mind. If there was a gang fight and they couldn't beat Yang Ming to death, then it wouldn't be good to continue to implement other plans. It was better to start from the aspect of poisoning and let people poison Yang Ming to death. That's good. Only when he is least prepared can we win by surprise. Yang Ming shouldn't think so much in the detention center. The behind-the-scenes boss nodded. But don't have too much hope. Yang Ming, this kid, is very smart. The behind-the-scenes boss now saw that Yang Ming wasn't so easy to deal with. There was a good saying that it was really raising a tiger to invite calamity. If he started with him earlier, maybe it wouldn't be so difficult, but now Yang Ming's wings were full. If he wanted to move him again, it was even more difficult. However, things were unpredictable. Who would have thought that Yang Ming would become an obstacle on his way forward? I understand. I will let that guy be careful. Huang Yukai nodded and said. He hated Yang Ming. Naturally, he also wanted to kill Yang Ming quickly. At the same time, Captain Zhang and Xiaotang had already acted. Are we going to inform the Songjiang police? Xiaotang asked with some doubts. They came to Songjiang to arrest people. It was reasonable to inform the Songjiang police. Captain Zhang shook his head. Yang Ming's information is very complicated. His father is the chairman of the Mingyang Heavy Industry Group. He has some roots in the province. I am afraid that if we inform the Songjiang police in advance, someone will tip us off. Xiao Tang was stunned and immediately understood the meaning of Captain Zhang. Even if it wasn't intentional, this kind of person with a deep background in the local area, who inadvertently revealed it, it was likely to cause Yang Ming to escape in advance. Yang Ming has such a prominent family background. Why would he go to kill people? Xiao Tang was a bit puzzled. This thing is hard to say. Whether the person was killed by Yang Ming or not, we need to investigate to know. But now it seems that the suspicion is more serious. Captain Zhang was also at his wits' end. Yang Ming's life experience was destined to make them cautious when handling cases, and they didn't dare to arrest him easily. He believed that if Yang Ming's father, Yang Dehai, said a word, there would be countless pressure on Captain Zhang. Mount Jing applied for a municipality. Although the province agreed, the country had not yet approved. Now Mount Jing was still under the leadership of the province. That was to say, as long as Yang Dehai pressured from the top, Captain Zhang's case would not be investigated. Therefore, he could only control Yang Ming with lightning speed and hope that there would be progress under the surprise interrogation. Hey! Is that Yang Ming's car in front? Xiao Tang's eyes were sharp. He saw the license plate of a BMW X5 waiting in line at the exit of the Songjiang Expressway toll booth. Captain Zhang quickly looked over after listening. Sure enough, it was the BMW X5 off-road vehicle with the license plate number SONG-B88B88 shown in the information. This brand was easier to recognize, and it left a deep impression. With the strength of Yang Ming's father, Yang Dehai, it should not be difficult to get such a license plate. For these rich kids, Captain Zhang's impression was not very good. Driving a BMW with such a license plate was somewhat ostentatious. Follow up. Captain Zhang instructed Xiao Tang. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain after getting off the highway and entering Songjiang's Ring Highway. He originally thought that he had to wait at Yang Ming's door. Captain Zhang didn't want to alert the enemy. Yang Ming's father, Yang Ming, had too much influence in Songjiang. If he publicly contacted Yang Ming, it was likely that various parties would intervene. Therefore, Captain Zhang could only make a move in the dark. He first controlled Yang Ming and interrogated Yang Ming. If there was really a problem, even if someone intervened, it would not help. Now, he could actually meet Yang Ming here. If the person sitting in the car in front was really Yang Ming, then all the problems were solved. Yang Ming had several residences. Maybe he would live on campus, so it was still difficult to find Yang Ming. Xiao Tang sped up and turned on the police lights in the car. He overtook Yang Ming's car and stopped in front of him. Yang Ming frowned. He didn't expect that there would be a police car in front of him. Yang Ming was waiting to pass the toll booth, so the car was parked. The police car came over and blocked Yang Ming's road. Before Yang Ming got off, the door of the police car opened. Captain Zhang and Xiao Tang jumped down and knocked on Yang Ming's window. Yang Ming opened the window. What's the matter? Seeing that Yang Ming was sitting in the driver's seat, Captain Zhang and Xiao Tang looked at each other and nodded. This operation was unexpectedly smooth. They met Yang Ming here, so they didn't have to go to Songjiang. We are from the Mount Jing police station. Captain Zhang showed his police ID and showed it to Yang Ming. I now suspect that you are related to a murder case. Please come back with us for investigation. Murder case? Yang Ming was stunned and blurted out, Sui Yuejin's case? Since these two came from Mount Jing, then Yang Ming could only think of Sui Yuejin's case in Mount Jing a few days ago. Captain Zhang was stunned. If Yang Ming could talk about this case, it proved that he knew this case very well. However, listening to Yang Ming's tone, he didn't seem to be secretive. Instead, it seemed very normal. This made Captain Zhang's heart sink. Intuitively, he could tell that Yang Ming didn't seem to have any connection with this case. However, intuition was unreliable. If intuition was reliable, then solving the case wouldn't be so complicated and difficult. Yes. Please come with us, Captain Zhang said. You suspect that I did it? Yang Ming looked at Captain Zhang's expression and thought, I guess Captain Zhang is treating me as a suspect because I did go to the crime scene at that time, or maybe I was seen by someone. Captain Zhang didn't speak, but from his expression, he also acquiesced to Yang Ming's statement. He did suspect that Yang Ming was a suspect. If I said that it wasn't me, would you believe it? Yang Ming shrugged. I'm in a hurry to go back to school. Can I not go with you? Now, we are just asking you to assist in the investigation. Don't wait for the arrest warrant. We will trouble you again. Xiao Tang was a little impatient. When he heard that Yang Ming was still bargaining, he was a little anxious. Your attitude is quite impatient, huh? Yang Ming glanced at Xiao Tang and smiled. Captain Zhang knew that Yang Ming's family background wasn't ordinary. He waved his hand to Xiao Tang and motioned him not to speak first. We just want to understand the situation, so please cooperate. Well, where is it? Just here, right? I will talk in your car. Yang Ming finished and got out of the car. Xiao Tang looked at Yang Ming with vigilance, fearing that he would run away. Captain Zhang wasn't afraid that Yang Ming would run away. Where could he run to here? Moreover, if he didn't drive and ran directly with his legs, wouldn't that be stupid? However, Captain Zhang felt that Yang Ming didn't seem to understand the situation. Now, they weren't looking for him to talk, but they were asking him to go back for investigation. Mr. Yang, we are asking you to go back to the Mount Jing police station for investigation. We can't finish it here in a few words. You come with us. Let the lady in the car drive your car away or park it here first. I will send a police officer to help you drive back, said Captain Zhang. She can drive, but I believe we can finish it in a few words. As Yang Ming spoke, he walked to Captain Zhang's police car. However, halfway through, he turned around and said to Captain Zhang, Police Officer Zhang, can you talk to me alone in the car first? Yang Ming had seen the police ranks of Captain Zhang and Xiao Tang from their police officer ID cards. Captain Zhang should be a person in charge, and Xiao Tang was an ordinary police officer. Therefore, Yang Ming had something to say to Captain Zhang. After all, his identity was there. And? Captain Zhang was stunned. He didn't know what Yang Ming meant, but he still nodded. Well, Xiao Tang, you wait outside. I will talk to Mr. Yang first. Xiao Tang naturally nodded obediently, but he also stood vigilantly beside the car, fearing that Yang Ming would play some tricks. Captain Zhang and Yang Ming got into the car together. Yang Ming didn't say much. He took out an ID card from his pocket and stuffed it into Captain Zhang's hand. Because the light in the car was dim, Captain Zhang didn't see it clearly. He thought that Yang Ming wanted to bribe him with money, so he waved his hand and said, Don't play this trick. I won't accept your things. This is not for you. It's just for you to take a look. Yang Ming said with a smile. Oh? Captain Zhang picked up the thing that Yang Ming stuffed into him with some doubts. He turned on the reading light in the car and opened the small book that Yang Ming handed to him. His face suddenly changed. He was the captain of the Mount Jing Criminal Investigation Team. Naturally, he knew about the Supernatural Investigation Bureau that Yang Ming belonged to. It was specifically responsible for the handling and investigation of some strange events. It belonged to a very special institutional department. It belonged to the army, but it was not under military control. It also cooperated with the local police station, so it could be said to be a very detached department. The police only had the right to assist in the case, but they had no right to participate in the investigation. Therefore, Captain Zhang's face suddenly became weird. However, Yang Ming's ID card had been checked by several anti-counterfeiting devices. It was certain that Yang Ming's ID card was real. Moreover, no one knew about the existence of this kind of ID card. It was impossible to fake or forge it. Faking this kind of rare ID card was not as good as forging other documents. Mr. Yang, I'm sorry. It seems that we made a mistake. Captain Zhang could no longer regard Yang Ming as a murder suspect. Even if the person was killed by Yang Ming, there was no reason for Captain Zhang to pursue it. Yang Ming's department was very unique. Yang Ming was only responsible for his superiors. He was not under the leadership and control of anyone else. This was a bit like the Secret Service in the past, but it was indeed a mysterious institution. Now I can tell you that I didn't kill Sui Huijin. If I want to kill him, I won't deny it. I am only responsible for my superiors. I don't need to hide these things from you. Yang Ming took back the ID card and shrugged. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Captain Zhang couldn't help but nod. Indeed, Yang Ming was a person from that side. There was no reason to lie to him. If Yang Ming had a mission to get rid of Sui Huijin, even if Captain Zhang knew about it, he would not take any measures against Yang Ming. Whether Yang Ming's approach was right or wrong was up to his superiors to decide. If Yang Ming said that he didn't kill Sui Huijin, then he definitely didn't. However, since Yang Ming was also considered a person in the system, Captain Zhang no longer hid anything. Mr. Yang, I don't want to hide it from you. The pressure on me is very great. Sui Huijin is a celebrity in Mount Jing. He was suddenly shot to death. If this case is not solved as soon as possible, do you think you can? Oh? Yang Ming heard Captain Zhang speak halfway. He seemed to be hiding something, so he smiled and said, Police Officer Zhang, if you have something to say, just say it. You should know my father-in-law. He is Chen Fei of the Songjiang police station. So, I am also considered a person in your system. If you need my help, just say it. Oh? Bureau Chief Chen is Mr. Yang's. Police Officer Zhang was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yang Ming to have such a relationship. His daughter, Chen Mengyan, is my high school classmate. We went to the same university together. Yang Ming smiled. So, Police Officer Zhang, if you have something to say, just say it. It turns out to be like this. So, we are a family. Since Mr. Yang said so, then I will say it directly. Police Officer Zhang was a little afraid of Yang Ming's identity before. He didn't know what Yang Ming's character was like, so he didn't dare to say it too obviously. But now, since Yang Ming said so himself, he didn't need to hide it. So, he said, this is the case, Mr. Yang. If the case of Sui Huijin being shot has nothing to do with you, then you should have some clues at the scene, right? If this matter is really related to you, then can Mr. Yang explain to my leader? You can just take over this case so that I don't have to think about it. This matter has nothing to do with me. I can tell you for sure. Yang Ming said, I went to find Sui Huijin because I wanted him to do something for me. It was a threat to him, but I didn't have to kill him. As for what it is, I can't say it. Please forgive me, Police Officer Zhang. If Yang Ming didn't want to say it, Police Officer Zhang wouldn't ask. Who knew if it was confidential? But since Yang Ming said that it had nothing to do with him, Police Officer Zhang had a headache. Actually, this is the case. The Sui's group surveillance video was taken away. We have no clues about this case, but this morning, a cleaner picked up a videotape on the roadside. It was a video of Mr. Yang going to the Sui's group. So, we came here. Videotape? Picked it up on the road? Yang Ming listened to Police Officer Zhang's words and suddenly frowned. The Sui's group's surveillance system uses a videotape as a medium? No, it's a hard drive. When we arrived, the hard drive had been dismantled, said Police Officer Zhang. Police Officer Zhang said, this videotape should be copied, but after technical identification, the content inside is true. Am I the only one in the videotape? Yang Ming felt a little incredulous. When he left, Sui Huijin was still alive. Shortly after Yang Ming left, Sui Huijin was shot to death. It showed that the gangster entered the Sui's group after Yang Ming left. Since he was the only one in the surveillance video, it showed that this videotape was edited. As for whether this videotape was deliberately left on the side of the road, the answer was obvious. There must be someone who wanted to frame him. This kind of method was not uncommon. Even Yang Ming could guess who wanted to frame him because this method was too familiar. It was almost the same as Wang Jitao. If Yang Ming guessed correctly, this matter should be done by the behind-the-scenes boss. The person who planned it was Huang Yukai. Only this guy could come up with such a bad idea. During this time, Yang Ming's biggest enemy was the behind-the-scenes boss. Huang Yukai, who mingled with the boss, would naturally help him come up with ideas. Yes. Captain Zhang smiled bitterly. He also thought of what Yang Ming was thinking. In the beginning, we felt that this videotape was somewhat suspicious. Now it seems that it can be determined that someone deliberately released this videotape to confuse our line of sight. Of course, these people should not know Mr. Yang's identity. Otherwise, this would become a bad move, shooting themselves in the foot. This is not to confuse your line of sight. Someone wants to frame me. Yang Ming shrugged. He did not need to hide anything from Police Officer Zhang. Maybe I inadvertently offended a certain force or organization. During this time, this organization or individual has been targeting me. The means can be said to be varied. Oh? Police Officer Zhang was stunned. He didn't expect it to be like this. However, the nature of Yang Ming's work was very special. It was very likely that he would offend someone, so he nodded. Mr. Yang's work is really hard. It is more dangerous than ours. You will offend some more powerful forces. Yang Ming wanted Officer Zhang to think so, so he didn't deny it. He smiled bitterly and said, yes, but there's no other way. I can't do anything if I'm afraid of doing anything. However, Mr. Yang, you said that this incident was directed at you. What do these people want to do? How? Officer Zhang didn't understand why Yang Ming was referring to those people. I don't know the specifics, but it's nothing more than for you to arrest me. Yang Ming could roughly guess the boss's thoughts. Capture him? Are we that easy to fool? Although you will be treated as a suspect, you won't be convicted so easily. Police Officer Zhang smiled awkwardly. We just looked for you to investigate the situation. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so polite and take coercive measures. I know. Yang Ming nodded with a smile. However, even if we arrest you, at most, you will be detained in the detention center as a suspect. What's in it for them? Police Officer Zhang was still very puzzled. What did Yang Ming's enemy want to get? That's enough. Yang Ming said, they may want to do something in the detention center. It's not difficult for them to bribe 1 or 2 people. At that time, they can beat me up or poison me. It's impossible to guard against. Yang Ming had seen the means of the behind-the-scenes boss. The entire Sun's group could be subverted under his monetary attack. What else was impossible? Police Officer Zhang listened to Yang Ming's words and took a deep breath. Yang Ming was right. If Yang Ming really died in the detention center at that time, then Police Officer Zhang's responsibility would be huge. Not to mention Yang Ming's identity, even if Yang Ming was an ordinary person, the current news and public opinion were so powerful. This matter was enough to make him suffer. What's more, Yang Ming was a person in that field. If something really happened to Yang Ming, forget about Police Officer Zhang's future, it was hard to say whether he could be held responsible. This matter is indeed our mistake. This videotape looks very suspicious. I will investigate it as soon as I go back. Police Officer Zhang said quickly. However, it seems that the difficulty of detection has increased. Yang Ming listened to Police Officer Zhang's words and could only smile bitterly. If they really did it, I don't even know who they are now. You just... Yeah, if Mr. Yang has time, it's best to say hello to our leader and put this matter on your side. Then, I won't have any pressure. Police Officer Zhang looked at Yang Ming sincerely. Apparently, after he knew the truth of the matter, he had less confidence in solving the case. I have to ask my superiors. Yang Ming couldn't make a decision on his own. After all, this matter involved a lot of things. Okay, Mr. Yang, do you want to ask now? Police Officer Zhang was a little anxious. After all, if this case could be handed over to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, it would be easier than doing it himself. Now? Yang Ming was a little helpless, then nodded and said, okay, then I will make a call now. Should I get out of the car and leave? Police Officer Zhang asked quickly. Forget it, no need. I still need you to explain this matter. After all, I don't know much about the case. Yang Ming waved his hand and signaled that Police Officer Zhang could get out of the car. Police Officer Zhang nodded with some joy. Yang Ming didn't go behind his back, which meant that Yang Ming really wanted to help him. Yang Ming regarded him as one of his own and wouldn't harm him. Yang Ming directly dialed Xia Bingbao's phone. It rang twice and was picked up. Yang Ming? Is that you? Brother Xia, it's me. Yang Ming said, I didn't disturb your rest, right? What rest? How can I have time to rest? What's the matter with you, kid? I was looking for you a while ago, but I couldn't get through your phone. I thought you disappeared. Xiao Bingbao was obviously complaining about Yang Ming. I have something to ask you. What's the matter? Yang Ming was stunned. He went out a while ago, and he did turn off his phone. He didn't expect Xiao Bingbao to look for him. I went back to Songjiang before. Xiaoshui knows. Didn't you ask her? No. Xiao Bingbao thought, is there something fishy between this kid and Xiaoshui? How did Xiaoshui know when I went back to Songjiang? But I was too embarrassed to ask. I helped her catch a wanted criminal. Didn't she tell you? Yang Ming was a bit baffled. It stood to reason that Xiaoshui should have told her brother about this. No, not bad. You helped my sister again? Obviously, Xiao Bingbao was very happy to hear Yang Ming's words. You also know that I have no use for the credit. It's better to give it to your sister. Yang Ming smiled and said, how are you going to thank me? Thank your head. I'm going crazy looking for you. Xiao Bingbao said, is it convenient to talk over there? Say it. My phone is soundproof. No one can hear it. Yang Ming glanced at Police Officer Zhang, and Police Officer Zhang consciously moved his body to the side. He was afraid to hear the content of Yang Ming's phone call. I have news about Elder Yu here. Xiao Bingbao said, Elder Yu, do you remember who it is? Nonsense, do you think I have amnesia? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. How could he not remember such an important person? What news? Say it quickly. According to internal news, Elder Yu seems to have appeared in Yunnan, said Xiao Bingbao. How do you know? Did someone see him? It seems that no one has seen him, right? Asked Yang Ming. No, 2 corpses were found in Yunnan. The state of death was exactly the same as the corpses found in Songjiang. It should be caused by Elder Yu sucking the blood dry. Xiao Bingbao said solemnly. Oh? That's possible. That's his hometown. If he escapes, he will definitely run there. Yang Ming nodded and said, however, even if we find his tracks, we may not be able to find him. That is his territory. He is very familiar with it. But we have to find him even if it is difficult. I want to send you to Yunnan. Do you have the confidence to complete the task? Asked Xiao Bingbao. D****, brother, don't mess with me. You want me to go? Won't I be cannon fodder? Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't expect Xiao Bingbao to make this request. This is what we agreed upon after our research. You will lead the team to capture Elder Yu. I will send you a few assistants, but not now. We have to prepare for this plan for a while. Xiao Bingbao said, I'm telling you in advance just to let you be prepared. There is no choice? Yang Ming saw that Xiao Bingbao was firm and knew that he couldn't refuse. This phone call was really bad timing. His hand was cheap. If he called again after a while, maybe Xiao Bingbao couldn't find him. Then, he would look for someone else. But now, he was afraid that he couldn't refuse. Choose what? We think you can do it. Do you still need to choose? Xiao Bingbao smiled and said, why are you looking for me? Yang Ming was a little depressed, but Xiao Bingbao had made it clear that he had no choice. Well, let's put this aside first. I will think about it. I am looking for you for a similar thing. Similar thing? What is it? Xiao Bingbao was stunned and asked, I have news about Elder Yu's collaborator. Elder Yu's collaborator? What do you mean? Asked Xiao Bingbao. Elder Yu's activity funds in Songjiang should be provided by a behind-the-scenes boss, and this behind-the-scenes boss has a cooperative relationship with him. What I want to say is the news of this behind-the-scenes boss, said Yang Ming. Oh? Xiao Bingbao frowned and said, are you sure? I will tell you the specific details another day, but I am 80% sure that the 2 of them are a group or have cooperated before. Yang Ming said, now, I will let Captain Zhang of the Criminal Investigation Team of the Mount Jing Police Station introduce the case to you. I will tell you the rest later. You are with him? Then let him talk to me. Xiao Bingbao said after listening to Yang Ming's words. Police Officer Zhang, you personally introduced the case to my superiors. Yang Ming handed the phone to Police Officer Zhang. You know the case better than me. Okay. Police Officer Zhang quickly took the phone. Of course, he knew Xiao Bingbao. He was the person in charge of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's Northeast area. They had business dealings before, so Police Officer Zhang said enthusiastically, Is this Mr. Xia? I am Zhang Public Opinion. Hello, Captain Zhang. You can introduce the case to me. Xiao Bingbao naturally did not have so much nonsense with Police Officer Zhang. He had a completely business-like attitude. Captain Zhang quickly told Xiao Bingbao what he knew about the case, including the videotape. After that, he returned the phone to Yang Ming. You mean, this behind-the-scenes boss wants to harm you? Asked Xiao Bingbao. It should be like this. It can be judged from a series of things. I don't know if it is because of the incident with Elder Yu last time that I offended him, said Yang Ming. Okay, then leave this case to us. I will file it with the Mount Jing police station and bring the file over. In addition, we also have people in Mount Jing. I will introduce them to you. You tell them everything you know and let them help you track down the behind-the-scenes boss, said Xiao Bingbao. That's great. Yang Ming didn't expect to use official power to search for the behind-the-scenes boss's traces. This way, he would be much more relaxed and not so passive. Although I don't know if this behind-the-scenes boss has anything to do with Elder Yu, since you said so, then I will believe it for the time being. As Xiao Bingbao said this, he changed the topic. However, since they are related, then Elder Yu's matter will be handed over to you. You can't shirk this time, right? Ah? Yang Ming didn't expect Xiao Bingbao to go in such a big circle. In the end, he was still involved. It seemed that Xiao Bingbao didn't care whether the behind-the-scenes boss had anything to do with Elder Yu from the beginning. What he cared about was that Yang Ming would take the lead to help him catch Elder Yu. Why? Are you still unwilling this time? Asked Xiao Bingbao. You think too highly of me. At this point, Yang Ming couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. He had to say, if you want me to go, I can only try my best. Don't blame me if things go wrong. Who can guarantee that it will succeed? What's more, it is such a terrifying guy. Xiao Bingbao smiled and said, I didn't give you a time limit. You just have to do your best. I can also apply for a lot of funds for you. I'm not short of money. Yang Ming sweated. I'm afraid that I won't be able to come back alive. Don't worry. Xia Shui will also be with you. This is for sure. She was also involved in Elder Yu's case, so she will be the police representative. Xiao Bingbao said, if it is really so terrifying, how can I let Xia Shui go? You want her to do meritorious deeds, right? Yang Ming despised, do you think I don't know what you are thinking? But I will send experts to follow you around. Xiao Bingbao said, they are all our top experts, so you don't have to worry about safety. Okay. I will temporarily agree to this. I will go back and think about it. Yang Ming had to say so. Then, I will take it as you agree. Xiao Bingbao smiled and said, I will contact our people in Mount Jing and ask them to go to the police station to take the case. Then, let's leave it at that. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have called you. Yang Ming hung up the phone with no interest. How is it? Seeing that Yang Ming hung up the phone, Captain Zhang quickly asked. It's done. Our people will go to the Mount Jing police station in a while and take over the case. You can go back and hand it over now. It will be easier for us to handle this kind of case than you, said Yang Ming. Thank you so much. I can see that Mr. Yang has also paid a great price. Captain Zhang had just heard what Yang Ming and Xiao Bingbao said. Naturally, he knew that Yang Ming was forced to agree to perform a very dangerous task. He felt a little ashamed. It's nothing. This matter will fall on my head sooner or later. Yang Ming shrugged, you don't have to take it seriously. In the future, if Mr. Yang has something to do in Mount Jing, I will do my best. Captain Zhang knew that the price Yang Ming paid was relatively high. Although it was understated, he knew that it was definitely not so simple. Then I will thank you first. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. I should be thanking you. Otherwise, this case would really have no clue. Captain Zhang also said politely. In this case, I will go first. I have to go to school tomorrow. I will leave my phone number with you. If there is anything, you can contact me at any time. Yang Ming was afraid that Sun Jia would be impatient, so he said. Okay. Captain Zhang sent Yang Ming out of the car. Xiao Tang was a little surprised. He didn't know why Captain Zhang and Yang Ming came down again. However, seeing Yang Ming walking to his car, Xiao Tang was a little anxious. Captain Zhang, why did you let him go? The case has nothing to do with him. Of course, I let him go. Captain Zhang quickly stopped Xiao Tang and kept winking at him. But the more it was like this, the more suspicious Xiao Tang was. He vaguely saw that Yang Ming seemed to give something to Captain Zhang in the car, and then he made a phone call to Captain Zhang. Then, Captain Zhang let him go. Could it be that Yang Ming bribed Captain Zhang and found a powerful person to call and intercede, so Captain Zhang let Yang Ming go? Thinking of this, the great image of Captain Zhang collapsed in Xiao Tang's heart. Xiao Tang frowned and said to Captain Zhang, Captain Zhang, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You actually accepted a bribe from the suspect and let the suspect go. You made a mistake. Don't you know? What bribe do I accept? You wait for a while. I will tell you. You don't talk now. Captain Zhang was a little annoyed. He was very angry at Xiao Tang's ignorance. Wait for a while. Do you want to tell me that a big shot called you and asked you to let Yang Ming go? Xiao Tang snorted, I have already guessed it. You let Yang Ming go, but I won't. With that said, Tang Bingyao ran over in big strides, trying to catch up with Yang Ming. Captain Zhang was a little angry. Don't go and make trouble, okay? How can I do something that violates my principles? Tang Bingyao was calmed down by Captain Zhang's words. He thought about it carefully. Captain Zhang was usually diligent, and he had never done anything that violated the law. Then, what happened just now? Although Tang Bingyao stopped, he still looked at Captain Zhang in confusion. Then, why did you let him go? Isn't he an important suspect in this case? I thought so before, but now I can be sure that he is not. Captain Zhang waved his hand. If he did it, he doesn't have to admit it. He can tell us frankly. How is this possible? Is Yang Ming stupid? How can he tell you this kind of thing? If he confessed, wouldn't he be arrested? Tang Bingyao felt that Captain Zhang's words were inconceivable. Arrest him? Captain Zhang shook his head. Do you know Qinan? Qinan? Isn't he? Tang Bingyao's face changed. Isn't he a person from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? Yes, he is a resident of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau in our Mount Jing. When I handled the previous case, I brought you to him. Captain Zhang nodded and said. However, what does this have to do with Yang Ming? Could it be? Tang Bingyao was not stupid. He immediately understood something from Captain Zhang's words. Yes, Yang Ming is also a person from that side, but he is from Songjiang. Captain Zhang nodded. Moreover, it seems that Yang Ming's status is higher than Qinan's. Listening to his phone conversation with Qinan, it was very casual. It didn't seem like a superior and subordinate, but more like friends. Ah. Yang Ming is actually a person from that side. Tang Bingyao was shocked, and then nodded in realization. No wonder you said that he didn't do it. If he did, he wouldn't deny it. Now, it seems that this is the case. Yang Ming doesn't need to deny anything. If he did it, he will naturally admit it. This case is likely to involve some deeper things. It may be the resentment between someone behind the scenes and Yang Ming, so the case has been handed over to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau for follow-up processing. We can close the case here. Captain Zhang said, let's go. Only the bureau chief may know about this matter. Qinan will go to the police station overnight to take over the case, so don't talk nonsense. I understand. Tang Bingyao nodded solemnly and said with some embarrassment, I almost misunderstood you just now. I'm really sorry. It's okay. Your spirit of questioning and discovering the problem is commendable, but don't be so reckless in the future. Captain Zhang patted Tang Bingyao's shoulder. Also, your attitude just now almost offended the people over there. Yang Ming doesn't care about it. If he does, I can't protect you. After Tang Bingyao listened to Captain Zhang, he had some lingering fear. He thought that his attitude was indeed a problem. It seemed that he couldn't do it again in the future. Captain Zhang and Tang Bingyao returned directly to Mount Jing, while Yang Ming returned to the car. What happened just now? What murder case? Sun Jia just saw Yang Ming being taken away by the police, and she was a little scared. However, she immediately thought of Yang Ming's other identity, and she was relieved. Sure enough, Yang Ming came back safe and sound. It's nothing. They thought that I killed Sui Huijin. Yang Ming shrugged. But it really wasn't me. I also want to find this person. Sun Jia nodded. She had also heard about this before. How did the police find you? I did go to the Sui's group before, and it was recorded by the surveillance video. However, Sui Huijin was not dead at that time. I went to the Sui's group before he was shot. After I left, Sui Huijin was shot, but the surveillance video in the group was dismantled and taken away. Yang Ming simply said to Sun Jia, this morning, a cleaner in Mount Jing picked up a videotape when he was cleaning the street. In the videotape, it was the surveillance video content of me going to the Sui's group. Someone wants to harm you? Sun Jia immediately heard the unusualness of this. Smart. Yang Ming nodded. It should be the behind-the-scenes boss who looked for Tianlong and Sui Huijin. He wanted to mess with me, but he couldn't, so he threw away Sui Huijin as a chess piece and used his death to frame me. I don't know how Uncle Tian would feel if he knew the whole story. If he didn't stop in time, the next one to die might be him. Sun Jia sighed. This behind-the-scenes boss is really haunting me. Let him be. It doesn't matter when there are more lice. I am used to it. Yang Ming was now accustomed to the actions of the behind-the-scenes boss. He had no special feelings. Hee, you make it sound so easy. Sun Jia saw that Yang Ming had no sense of fear, and she was relieved. Tell me, what benefits can this behind-the-scenes boss get by framing you like this? The police are not fools. Do they still expect you to pay with your life? That's not it. The behind-the-scenes boss is not so retarded. Yang Ming said, I guess the biggest possibility is that they want the police to detain me in the detention center, and then make a move on me when I am most unguarded and relaxed. Make a move in the detention center? Sun Jia was stunned, and then nodded. You mean, they want to make a move when you are trapped in the detention center? It is indeed like this. Yang Ming said, they may poison the food, or suffocate me with a pillow while I am sleeping. This method is simple. As long as you have some connections, you can be assigned to the same cell as you. Sun Jia said, however, why don't you beat them at their own game? You can find that person in the detention center? Do you think that the behind-the-scenes boss can do it himself and go undercover in the detention center just to harm me? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Isn't it just to find a scapegoat? What can I do even if I catch him? These low-level personnel don't know about the behind-the-scenes boss at all. This is not the first time. Oh? So, you have already fought with the behind-the-scenes boss? Sun Jia asked curiously. More than just fighting, it has been several times. Yang Ming smiled and said, if there is time, I will tell you. Then, now? Isn't there time now? Aren't you able to drive with your eyes closed? After Sun Jia knew about Yang Ming's special ability, she was not afraid that he would be in danger. Well, since you are willing to listen, I will start from the beginning. Yang Ming nodded and told Sun Jia about the things that he had told Jing Xiaolu before. Sun Jia's psychological quality was much stronger than Jing Xiaolu's. When Yang Ming talked about the thrilling part, Sun Jia still exclaimed. Sun Jia was relieved until Yang Ming finished talking. She patted her chest. You have experienced so many things? No wonder you have grown so much in just half a year. I don't even know you. People are all forced. Yang Ming sighed, but just after he finished speaking, he felt that this was a bit wrong. He had seen a similar joke on the internet before, so he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Xianxia apparently also saw the joke. She sneered twice and said, "But it's good. At least I feel that there is no age gap between us." "What's good about it?" "In a few years, I have to treat you as a child." Yang Ming shook his head and said with a smile. "Okay, then I will call you uncle?" Xianxia did not show any weakness. She raised her eyebrows and asked. Yang Ming was a little excited by this nonsensical title. "Do you have a special hobby?" "I always have." "Don't you know?" Xianxia blinked. "Why? Do you want to try it later?" Zhou Jieji didn't expect that this research group would have so much work every day. She had only participated for 2 days, but she was already very busy. However, Zhou Jieji felt very fulfilled. She had not felt this strong desire for new knowledge for a long time. After joining the research group, Zhou Jieji found that there were too many things she needed to learn. Some of the things she knew before were not enough. It was only at this time that Zhou Jieji understood that there were specializations in the field. She had deep attainments in hacking and cracking technology, but in the application of wireless network technology, she was much worse. Zhou Jieji had not heard of many professional concepts and protocols before. Therefore, Zhou Jieji knew that although she had some strength, she was able to join the research group because Xiaoqing was Yang Ming's godsister. She couldn't use this as the basis for her to stand on her own feet in the research group. She had to rely on her own strength to get everyone's recognition. She told Chen Mingyan that she would live on campus in the future. Chen Mingyan knew that Xiaoqing was Yang Ming's godsister. Zhou Jieji lived with her, so Chen Mingyan was naturally very relieved. She was not afraid that anything dangerous would happen. "Jieji, why aren't you sleeping?" Xiaoqing got up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet. She saw that in the dormitory, there was still light on Zhou Jieji's side on the small bed opposite her. It seemed that Zhou Jieji had not slept yet. "Me? Sister Xiaoqing, did I wake you up?" Zhou Jieji looked up apologetically. She also called Xiaoqing as Sister Xiaoqing in private. "I was looking at the information and forgot the time. I didn't know that it was already past 12 o'clock. No, I just got up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet. I saw that you were still awake." Xiaoqing smiled. "You are too hardworking." Zhou Jieji yawned and put down the netbook in her hand. "I still have a lot to learn. I can't let others say that I entered the research group through the back door, right? How can it be? At least you are much better than us in finding loopholes and bugs. The suggestions you put forward for improvement are also very sharp and to the point. Everyone admires you very much." Xiaoqing said truthfully, "These people are all from orthodox technology backgrounds. They have less involvement in hacking technology. They only pay attention to the efficiency of the wireless protocol and ignore the security. You just made up for this. That's good. I thought I was very useless." After listening to Xiaoqing's praise, Zhou Jieji was very happy. "Sister Xiaoqing, I have almost finished reading the information you gave me. There are some things that I don't understand. I will ask you tomorrow." "What? You have finished reading it? So fast?" Xiaoqing was a little surprised. The information she gave Zhou Jieji was at least hundreds of megabytes. They were all documents, but she did not expect Zhou Jieji to finish reading it. I have been exposed to some things before. It is faster to accept them, but there are some things that are unfamiliar to me." Zhou Jieji smiled embarrassedly. "So, after I go to the toilet, let's both discuss it. I just slept for a while, so I am not too sleepy." Xiaoqing stood up, put on her slippers and went out of the dormitory. "Wait for me." "How can I?" Before Zhou Jieji finished speaking, Xiaoqing had already left the room. Zhou Jieji was very moved. Although Sister Xiaoqing was Yang Ming's godsister, she took care of her meticulously. Whether it was in school or life, she always answered all of her requests. She was even more concerned about her than her own sister. Sister Xiaoqing was a very good person, but she did not know why she was not married yet. Or was there any hidden reason? Zhou Jieji waited for Xiaoqing to come back and began to think about it. In the past few days, she also knew Xiaoqing's actual age. She was already 30 years old, but she could not see it from her appearance. She looked like 22 or 23 years old. Although she was more mature than herself, it was not much. After asking her, she was not married and did not have a boyfriend. This made Zhou Jieju a little surprised. Sister Xiaoqing's appearance was 1 in a million, and her character was very good. She did not know why she did not have a boyfriend. Xiaoqing pushed the door and came back. Zhou Jieju also put away these messy thoughts and sat on the bed seriously. Xiaoqing also sat on Zhou Jieju's bed. Sister Xiaoqing, your skin is so good. Zhou Jieju looked at Xiaoqing's bare face with no makeup at a close distance and praised. What's so good about me? I am already 30 years old. Yours is so good that you can squeeze out water. Xiaoqing touched Zhou Jieju's face and smiled. When I was 30 years old, I didn't know if I could have such good skin as Sister Xiaoqing. Zhou Jieju shook her head. You are really good at maintaining your skin. When we have time, let's study the way to maintain one's appearance, hee. Xiaoqing smiled. Now let's look at your questions first. N. Zhou Jieju nodded and quickly picked up the netbook. She opened a document that recorded all the problems she had encountered. Time slipped away unknowingly. When Xiaoqing answered Zhou Jieju's last question, the sky was already bright. Xiaoqing opened the dormitory window, and the fresh air blew in. Both of them were shocked. It was the beginning of another busy and tense day. So fast. I didn't even feel it. Sister Xiaoqing, sorry for disturbing your rest. Zhou Jieju apologetically brushed the bangs on her forehead. She closed the netbook and put it on the bedside table. She also stood up and stretched her body. I am already used to it. It is enough to sleep 3 or 4 hours a day. But you, I am afraid you can't hold on. It is only 5 o'clock. Do you want to sleep a little more? Asked Xiaoqing. No, I often sleep late and get up early. Zhou Jieju smiled. When I used to study hacking technology, I often studied it all night. I didn't even know it. It seems that we are the same in computer technology. Xiaoqing felt that she had a lot of common topics with Zhou Jieju. Even if she really disclosed her relationship with Yang Ming in the future, at least Zhou Jieju would not object. Then let's go out for a walk? Let's eat breakfast? Zhou Jieju suggested. Okay, it's good to go out for a walk. I haven't been out of the house for 2 days. Xiaoqing nodded. These 2 days, she was busy studying the project. Her 3 meals were bought by others. She didn't even go downstairs. Zhou Jieju quickly put on her clothes, took the toiletries, and walked to the bathroom with Xiaoqing. On the way, Xiaoqing looked at Zhou Jieju and smiled. Yang Ming didn't contact you these few days? He saw that you didn't go back. Would he miss you? I don't know what Yang Ming is busy with these 2 days. Zhou Jieju shook her head. It seems that there is something very important. Sister Mengyan said that Yang Ming hasn't gone back yet. He just called a few times and said that he was working. Xiaoqing nodded. Yang Ming also called her before and said that he would come to find her when he was free, but he never came. She thought that he was delayed by something important. After washing up, Xiaoqing and Zhou Jieju went downstairs together. Songjiang Industry University in the morning was very lively. The students in the morning, the athletes in the morning. Everywhere was thriving. I suddenly feel that this kind of life is far away from me. Zhou Jieju looked at the students in the morning and couldn't help but sigh. Who asked you to study so much? Xiaoqing shook her head and smiled. If you like, you can study on campus every morning. Forget it. It's too busy here. Zhou Jieju smiled. I'm just saying. Right, Sister Xiaoqing, why don't you find a boyfriend? You are so beautiful. There must be a lot of people chasing you. I knew that you would definitely ask this question. Xiaoqing looked at Zhou Jieju and sighed. You have been holding it in for a long time, right? Zhou Jieju blushed and nodded when Xiaoqing said this. Indeed, she wanted to ask Xiaoqing this question before, but she wasn't very familiar with Xiaoqing at first, so it was difficult to ask. However, with the contact between the two in the past few days, they ate, lived, and worked together. Their relationship was already very close, so Zhou Jiejie didn't feel that it was rash or abrupt to ask this question now. Zhou Jiejie really regarded Xiaoqing as her own sister. At first, she called her sister Xiaoqing because of the relationship with Yang Ming. But now, it was from the heart. Xiaoqing's care and concern for her made Zhou Jiejie very moved. I'm just curious. Why doesn't Sister Xiaoqing have a boyfriend? Zhou Jiejie said, you are more beautiful than me, mature, sexy, and knowledgeable. Hehe, since you asked, then I can tell you. Xiaoqing said, I graduated from Songjiang Industry University. When I was in college, I had a boyfriend named Song Heng. Ah? Zhou Jiejie listened to Xiaoqing talk about her past and immediately widened her eyes. She listened carefully to Xiaoqing's words, fearing that she would miss something. However, she was very happy in her heart. Sister Xiaoqing didn't treat her as an outsider. What about him now? However, when this was said, Zhou Jiejie felt that her question was stupid. If Song Heng was still with Xiaoqing, why would Xiaoqing say that she didn't have a boyfriend? This boyfriend had obviously broken up and become a thing of the past. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaoqing. I'm so stupid. You must have broken up. Zhou Jiejie quickly added. It's nothing. Xiaoqing smiled and waved her hand. She had no feelings for Song Heng. Whether it was love or hate, there was none. Now when she mentioned him, he was like a stranger. There was no emotional fluctuation at all. This person is not a good person. He is just a stranger now. Oh. Zhou Jiejie nodded carefully. It seemed that Song Heng must be a heartless person. Otherwise, Sister Xiaoqing wouldn't be so indifferent about her previous feelings. Xiaoqing looked at the curious Zhou Jiejie, so she told Zhou Jiejie about her grievances with Song Heng. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Anyway, Xiaoqing didn't intend to hide anything from Zhou Jiejie. These things would be known to her sooner or later. Ah, why is this person so bad? Zhou Jiejie listened to what Song Heng did and couldn't help but be resentful. He actually ran away from the marriage because Sister Xiaoqing can't have children? He let you show up at the wedding alone? Forget it. It's just the past. I don't want to mention it again. Xiaoqing shook her head and looked a little relaxed. I have already thought it through. Besides, I am now. Speaking of this, Xiaoqing quickly stopped talking. She knew that she couldn't continue. If she continued, it would be bad. Now what? Zhou Jiejie heard that Xiaoqing suddenly stopped talking. She was somewhat inexplicable and asked subconsciously. I am so busy with work now. How can I have time to care about these things? Xiaoqing smiled. Now that I think about it, I don't have any love for that Song Heng. When we were together, we just stayed in school together and got closer. Then, we got married naturally. But now that I think about it, it was really boring. I didn't know what love was. Really? Zhou Jiejie had never felt like Xiaoqing. She had been secretly in love with Yang Ming since junior high school until they met again in college. Her love was unforgettable. She only knew that she would only like Yang Ming in this life. But Xiaoqing's so-called feeling of marriage was a matter of course. Zhou Jiejie couldn't understand it at all, so she could only nod. Do you think it's ridiculous? Only. After I that is. Xiao. Oh? It seems that Sister Xiaoqing, in addition to this Song Heng, have you really loved someone? Zhou Jiejie listened to Xiaoqing's words and heard something from her words. This. Xiaoqing realized that she had misspoken and was somewhat overwhelmed. I like him, but he doesn't like me. I don't want to say it. We can't be together anyway. Oh. Zhou Jiejie saw that Sister Xiaoqing didn't want to mention it, so she no longer pressed. That's a pity. Some lovers can't be together. This is a very painful thing. Zhou Jiejie had personal experience, so she had a deep understanding of this. She knew why Xiaoqing was unwilling to mention this topic. It was because when she couldn't be with Yang Ming, she had the same troubles. So when she saw Xiaoqing's somewhat helpless look, she was very sympathetic to Xiaoqing's experience. Sister Xiaoqing, don't be sad. I think that lovers will always be together, just like me and Yang Ming. I liked him before, but he didn't like me and even hated me. Sister Mengyan also had a conflict with me, but now, didn't I get everything I want? Yeah, hee, you are a lucky girl. Xiaoqing touched Zhou Jiejia's hair and then smiled. Not everyone is as lucky as you, so you have to cherish the life in front of you. I know. Zhou Jiejia nodded hard. I will cherish it. I know that I have paid a lot of hardships, but there are also coincidences. Otherwise, no matter how much effort I put in, it would be in vain. Let's go eat some breakfast. Xiaoqing saw that the two had unknowingly walked to the entrance of the school cafeteria, so she said with a smile. Okay. Zhou Jiejia nodded. So, Sister Xiaoqing also has to work hard. Happiness is fought for by yourself. It won't fall from the sky. Fought for by myself? Won't fall from the sky? Xiaoqing shook her head. How can I fight for it? My situation is completely different from Zhou Jiejia's. There is no way to fight for anything. I am so old. What is there to fight for? Xiaoqing shook her head with some frustration. Besides, people in the school know about the things that happened in the past. Many people treat it as a joke. The past is the past. Now is the present. Sister Xiaoqing, you can't be single all your life, right? Zhou Jiejia retorted. Besides, Sister Xiaoqing, you are not old at all. You look about the same age as me. At most, you are a sister who is 1 or 2 years older than me. You only know how to lie to me. Do you think that I don't know how old I am? Xiaoqing shook her head with a bitter smile. I can't be with him. There are many reasons. He is younger than me. Besides, he also has a girlfriend. So, we still can't be together. Xiaoqing saw that Zhou Jiejia kept persuading her. Because of her feelings, she couldn't help but reveal a few more words, but she didn't dare to say anything. She was afraid that Zhou Jiejia would be suspicious. Sister Xiaoqing, haven't you heard of a saying? Zhou Jiejia took Xiaoqing's hand and shook it. You haven't heard of it. Age isn't a distance. Isn't height a gap? What does age mean? It is very common in foreign countries and economically developed areas to have a relationship with a younger man. You see, many celebrities are in a relationship with a younger man. Besides, so what if you have a girlfriend? You are unmarried. You have the right to fight for it. Even if you can't fight for it, at most, you can be like me. Aren't you very happy? Zhou Jiejia was a little embarrassed when she talked about herself. However, in order to cheer Xiaoqing up, she could only lead the topic to herself and use herself as an example for Xiaoqing. It is easy for you to say. Now, you, Chen Mengyan, and Lin Jiyun are getting along very well. If another person joins in, will you be unhappy? Will you reject it? Although Xiaoqing's question was very timely, it represented some of her own inner thoughts. There was some sense of probing in it. Zhou Jiejia didn't think about this problem, but Xiaoqing suddenly asked. She bowed her head and thought about it carefully. It seems that I won't reject it, right? Originally, it wasn't easy for me to be with Yang Ming. I got Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun's understanding. So, if I put myself in their shoes, I won't have any thoughts of rejection. So, she said, I don't have anything. It's fine as long as Sister Mengyan doesn't have any opinion. Right, Sister Xiaoqing, why did you suddenly ask about me? Does the person you like also have a lot of women around him? Nothing. I just asked casually. Xiaoqing smiled bitterly, but she tried her best not to let Zhou Jiejia see any clues. So, you are lucky. Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun are not hostile to you, but the woman around the person I like shouldn't be so generous. So, it's better for me not to get involved. Yeah. Zhou Jiejia sighed after listening to Xiaoqing's words. Sister Mengyan is really generous. She treats me like a sister. She never finds trouble with me. I am very grateful in my heart. So, our situation is different. Xiaoqing shook her head. Let's put my matter aside first. But, I don't think these are the key. The key is, does your person like you? Zhou Jiejia asked. This should be liking. Xiaoqing said embarrassedly. If that's the case, you like him, and he likes you. You have no obstacles. Zhou Jieji said, do you want to continue like this? I am already satisfied to be able to meet him occasionally. I don't want to think so much. Xiaoqing sighed. Let's not talk about this. The more we talk about it, the heavier the atmosphere becomes. Let's go eat breakfast. Okay. Seeing that Xiaoqing was really unwilling to continue this topic, Zhou Jieji had to give up. The two people entered the school cafeteria hand in hand. They ordered 2 portions of plain porridge and fancy pickles and simply ate. The two people had been very busy recently. Their appetites were not very good, so after eating some light food, they returned to the dormitory together. Yang Ming stayed in Sun Jia's apartment in Songjiang at night. Yang Ming had been here once. It was the last time he came with Xiaoqing, but this time it was only him and Sun Jia. Yang Ming originally wanted to call Xiaoqing to come over, but he gave up after thinking about it. It was a bit too ridiculous. Today was his official relationship with Sun Jia. It was their first day together. No matter what, he had to be romantic. How could he ask Xiaoqing to come and mess around? The first time he climbed into Sun Jia's bed, he was not rejected and resisted by Sun Jia. This made Yang Ming's mood a little strange. It seemed that he suddenly felt that something was missing. Do I have some special tendencies? However, the little regret in Yang Ming's heart was quickly drowned by Sun Jia's tenderness. It turned out that Sun Jia's gentleness was also fatal. In the morning, eating the breakfast that Sun Jia personally prepared for him, Yang Ming was a little emotional. Why didn't I realize before that Sun Jia, a strong woman, had such a gentle side? Why are you looking at me like that? What's on my face? Sun Jia saw that Yang Ming was staring at her, and she was somewhat inexplicable. She subconsciously touched her cheeks, but she found that there was nothing. Nothing. It's just that you are now different from the Sun Jia I first knew. Yang Ming withdrew his gaze and began to wipe out the breakfast on the table. He didn't expect Sun Jia's hands to be so skillful. She actually steamed date cakes. The small date cakes were soft and sweet. They were 10,000 times more delicious than those in the hotel. Which one do you like? Sun Jia didn't eat with Yang Ming. She just held her chin on the table and watched Yang Ming eat. I like both. Yang Ming thought about it and chose an answer that didn't offend either side. You used to be the strong woman in disguise. Now you are the real you. Maybe. Sun Jia was satisfied with Yang Ming's answer. However, until now, I can't tell which one is the real me. Do I have a split personality? I don't think so. People are multifaceted. Yang Ming said, the me you see now is easygoing and sunny, but I still have a cold and cruel side. It's just that the person I face is different, so it will be different and change. What you said is right. Sun Jia nodded and agreed. I feel that I have been a bit strange since last night. I have never made breakfast for a man, but after I got up this morning, I felt that everything was so natural and logical. Uncle Sun didn't enjoy this kind of treatment? Yang Ming was a little surprised. Of course not. He has a servant. Why would he need me? Sun Jia smiled. But it's true that I'm a little lazy and unwilling to do it. I don't know why I'm diligent today. Although I've been busy all morning, I'm very happy to see you eat happily. Yang Ming listened to Sun Jia's words. He knew that this time, Sun Jia really followed him wholeheartedly. There would be no test or distress. Thinking about it, it was really not easy to conquer this woman. It's delicious. I just don't know if you will be so diligent in the future. Yang Ming praised and picked up a date cake. To be honest, Yang Ming really felt that it was delicious. Okay, as long as you live with me every day, I will make it for you every day. Sun Jia blinked and said like a little fox. Ugh. This time, it was Yang Ming's turn to be stuck. He knew Sun Jia's intention, and he knew that he couldn't live with Sun Jia every day. He was helpless and didn't know how to answer. Okay, I'm just teasing you. Look at how nervous you are. Sun Jia shrugged indifferently. Do you think I'm such a stingy person? Since I decided to be with you, I knew about your things and what kind of person you are. How can I care about this? If I really care about these things, I won't be with you. Seeing that Xianxia was serious, Yang Ming was also relieved. However, I'm really afraid that I can't help it and come to you every day. Then come. I welcome you with open arms. Xianxia grinned. But when Qin Mingyan finds trouble with me, then it's not me who is competitive. It's her who provoked me first. Mingyan won't. Yang Ming said until here, and he was a little guilty. If Qin Mingyan really knew about Xianxia's existence, it was hard to say whether she would find trouble with Xianxia. However, it was certain that Xianxia was definitely not a good-tempered person. Compared to Lin Jian's softness and Zhou Jiejia's easygoing, Xianxia was definitely a person who wouldn't be bullied. But these things were all in the future. Who could understand it clearly? Thinking about it now was just worrying about nothing. Thinking about things that didn't happen would only cause trouble. Look at you. You're not sure yourself, right? Xianxia smiled slyly. So, if Qin Mingyan doesn't find trouble with me, I won't take the initiative to find trouble with her. If she finds trouble with me, then let's see who's the opponent. She's younger than you. You should give in to her. Yang Ming said helplessly. Then why doesn't she respect the old and love the young? Asked Xianxia. And she respects the old. You love the young. That's enough. Okay, the problem is solved. Yang Ming shrugged and smiled. Xianxia realized the mistake in her words. She didn't expect to be caught by Yang Ming. She couldn't help but feel a little depressed. She glared at Yang Ming and said, well, as long as she respects the old, I will love the young. The jujube cake tasted good. Yang Ming couldn't help but eat a few more. He felt a little full. He stood up and moved his body. Where are you going today? Of course, I'm going to school. I haven't been there for a few days. Xianxia also began to clean up the dishes on the table. Don't forget the car you promised to buy for me. And I'll call now. Yang Ming nodded, then picked up the phone and dialed Bao Sanli's number. Brother Yang? Bao Sanli was used to Yang Ming calling him from time to time. Although it was a little early, and Bao Sanli was eating breakfast, he still quickly picked up the phone. And, it's me, Brother Bao. I asked you to order the car for me before. Have you ordered it? Asked Yang Ming. And, the red A5 is not available. It has to be ordered from the manufacturer. It hasn't arrived yet, but the two A8s have arrived. One was given to your father, and the other was left at Mingyang Entertainment, said Bao Sanli. Order 2 more BMW X5s for me. Yang Ming nodded. Bao Sanli was still very reliable in doing things. He didn't expect that the A8 had arrived. His father had already driven it, but he didn't know. Okay, what color? Bao Sanli took out his notebook and wrote it down. He planned to go to the company in a while and arrange it. You wait a minute. Let me ask. Yang Ming turned to look at Xianxia. What color do you want for the X5? It's still red. Xianxia preferred this color. The R8 was also this color. One red and one blue. Compared to Xianxia's high profile, Yang Ming still felt that Jing Xiaolu was more low-key. After all, Jing Xiaolu's identity and status were not compatible with her car. He was afraid that some people would make irresponsible remarks after seeing it. Therefore, Yang Ming decided to buy her a blue car, the same color as his, so it would not be very eye-catching. Her current identity was just an assistant in Mingyang Entertainment. Although she had a relationship with Yang Ming, others would be jealous if she was promoted too quickly. If rumors were spread, it would not be good for her face. In particular, Jing Xiaolu was still a part-time job, not a full-time job. In this case, if she sat in a high position, it would be more eye-catching. Xianxia's previous red R8 was already very eye-catching and caused a sensation on campus, but as time passed, everyone was not surprised. Now Xianxia was a graduate student and had her own company outside the school, so it was not a big deal to change to a red BMW X5 at this time. Okay, I will remember. Bao Sanli responded. You don't have to give me the blue X5. Just give it to Jing Xiaolu directly. Put it under the company's name. Yang Ming thought about it and said. If the car was registered in the company, it could save a part of the tax. It was not that Yang Ming was stingy, but there was no need to take the initiative to give up some rights that taxpayers should enjoy. Okay, I got it. Although Bao Sanli was shocked, his words did not reveal any doubts. Yang Ming bought a car for Jing Xiaolu? And such a high-end car? What does that mean? Previously, Bao Sanli suspected that there was a relationship between Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu, but he was not too sure. Until this moment, Bao Sanli did not doubt it. He confirmed the relationship between Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. He thought that in the future, he would take care of this girl in the company. How is the company's business? Have you settled all the accounts? Yang Ming did not think so much. He just regarded it as a promise to others, so he must do it. After he finished instructing, he changed the topic. The accounting is clear. Chu Daming and Lu Chan took a total of 130 million yuan of the company's assets. Bao Sanli said this, and his tone was serious and self-reproachful. Sorry, Brother Yang. President Ho and I did not guard your business well. Forget it. This kind of thing is impossible to guard against. Just be careful in the future. Yang Ming comforted Bao Sanli, but he began to plan in his heart. Should I just let Lu Chan and Chu Daming go? Of course, Yang Ming would not let them go so easily. Although 130 million yuan was really nothing to Yang Ming now, he couldn't tolerate this kind of thing happening. Yang Ming planned to use Xia Bingbao's power to find these two people. Anyway, Xia Bingbao now asked him to go to Yunnan to catch Elder Yu. It was such a dangerous and terrifying thing. If Yang Ming didn't ask Xia Bingbao for something, it would be a big loss. Who knew if he could come back from that place? Yang Ming had personally experienced the horror of Elder Yu. This guy couldn't be called a human at all. He was simply a monster. What kind of evil skill did he practice to suck people's blood? It felt similar to the Western vampires. After hanging up the phone call with Bao Sanli, Yang Ming was thinking about this matter. It was not that Yang Ming was narrow-minded, but these two people had gone too far. If he did not punish them, it would be too easy for them. Who is Jing Xiaolu? Yang Ming did not turn his back to her when he was on the phone. Xianxia sat by and listened. When she heard the name of another girl, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. If it were in the past, Xianxia would not care about these things. But now, her identity was different, and her thoughts were different. When she heard that Yang Ming wanted to buy a car for another woman while buying a car for her, Xianxia's heart was naturally uncomfortable. Oh, a classmate. Lin Jiyun's friend. I promised to give her a car before. Yang Ming did not notice Xianxia's expression. He was now thinking about calling Xia Bingbao in a while. Friend? Just give her a car? You are really generous. Why don't I see you giving everyone a car? Xianxia's words were a little sour. Yang Ming recovered and heard the jealousy in Xianxia's words. He was a little embarrassed. She helped me before. It's a thank you. After listening to Yang Ming, Xianxia no longer asked. After all, if she asked too much, she would be disliked. Xianxia was not willing to be such a person. Xianxia simply went to the bathroom to dress up. In fact, she did not need to dress up. She was still beautiful, but girls always liked to be more perfect. She fixed her hair, closed her eyelashes, and wore a small pendant around her neck before she went to the bedroom to change clothes. Yang Ming was simple. He washed his face and put on his clothes. He did not care about the hair shape. Anyway, Yang Ming did not rely on his face to make a living. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Xianxia came out of the living room. She changed into a set of sportswear. Maybe because she was going to school, she did not wear professional attire. However, it was precisely at this time that Xianxia was the most youthful. Xianxia in professional attire always made Yang Ming feel a little uncomfortable. It was as if she was wearing a disguise. Not bad. It's very beautiful. How did I see you wearing it before? Yang Ming praised. Really? Is it beautiful? Xianxia was a little surprised. This set of sportswear was given to her by Zhaoying. Zhaoying said that it was more suitable for Xianxia to wear student attire at school, so she gave Xianxia a set of her sportswear. However, before she could put it on, she was caught by Tianlong. Until now, Xianxia had worn the set of clothes for the first time. A sister gave it to me. It's not bad, right? It's very good, but it looks familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Yang Ming did not remember where he had seen this set of clothes. There are many students wearing similar styles in school. It is normal for you to be familiar with it. Xianxia nodded. I also think that it is more youthful. Otherwise, I look like your sister. You don't look like her at all. Yang Ming snorted. If I say that you are my sister, some people will believe it. Don't talk nonsense. You don't have to comfort me like this. My psychological quality is still very good. I have always been very optimistic about the relationship between a younger man and a sibling. Xianxia was not vague at all. She was straightforward, but Yang Ming really liked her unscrupulous character. Unlike Xiaoqing, who was always overcautious, Xianxia would not turn back once she set her mind on something. This was a bit similar to Chen Mingyan. Although she was wronged, she did not want to leave. Who is comforting you? I mean, the children of your Sun family are all young. Look at Sun Jiwei. He is in college, but he is still like a junior high school student. Yang Ming said with a laugh. Get lost. He is brainless. How can you compare him to me? Sun Jia was a little annoyed, but what Yang Ming said was true. Sun Jiwei was so old, but he was still a child. He had not grown up until now. Hee hee. Yang Ming laughed twice. Are you done packing? Let's go to school. I have already packed. You are the one who is nagging and talking about me. Sun Jia glared at Yang Ming. She picked up a seemingly youthful small school bag and carried it on her back. Yang Ming finally knew why women were sometimes unreasonable. He had waited for her for a long time, and she had just finished tidying up. However, he took the opportunity to say a few words to her when she left the room, and it became his fault for wasting her time. However, Yang Ming was not prepared to delve into this problem. It did not make any sense to delve into this problem. Instead, it would delay more time. In the end, he might have to blame the root cause on himself. Yang Ming picked up the car key and went downstairs. When he got in the car, Yang Ming suddenly remembered that Sun Jia's Audi R8 did not seem to be back, so he asked, Little Jia, where is your car? Who knows? It was driven away by Tianlong's men. After that, you had a car, so I forgot about it. Sun Jia shrugged. But there will be a new car soon. Let's leave the car in Donghai first. Yang Ming nodded. The space of the R8 was too small. It couldn't seat a few people. Yang Ming was not very willing to let Sun Jia drive that car. The place where Sun Jia lived was not far from the school, but he didn't know when it started. There were more and more private cars in Songjiang. During commuting time, there was already a trend of traffic jams. At this time, it depended on the driver's own ability and background. Therefore, cars that went against the flow appeared one after another, but Yang Ming did not intend to violate the rules. After all, it was a joke with his life. Although Yang Ming had more privileges than these people if he went against the flow, Yang Ming never felt that it was a privilege. Not long after, he saw traffic police stopping cars going against the flow. Yang Ming smiled slightly. Sure enough, these people paid the price to save a little time. When they arrived at the school, Sun Jia got out of the car. Her graduate school was not in the same place as Yang Ming's class. Yang Ming also planned to see Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun first. After all, he hadn't seen them for a few days. He called Chen Mingyan at the school gate. As a result, he found that the three of them had not woken up yet. They were still at home, but looking at the time, it was only 7 o'clock. The three of them had no class in the first period, so naturally, they could come to school a little later. Hearing Yang Ming's voice, Chen Mingyan was a little excited. After all, Yang Ming had always said that he would come home, but the result was not because of one thing or another. Today, Yang Ming was finally at the door. Chen Mingyan suddenly woke up. Then, I will wait for you at home with Jiyun. Yang Ming didn't hear Chen Mingyan mention Zhou Jiejia, so he didn't care. He thought that she just forgot. He went to the tutor in the department, Xianxia. Xianxia naturally wouldn't say anything about Yang Ming. Xiaoqing had already informed him before. Xianxia just told Yang Ming that there might be some large-scale activities in the school recently. When the time came, the school would check the number of people, so he had to attend. Otherwise, it wouldn't be justified. Yang Ming nodded. The so-called large-scale activities were nothing more than the 2 annual activities of the Spring Sports Day and the Art Festival. These were activities that reflected the collective spirit. The school naturally had strict requirements to ensure that everyone was present. If Yang Ming didn't go, Xianxia would also be reprimanded. Therefore, Yang Ming wouldn't make it difficult for him. After all, he usually took care of himself. How could Yang Ming add trouble to him at a critical moment? After leaving Xianxia's place, Yang Ming drove directly back to the Huashang district and parked the car in front of his villa. When he entered the door, he glanced at Wang Xiaoyan's villa and found that there was no movement. He didn't know if Wang Xiaoyan had already gone to school. He wanted to use his X-ray vision to see the contents inside, but he dismissed this idea. Although he had special abilities and Wang Xiaoyan was also his woman, it seemed natural to peek, but everyone had their own privacy. Wang Xiaoyan was no exception, including Yang Ming himself. He didn't want to be monitored by others, so he put himself in their shoes and decided to leave some private space for each girl. He believed in them, so he shouldn't peek. When he opened the door, he saw that Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun had already woken up. At this moment, they were sitting in the dining room eating breakfast. Yang Ming didn't pay attention, but he didn't see Zhou Jiejia. Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. Where is Jiejia? Jiejia participated in a research group at school. She hasn't been home for several days. It's rare to see her during the day. Chen Mingyan complained. But Jiejia likes it, so I can't say anything. There is one less person at home, so Ziyun and I are a lot less interesting. Oh, that's the case. Yang Ming didn't think much about it. Zhou Jiejia liked to study computer science. She had her own ideals and pursuits. Yang Ming knew, so he nodded. Then don't bother her. Let her be busy. I have time in the evening. I will ask her out for a meal. I won't bother her during the day. That's fine. She seems to be really busy. I called her yesterday. It was already noon, but she was still busy. Chen Mingyan said, I wanted to ask her to have lunch together, but I can only give up. Mingyan, did you miss me? I thought that when I came back, you would give me a hug. Now it seems that you are quite calm. Yang Ming felt that there was a gap between ideals and reality. The male protagonist in the novel didn't go home for a few days. When he returned home, he would be surrounded by beautiful women and enjoy the happiness of multiple wives. However, he was very normal and chatted with them. Chen Mingyan's face was red. She naturally wanted to be intimate with Yang Ming, but because Lin Jiyun was also next to her, Chen Mingyan was the big sister among them. Naturally, she had to set an example. How could she have the nerve to be intimate with Yang Ming first? Lin Jiyun, on the other hand, had a weak temperament. She wasn't good at expressing her emotions. Chen Mingyan sat still, so she naturally wouldn't move. She endured the longing for Yang Ming in her heart, sat there, and drank the porridge. You hug Sister Lin. She misses you. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and then said to Lin Jiyun, Jiyun, haven't you always been talking about Yang Ming? You even called his name when you were dreaming. Why don't you go over now? Sister Mingyan, don't make fun of me. Lin Jiyun was blushing and didn't know what to say. Yang Ming naturally knew the scruples and awkwardness in their hearts. He didn't force them. He sat on the chair opposite them and watched them eat breakfast. You're tanned. Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming. This face that she had been thinking about day and night finally couldn't help but reveal her true feelings. It seems that you've matured a lot. The sun in Africa is too strong. I can't help it. Yang Ming shrugged. You two are getting more and more tender. You don't look proper when you're home. I have class at 10 o'clock. You and Sister Lin can be intimate at home first. Chen Mingyan stood up and went to the soy milk machine to pour herself a cup of soy milk. Then, she sat back and looked at Yang Ming. I have to pack up and go to school. Today, I promised a sister to copy her notes for the previous semester. She has to make up for the exam. Yang Ming naturally didn't know whether Chen Mengyan was telling the truth or not. Was she deliberately creating an opportunity for him and Lin Jiyun to be alone, or was there really something going on? Sister Mengyan, didn't you say last night that you could sleep until 9 o'clock today? Lin Jiyun whispered. Chen Mengyan glared at Lin Jiyun. I suddenly remembered that I had an appointment with her yesterday. Yang Ming saw it and knew Chen Mengyan's thoughts. Although she was unwilling, she had to pretend to be generous. In fact, it wasn't good to be a big sister. If she fought for attention everywhere, it would obviously make people feel that she had no tolerance. She could only think for others to maintain this position. Do you want to stay? Do you want to stay together? Yang Ming asked with a smile. What do you want? Chen Mengyan snorted. Of course, she knew Yang Ming's dirty thoughts, but she didn't completely reject it. Instead, she gave him something to think about. Let's talk about it at night. At night? Yang Ming was delighted. Could it be that Chen Mengyan agreed to some of my special proposals? Just as he wanted to ask something, Chen Mengyan had already gone upstairs, leaving only a fragrant wind. Only Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were left. For a while, the atmosphere was a bit cold. Lin Jiyun wasn't good at expressing her feelings. When she was with Yang Ming, she was always in a passive state. She didn't take the initiative to ask for anything. She naturally knew in her heart that Chen Mengyan wanted to leave the opportunity to be alone with Yang Ming for her. Her heart was moved. She looked at Yang Ming, but she didn't know what to say. Chen Mengyan hadn't left yet. How could she throw herself on Yang Ming now? Look at you. You seem to have lost weight. Did you not eat well? Yang Ming reached out and touched Lin Jiyun's face. Lin Jiyun's face was just slightly red, but she didn't avoid it. Lin Jiyun shook her head. No, I still feel that I have gained weight. It seems that I have a small belly. 2 days ago, I told Sister Mengyan that we want to buy a Wii and do some exercise. Wii. Yang Ming was stunned, and then he remembered that this was a game console with a sense of motion. In the past, Zhang Bin often said that this kid was a fan of games. It seemed that he bought one during the summer vacation in high school. Yeah, there is a fit board that works with the Wii. You can also do yoga with it. Lin Jiyun was obviously interested in this kind of game. Then, let's buy one. Yang Ming didn't know what a fit board was, but since they felt that it could be used for fitness, then it was fine. I will ask someone to buy it and send it over. No need. Sister Mengyan and I want to buy it on Saturday and go shopping at the mall. Lin Jiyun waved her hand. We can also try it on the spot. Okay, I will go with you when I am free. Yang Ming said after listening. Who wants you to go with us? We are sisters shopping. Isn't it inconvenient for you to follow us? Chen Mengyan had already changed her clothes. She was walking down the stairs with a small bag. When she heard Yang Ming's words, she added, besides, I am used to it. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed, but he remembered that he was not at home during this time. Chen Mengyan couldn't see him, so she would definitely be resentful. During this time, she was shopping with Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia. He wasn't by her side. She said that she was used to it to annoy him. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't blame her. Instead, he was a little embarrassed. What he did was said to be a serious matter, but in fact, it couldn't be considered a serious matter. It was true that he helped Chen Mengyan vent her anger. Therefore, Yang Ming naturally felt sorry for Chen Mengyan. Sister Mengyan. Seeing that Yang Ming was embarrassed and didn't speak, Lin Jiyun couldn't bear it. She carefully looked at Chen Mengyan. Chen Mengyan knew that Lin Jiyun wanted to plead. She secretly thought that Sister Lin was really a little traitor. I was so good to her, but she couldn't stand firm. However, who could say for sure? If others stood in the position of being hostile to Yang Ming, she would probably make a choice without hesitation, right? This was just human nature and instinct, so Chen Mengyan wouldn't resent anything. Instead, she listened to Lin Jiyun's pleading, so she said, but we still lack a driver. If you think you are still competent, I will reluctantly use you. After Chen Mingyan said this, she couldn't help but laugh. Her smooth white fingers covered her plump red lips. She laughed like a flower. She felt that she was somewhat insincere. She obviously wanted to ask Yang Ming to accompany them, but she was still stubborn. She was like a cooked duck. However, sometimes girls had to be stubborn in order to adhere to certain principles. Well, I guess this unlucky driver will not only not get paid, but also lose a lot of money. Yang Ming knew that Chen Mingyan was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, so he didn't tease her. I'll ask Sister Lin to compensate you later. Just treat it as an advance payment. Chen Mingyan smiled sweetly. She grabbed Lin Jiyun's shoulder and pushed her in front of Yang Ming. Well, I will be a free driver for Jiyun, but what about your share? Yang Ming accepted the proposal with a smile. He didn't care about Lin Jiyun, who was blushing like a cooked lobster. He pulled her to his side and turned to look at Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan didn't expect Yang Ming to be so shameless. She was a little embarrassed. She glared at him and didn't look back. She walked to the door, but after putting on her shoes, she told Yang Ming, "Let's talk at night." Then, she went out. This time, there were really only Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun left. Yang Ming was fine. Lin Jiyun was still shy because she was teased by Chen Mingyan. She was pulled by Yang Ming. She pursed her lips and didn't know what to think. During this time, he hadn't seen Lin Jiyun for a long time. He thought that they were not used to each other. Although she missed him, she didn't know how to vent when they really met. But fortunately, Yang Ming knew that Lin Jiyun had always been so reserved. He didn't care what she thought. He reached out and hugged her in his arms. Sometimes, body language was more effective than thousands of words. When you don't know what to say, then do something. When the two were sweating and hugging each other intimately, the topic naturally became more. From the school sports day to the art festival, they were all recent things that happened around them. Lin Jiyun didn't think that she had any talent, but the student union naturally paid more attention to her, the campus belle on the list. They forced her to perform a show. Lin Jiyun wasn't good at rejecting others, so she agreed after some hesitation. As for what to perform, Lin Jiyun didn't think about it. Yang Ming knew that this was the usual method used by the student union when it came to the popularity of the art festival. There was no other reason. Lin Jiyun was on the new campus belle list. Since the beginning of the semester, someone posted it on the school's BBS. Although it was only elected by the people, it represented the public opinion more than the school's official election. This was the result of the student vote, and it naturally reflected the students' hearts. Therefore, the school's student union put the idea on these campus celebrities. This year's student union president, Xianxia, was a smart person. His family background was good. His father was the boss of Songjiang Mining, and his mother was a cadre of the Communist Youth League Committee. He was the child of a standard cadre family. When he was a freshman, he was elected as the vice president of the student union. He was finally promoted in the second semester of his sophomore year. Because the former student union president had to go for an internship in the second semester of his senior year, the position was vacant. Xianxia smoothly replaced it. This semester was the first semester of Xianxia's new position. He naturally had to make the school's art festival and school sports day that the student union was responsible for. He must make the school leaders look at him as the student union president. Xianxia was not a pedantic person. On the contrary, he was very trendy. He usually paid attention to the school's BBS. He was not like some student union presidents who only knew how to please the school leaders. They studied hard all day long and made some things that praised the school leaders. Xianxia paid attention to democratic prestige, which was also related to his family background. Therefore, Xianxia's art festival this time directly cut off the rigid and meaningless conservative and old-fashioned poetry recitation programs in the past. He specially opened a section on the school's BBS to discuss the content planning of the art festival. He gave the initiative to the school's students and let them solicit opinions. Then, according to the support rate of each opinion, he picked out the most supported and the most opposed, and let everyone revote according to these. Therefore, the art festival had not yet opened, but the discussion about the art festival in the school had reached an unprecedented climax. It was much more enthusiastic than the previous years. Many people were full of expectations for this art festival. According to the students' opinions, the school's recognized campus belles must be on stage. Art was something worthy of appreciation and beauty. Then, were the campus belles not worthy of appreciation and beauty? Therefore, the idea of most perverted boys was that they couldn't find the campus belles to be their girlfriends, but they could at least feast their eyes, right? As a result, the calls for the school's campus belles to participate in the art festival became more and more enthusiastic. Xianxia had no choice but to agree to this and report it to the school. However, unexpectedly, the school leaders actually agreed to this suggestion after discussing it. This made Xianxia very surprised. He didn't expect the school's leaders to be so open-minded. This also gave him more confidence to go all out. Since the school's leaders were not old-fashioned people, then this art festival might be unprecedented in history. In this way, his name would be noticed by many people. Whether he worked in the future or continued to study at the school, it would be of great benefit to him. Thinking of this, Xianxia had to persuade the campus belles selected on the school's forum to participate in the art festival. After all, the art festival was voluntary to sign up for. It was not mandatory that everyone had to perform. He was not related to those beautiful women, so Xianxia couldn't ask for anything. Therefore, after suffering a lot of supercilious looks, he finally got Lin Jiyun. Xianxia had a deep impression of Lin Jiyun, a girl with a gentle mood. Unlike others who rejected people thousands of miles away, Xianxia had found a few girls on the campus belles list before. He was either mercilessly rejected, or they didn't want to see him at all. In particular, there was a girl who was rumored to be kept by a big boss outside the school. She didn't care about Xianxia at all. In her eyes, he, the student union president, was nothing at all. Therefore, with the previous comparison, Xianxia's impression of Lin Jiyun was unprecedentedly good. It could be said that it was super good. Xianxia had always had high standards. He didn't have a girlfriend in university because he was more outstanding, so he was more picky in choosing a partner. Xianxia only looked at the campus belles with a kind of appreciation because he was very clear that the girls now were too realistic. Just like the girl who was kept as a mistress, no matter how outstanding she was just a student. She couldn't enter the eyes of others that were full of desire. Although Xianxia's family conditions were not bad, and his father was the boss of a state-owned enterprise, he was considered to be working for others, but he earned quite a lot. However, Xianxia didn't want to show off these things because he felt that it was meaningless to pursue a girl like this. Therefore, he didn't intend to have a girlfriend in university. He would wait until he met a suitable one after work. However, all of this was broken at the moment when he met Lin Jiyun. Xianxia didn't expect that there was such a simple and lovely girl in real life. She would blush when talking to strangers. She was kind and not good at rejecting others. After a few words of persuasion, she reluctantly agreed. Unlike other beautiful girls, each of them cultivated to perfection. They didn't give him any chance at all. When they met, they blocked his words. For example, Zhou Jiejia of the computer science department, the only beauty in the computer science department. When he looked for her, she directly told him that she was busy with research and had no time. It made Xianxia embarrassed to talk about the next art festival. Of course, Zhou Jiejia was really busy. She didn't deliberately target Xianxia. However, in Xianxia's view, Zhou Jiejia deliberately avoided these. Therefore, compared to Lin Jiyun, Xianxia felt that this girl was simply too good. She was not arrogant and did not reject people thousands of miles away. This made Xianxia's eyes light up. Such a beautiful girl, but she was not contaminated with any social habits. This was very rare and valuable. Especially when Lin Jiyun blushed when she talked, it made Xianxia feel even more moved. This made Xianxia's previous decision change a little. If he could find Lin Jiyun to be his girlfriend, it would also be a good thing. Thinking of this, Xianxia secretly made up his mind. However, Jing Xiaolu of the art department also agreed to Xianxia's suggestion. She was quite straightforward, but she was very smart at first glance. Su Qianqing estimated that he might not be as smart as her. If he pursued her, he could take a detour. Therefore, Su Qianqing increasingly felt that Lin Jiyun was good. He decided to take advantage of this art festival to see if he could get closer to her. In addition to these beautiful campus bells, there was also a stronger voice, which was Yang Ming. In the first semester of Yang Ming's freshman year, the scene of the god of gamblers appearing could be said to be deeply rooted in people's hearts. The situation of beating Li Jiaxing and Lu Xiaojun made the students crazy. If these beautiful campus bells were the most popular among the boys, then the most popular person among the girls was Yang Ming. This person was also a character who must appear in the art festival. However, Yang Ming was elusive. Su Qianqing searched for several days, but he did not see Yang Ming's figure. He searched the dormitory and the class. In the end, he had no choice but to find Yang Ming's tutor, Xianxia. After asking, he found out that Yang Ming had taken a leave of absence. Su Qianqing had no choice but to tell Xianxia about the art festival. After Xianxia listened, he promised him that he would call him after seeing Yang Ming. Su Qianqing could only wait. In the past few days, he was almost exhausted because of the art festival. Until now, he had only planned for half of it. Therefore, there was the scene of Xianxia telling Yang Ming to actively participate in school activities. Xianxia just reminded Yang Ming first. As for whether he could participate in the art festival, Xianxia could not interfere. It was up to Su Qianqing himself. So, he told the news of Yang Ming's return to Su Qianqing. Lin Jiyun was relatively simple. Naturally, she would not think that Su Qianqing had any other purpose. She treated this matter as a very ordinary thing and told Yang Ming about it. After Yang Ming heard it, he was a little amused. People didn't agree. Why did you agree? Why didn't Jiejia and Mingyan participate? How would I know that they refused? I thought that everyone had to participate in the art festival, so I didn't think much about it. Lin Jiyun was a little embarrassed. I haven't thought about what to perform. It doesn't matter what you perform. If you stand there, you will attract other people's attention. Yang Ming smiled. He sent Lin Jiyun to school first. Lin Jiyun had class at 10 o'clock. Yang Ming didn't know if he had classes. He didn't come to school this semester, so he naturally didn't know the timetable. First, he called Zhang Ben and wanted to ask where the class was. He didn't expect this kid to actually play truant and hang out with Wang Mei. Yang Ming hung up the phone helplessly and called Zhang Ben. I don't know if this kid came back to class today. Needless to say, this kid was more reliable than Zhang Ben. He was actually in class with Wang Shui. Yang Ming quickly asked the class and trotted into the teaching building. He found the location of the classroom and slipped in from the back door. The computer science teachers knew Yang Ming and knew that he was the younger brother of the dean. When they saw him slip in from the back door, they didn't say much. After a glance, they continued to lecture. Zhou Jiejia wasn't in the classroom. She must have gone to participate in a research group, right? Yang Ming sat next to Tian Donghua. This kid was reading a book with full concentration. When Yang Ming sat down, he moved his gaze away from the book. When he saw Yang Ming, he grinned. Boss, you're here? What are you reading, kid? Yang Ming closed the book in front of Tian Donghua and glanced at the cover. It was actually a marketing management book written by Philip Kotler. This made Yang Ming widen his eyes. This kid is actually reading this kind of book. Although Yang Ming didn't study economics, he knew that this person was a famous expert in the field of economics. His books were used as designated teaching materials for many MBA courses. What do you think of this? Yang Ming asked in surprise. In the future, you asked me to be in charge of such a big company. If I don't learn now, what should I do in the future? Tian Donghua sighed. There is no other way. If I don't learn now, it will be too late. I really didn't expect that you, kid, would have a day to improve yourself. It seems that this matter has also brought some benefits. Yang Ming smiled and patted Tian Donghua's shoulder. Work hard. Don't let me down. Don't worry, bro. I won't. Tian Donghua nodded firmly. I can't be like my dad. In this life, I am your man. In death, I am your ghost. Yang Ming felt a chill. He couldn't help but kick Tian Donghua. Don't say it's so disgusting. You should say this to Wang Shui. Don't say it to me. Tian Donghua chuckled and lowered his head to continue reading. This class was about the basics of computer hardware. Yang Ming now had some understanding of computers, so it didn't take much effort. It was just that the knowledge in the textbook was too old. It couldn't be helped. If the textbook was not changed, the lecturer still had to explain it according to the above. Yang Ming listened to the class while thinking about what to do at noon. He suddenly thought of Xiaoqing. He had told her on the phone that he was going to see her. As a result, Xianxia's incident happened, so he didn't go over. Then, at noon, should I go and see Xiaoqing? Thinking of the possible romance, Yang Ming was delighted. The behind-the-scenes boss frowned and waited for the news from the Mount Jing police station. However, after the Mount Jing police station took away the videotape, there was no more movement. He didn't hear any news of Yang Ming being arrested. What's the matter? Is there a problem with the videotape? The behind-the-scenes boss looked at Huang Yukai, who was also at a loss. I don't know. Huang Yukai shook his head. The people I know in the Mount Jing police are too low-ranking. I can't find out anything useful. They don't even know how the case has progressed. Is the Mount Jing police so smart that they could see that the videotape was forged? Asked the behind-the-scenes boss. It's impossible, right? Even if it was edited, they should have brought Yang Ming back for investigation. After all, Yang Ming was at the scene of the crime. Yang Ming is still very suspicious. Huang Yukai said, I feel like something is wrong. The behind-the-scenes boss nodded. No matter how this matter progresses, don't worry about it anymore. I also feel that things are a bit strange. If Yang Ming is safe and sound this time, and the Mount Jing police didn't find him for any trouble, then he must have a relationship or something more important that we don't know about. Oh? You mean, Yang Ming has a relationship with the police? Asked Huang Yukai. This is hard to say, but I suddenly remembered one thing. The behind-the-scenes boss said, in the beginning, one of my collaborators was forced to flee from Songjiang because of the cooperation between Yang Ming and the Songjiang police. You mean, Yang Ming may be a member of the police? This is impossible, right? Huang Yukai was a little surprised when he heard the behind-the-scenes boss. He's just a college student. There are too many impossible things. Yang Ming is a college student on the surface, but his identity behind him, at least I know that there is another one. The behind-the-scenes boss sneered. This matter needs to be carefully investigated. If it is not handled properly, it will implicate us. Huang Yukai looked at the behind-the-scenes boss and frowned. He didn't think about what relationship Yang Ming had with the police. He had always regarded Yang Ming as a college student and didn't consider other factors. However, now that he listened to the behind-the-scenes boss, Huang Yukai fell into contemplation. He didn't know what the other identity was that the behind-the-scenes boss was referring to. Since the behind-the-scenes boss didn't say it, Huang Yukai wouldn't ask. The two people were just in a cooperative relationship. He wasn't the behind-the-scenes boss confidant. Some things could be said, but some things couldn't be said. Huang Yukai wasn't a curious person. Since the behind-the-scenes boss didn't want to say it, then he wouldn't ask. However, the behind-the-scenes boss words did inspire him. That was, Yang Ming might have other identities. He could actually participate in the case with the police, so he should be an honorary police officer at worst. In this way, it was reasonable that Mount Jing didn't take any measures against him. It was just that Huang Yukai was somewhat unwilling. Every time his plan seemed perfect and invulnerable, but in the end, it became worthless because of a small mistake. If this continued, his status and right to speak in front of the behind-the-scenes boss would weaken. This was not what Huang Yukai wanted to see. The behind-the-scenes boss arranged for Alice to be Yang Ming's classmate. He didn't expect Huang Yaozai's plan to succeed this time. To be honest, there was hope, but he couldn't have too much hope. From his long confrontation with Yang Ming, he could figure out a principle. Yang Ming, this brat, would always do something unexpected to disrupt his plans. For example, when he wanted to kill Wang Xiaoyan, this brat just had to appear, and more than once. The first time, he happened to appear in Macau. The second time, he actually lost one of his generals in Wang Xiaoyan's villa, which made the behind-the-scenes boss feel heartbroken. The theft of the treasure was supposed to be a huge setback for Yang Ming, but he didn't expect that his most proud disciple would be captured. He exchanged for the person, but in exchange for a corpse. The behind-the-scenes boss was so angry that he wanted to curse, although he didn't know who his mother was. However, the behind-the-scenes boss did not care. In the past, when he dealt with Yang Ming, it was purely for his own selfish use of power. The boss behind the scenes, Dr. Benjamin, didn't know about these things. But now, the behind-the-scenes boss didn't care whether Dr. Benjamin knew about this matter because the reason was very simple. The relationship between Yang Ming and Suya was special, and Suya was the person the behind-the-scenes boss wanted to monitor and investigate. To prove whether the current celebrity Suya was the little girl in the past, this breakthrough could also be made on Yang Ming. Although it was more difficult than directly investigating Yang Ming, the behind-the-scenes boss could use his power to avenge his personal grudge. He reported to Dr. Benjamin that Yang Ming was also one of the important figures in the past. The behind-the-scenes boss wasn't the only one who worked for Dr. Benjamin, so Dr. Benjamin didn't care whether the behind-the-scenes boss used the relationship between Yang Ming and Suya. He only had one purpose, and that was to find Sun Sikong, who had close contact with Suya. As long as he found Sun Sikong, Dr. Benjamin didn't care about other things. For the character of Sun Sikong, you can refer to the prequel of this book, Rebirth and Pursuit of Beauty. Excuse me, is Yang Ming here? At noon, Yang Ming came out of the classroom and was stopped by a boy who looked a little handsome and sunny. Compared with Yang Ming's fortitude, this person was too soft, but he would definitely get a lot of votes if he participated in a program like Super Male Voice. Yang Ming, this person is looking for you. Tian Donghua waved to Yang Ming and guided the person over. I am. Are you looking for me? Yang Ming didn't know who this soft guy was, and he didn't remember knowing such a person at school. Yang Ming, I finally found you. When the boy saw Yang Ming, he was obviously very happy. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Su Qianxing. I am the acting president of the school's student union. Because the annual student union election was at the beginning of the first semester, which was about September every year, although Su Qianxing took the position of the previous student union president, he had not yet gone through a new round of voting, so he could only be said to be the acting president. Yang Ming had just heard the name Su Qianxing from Lin Jian this morning, and he couldn't help but look at the boy a few more times. His appearance was obviously the kind that was more popular with obedient girls, but girls in university were more realistic. They had left the stage of high school where they had illusions of Prince Charming. Therefore, Su Qianxing's advantage was useless in university. Hello, President Su. Yang Ming didn't know why this guy was looking for him, but he spoke very politely. Obviously, he wasn't looking for trouble. Yang Ming couldn't reject people thousands of miles away. Student Yang Ming, are you free? Let's have lunch together? In the school cafeteria. Su Qianxing was a person with strong communication skills. He naturally said such a sentence to Yang Ming. This invitation did not seem to be abrupt. Oh? Yang Ming was a little surprised why Su Qianxing looked for him for lunch, but Yang Ming was also going to the cafeteria to eat, so he nodded and agreed. Okay, then let's go together. Su Qianxing thought that Yang Ming would ask him why he was looking for him on the road. In this way, he could logically say his purpose, and then take the opportunity to invite Yang Ming to have a meal to finalize the matter. However, now it seemed that this Yang Ming was very calm. If he didn't speak, Yang Ming wouldn't speak either. However, the more Yang Ming didn't speak, the more Su Qianxing couldn't speak. If he spoke on the road and was rejected by Yang Ming, then it would be a bit troublesome. It was better to invite Yang Ming to have a meal first. Everything could be discussed at the dinner table. Now, whether asking for help or asking for help, it was important to invite someone to talk at the dinner table. Although they were still on campus, the university was not far away from society. Su Qianxing naturally knew this. The cafeteria that Su Qianxing took Yang Ming to was not the kind of cafeteria in the lobby, but the school's third cafeteria. In fact, it was a small restaurant with independent private rooms. Students would hold banquets here for birthdays or celebrations. The business was very good at night, but there were relatively fewer people at noon. Most students had classes in the afternoon. They couldn't eat and drink here to their heart's content. They couldn't go to class drunk, right? Su Qianqing was quite familiar with this place. As the leader of the student union, he had a very harmonious relationship with the owner of the third cafeteria. Many of the student union's activities used this place as a fixed restaurant. Although there were only 2 people, Su Qianqing smoothly asked for a private room. He took Yang Ming in and ordered some delicious dishes that students liked to eat. Su Qianqing signaled the waiter to go out. "Student Yang Ming, maybe you are surprised why I am looking for you, right?" Su Qianqing decided to get to the point. This Yang Ming was really not simple. If it were another student, he would have already asked. In fact, Yang Ming was also wondering in his heart. I don't know why this kid is looking for me. Is it because Chen Mingyan and Zhou Jiejie refused to participate in the performance of the art festival? Does this guy want me to be a lobbyist? However, how does this kid know about my relationship with Chen Mingyan and Zhou Jiejie? Even if he knows, this possibility is relatively small. However, Yang Ming still asked, is it because of the art festival? It seems that student Yang has a plan in his heart. Su Qianqing thought, Yang Ming has already guessed my purpose. No wonder he is so calm. What do I have in my heart? Yang Ming didn't expect that his random words would hit the nail on the head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why don't you tell me? Su Qianqing nodded. He thought that Yang Ming was asking the obvious, so he said, I believe that student Yang must have seen the survey about the art festival on the school's BBS, right? Yang Ming didn't want to lie to him. He shook his head and said inexplicably, no, you should tell me in detail. No? This time, it was Su Qianqing's turn to be stunned. Really? Just now, he knew that I was looking for him about the art festival. Why did he deny it? I just came back from another place. It's the first day of school. How can I look at the school's BBS? Yang Ming spread his hands. He felt that this Su Qianqing was a bit weird. Yang Ming was getting more and more clueless. Why did this guy look for me? Aya, look at my brain. Su Qianqing patted his forehead and smiled. Yeah, I looked for you before. Your tutor said that you were not at school because you asked for leave. The campus's BBS belonged to the school's intranet. It could only be accessed through the school's internal network. The external network could not be accessed. Of course, a hacker master like Zhou Jiejie accessing it through a proxy was an exception. However, Su Qianqing did not think that Yang Ming would access the campus's BBS through a proxy. You looked for me before? Yang Ming glanced at Su Qianqing and asked. Yeah, I was looking for you before. Su Qianqing saw that Yang Ming really didn't know, so he no longer talked nonsense and introduced the situation to Yang Ming. Our school's art festival is about to start. It's just that this art festival is different from the previous ones. This art festival is entirely held by our students. We use a democratic voting method to determine the content of the art festival party. I know this. I heard it from my classmates. Yang Ming nodded, indicating that Su Qianqing could skip this and talk about business. Su Qianqing was afraid of being rejected these days, so he had to face it carefully. If it weren't for the previous school bells waiting for Su Qianqing to reject him, he couldn't invite Yang Ming to eat first and then make a request. Su Qianqing really wanted the art festival party. He planned to become popular, so he did not hesitate to work hard. The student union also had funds for activities, so a meal wasn't a big deal. This is the case. This time, the students' voices are the strongest. There must be a program. One is to let the school bells perform a program. Of course, this is the idea of the male students. As for the female students, they want you to go on stage and perform a program, said Su Qianqing. Me? Yang Ming opened his mouth wide and pointed at himself with his finger. Is there a mistake? What program can I perform? This is everyone's idea. Su Qianqing looked at Yang Ming's appearance. It seemed that Yang Ming was going to reject him, so he was a little anxious. Don't rush to reject. Listen to me. How come I never know what performance talent I have? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Well, you say it. I'm listening. Last semester, didn't you have a contest with the vice president of the campus taekwondo club? At that time, you appeared like the god of gamblers, Gao Jing. You quickly defeated your opponent with a superb boxing technique. Your humorous words are still being talked about by the majority of students. Su Qianqing completely followed the original words on the school forum. So, everyone decided to let you perform again. This is a bit difficult, right? As far as I know, Lu Xiaojun has been arrested and sent to prison. Can Li Jiaxing let me beat him again? Even if I want to, I also need his cooperation, right? Yang Ming spread his hands with some difficulty. Puff. Su Qianqing was drinking tea. He almost spat out after listening to Yang Ming's words. Student Yang, you misunderstood. I don't mean that. I mean, let you perform a program. Any program is fine. This is also what everyone wants. It's not that you are going to beat up that Li Jiaxing. Oh, perform a program? You should have said so earlier. Yang Ming smiled. You just asked me to perform again. I thought you wanted me to beat him up. It's just a performance. Su Qianqing said, you can perform martial arts. This is also what everyone wants. Martial arts? Yang Ming thought, these people really think too highly of me. At this time, it is reasonable for me to know some martial arts. When I just entered school last year, what martial arts did I know? Fighting with Li Jiaxing and Lu Xiaojun was completely opportunistic. He caught them off guard and won the battle. If you want to perform martial arts, why don't you find those people from the martial arts club to perform? Do you think I can do it? Student Yang, this martial art is just a gimmick. Your performance in last year's competition was really too eye-catching. What everyone wants to see is your eye-catching style. It has nothing to do with whether or not you actually know martial arts. Su Qianqing listened to Yang Ming and understood that Yang Ming might not know any martial arts. Last year's competition was completely won by luck. Then, I can perform anything? Yang Ming looked up and asked Su Qianqing. It's like this. Su Qianqing nodded. Anyway, the student's call was for Yang Ming to perform. As for what he would do on the stage, it didn't matter. Su Qianqing had also completed a task. Well, I will think about it and give you an answer. Yang Ming thought about it. Can I cooperate with others to perform? Of course, this is not a problem. Su Qianqing thought that Yang Ming was looking for an assistant or helper, so he didn't mind. Since Yang Ming promised to participate in the art festival, it was over. Then, let me think about it. Yang Ming was thinking about Lin Jiyun's problem. This little girl had a small face and was easily shy. She had never been on the stage before. Yang Ming wondered if he should act in a program with her to give her courage or something. Therefore, Yang Ming temporarily agreed to Su Qianqing's proposal. He was going to go back and talk to Lin Jiyun about it. If Lin Jiyun was not willing to go on stage, then Yang Ming did not have the need to perform on stage. Although this was a group activity, he had been very busy recently. How could he have time to rehearse? After all, it was something that the whole school was watching. He couldn't just go on stage and act, right? It was better not to go on stage. Okay, I have to think about this, but it will definitely not delay student Yang's study. When Su Qianqing heard that Yang Ming did not directly refuse, he was quite happy in his heart. After all, others directly refused. Yang Ming did not refuse, which meant that there was a way to do it. When the dishes were served, Yang Ming was not polite with him. Seeing that Su Qianqing was familiar with the restaurant owner, he knew that Su Qianqing would not pay for the meal himself. It was probably the student union's activity fund, so it would be a waste not to eat. Su Qianqing naturally did not know Yang Ming's thoughts. He thought that Yang Ming would be done after he ate this meal. However, there were many people who ate without doing anything. Yang Ming was not one of them. After eating and drinking, Yang Ming said goodbye to Su Qianqing and went straight to the computer science faculty building. Xiaoqing should be taking a lunch break. Most of the people in the faculty building knew Yang Ming. They knew that he was the younger brother of the department head, so no one would stop him. Yang Ming also went all the way to the door of Xiaoqing's office. He knocked on the door, but there was no response for a long time. Yang Ming wanted to use his special ability to see what was going on inside, but someone patted him on the back. "Are you looking for Director Xiao?" Yang Ming turned his head and found that it was actually Teacher Wang who taught him the basics of computer science. For the character of Teacher Wang, see Chapter 294, Xiaoqing's Suspicion. "Teacher Wang?" "Yeah, I'm looking for Sister Xiaoqing." Yang Ming nodded. "Director Xiao is in the research center upstairs. There is her office." "There. She has been working there for the past few days," said Teacher Wang. "Oh, I know. Thank you." When Yang Ming heard Teacher Wang, he knew because Yang Ming had also been to Xiaoqing's dormitory upstairs a while ago. Some things happened there. Yang Ming naturally remembered. "You're welcome." Teacher Wang waved his hand. He was called by Xiaoqing to talk last time. If it weren't for Yang Ming, Xiaoqing wouldn't take care of him and give him one of the outstanding teachers at the end of the term. Therefore, he was very grateful to Yang Ming. Yang Ming thanked him and turned to go upstairs. The computer room and laboratory of the Computer Control Center were upstairs. It was an important research area. When Yang Ming came last time, Xiaoqing brought him in. However, Xiaoqing gave him an IC card, so he could enter directly. Yang Ming wanted to give Xiaoqing a surprise, so he didn't call Xiaoqing in advance. Now it was lunch break. Xiaoqing was probably resting in the dormitory. Yang Ming wanted to tiptoe in and hug her. The computer room and laboratory weren't full of computer science teachers. There were many students, but they didn't ask Yang Ming much. After all, Yang Ming had the IC card here and could enter normally. Who would care about this? Yang Ming found the door of Xiaoqing's dormitory. He pushed the door and found that the door was locked. He didn't need to knock on the door. He directly took out the key and easily opened the door lock. There was no IC card on this floor. He couldn't even enter the corridor door, so Xiaoqing's dormitory door was just an ordinary iron door. It wasn't a special anti-theft door. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't need to spend much effort to open the door, and it didn't attract the attention of others. Xiaoqing lived in a dormitory like a hotel. The outer room was a bathroom, and the inner room was a bedroom. Yang Ming closed the door and walked to the inner room. The inner room wasn't locked. Yang Ming gently pushed, and the door opened. Yang Ming saw Xiaoqing lying on the bed at a glance. It seemed that Xiaoqing was asleep. Her eyes were closed, and her breathing was even. Yang Ming came in, but he didn't wake her up. Xiaoqing explained problems to Zhou Jiejie last night until dawn. She didn't have time to rest in the morning, so she took a nap at noon. Zhou Jiejie originally wanted to sleep, but she was helpless. When she was eating lunch at noon, she accidentally stained her sleeve. Zhou Jiejie was a girl who loved cleanliness, so she let Xiaoqing sleep for a while. She went to the bathroom outside to wash her clothes. Yang Ming came in very quietly. Zhou Jiejie was in the bathroom. She didn't notice that someone came into the room. Yang Ming walked to Xiaoqing's bed. He looked at Xiaoqing, who was sleeping. He couldn't bear to disturb her. It seemed that Xiaoqing was tired. Yang Ming knew that Xiaoqing wasn't a sleepy person. Now that she was sleeping at noon, she must have been too busy with work. Thinking of this, Yang Ming gently took off his shoes, got on the bed, and lay beside Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing's bed was a single bed, but it was also very spacious. It was wider than an ordinary single bed in the dormitory, but narrower than a normal double bed. It was in between the two. So when Yang Ming lay on it, it didn't seem crowded at all. Besides, both of them weren't fat. When they lay together, there was still space on the bed. Yang Ming didn't dare to disturb Xiaoqing's rest. He stretched out his arm from behind Xiaoqing and hugged her in his arms. Xiaoqing was thinking about the work in the afternoon. Naturally, she couldn't sleep well. She felt that her body seemed to be hugged by someone. Xiaoqing was shocked. She turned her head and opened her eyes, but she saw Yang Ming. Xiaoqing had some doubts. Why is Yang Ming here? Didn't he go to another place for business? Besides, Zhou Jiejie and I live together. How can Yang Ming hug me without any scruples? Thinking of this, Xiaoqing was a little dizzy. Am I dreaming? Yes, it must be. I must be dreaming. As the saying goes, what you think in the day, you dream at night. In the morning, she just talked about Yang Ming with Zhou Jejia, and it also aroused Xiaoqing's longing and concern for Yang Ming. Although she couldn't express it in front of Zhou Jejia, she quickly placed it in the dream. However, even if it was a dream, it was still good. Xiaoqing's heart was relieved. Her eyelids closed slightly, and she was in a half-awake state. She felt Yang Ming's body temperature and breathing, but she continued to dream. Xiaoqing turned over and became face to face with Yang Ming. Her plump red lips were slightly raised, which was very attractive. Although Yang Ming was afraid to disturb Xiaoqing's rest, he still couldn't help it. He kissed her lips, but he didn't dare to continue to do anything. He was afraid to wake Xiaoqing up. Xiaoqing's lips were sealed by Yang Ming. Her eyes opened slightly. She glanced at this side and closed again. However, she began to kiss with Yang Ming. She completely regarded herself as sleeping. Her brain was also in a dormant state, so she didn't think too much. Instead, she vented all her longing for Yang Ming in this dream. She also responded enthusiastically to Yang Ming's kiss. Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry to do something else. Instead, Xiaoqing could still kiss him while sleeping, which made Yang Ming feel very interesting. Xiaoqing wouldn't be dreaming of kissing me, right? Thinking about it, it must be like this. Connecting dream and reality together is a very interesting thing. Zhou Jejia finished washing the clothes and hung them on the hanger in the bathroom. Then, she washed her face, pushed the door and walked out of the bathroom. She planned to sleep for a while. There was still more than an hour before the afternoon work time. It was enough to sleep. Pushing open the door of the inner room, Zhou Jejia subconsciously glanced at Xiaoqing. She wanted to see if she was asleep, but she saw a scene that made her very surprised. Zhou Jejia quickly covered her mouth with her hand. She almost screamed because the scene in front of her was too incredible for her. Yang Ming and sister Xiaoqing were actually hugging each other, and the two were actually kissing. Zhou Jejia subconsciously thought that she was sleepy. She had been lacking sleep for the past few days. Although she relied on her interest in computers to support herself, the physical fatigue was inevitable. Therefore, the reason why Zhou Jejia covered her mouth was because she felt that she was hallucinating. In her opinion, this was completely impossible. Time, place, person, none of the conditions could be associated with the matter in front of her. Yang Ming should be working outside now, right? This was the teaching building of the school's computer science department, and it was also a laboratory. How could Yang Ming appear here? And the person, it was even more wrong. Yang Ming and Xiaoqing were god siblings. No matter how close they were, it was impossible for them to hug and kiss each other, right? This was simply impossible. Zhou Jejia rubbed her eyes. She felt that she might have missed Yang Ming so much that her eyes were blurred, so she saw such a messy scene. When she opened her eyes again, Zhou Jejia was completely dumbfounded. Yes, the person on the bed was indeed Yang Ming. And the other person was indeed the sister Xiaoqing that she respected. And these two people were indeed hugging each other and kissing. Zhou Jejia looked at the two people on the bed and didn't know what to do. It wasn't that she had the feeling of catching adultery in bed. She didn't have this idea at all, and she didn't have any thoughts of jealousy. It was just that Zhou Jejia felt that this matter was a bit too incredible. She thought that it was absolutely impossible to happen, but it happened in front of her eyes. She saw it, and she didn't know how to deal with it. Zhou Jejia gritted her teeth and left the room in small steps. She retreated to the outer room, then she pressed her hand on her chest and took a long sigh of relief. The shock that this incident brought to Zhou Jejia was really too strong. After confirming that she wasn't blurred, Zhou Jejia's brain couldn't wrap around it. Isn't Yang Ming's sister Xiaoqing's godbrother? How can the godsister and godbrother hug each other to do this kind of thing? Zhou Jejia pressed her temple. If Yang Ming came to find her, then it was reasonable. However, Zhou Jejia didn't think that Yang Ming's eyes were blurred to the point that he couldn't distinguish between Xiaoqing and herself. Even if he came to find her, this is sister Xiaoqing's dormitory. He shouldn't mess around. Then, the only possibility is that Yang Ming shouldn't know that I'm here. Zhou Jejia was a smart girl. All along, Zhou Jejia had been very wise and shrewd. Her mind was in a mess just now because this matter had given her too much of a shock. She was at a loss for a moment. Now that she had left the room and thought about it carefully, she could come to this conclusion. Yang Ming should come to find Sister Xiaoqing, and he definitely doesn't know that I live here, too. I joined this research team for a few days. Yang Ming hadn't returned home yet. Naturally, he wouldn't know these details. The only explanation was that Yang Ming came to find Sister Xiaoqing, but he didn't know that I was in the room, so he was intimate with Sister Xiaoqing and didn't avoid me. So, what is the relationship between Yang Ming and Sister Xiaoqing? This question seemed to be a bit silly. Zhou Jiejie shook her head. She didn't need to think about it. The answer was in front of her. Thinking of what Sister Xiaoqing said to her about the person she liked this morning, Zhou Jiejie suddenly realized that the man Sister Xiaoqing was talking about should be Yang Ming. Although this fact was somewhat difficult to accept, Zhou Jiejie still affirmed her own thoughts. Her guess shouldn't be wrong. Xiaoqing was worried about the age gap between her and Yang Ming, as well as the other girls around Yang Ming. In the end, she didn't get together with Yang Ming. However, there should always be a little ambiguity between the two people. As Sister Xiaoqing said, it was enough to be able to meet occasionally. Thinking about it, Yang Ming should come here to date with Sister Xiaoqing, but it was a coincidence that I was here today. However, Sister Xiaoqing knew that I was washing clothes in the outer room. Why didn't she stop Yang Ming? Zhou Jiejie was a bit baffled. However, after she carefully looked at Xiaoqing's expression, Zhou Jiejie knew that Xiaoqing hadn't woken up yet. She should be in a half-awake state now. She probably didn't think too much. After figuring this out, Zhou Jiejie had some sympathy for Xiaoqing. She was also a person who had experienced bitter love. She knew the sadness in it. Zhou Jiejie wasn't a petty person who liked to be jealous. She also knew that she wasn't qualified to be jealous or to care about Yang Ming's matters. It wasn't easy for her to be with Yang Ming. However, the problem now wasn't whether she was jealous or not. Zhou Jiejie was a bit embarrassed. What should I do next? Push the door in and join their battle group? Thinking of this, Zhou Jiejie blushed a little. What kind of messy idea am I having? How can I think like this? She shook her head and threw this idea to the back of her mind. Since I can't push the door in, what should I do? Pretend that I don't know? Wait until Yang Ming and Sister Xiaoqing are done being intimate, then I'll go in? This is indeed a more appropriate way, but what should I do after Sister Xiaoqing wakes up? Even if I pretend that I don't know, I believe that Xiaoqing will suspect something. If there is a knot in her heart, it will be even worse. Maybe there will be a gap between the relationship between the two. To be honest, Zhou Jiejie really had a headache. If Qin Mingyan saw this scene, she might be furious, but Zhou Jiejie wouldn't. First of all, she and Xiaoqing had a very close relationship these days. She sympathized with Xiaoqing's experience, so she wouldn't blame her for anything. Secondly, Zhou Jiejie could now be with Yang Ming because of Qin Mingyan's generosity. Putting herself in Xiaoqing's shoes, Zhou Jiejie wouldn't blame Xiaoqing. These were secondary. The main problem now was that she saw a scene that she shouldn't have seen. Yang Ming had never mentioned that there was another layer of relationship between him and Sister Xiaoqing. That meant that Yang Ming didn't want to mention this matter. Maybe he wanted to keep it as a secret, or maybe the time wasn't right yet. But now that she had seen it, she suddenly fell into a dilemma. She couldn't go in, and she couldn't go out. Later, when Sister Xiaoqing asked about it, she didn't know how to answer. Zhou Jiejie couldn't help but frown. Where did the smart Zhou Jiejie go? Why are you messing around with this matter? In fact, Zhou Jiejie couldn't be blamed. The situation in front of her was beyond her cognition. She didn't know how to deal with it. Yang Ming had Yang Ming's privacy, and Xiaoqing had Xiaoqing's privacy. The matter between the two of them should be very private. They didn't tell others, but she had seen it. Although she was also one of the closest people to Yang Ming. Even the most intimate person couldn't have no reservations. She had broken into Yang Ming's privacy. Zhou Jiejie really didn't know how to face Yang Ming. Whether it was said or not, once this matter wasn't handled well, it would always bring a gap between the relationship between them. Just as Zhou Jiejie was thinking about what to do, Xiaoqing's voice came from the room. Yang Ming? Is it really you? Why are you here? Xiaoqing was half awake before, but after being touched by Yang Ming for a while, she woke up. She opened her sleepy eyes and was shocked. She didn't expect that she wasn't dreaming, but it was real. Xiaoqing suddenly sat up from the bed and pushed Yang Ming away in a panic. Don't mess around. Zhou Jejia is washing clothes in the outer room. What if she sees it? Xiaoqing was really scared. She didn't expect Yang Ming to be so bold. He ran to her bed quietly. Thinking of Zhou Jejia, who was still washing clothes in the bathroom outside, Xiaoqing's face suddenly became red. Yang Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. Zhou Jejia? What if she sees it? Now it wasn't a problem of what to do, but Zhou Jejia had already seen it. Indeed, when Yang Ming entered the room, he didn't notice that there was someone in the outer bathroom. He pushed the door directly and went to Xiaoqing's single bed. However, what was Yang Ming's occupation? He was an assassin. He was very sensitive to the surrounding environment. Just when Zhou Jejia pushed the door and walked in, Yang Ming had already seen Zhou Jejia. Yang Ming had no other way except to think that it wasn't good. Yang Ming wasn't the kind of person who didn't dare to take responsibility. At this time, he couldn't push Xiaoqing away just because Zhou Jejia saw it. He was busy to distance himself from her. Since Zhou Jejia had already seen it, Yang Ming didn't care. He had to continue. As for Zhou Jejia's problem, he could only study it later. Therefore, when Yang Ming saw Zhou Jejia push the door in and leave with a red face, he pretended not to see it. He could only do this now. If at this time, he was anxious to distance himself from Xiaoqing, although Xiaoqing would work hard to help him cover up the facts, Yang Ming knew that Xiaoqing's heart must be very uncomfortable. She is also a normal woman. Wouldn't she want to be with him openly? However, because of various scruples, the two of them could only meet secretly. Yang Ming would never forget that when they were in Hong Kong, Xiaoqing was carefree. The two of them played sweetly in Disneyland. If possible, Yang Ming would rather let Xiaoqing leave the city and go to a place where no one knew her. Yang Ming understood Xiaoqing's mind very well. Therefore, since Zhou Jejia had already seen it, Yang Ming's heart instantly made a plan. There was no need to continue to hide it. Yang Ming hadn't thought about whether to tell Chen Mingyan, but he must let Zhou Jejia know about him and Xiaoqing. Yang Ming understood Zhou Jejia. She wasn't a girl with a big mouth. Moreover, the most important point was that Yang Ming was sure that Zhou Jejia would stand on the same side as him. No matter who it was, whether it was Chen Mingyan or Zhou Jejia's parents or relatives, when it came to Yang Ming's interests, Zhou Jejia would stand on the side of Yang Ming without hesitation. Who else could it be if it wasn't me? Yang Ming saw that Xiaoqing woke up early and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I don't have to hide this from Jejia. What do you mean? Xiaoqing just woke up and was still a little confused. She couldn't help but be stunned, but then Xiaoqing reacted. Her eyes widened, and her face turned red. Her voice became a little trembling. You mean, Zhou Jejia saw it all? Jejia was just outside. If there is no accident, she should have seen everything. Yang Ming looked at Xiaoqing's nervous look and found it funny. He shouted at the door of the room, Jejia, come in. Don't hide. Ah. Xiaoqing was shocked. She subconsciously pushed away Yang Ming and hid far away, but then her cheeks were flushed. Doing so would only reveal that she was hiding something. It was a case of deceiving herself. I said that she saw what she should see, and she also saw what she shouldn't see. Why are you still hiding? Although Yang Ming said these words with a smile, there was some bitterness in his smile because now was not a good time to disclose his relationship with Xiaoqing. His layout in Africa had not been completed yet. It was only in the initial stage. Xiaoqing would continue to work here. Yang Ming was not afraid of exposing their relationship in advance, but he was afraid that it would bring some unnecessary trouble to Xiaoqing. The secular view was still very hurtful. Not to mention the relationship between the two, even the teacher-student relationship was enough to kill. Unless Xiaoqing resigned or Yang Ming graduated, the relationship between the two people would be exposed. But now that Zhou Jejia had seen it, then Yang Ming did not need to continue to hide it from her. There was no way to hide it. Yang Ming could only disclose this matter to Zhou Jieji openly. Zhou Jieji thought a lot outside the room. She didn't know how to face it. She even wanted to leave the room quietly and wait for Yang Ming to leave before coming back. She would pretend that she didn't know what had just happened. After all, things were too embarrassing. Zhou Jieji didn't want to mention this matter. Some things, although they were clear to each other, as long as they didn't mention it, they could live in peace. Once this kind of thing was mentioned, it was bound to affect the relationship between the two people. Even if Zhou Jieji really didn't mind, Xiaoqing would mind. The relationship between the two people would gradually drift apart. This was not what Zhou Jieji wanted to see, so Zhou Jieji was planning to leave temporarily and come back later. When she heard Yang Ming shout, her heart suddenly jumped, and she almost couldn't stand still. Zhou Jieji didn't know how Yang Ming saw her. When she entered the door, Yang Ming didn't look up at all. Zhou Jieji quietly left the room, but Yang Ming knew that she was outside the door. It was impossible to leave now. Zhou Jieji could only take a deep breath, push open the door of the room, and walk into the room carefully. Her face was red. If one didn't know, they would think that she was caught in the act, not Xiaoqing. Seeing Zhou Jieji come in, Xiaoqing's face was quite awkward. She didn't dare to look directly at Zhou Jieji and lowered her head. Some things couldn't be avoided once they happened. Yang Ming could only try his best to coordinate. Seeing Zhou Jieji come in, he smiled slightly and patted the seat beside him. He said to Zhou Jieji, "Jieji, come and sit here." Oh. Zhou Jieji's heart was in a mess. She did whatever Yang Ming said. She sat next to Yang Ming, and her expression was still very nervous. When she was alone with Yang Ming, she didn't feel like this now. "Jieji, are you and Sister Xiaoqing getting along well?" Yang Ming knew that he couldn't be confused at this time. If he was very awkward, then there was no need to reason with the two of them. Only when he was calm could he eliminate the awkwardness between Zhou Jieji and Xiaoqing. Zhou Jieji nodded, and her expression was a little awkward. Sister Xiaoqing made an exception and let me enter the research team. I have been living with her these days. I was wondering why I didn't see you when I went home. It turned out that you joined this research team. Yang Ming smiled. Sister Xiaoqing didn't bully you, right? No. Sister Xiaoqing is very good to me. She even explained the problem to me last night. Zhou Jieji was shocked and quickly shook her head. How could she bully me? It's good that she didn't bully you. It means that you two get along well, and you have common topics. Then, let's continue like this in the future. Yang Ming said and pulled Zhou Jieji's hand. What relationship? Xiaoqing was the first to recover from the shock. When she heard Yang Ming say this, she knew that he was adjusting the relationship between the two, so she wanted to help him. Helping him was equivalent to helping herself. Of course, it's the current, sisterly relationship. Yang Ming thought about it and said with a smile, is there any other relationship? I thought you were talking about the teacher-student relationship. Xiaoqing smiled. Zhou Jieji's heart tightened. Teacher-student relationship? Isn't that even more chaotic? If I maintain a teacher-student relationship with Sister Xiaoqing, what will happen to Yang Ming who is sandwiched in the middle? Do you two have a teacher-student relationship? Yang Ming naturally knew that Xiaoqing didn't want to maintain a teacher-student relationship with Zhou Jieji. She said this to remove the doubts in Zhou Jieji's heart. Don't you? Asked Xiaoqing. Then, you ask Jieji if she has one? Yang Ming turned to look at Zhou Jieji. I don't. Zhou Jieji didn't know how to answer, but she certainly didn't want to have a teacher-student relationship with Xiaoqing. You see, Jieji doesn't recognize you. Don't think too much. Yang Ming shrugged. Well, both of you know each other. I'm too lazy to introduce you to each other. Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. What is this? If you don't introduce, how can we introduce ourselves? Although we knew each other before, at this time, it was better to get to know each other again. Yang Ming smiled and quickly said, Sister Xiaoqing, you already know about the matter between me and Jieji, so you don't have to say much. I don't have to say anything about the matter between you and me. Jieji also knows about it. My relationship with her is the same as yours. It's just that my current relationship with you can't be publicized. In order to avoid some inexplicable people making irresponsible remarks, you still appear as Sister Xiaoqing in front of outsiders. However, Jiejie is not an outsider. These things don't need to be hidden from her. After Yang Ming said these words, he looked at Zhou Jiejie and asked, "Right, Jiejie?" "Oh." Zhou Jiejie nodded. In fact, the relationship between Yang Ming and Sister Xiaoqing didn't need to be mentioned by Yang Ming. Zhou Jiejie also saw it. Some things could be seen with just a glance. Then, how could Zhou Jiejie not understand what Sister Xiaoqing said to her in the morning? Yang Ming said this now. In fact, he also secretly told Zhou Jiejie not to talk about his relationship with Sister Xiaoqing. Zhou Jiejie was smart. How could she not understand it? So, she said, "I won't talk about it." Yeah, Jiejie said that she won't talk about it. What are you worried about? Yang Ming smiled and pulled Xiaoqing's hand over and put it in Zhou Jiejie's hand, letting the two hold hands together. Xiaoqing smiled a little. Yang Ming was really shrewd now. He didn't mention the grudge and awkwardness between the two of them. Instead, he focused on this relationship that had been established. They weren't outsiders, so they couldn't talk about it. In this way, Zhou Jiejie was distracted by Yang Ming, and it was less awkward. She directly regarded Xiaoqing as one of her own. On Xiaoqing's side, it became that she was afraid of other people's eyes, so she secretly stayed with Yang Ming and didn't dare to disclose it. Now that Zhou Jiejie wasn't an outsider, she could tell Zhou Jiejie. Originally, it was an embarrassing matter for everyone. Now that everyone was familiar with each other and there were no outsiders, they let each other know. Not only did it improve the relationship between the three of them, but it also didn't have the previous awkwardness. Xiaoqing watched Yang Ming grow up step by step. From the ignorant boy she met in the bookstore at the beginning, he gradually grew into an indomitable man. His way of dealing with people was not as impetuous as before. Instead, he was organized. "I'm afraid that Jiejie will be angry with me for deceiving her." Xiaoqing sighed. When she said this, it was both true and false. After all, Xiaoqing also knew that Zhou Jiejie wasn't a stingy person, but she was still a little worried. "How can I?" Zhou Jiejie shook her head quickly. "You didn't tell me before because you had no choice. Now that Yang Ming has said that we are not outsiders, even if we know, we will only be closer. I won't talk about it casually. I won't talk about it to Sister Mingyan." Zhou Jiejie knew that Chen Mingyan certainly didn't know about the relationship between Yang Ming and Xiaoqing, but she knew Chen Mingyan's character. If Chen Mingyan knew about this, she probably wouldn't be as calm as she was now. Therefore, Zhou Jiejie wouldn't be a blabbermouth and complain to Chen Mingyan. This kind of thing should be left to Yang Ming himself. Zhou Jiejie wasn't so stupid. Previously, she had been hated by Yang Ming because she reported him once. How could she make the same mistake a second time? No matter who the target of the complaint was, Zhou Jiejie wouldn't do it easily. "Are you relieved now?" Yang Ming patted Xiaoqing's waist. "Jiejie isn't a person who reports." Zhou Jiejie just thought about this matter. When Yang Ming mentioned it, she couldn't help but blush. "Why are you still talking about me? The past is the past." "Hee. You were insensible before. Now that you have grown up, you naturally won't do it." Yang Ming smiled. The originally tense situation passed by as they talked and laughed. Now, Xiaoqing also dared to talk to Zhou Jiejie face to face. Zhou Jiejie no longer evaded like before, and her tone returned to normal. "Originally, I wanted to see you after I left Sister Xiaoqing's place, but now I see you together." Yang Ming turned to Zhou Jiejie and said, "I have been living here for the past few days. I'm busy with the research." Zhou Jiejie said, "I haven't had time to thank you for my father's matter." Zhou Jiejie had just been in embarrassment and shock. Now that her mood had calmed down, she naturally remembered that Yang Ming rescued her father. After her father came back, he was very excited. He praised Yang Ming in front of her mother, making her mother very ashamed. She regretted that she almost broke up the relationship between her and Yang Ming. "What is there to thank me for?" Yang Ming waved his hand to stop Zhou Jiejie from continuing. "You see, Sister Xiaoqing never thanked me." Zhou Jieji looked at Xiaoqing, who was staring at Yang Ming. She couldn't help but laugh. You see, you are talking nonsense. Sister Xiaoqing is angry. She's angry because I told her about it. Yang Ming said, Sister Xiaoqing, I said that Jieji is not an outsider. There is no need to hide the things between us from her. After the awkwardness between them disappeared, Yang Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. If this matter was handled well, then it would not have any impact on his relationship with Xiaoqing and Zhou Jieji. Instead, it would be further improved. But if it was not handled well, then whether it was the relationship between himself and Xiaoqing, between himself and Zhou Jieji, or between Xiaoqing and Zhou Jieji, there would be a rift. That was the situation that he was most unwilling to see. Sister Xiaoqing, isn't it your turn to wash the clothes now? Yang Ming asked with a smile. I'm going to wash the clothes? Why should I wash the clothes? Xiaoqing was stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. When Jieji was washing the clothes, we were intimate. Now that it is Jieji's turn, you are going to wash the clothes? Yang Ming explained. If you want me to leave, just say it. Why should I wash the clothes? You are deliberately mystifying. Xiaoqing glared at Yang Ming. She stood up and walked to the door of the room. You and Jieji should be alone. Zhou Jieji was a little embarrassed. She got up and pulled Xiaoqing. I said that Sister Xiaoqing is not an outsider. Then we don't have to avoid talking. I am going to the toilet. Xiaoqing moved Zhou Jieji's hand away. You can't let me hold it, right? Zhou Jieji quickly let go of Xiaoqing's hand. She wasn't sure if Xiaoqing really wanted to go to the toilet, but since Xiaoqing said so, she couldn't stop her. Most likely, Xiaoqing wanted to create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone. Sure enough, after Xiaoqing left the room, there was no movement, and she didn't come in again. However, there was still the last layer of relationship between Yang Ming and Zhou Jieji that had not been exposed. The two of them lingered for a while, but they couldn't do anything else, especially in Xiaoqing's dormitory. Yang Ming and Zhou Jieji said that they would come to see them in a few days. When he left, Yang Ming called Xiaoqing and told her that he was leaving. He asked her not to go to the toilet again. Xiaoqing laughed and scolded Yang Ming for having no conscience. Why would she go to the toilet? Isn't it just an excuse? Yang Ming smiled and hung up the phone. Wang Kejin didn't dare to hide. He told Wang Xiaoyan what he saw at the entrance of the Sui's group building that night, as well as the incident where Sui Huijin was shot to death inside. Because Yang Ming had gone to the Sui's group before, he seemed to have talked to Sui Huijin about something, so Wang Kejin knew that this matter must be related to Yang Ming. Sui Huijin's inexplicable death would also affect some of Yang Ming's plans to varying degrees. However, because Zhaoying lived in Wang Xiaoyan's villa, Wang Xiaoyan did not ask Wang Kejin to send a copy of the videotape and surveillance video to her. These things couldn't be told to Zhaoying, at least not now. So until this morning, Wang Xiaoyan had no class, and after Zhaoying went to school, Wang Xiaoyan called Wang Kejin and asked him to send the things to her. After watching the contents of the video, Wang Xiaoyan intuitively felt that this matter was of great importance. She quickly called Yang Ming. Yan Yan? What's the matter? Yang Ming glanced at the caller's number and picked up the phone. Yang Ming, where are you? Asked Wang Xiaoyan. I'm at school. What's wrong? What's the matter? Yang Ming didn't know why Wang Xiaoyan was looking for him at this time. Come to my house now. I have something important to give you. Wang Xiaoyan said, some things can't be explained clearly over the phone. You will know when you come over as soon as possible. Okay, I'll come over now. Although Yang Ming didn't know why Wang Xiaoyan was looking for him, it should be a very important matter. Otherwise, she wouldn't call him at noon. Yang Ming quickly returned to the Huashang district and parked the car at the door of his villa. He got off and walked into Wang Xiaoyan's villa. Yang Ming had the electronic door card outside Wang Xiaoyan's villa, so he didn't have to ring the doorbell. He could go in directly. Wang Xiaoyan also gave the key inside to Yang Ming. In fact, even if she didn't give it to Yang Ming could easily open it. You are here? Wang Xiaoyan heard the sound of the door. She looked up and saw Yang Ming changing his shoes, so she nodded to him. Wang Kejin was also there. Wang Xiaoyan couldn't be too close. Yang Ming also saw Wang Kejin sitting on the sofa at this time. He had some doubts. Why is Wang Kejin here too? He gave me something, but it was related to you. I was anxious to find you and take a look. As Wang Xiaoyan said this, she turned on the TV and pressed the play button of the video recorder with the remote control. A group of dim pictures appeared on the screen. Yang Ming frowned. Although the light on the picture was very dim, he could see where the picture was at a glance because he was familiar with this shooting location. This was the entrance of the Swayze Group building in Mount Jing. This is me? Yang Ming saw himself on the picture and suddenly said, "Were you nearby at that time?" Wang Kejin nodded with some embarrassment. I arrived first, but before I could do anything, Mr. Yang went in, so I could only wait at the door. Yang Ming listened to Wang Kejin's words. He seemed to think of something and frowned. Do you want to kill him? Did you kill Sui Yujin? If I did it, I wouldn't show this video to Mr. Yang. I would just say it directly. Why bother? Wang Kejin smiled bitterly. It is because the matter is strange. Someone else killed Sui Yujin, so I took the video. Oh? Yang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. So, the murderer who killed Sui Yujin, Wang Kejin should have seen it, or would it appear in this video? Because the mission to assassinate Mr. Yang was issued by Sui Yujin, in order to protect the reputation of our assassin group, I had to kill Sui Yujin to prevent him from mentioning this to others. Wang Kejin said, however, before I could do it, someone did it first. Yang Ming nodded and continued to watch the video. It was fine if Wang Kejin wanted to kill Sui Yujin. After all, his starting point was the interest of their organization. This interest was greater than anything else in their opinion. Although there was the relationship between Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, the object of Wang Kejin's loyalty was not Wang Xiaoyan, but Wang Xiaoyan's father. Therefore, Yang Ming couldn't ask Wang Kejin for anything, and he simply didn't expect Wang Kejin to listen to his orders. Although Yang Ming could completely suppress Wang Kejin in terms of skills, Wang Kejin was an assassin. He would not succumb to the strong. This saves you the trouble of doing it. Yang Ming smiled. You can also explain it to your side. Wang Kejin was a little embarrassed by Yang Ming's words. He smiled awkwardly. No, I saw Mr. Yang enter the Swayze group first, so I changed my mind. You must have something to look for Sui Yujin, so I can't kill him. Oh? If you don't kill him, can you explain it to your side? Yang Ming looked at Wang Kejin's expression, which didn't seem to be fake. He was somewhat puzzled. I will ask for instructions. Wang Kejin said, the Patriarch also knows Mr. Yang. At least, you can delay it until the matter is over. After Yang Ming listened to Wang Kejin's words, he knew that Wang Kejin would not lie about this issue because there was no need, so he focused on watching the picture on the TV screen. Yang Ming walked around the entrance of the Swayze Group building. After he found that there was a security guard on duty at the door, Yang Ming left the Swayze Group. At that time, Yang Ming found that it was more difficult to enter from the front door, so he chose to climb into the building from the side. Of course, Yang Ming believed that Wang Kejin was also clear about Yang Ming's action plan. After a while, Yang Ming appeared at the entrance of the Swayze Group building again. This was the picture when Yang Ming came out from inside, and the security guard on duty at the door sent him off. This time, Yang Ming walked out openly. Because of Sui Yujin's instructions, these security guards regarded Yang Ming as an important guest of Sui Yujin. Not long after Mr. Yang left, someone entered the Swayze Group building. Wang Kejin pointed to the screen and said, "Please look carefully. This person will appear soon." Yang Ming held his breath. He was about to see this person's true face. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although he had already guessed in his heart that all of this should be the work of the behind-the-scenes boss, after all, it was only a guess and there was no actual proof. On the screen, a figure appeared. Yang Ming's breathing quickened. It was confirmed. It could be confirmed. Although it was not very clear, and Wang Kejin's shooting environment was a little dim, this face had been deeply imprinted in Yang Ming's memory. This face looked a little ordinary, but it was always against him. Yang Ming wasn't sure if this person was the behind-the-scenes boss himself, But what was certain was that this person was definitely the backbone of the behind-the-scenes boss's organization. Huang Yaocai's status should not be low. It could be seen from their contact with Alice. If the status of these two people was not high, it was impossible to talk to Alice face to face. In Yang Ming's view, Alice was definitely a high-level figure of the behind-the-scenes boss's organization. This was beyond doubt. After all, Alice's identity was there. If she was not a high-level figure of the organization, it was impossible to develop to this point. The organization would definitely be afraid of him. Mr. Yang, do you know this person? Wang Kejin saw that Yang Ming's expression was a little unnatural, so he asked. Yang Ming did not hide this. He nodded and said, yes, it is this person. The organization behind him has repeatedly opposed me and Yin Yin. That time in Macau and the assassination in Yin Yin's villa were all done by this person. The incident with Sui Huijin and Tian Long this time was probably planned by him. Oh? When Wang Kejin heard that this person was actually the person who wanted to harm Wang Xiaoyan, he suddenly frowned. If I knew this in the beginning, I wouldn't have let him go. Yang Ming shook his head. Look at so many people in the Sui's group. All of them were silenced. You can see that this person is not an ordinary person. It's hard to say if you can keep him. Not necessarily. Wang Kejin was somewhat unconvinced. Even I can't guarantee that I can keep him. Yang Ming glanced at Wang Kejin and said, in the beginning, the death warrior sent here was by no means a mediocre person. It took a lot of effort to kill her. Wang Kejin and Yang Ming's skills were much worse. When he heard Yang Ming say that even he was not sure to keep the person in the picture, he was no longer entangled. He couldn't be more powerful than Yang Ming, so it was a lot more balanced. I was too arrogant. Wang Kejin took the initiative to admit his mistake. Yang Ming waved his hand. He was not Wang Kejin's superior. Wang Kejin didn't need to apologize to him at all. It was probably because of Wang Xiaoyan's face. It is basically certain that the person who killed Sui Huijin is this person. Yes, it is him. Wang Kejin nodded and said, these are only recorded by me outside the building. There is a surveillance video in the security room inside the building. Oh? Surveillance video? Wasn't the surveillance video taken away by this person? Yang Ming looked at Wang Kejin with some doubts. His videotape appeared in the hands of the Mount Jing police. Which explained this point. The surveillance video should be in the hands of the behind-the-scenes boss. Yes, this person took the hard disk in the security room's surveillance video, but what he didn't expect was that there was a data backup machine in the cabinet next to it, said Wang Kejin. Oh? Sui's group actually has a data backup machine? Yang Ming obviously heard of the data backup machine. The so-called data backup machine was used to back up the data of the surveillance video. The hard disk in the surveillance video was always recording images, so the magnetic head of the hard disk was always in a working state. Even the best server-level hard disk had the possibility of breaking down at any time. Therefore, in order to prevent this kind of accident, the company responsible for installing the surveillance video would generally set up a data backup machine. That was to say, every once in a while, the surveillance video would transmit the data to the backup machine for backup. In this way, even if the hard disk in the surveillance video was broken, there would still be backup data in the backup machine. It would not be impossible to find the surveillance data after a problem occurred. But in fact, few domestic companies would adopt this approach. After all, doing so would increase a lot of costs, and the cost of maintenance would also increase. Most domestic companies would not keep the content of the surveillance data. They would cover it up every once in a while. Therefore, most surveillance video installation companies would regularly replace all the hard disks in the warranty period for their customers. This would also reduce the failure rate. Before the hard disk was broken, they would replace it with a new one. These companies naturally had means to deceive the manufacturer. It was not difficult to make the illusion that the hard disk in the warranty period was artificially damaged. There was no cost to replace it. Instead, they could charge the customer a certain maintenance fee. Why not? However, in some foreign companies, the data backup machine was still widely used. Generally speaking, the host used for backup would not be too far away from the surveillance video. It might be placed next to it. Yes, there is a data backup machine in Sui's group. Wang Kejin nodded affirmatively. I found this data backup machine in the file cabinet next to it. Yang Ming was a little delighted and praised, I didn't expect you to be so careful. This is a very good clue. Wang Kejin was praised by Yang Ming, and he was a little embarrassed. He explained, previously, I had seen a similar thing in a foreign company. The data backup machine was also placed in the file cabinet. After careful inspection, I found that it was a computer cabinet, but the appearance was similar to the file cabinet. If Wang Kejin didn't accidentally discover this secret when he performed the previous mission, he was afraid that he would suffer a loss. Therefore, this time, after Wang Kejin saw a similar file cabinet in Sui's group, he must open it to see what was going on. Wang Kejin did not continue to say these words. After all, he almost failed. Where is the hard disk? Asked Yang Ming. I just gave it to the young lady. Wang Kejin glanced at Wang Xiaoyan and said. It is next to my desktop computer upstairs. I used the adapter box to copy the data into the computer. Wang Xiaoyan said, the copy should be almost done now. Let's go up and take a look. I won't go. The young lady and Mr. Yang can go. Upstairs was Wang Xiaoyan's boudoir. In order to avoid suspicion, it was naturally inconvenient for Wang Kejin to go up. Let's go together. If there are any questions, I can ask you directly. Yang Ming didn't think so much and invited Wang Kejin. Wang Kejin looked at Wang Xiaoyan with some embarrassment. He didn't know if he should go up. The computer is in the study room. You should go up together. Wang Xiaoyan naturally understood what Wang Kejin was worried about. The butterfly family had many rules. They were not allowed to enter private rooms. Entering a family member's room without permission would be severely punished. Places like the study room could not be entered without an invitation, so Wang Kejin was so hesitant. However, since Wang Xiaoyan agreed to let Wang Kejin go up together, Wang Kejin naturally would not have any more concerns. The three people went upstairs together. Wang Kejin behaved very well. His eyes were calm, and he didn't dare to look around casually. He entered the study room with Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan sat in front of the computer, and Yang Ming sat next to her. Wang Xiaoyan's computer chair was long and could sit several people at the same time. However, Wang Kejin naturally couldn't squeeze with Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, so he stood aside. Wang Xiaoyan glanced at the information in the computer. All the data had been copied successfully. She opened the video data and watched it with Yang Ming and Wang Kejin. Before Yang Ming came, Wang Xiaoyan had already watched it once. However, she watched it on the hard drive and did not copy it. Now, she copied it to her computer. Mr. Yang, I really admire you. I don't know how to avoid all the surveillance video cameras, but there was no video of you going upstairs. Wang Kejin also watched this surveillance video several times before, but he couldn't see any flaws. Yang Ming seemed to appear directly in Sui Yuejin's office. His figure was not in the video. However, Wang Kejin also knew that Yang Ming was a human and not a ghost. It was impossible for him to fly directly into Sui Yuejin's office. Yang Ming's figure was not in the surveillance video. It could only be said that Yang Ming was too powerful. He calculated the time of the surveillance video switch perfectly. Study the time and order of the surveillance camera switch, and there is no problem. This is not difficult. Yang Ming waved his hand and didn't want to say anything. Wang Kejin thought that Yang Ming was being modest. Although everyone knew the principle, it was more difficult to do it. Wang Kejin knew that he definitely couldn't do it. When Yang Ming went downstairs, he did not avoid the camera anymore. Instead, he went downstairs openly, and then he was warmly sent out by the security guard on duty at the door. The man who came in later was the suspected behind-the-scenes boss. At present, Yang Ming was not sure whether he was the behind-the-scenes boss himself. He could only call him the suspected behind-the-scenes boss. There was no sound recorded on the screen, and his lips couldn't be seen clearly. He didn't know what he said to the security guard on duty at the door. The security guard actually let him in. After that, the screen became blank. Apparently, the hard disk data in the surveillance video recorder had not yet been synchronized with the data backup machine, and it was dismantled by the suspected behind-the-scenes boss by the black-shirt man. However, after he dismantled the hard disk in the surveillance video recorder, the data backup machine directly took over the data recording work. When the data backup machine determined that there was a problem with the surveillance video recorder, he also temporarily shouldered the function of the data recorder. Although he did not see the black-shirt man enter the security room, there was the scene of him shooting at Sui Yuejin's chairman's office. This was enough evidence for him to kill Sui Yuejin. Yang Ming was a little excited. He thought it was a very complicated case. Now with Wang Kejin's video, it became much easier. As long as this video was handed over to his colleagues in Mount Jing, he and the police could jointly make a warrant for arrest. In this way, regardless of whether he was the behind-the-scenes boss or not, he would become a stray dog. It might be difficult for him to go out in the future. As long as he appeared in public, he was likely to be recognized by everyone. Wang Kejin, you have helped me a lot this time. I believe that this video will be in the hands of the police. This guy will not have a good time. He may not be able to go out in the future, so he won't have the intention to harm Yan Yan and me. Yang Ming stood up and patted Wang Kejin's shoulder. Mr. Yang, don't say that. It is my duty to help the young lady. Wang Kejin didn't dare to be arrogant. Yang Ming also said that this person didn't dare to go out, so he couldn't harm Wang Xiaoyan, so Wang Kejin thought that this was what he should do. Yang Ming didn't say anything, but he had already remembered this friendship in his heart. In the future, if Wang Kejin encountered any trouble that he couldn't solve, Yang Ming would be duty-bound to help. This matter should not be delayed. Cut out the video of Wang Kejin entering the Sway's group. As long as it is in front, you don't have to cut out my part. Just copy it directly. I am going to Mount Jing now, said Yang Ming. Okay. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and began to operate. This was a simple computer operation. It was not complicated. Wang Xiaoyan could handle it easily. Wang Xiaoyan burned the intercepted video into a DVD disc. Yang Ming picked up the disc and didn't stay. I will go first. The matter is urgent. I will come back to you tonight. Don't. Sister Ing is coming. Wang Xiaoyan quickly waved her hand and refused. You must not come. Okay, then I will find another time. Yang Ming didn't care. He nodded and made a phone call gesture. Call me at any time. The reason why Yang Ming was in such a hurry to go to Mount Jing was that the behind-the-scenes boss had set him up a lot. Although he had won back a few times, he couldn't hurt the behind-the-scenes boss. But this time was different. He believed that as long as the arrest warrant was issued, the suspected behind-the-scenes boss would not dare to move in public and would stop for a while. Yang Ming had a lot of things in his hands, and he was not fully ready to fight to the death with the behind-the-scenes boss. Elder Yu's matter had not been dealt with, so Yang Ming couldn't be distracted. Driving directly to Mount Jing, Yang Ming didn't care if he was speeding. The matter was too important. He had no time to pay attention to it. Fortunately, most of the traffic police in Songjiang knew the background of Yang Ming's car, so they did not stop him. After getting on the Jingsong Expressway, no one cared. Yang Ming even raised the speed of the car to the extreme. Finally, there was a chance to take the initiative to find trouble with the behind-the-scenes boss. Yang Ming's heart was naturally very excited. The feeling of being led by the nose before was very uncomfortable. Yang Ming didn't like it. Now that he could lead the behind-the-scenes boss by the nose, Yang Ming certainly had to seize the time. After getting off the Jingsong Expressway, at the toll booth exit, the traffic police on duty glanced at Yang Ming's car. They did not stop him and let him go directly. The video of Yang Ming speeding on the expressway should have been sent, but this was the territory of Mount Jing. Yang Ming's car had a Class A pass issued by Captain Yang, which belonged to the highest level of official pass. The police of Mount Jing recognized this pass, so naturally, they would not stop Yang Ming's car. He rushed all the way to the Mount Jing police station. Similarly, the guards at the entrance of the Mount Jing police station also saw the pass on Yang Ming's car. They did not stop him and let him go directly. However, when Yang Ming went upstairs, he was stopped. Who are you looking for? Register here. The policeman on duty in the guard room of the office building called out to Yang Ming. "I am looking for Captain Yang of the criminal investigation team," said Yang Ming. "Oh? Why are you looking for him? Have you contacted him in advance?" asked the policeman. "Not yet. I will call him now." Yang Ming quickly took out his mobile phone to make a call, but he was stopped by the policeman on duty. "No need. I have an insider here. What's your name? I will ask for you." The policeman on duty asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded and said, "Sorry to trouble you. You can tell Captain Zhang that my name is Yang Ming, and he will know." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Sorry to trouble you." The policeman on duty called Captain Zhang upstairs. After a while, Captain Zhang's hearty voice came from the stairs. "Mr. Yang, why did you come to my place today after just returning to Songjiang yesterday?" Because he already knew the true identity of Yang Ming last night, and the case was handed over, Captain Zhang was unspeakably relaxed. He was in a good mood, so his tone was naturally very pleasant. However, he was a bit puzzled. Yang Ming should have just returned to Songjiang from Donghai yesterday. Why did he come to Mount Jing today to find me? Even if Yang Ming came to Mount Jing for business, he wouldn't come here, right? Let's find a place to sit down and talk. Yang Ming smiled and shook hands with Captain Zhang, then said. When Captain Zhang heard Yang Ming's words, he knew that he had some confidential things to find him that couldn't be said in public, so he nodded and said, "Let's go upstairs and talk in my office." Yang Ming and Captain Zhang went all the way upstairs and came to Captain Zhang's office. Captain Zhang personally poured a cup of tea for Yang Ming. Yang Ming quickly thanked him. Although the two did not have a direct administrative relationship, Captain Zhang was very polite to him. Yang Ming naturally would not put on airs. Captain Zhang closed the door of the room, then sat down and said to Yang Ming, "Mr. Yang, you came here this time for? What else can it be for? Isn't it for Sui Yuejin's case?" Yang Ming shrugged and smiled bitterly. "Otherwise, I wouldn't be here." "Oh? That case, wasn't it handed over to your side? Why did you find me here?" Captain Zhang's heart was stunned. Could it be that Yang Ming felt regret? This case is a bit tricky. They don't want to take it anymore and want to push it back to my side? Well, this case still needs Captain Zhang's help. Yang Ming nodded and said. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Captain Zhang's face changed slightly. He complained incessantly in his heart. Yang Ming really came because of this matter and pushed the case back. What should he do? "Mr. Yang, aren't you already in charge of this case?" Captain Zhang hesitated for a moment before saying, "The people involved in this case are quite complicated. I think it's better for your side to be in charge." Yang Ming was slightly stunned. When he heard Captain Zhang's tone, he knew that he had misunderstood. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand. "Captain Zhang, did you misunderstand? I have no intention of pushing the case back to you." "Oh? Then, Mr. Yang means." After listening to Yang Ming's words, Captain Zhang was somewhat inexplicable. If Yang Ming didn't mean this, then why did he say this? On our side, although we have the duty to investigate some mysterious files, when the case is closed, we still need the police to close the case. After all, our agency can't be exposed to outsiders. Yang Ming said, just like the haunted case in Songjiang a while ago. Although I participated in the investigation, when the case was finally closed, the credit was still given to the Songjiang police. Captain Zhang nodded after listening to Yang Ming's words, but he still didn't quite understand what Yang Ming meant. He also knew what Yang Ming said, but Yang Ming said this at this moment. I mean, the criminal suspect has been found. On our side, we can also transfer the case back to you. You can directly issue an arrest warrant, said Yang Ming. What? The criminal suspect has been found? Captain Zhang stared at Yang Ming incredulously. How is this possible? In less than a day, the case was just handed over to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau last night, and there was a result this afternoon. The criminal suspect has been found? What kind of speed is this? Although Captain Zhang knew that the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was very capable, the speed of this case was really amazing. It was simply unbelievable. Yes. Yang Ming nodded. I have got the complete surveillance video of the Swayze Group's immortal building at that time. Complete surveillance video? Captain Zhang was pleasantly surprised. As long as there was this complete video, it was easy to find the criminal suspect. It's here. As Yang Ming said, he took out a DVD disc and put it in front of Captain Zhang. I have burned the video on this disc. You can play it directly with a computer or a DVD player. Then let's take a look at it now. Captain Zhang picked up the disc with some excitement. This case was solved. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau naturally did not want any credit, so the credit would naturally fall to Captain Zhang's Mount Jing police station. Captain Zhang, please call the person in charge who came to pick up the case file yesterday. I don't have his contact information. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. They were colleagues in the same organization, but Yang Ming did not have their contact information. This was somewhat unreasonable. However, Yang Ming had not joined the Supernatural Investigation Bureau for a long time. It was normal that he did not have the contact information here. Captain Zhang did not think much and directly called Qinan, the person in charge of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Mr. Qin, I am Zhang Dehai of the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team. Captain Zhang said, Song Zhang's Yang Ming, Mr. Yang Ming, is here. He has found the criminal suspect of the Swayze Group's murder of Sui Yujin. Oh? Yang Ming is here? Qinan was a little surprised. He had heard Xiao Bingbao mention that Yang Ming was a capable person. He had long wanted to get to know him, but he had never had a chance to meet him. He and Yang Ming were both Xiao Bingbao's subordinates. Although they were colleagues, because the organization they belonged to was special, they usually did not have orders or tasks. Private contact was very taboo, so Qinan did not take the initiative to look for Yang Ming. Now that there was such an opportunity to work together on a case, Qinan naturally wanted to see how good Yang Ming was that he could make his boss, Xiao Bingbao, praise him. Yes, Mr. Qin. Can you come over? Captain Zhang's tone was very polite. Okay, I'm coming over now. Qinan responded. After hanging up the phone, Captain Zhang and Yang Ming smiled. Mr. Qin said that he will come over now. Then let's wait for him for a while, and then watch this video together. Yang Ming nodded and said. Although Captain Zhang wanted to see the video that Yang Ming brought over, since Yang Ming said so, he could not refuse. This case had troubled him for a long time. Now that there was a solution, he was of course anxious. The two people chatted about some trivial things in their daily lives. For the things in the system, neither of them took the initiative to mention it. Captain Zhang was not curious to ask. Some things couldn't be asked. Even if he asked, Yang Ming would not say it. Instead, it would be annoying. As for how this video was obtained, Captain Zhang did not ask. Yang Ming naturally had his channels and means. These things could not be made public. After a while, there was a knock on the door of Captain Zhang's office. Captain Zhang said, Please come in. The door is not locked. A tall man in his 30s pushed the door and walked in. He was Qinan, the person in charge of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau in Mount Jing. Because of business dealings, he was a frequent visitor to the Mount Jing police station, so the policeman on duty at the door did not ask Captain Yang in advance and let him in. Captain Zhang, Zhang Dehai, Qinan naturally knew him. Then, the man next to him must be Yang Ming. Although he looked a little young, his face was very persevering and vicissitudes of life, making people involuntarily overestimate his actual age. Qinan knew the identity of Yang Ming. He was currently only a freshman student, but if one looked at him at first glance, he should be 27 or 28 years old or even more mature. This kind of maturity did not mean that he looked old. On the contrary, Yang Ming looked very young. The so-called maturity was just a kind of temperament, a natural temperament after experiencing many things. Mr. Yang Ming, right? I am Qinan walked quickly to Yang Ming's side and extended his right hand. Yang Ming did not dare to underestimate Qinan's identity. Xiao Bingbao's men were not mediocre, so this Qinan must have something extraordinary. Seeing that Qinan was very warm to him, Yang Ming naturally could not be left out. He quickly stood up and shook hands with Qinan cordially. Just call me Yang Ming. What, mister? It's so awkward. We should be on the same level, so I will call you Big Brother Qin. Since you said so, then I will be your big brother. I will call you Little Brother Yang. Qinan saw that Yang Ming was easygoing and did not have any arrogant attitude, so he could not help but sigh in relief. Qinan was an old man in the system. He belonged to the regular army. He was selected from the army and joined the Supernatural Investigation Bureau after undergoing secret training. He was not like Yang Ming, who was a master with unique skills, who was recruited by the bureau later. According to Xiao Bingbao's words, Yang Ming was a special ability user. He belonged to the national treasure level. He was currently the only person with the most useful special ability in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Although it was not stated what kind of special ability it was, it must be very powerful for Xiao Bingbao to hold it in such high regard. Xiao Bingbao was the highest-ranking officer in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau in charge of the entire Northern Affairs. His words were naturally very authoritative. In the past, Qin and had seen people who were arrogant just because they had some small abilities. It wasn't as if Qinan hadn't seen them before, and he had been bullied quite a bit. Although his skills were exceptional, he wasn't as popular as those people with lousy abilities. Although many abilities were useless, such as the ability to take fire with bare hands, those people were arrogant, and Qinan was too lazy to deal with them. Xiao Bingbao said that Yang Ming was very easygoing. Qinan did not believe it at first, but he knew that Xiao Bingbao was not lying when he saw it. Yang Ming was so approachable. Brother Yang, I heard that you have found the suspect in Sui Yuejin's case? Qinan said, we have just studied the case. I didn't expect you to have a result here. You are really a young hero. Big Brother Qin, I also got such a video by chance. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. One of my subordinates. He went to the immortal building of the Sui's group later. As a result, he found the data backup machine in the cabinet of the security room. He found that the hard disk inside was not removed. It may be the negligence of the suspect. Oh? This subordinate of yours. Why didn't he tell you before? Captain Zhang was a little baffled. If there was this video earlier, there would not have been such a misunderstanding yesterday. He told me at the time, but I didn't pay attention until you looked for me yesterday. After I went back, I asked him for this video. Yang Ming explained with some shame, I was busy some time ago. I was dealing with other things, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Qinan did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. He also had some subordinates who collected information every day and then reported it to him. He also picked some important information to understand. It was impossible to do everything personally. It would be strange if he was not exhausted. But your subordinate actually came to Mount Jing. It's a bit strange. Qinan did not blame Yang Ming for crossing the line because he said this with a smile. Big Brother Qin, don't blame him. He came here purely to protect me secretly. He has no other intention. Yang Ming quickly explained. Hee, I don't mean to blame you. I'm just a little curious. Qinan smiled and waved his hand. But your subordinate is loyal. Although there was only one person in charge of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau in each station, the person in charge could recruit some people to help, and Xiao Bingbao could allocate funds for expenses. Qinan thought that Yang Ming was the same. How could he know that Yang Ming was a commander without an army? The so-called subordinates were just his girlfriend Wang Xiaoyan's father's subordinates. Let's watch the video. Captain Zhang was a little impatient. After watching Yang Ming and Qinan chat, he suggested. Okay, Big Brother Qin, I was just talking to Captain Zhang. The suspect has a clear face in this video. We can issue arrest warrants based on this face, said Yang Ming. Zhang Dehai asked people to prepare a conference room and adjusted the big screen. He went over with Yang Ming and Qinan and began to play the DVD brought by Yang Ming. Yang Ming did not cut out the previous shots of Yang Ming. No one would suspect him again, so it would be stingy to cut them out. After watching the video, Zhang Dehai found someone to make photos of the suspect. There were clear images in the video. He just needed to take a few. As a result, a clearly printed arrest warrant appeared in the streets and alleys of Mount Jing. The arrest warrant on the internet was also sent to the police stations in the nearby cities. asking them to help issue the arrest warrant. Qinan and Zhang Dehai were busy together. Yang Ming also decided to come to Mount Jing this time. He didn't have much preparation, and he had to rush back immediately. So, he agreed with Qinan that after this matter was over, he would come to Songjiang to find Yang Ming to get together. Maybe it wouldn't take long for him to come to Songjiang. After Yang Ming said goodbye to Qinan and Zhang Dehai, he was ready to rush back to Songjiang. He just had a class today. If he went back now, he might be able to catch up with the last class. When returning to Songjiang, Yang Ming did not speed. He was not a speeding maniac. Although the pass in the car was issued by Dong Hai, and it was useful in the province, Yang Ming did not rely on this privilege. The efficiency of the Mount Jing police station was still very fast. Tens of thousands of wanted posters had been posted in various residential areas and streets. The assassination of Sui Huijin finally had some clues. However, among them, the most distressed was none other than Old Li. Yesterday, he had been looking forward to the bonus. Today, he waited for the whole morning, but he did not see anyone come to deliver the bonus. He thought that he had been fooled, so he called Zhang Dehai, but was told that there was more to the case. Yang Ming was not the suspect. Old Li was more convinced that he was fooled. He was a little annoyed. Police officer Zhang took the videotape but did not give him a reward. Just as he was complaining at home, Old Wang came to Old Li with a wanted poster. Old Li, don't wait. The bonus is definitely gone. Old Wang sighed and came in through the door. Oh? What do you mean? Are they really going to renege on their promise? Old Li was a little angry. They made such a promise at the beginning, but they didn't fulfill it. How can they do this? I will look for the newspaper to expose them. Don't look for it. Old Wang waved his hand and handed a piece of paper to Old Li. Look at what this is for yourself. Wanted poster? Old Li took the piece of paper handed over by Old Wang and frowned. The murderer who killed Sui Huijin is not the person in the video we watched. Now you know why you didn't get a bonus, right? Old Wang said, you don't have to complain. The one you provided is useless. The person in the video is not the murderer. This time, Old Li was completely silent. He also knew why he didn't get a bonus. How could there be such a thing as a pie falling from the sky? Huang Yukai also took back a piece of paper. He handed the thing in his hand to the behind-the-scenes boss in a panic. Boss, it's not good. Your wanted poster has been issued. What is my wanted poster? The behind-the-scenes boss was talking to Dr. Benjamin on the internet. When he saw Huang Yukai walking in, he frowned. Why are you in such a hurry? Boss, the Mount Jing police have issued a warrant for you. Huang Yukai handed the thing in his hand to the behind-the-scenes boss. The behind-the-scenes boss minimized the chat window. He didn't want Huang Yukai to know about his matters. He picked up the wanted poster handed over by Huang Yukai and glanced at it. Suddenly, his face turned cold. What the hell is going on? How could they know that I did it? Is there something wrong with the videotape? No wonder the behind-the-scenes boss would have such a big reaction. He should be the existence of a big black hand hidden behind the scenes, and not in front of the public. How could they not be shocked when his appearance suddenly appeared on the wanted poster? There is definitely no problem with the videotape, but these photos seem to be taken in the immortal building of the Sway's group. Huang Yukai carefully observed the background of the photos and said. Huang Yaocai's face was also gloomy. The plan failed, it was a complete failure. Previously, when he saw that the Mount Jing police did not arrest Yang Ming, Huang Yukai could comfort himself by saying that the police needed evidence to handle the case. They must carefully study this videotape before arresting him. Moreover, before arresting someone, they must arrange it properly to avoid any accidents, so it was understandable that they did not start immediately. However, now it seemed that it was not that the Mount Jing police did not make a move, but they did not regard Yang Ming as a suspect at all. In fact, they also found the person who really killed Sui Huijin, the behind-the-scenes boss. Therefore, the plan failed. Huang Yukai was not very frightened this time. After all, the reason for the failure of the plan was not him. It was the negligence of the behind-the-scenes boss. After he entered the Sway's group, his figure was captured by the surveillance video. It could not be said that his plan was not good, but there was a problem with his execution. The behind-the-scenes boss was not an unreasonable person. He looked at the arrest warrant with a pale face. He couldn't understand what he had done wrong. The hard drive that should have been in his hands actually appeared in the hands of the police. Wasn't the hard drive in the surveillance video removed? For this, the behind-the-scenes boss was very sure. Wait, no. The behind-the-scenes boss was shocked and remembered something. Once, when he was stealing a rare treasure from a foreign museum, he accidentally found a surveillance camera in the museum's surveillance room. Not only was there a surveillance camera, but there was also a data backup machine. The data of the surveillance video recorder was synchronized with the data backup machine at a time. Does the Swayze group also have such a thing? The behind-the-scenes boss sighed with some annoyance. In the past few years in China, he had somewhat relaxed his vigilance. He did not expect the Swayze group to have a data backup machine. At present, this was the only explanation why the police had the content of the surveillance video in their hands. Humph. The behind-the-scenes boss slammed the table angrily and tore the arrest warrant on the table into pieces in his hand. He threw it in the air forcefully, and the pieces of paper fell all over the room. Huang Yukai looked at the angry look of the behind-the-scenes boss and didn't speak. He knew that the behind-the-scenes boss was angry at the moment, but as long as he didn't answer, the behind-the-scenes boss couldn't vent his anger on him. Sure enough, after the behind-the-scenes boss lost his temper, his face returned to calmness. He waved his hand to Huang Yukai. You go to rest first. I will be alone for a while. Okay, boss. Huang Yukai nodded and said. By the way, don't target Yang Ming for now. Let's take a break first. The behind-the-scenes boss hesitated for a moment and stopped Huang Yukai. The situation is tense recently. Wait for a while, when the wanted order is not so strict, then we will talk about it. I know. Huang Yukai would use the power of the behind-the-scenes boss to take revenge in the future, so he naturally didn't want anything to happen to the behind-the-scenes boss. Anyway, things weren't urgent. He could endure for so long. He would let Yang Ming be proud for a while. Huang Yukai firmly believed in his heart that he could definitely tear Yang Ming into pieces. It was just a matter of time. When Huang Yukai went out of the door, the behind-the-scenes boss took a few deep breaths and calmed down his emotions. He was not angry because his image was exposed. This was an insignificant matter. The behind-the-scenes boss was not afraid that others would know what he looked like. But he was unhappy. Extremely unhappy. Because he failed again. He didn't know if there was a factor of Yang Ming this time. In short, because of his carelessness, others caught him. Now that the wanted order was issued, he couldn't even go out, although, the behind-the-scenes boss slammed his fist on the table. Seeing the chat window with Dr. Benjamin flashing on the computer screen, the behind-the-scenes boss clicked on it. Falcon, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you talking? This was sent by Dr. Benjamin in English. It turned out that the code name of the behind-the-scenes boss in their organization was Falcon. He wasn't the ultimate behind-the-scenes boss. There were others behind him. Doctor, my current appearance has been seen, and a wanted order has been issued. Falcon typed on the computer. This is nothing. I will make another mask for you. Dr. Benjamin said disapprovingly. Sorry to trouble you, Doctor. Falcon breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Dr. Benjamin didn't blame him for this matter. Instead, he easily agreed to make another mask for him. If I can find the old guy Sun Sikong and make a mask that can change one's appearance, it won't be so troublesome. Dr. Benjamin sighed. I will try my best. Don't worry, Doctor. Falcon quickly promised. You can't rush it. Put your personal grudges aside first. Don't put the cart before the horse. Dr. Benjamin suddenly warned Falcon. Falcon looked at the text sent by the behind-the-scenes boss, and his heart trembled. It seems that what I have done here has not been hidden from Dr. Benjamin. Are there still people with the doctor here? There shouldn't be. Originally, Falcon thought that since he was in China, the mountains were high and the emperor was far away, so Dr. Benjamin must not know what he was doing. But in fact, this was not the case. Dr. Benjamin's words just now were already very obvious. Although he did not name some things in detail, Falcon could still understand, and he was secretly shocked by what he saw. Yes, I see. Falcon said quickly. I still have something to do here. Mr. Rain is here. I have something to discuss with him. Dr. Benjamin finished this sentence and went offline. Falcon was not very clear about what Mr. Rain did. He only knew that he was an important figure in the organization. Falcon did not know what he was specifically responsible for. Because Falcon was directly in charge of Dr. Benjamin. And Falcon could not judge who had a higher position between Mr. Rain and Dr. Benjamin. These were all things that he could not understand. That organization was so large that no one understood what they wanted to do, but it was an extremely terrifying existence. After he expressed his determination, Dr. Benjamin did not say anything and just went offline in a hurry, so Falcon was a little nervous and decided not to care about Yang Ming's affairs for a while. Yang Ming naturally did not know that there was someone behind the scenes boss, and he was just a pawn. Of course, he did not know that the behind-the-scenes boss actually had a mask and could continue to appear in front of him with a different face. On the way back, he was not so anxious. Anyway, he had already missed the first class in the afternoon. It was fine if he could catch up with the 6 o'clock evening class. When Yang Ming returned to Songjiang Industry University, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Yang Ming had not eaten dinner yet, so he called Chen Mengyan and asked if she was with Lin Jiyun. I don't have class in the evening, so I went home. After a while, Chen Mengyan picked up the phone. If you want to eat, look for Sister Lin. She still has class in the evening. Jiyun still has class? Yang Ming did not expect Chen Mengyan to go home first, so he had to say, well, then I will look for Jiyun. Chen Mengyan had already gone home, so it was unrealistic to ask her to come out again. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was ready to call Lin Jiyun to see where she was. Lin Jiyun naturally knew that Chen Mengyan did not have class in the evening, and she did not want her to accompany her at school. Although they were in the same department, their majors were different. Chen Mengyan accompanying her in class was purely a waste of time. Therefore, Lin Jiyun asked Chen Mengyan to go back first, and she did not have to wait for her to eat. Lin Jiyun was going to eat casually after class. There was a class on the principles of Western economics at 6 o'clock. The courses in the School of Economics and Management were still relatively tight. The courses every day were almost full. Lin Jiyun was called as soon as she left the classroom. When she looked up, she found that it was the student union president, Su Qianxing. President Su, what's the matter? Lin Jiyun asked with some doubts. Nothing. I am also in class on this floor, and I just saw someone who looks like you. Su Qianxing smiled. I didn't expect it to be you. Hee hee. Lin Jiyun smiled. She was not very good at communicating with unfamiliar people, and she did not know how to reject others. So, she stood here and did not know what to say. How could Su Qianxing not know Lin Jiyun's character? He had already seen through Lin Jiyun. He was not in class here just now, but he had inquired about the location of Lin Jiyun's class in advance and had been waiting for Lin Jiyun here. However, he was afraid of being rude to the beauty, so he pretended to meet Lin Jiyun by chance and greeted her. Lin Jiyun was a simple person, so she naturally would not think so much. Su Qianxing saw that Lin Jiyun was embarrassed, so he would naturally guide Lin Jiyun to talk about some topics without seeming deliberate. Student Lin, how is your preparation for the art festival? Do you have any ideas? Sure enough, Lin Jiyun did not doubt it, nor did she doubt Su Qianxing's true purpose. I haven't thought about what to perform, and I have no idea in my heart. Lin Jiyun was telling the truth. Today, she studied with Yang Ming for a long time, and she did not know what she was good at. She had a weak temperament, and she did not like to perform in public. It would make her nervous. It turns out to be like this. It doesn't matter. Let's talk while walking. Su Qianxing smiled. Let's go downstairs together. I will give you an idea. Lin Jiyun hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Although she felt that it was not good to go with a strange boy, he was looking for her for a serious matter. It was about work, so Lin Jiyun could not refuse. So, she went downstairs with Su Qianxing, but there was still a certain distance between the two. Student Lin. Su Qianqing did not call Lin Jiyun like those annoying flies. He just called her Student Lin, which would not bring any disgust to Lin Jiyun. Instead, it made her feel that he was looking for her just for work. In Su Qianqing's view, if he wanted to pursue a girl like Lin Jiyun, he must take it slow. He couldn't be impatient. The result of being impatient would be to scare her. He had to admit that Su Qianqing was an observant person and a smart person. He saw through Lin Jiyun's character at once. When Yang Ming pursued Lin Jiyun, he also used this trick. It penetrated into her life little by little, and finally revealed the mystery. It made Lin Jiyun feel very natural and not too abrupt. Student Lin, the art festival is actually a literary and artistic joint performance of singing and dancing, acrobatics, martial arts, crosstalk, skit, and so on. It can also be said to be a small party. Su Qianqing said, "Our school's party is actually done by the students. It doesn't need to be so formal. As long as everyone participates and is satisfied, it will be fine. So, what you perform is not very important. You can sing a song, dance, play a tune, or even perform a little magic trick. In short, it's fine as long as you are good at it." But, I don't seem to be good at it. Lin Jiyun listened to Su Qianqing's words and regretted promising him to participate in the artistic performance. Now that she thought about it carefully, she was really not good at anything. If you really can't do it, you can find a companion to perform with you on stage. Su Qianqing smiled and said, "Student Lin, in fact, what everyone values is your fame on the school forum BBS. No matter what you perform, your popularity will be very high." Really? Lin Jiyun didn't pay much attention to those things. "You said that I can perform with my companions?" "Yeah, the programs at the art festival are not all solo performances," Su Qianqing said. "Aren't chorus, dance groups, and so on performed by multiple people?" "Then, I will go back and think about it." Since Lin Jiyun had promised Su Qianqing before, it was not good to refuse at the moment. "Right, what are you going to do now?" Su Qianqing pretended to ask Lin Jiyun casually. "Ah? I am going to the cafeteria to eat something now. There is a class at 6 o'clock in a while," said Lin Jiyun. "Just in time. I am going to the cafeteria, too. Let's go together," Su Qianqing said with a smile. He felt that today was really smooth. He originally wanted to treat Lin Jiyun to a meal, but it was a little difficult to ask. Now, there was no problem. Since Lin Jiyun said that she was going to the cafeteria to eat, it was reasonable for him to treat her to something when they arrived there. Okay. Lin Jiyun didn't want to go with him. She was afraid that it would cause misunderstandings among her classmates, but she didn't know how to refuse. After all, the other person made very ordinary and reasonable requests. If she behaved too unapproachable, it would not be very polite. Su Qianqing saw that Lin Jiyun agreed, and he was very happy. He only felt that if things went well, everything would go well. It was the same when he met Yang Ming at noon today. Originally, he was afraid that Yang Ming would not agree to participate in the art festival, but he did not expect that Yang Ming really agreed. Su Qianqing also planned to let Chen Mingyan, the vice president of the student union of the Department of Economics and Management, lobby Yang Ming, but he did not expect to use this relationship. Su Qianqing naturally knew that Chen Mingyan was Yang Ming's girlfriend. In the beginning, Zhou Ruoguang, the president of the student union of the Department of Economics and Management, coveted her, but he was fixed by Yang Ming. This year, for some reason, Zhou Ruoguang did not come to class. His position as the president of the student union was also replaced by the original vice president. The vacant vice president position was given to the hardworking Chen Mingyan. Su Qianqing just wanted to continue to say something, but there was a ringtone from Lin Jiyun's bag. Lin Jiyun made an apologetic gesture to Su Qianqing and took out the phone from the bag. Looking at the N97 in Lin Jiyun's hand, Su Qianqing's face changed slightly. Usually, Su Qianqing saw that Lin Jiyun's clothes were very simple, so he thought that her family was average, but he did not expect her to use such a high-end mobile phone. Most students used counterfeit phones that cost a few hundred yuan. There were still a few rich ones, but from Lin Jiyun's mobile phone, her family should not be very bad. It seems that my plan has to be adjusted. If I want to attract Lin Jiyun, I have to spend some money. Su Qianxing began to figure out how to change his plan in his heart. Hello? Lin Jiyun picked up the phone. Jiyun, where are you? Yang Ming's voice came from the phone, making Lin Jiyun happy. I am in the teaching building of the Department of Economics and Management. I just finished class, said Lin Jiyun. Oh? That's great. Let's go eat something together. I still have a class in the evening. Yang Ming said after listening. Okay. Lin Jiyun agreed without thinking. Then you come downstairs to the Department of Economics and Management and wait for me. I will go downstairs. Okay, see you later. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Who is it? Su Qianxing pretended to ask casually. He wanted to pursue Lin Jiyun, so he naturally had to talk to her about some topics in life. If he only talked about work, there was no way to establish a friendship. If he didn't establish a friendship, how could he establish love? President Su, I can't eat with you. Someone asked me out. Lin Jiyun naturally didn't want to say too much about her family matters to Su Qianxing. Oh? Your friend, right? Let's eat together. Su Qianxing didn't think that the person who called was Lin Jiyun's boyfriend. He only thought that it was her roommate or fellow countryman. No need, President Su. We can go by ourselves. Lin Jiyun shook her head and refused. Su Qianxing thought that Lin Jiyun was embarrassed, so he said, it doesn't matter. I will treat you. Your friend is also my friend. Maybe we can discuss it. You can perform together at the art festival. This sentence was in Lin Jiyun's heart. Just now, Su Qianxing said that she could find a companion to perform with her for the art festival. Lin Jiyun thought of Yang Ming. If Yang Ming could perform with her on the same stage, she would definitely not be nervous. Therefore, Lin Jiyun was tempted when Su Qianxing said that they should study the art festival together. But then she thought that Yang Ming had just returned. She hadn't gotten along with him enough. It was rare to have a chance to be alone with him. How could Lin Jiyun be willing to have an outsider? Although her character was weak, she didn't compete, and she wouldn't be jealous of anything. It didn't mean that she didn't like to be alone with Yang Ming. No matter how generous a girl was, it was impossible to be completely selfless. Even Chen Mingyan, who usually selflessly let Lin Jiyun and Zhou Zhejia get along with Yang Ming first, actually hoped that she could be with Yang Ming. Therefore, Lin Jiyun was hesitant now. She didn't know what to do. The two had already walked to the door. Yang Ming was standing on the steps not far away with a smile. When he saw Lin Jiyun, he waved to her. Jiyun, here. Su Qianxing thought that the friend in Lin Jiyun's mouth was a girl or her sister, but he didn't expect it to be a boy. Moreover, it was Yang Ming whom he knew. He frowned immediately. He didn't want to bring another guy with him when they were having a meal together later. That would affect the atmosphere and mood. If it was a girl, Su Qianxing naturally didn't mind. Anyway, it was Lin Jiyun's friend. If he had a good relationship with her friend, it was equivalent to integrating into her circle. In the future, her friend would help him speak up, killing two birds with one stone. But now the situation was completely different. What was the relationship between Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun? If the two were in a relationship, Su Qianxing wouldn't believe it. He knew that Chen Mingyan, the vice president of the student union of the Department of Economics and Management, was Yang Ming's girlfriend. This was a well-known thing in the student union. At that time, Zhou Ruoguang, the president of the student union of the Department of Economics and Management, had ideas about Chen Mingyan. The news that he was taught a lesson by Yang Ming had already spread inside the student union. As for the process of teaching a lesson, Chen Mingyan wouldn't say it. The person involved, Zhou Ruoguang, wouldn't say it in detail for his face. It was nothing more than being vague. Therefore, everyone didn't feel anything strange. At that time, Yang Ming beat up the school's taekwondo club's vice president, Ren Jianren, and Lu Zhaojun. Wasn't it easy to teach a lesson to Zhou Ruoguang? It was precisely because of this that Su Qianxing didn't show any hostility to Yang Ming. He didn't even think of him as a hindrance in his heart. In Su Qianxing's view, Lin Jiyun might have something to talk about with Yang Ming, so they ate together. Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming, and her heart was delighted. She quickened her pace, and her face also showed a rare smile. It was different from the previous cold beauty. Her face was like a peach blossom, which made Su Qianqing's heart skip a beat. He thought, sure enough, this woman should only exist in heaven. Even her occasional smile is so moving. How sharp was Yang Ming's vision? He originally wanted to hold Lin Jiyun's hand directly, but he saw that Su Qianqing, the president of the school's student union, was following behind her. He couldn't help but frown secretly. It seemed that Su Qianqing should have gone downstairs with Lin Jiyun. The two people went one after the other. Su Qianqing seemed to be saying something, but Yang Ming didn't pay attention and didn't read his lips. In school, Yang Ming wasn't unscrupulous. In any case, his relationship with Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jiejia, Wang Xiaoyan, Sun Jia, and Xiao Qing couldn't be too obvious in front of others. After all, this was a school. There were his godfather and godsister here. Yang Ming couldn't hug them in school. If that was the case, he would be fine, but how would Lu Weishan and Xiao Qing behave in school? Gossip would definitely make them unable to raise their heads. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia were even more so. His girlfriend in school was Chen Mingyan. Although he was usually close to Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia, he didn't have any intimate behavior in public, so others couldn't find fault with it. Moreover, Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia were good friends of Chen Mingyan, so no one would misunderstand anything when they were with Yang Ming. Most people would think that if there was really something between Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia and Yang Ming, then how could Chen Mingyan not know? How could she still maintain a friend relationship with Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia? Although Yang Ming didn't want to be so sneaky, Yang Ming didn't want Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia's peaceful university life to be disturbed by some gossip. His plan to buy a private island was already in progress. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could do whatever he wanted in his own territory, and no one would interfere. In fact, if Yang Ming really built X Island into a resort, then which rich people who came here weren't tycoons with beautiful women in their arms? Who would care about Yang Ming's matters? Everyone was accustomed to it. Yang Ming, what a coincidence. Su Qianqing hesitated for a moment, and he had already made up his mind. Since this Yang Ming couldn't be avoided, he could only treat him together. Anyway, I have already treated him to a meal at noon. It doesn't matter if I treat him at night. I also have something to ask him. If I treat him at noon and treat him at night, I believe he has no reason to refuse to perform, right? Moreover, with Yang Ming on the side, Su Qianqing's reason for treating was even more justified. At that time, it could be said that it was because of the art festival. On behalf of the student union, he would treat the two most popular people among the students to a meal to discuss the art festival with them. Isn't this President Su? You just finished class, too? Yang Ming wasn't willing to say anything to Su Qianqing at the moment. He was anxious to eat with Lin Jiyun, so he didn't have the mind to bother with him. He had been busy in Mount Jing for a long time, and he was already hungry. Yeah, I just finished class. Are you the one who just called Lin Jiyun? Su Qianqing saw that Yang Ming called Lin Jiyun, and he knew that he was the one who called. Just in time. I just told Lin Jiyun that we should eat something together and study the school art festival. Do you want to join us? Didn't we already agree on the art festival at noon? Yang Ming frowned. He didn't believe that this guy was so serious and responsible for his work. Could it be that he had other crooked thoughts? Looking at his eyes on Lin Jiyun, there was some covetousness. Could it be that he was thinking about her? However, most male students looked at Lin Jiyun with this kind of appreciation and covetousness, so it was not a big deal. The love for beautiful women was a man's nature. It couldn't be said that Su Qianqing was thinking about Lin Jiyun now. Aren't the details not finalized yet? When Su Qianqing heard Yang Ming's meaning, he knew that he wanted to exclude himself. How could Su Qianqing agree to eat with Lin Jiyun alone? Then, let's go together. Yang Ming saw that he insisted, and he also wanted to see what his intentions were, so he agreed. Where are we going to eat? Where were you planning to go? Su Qianqing didn't say it immediately but asked. His wishful thinking was very good. He wanted to ask Yang Ming where he planned to take Lin Jiyun to eat first, and then he would take them to a higher class place so that he could highlight his status. He didn't pick up girls like those vulgar people who didn't have standards. His standards were high. He was not jealous on the surface, but he did these things to elevate himself and belittle others in the dark. He guessed that Yang Ming would definitely say the name of a small restaurant near the school, or just go to the school cafeteria to eat, so Su Qianxing could say, "Why are we going to the school cafeteria? Let's find a restaurant. My treat." Or, "Why are we going to the XX restaurant? The food there is not good. Let's go to the XX restaurant. My treat." Although this was not a sentence to belittle the other party, it actually meant that. It was unknowingly elevating his own status. When Yang Ming heard Su Qianxing's question, he guessed that this guy was not a good person. "You are treating, so we will go wherever you say. Why are you asking us where we are going?" Yang Ming snorted and immediately saw through this guy's scheme. "You want to compete with Yang Ming with these things? Yang Ming can be my ancestor." Yang Ming did not show any displeasure on the surface. He smiled slightly and said naturally, "We are going to the Songjiang International Hotel." "Why are we going to the Songjiang International Hotel?" Ugh. Su Qianxing had already thought of an excuse, so when Yang Ming finished speaking, he subconsciously blurted out the words that he had said. However, he immediately stopped halfway. It was because he couldn't continue to speak. The Songjiang International Hotel was the only five-star hotel in Songjiang. Many foreign guests stayed there. Su Qianxing really couldn't find a better hotel than the Songjiang International Hotel. After the Songjiang International Hotel was newly renovated and upgraded, it was considered a first-class hotel in the province. However, Su Qianxing really didn't believe that Yang Ming could go to the Songjiang International Hotel, thinking that he was just bragging. Although Su Qianxing didn't think that Yang Ming could develop a relationship with Lin Jiyun, boys at this age would always look forward to some small ambiguous relationship with beautiful girls other than their girlfriends. No one would mind this. Su Qianxing believed that Yang Ming thought that he was a hindrance, so he said this. So, he smiled and said, "Okay, the Songjiang International Hotel it is. Let's go here. My treat." The cost of the Songjiang International Hotel was not low. When Yang Ming took Xiaoying to slaughter Jin Gang before the renovation, Jin Gang spent a lot of money. Now, it was more than twice as expensive, and many famous dishes were added. However, Su Qianxing's father was the boss of Songjiang Mining. His family was rich, and he usually gave Su Qianxing a lot of pocket money. But even so, Su Qianxing couldn't just casually take out tens of thousands of yuan to eat. How much pocket money did he have in a year? It was just that this time, in order to win a good impression in front of Lin Jiyun, Su Qianxing gritted his teeth and decided to spend money. "Let's eat at school. Why are we going so far?" Lin Jiyun was a little surprised and looked at Yang Ming. "Don't we still have class later?" Seeing Lin Jiyun's surprised expression, Su Qianxing was even more convinced. He thought that Yang Ming was bluffing. What, going to the Songjiang International Hotel? Lin Jiyun's expression had already betrayed everything. Lin Jiyun didn't know, so Yang Ming was definitely talking nonsense. "It doesn't matter. It's only 4:30. Class starts at 6 o'clock. There is still more than an hour. We don't drink. We can still make it." Su Qianxing judged in his heart. If they really went to the Songjiang International Hotel, it couldn't be helped if they couldn't make it back in time. Lin Jiyun couldn't insist on leaving. "Then, let's go, Jiyun." Yang Ming glanced at Lin Jiyun and said. Yang Ming could now be sure that this Su Qianxing should have other intentions in addition to looking for him and Lin Jiyun to study the art festival. Otherwise, no matter how high the student union's funding was, it was impossible to allow them to eat and drink in a hotel at the level of the Songjiang International Hotel. The cost of a meal was tens of thousands of yuan or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. The school's leaders couldn't let Su Qianxing do such a thing. Therefore, since the student union didn't spend money, there was only one possibility. That was, Su Qianxing spent money himself. Yang Ming wouldn't think that Su Qianxing would treat him and Lin Jiyun to such an expensive meal for an art festival. It was simply illogical. Moreover, it seemed that Su Qianxing was not targeting Yang Ming, but Lin Jiyun. In other words, Su Qianxing had been thinking about Lin Jiyun since the beginning. The appearance of Yang Ming was just an accident. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was a little unhappy, but he didn't show anything on his face. For people like Su Qianxing, he couldn't use those ordinary means. It wouldn't have any effect if he threatened him. He relied on his identity as the school's student union president, so he would definitely make an issue from the school's point of view. Lin Jiyun and Chen Mengyan were different. Su Qianxing and Zhou Ruoguang were also different. Chen Mengyan was Yang Ming's legitimate girlfriend, and Zhou Ruoguang was not a good person. So, when Bai Hai taught him a lesson, he couldn't say anything. First, it was natural for Yang Ming to take action for his girlfriend. Second, it wasn't Yang Ming himself who was looking for trouble, but Bai Hai. But Su Qianxing was different. He was the school's student union president, which was very different from Zhou Ruoguang, who was a department chairman. Zhou Ruoguang was at most in contact with the school's department secretary, while Su Qianxing was in contact with the principal and the school committee. Obviously, he was at a higher level. Moreover, Su Qianxing and Zhou Ruoguang also had essential differences. Su Qianxing was gentle, so Yang Ming couldn't use vulgar methods to deal with him. Moreover, in most people's eyes, Yang Ming's girlfriend was Chen Mengyan, not Lin Jiyun. Those who knew that Lin Jiyun was Yang Ming's girlfriend were only Ge Xinyao, Jing Xiaolu, and a few others. It was not publicized in the school, so it wouldn't be a big deal if Yang Ming beat up Su Qianxing because of Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming was now a lot more mature. He was no longer the gangster style of solving problems with only his fists. He wanted to let Su Qianxing know the difficulties and retreat, so Yang Ming satisfied his proposal. Okay then. Lin Jiyun saw that Yang Ming said so she nodded and agreed. Su Qianxing listened to Yang Ming's words and Lin Jiyun agreed. He was a little upset. Why is Yang Ming's words so effective? I have talked for a long time, but I can't even match a sentence from Yang Ming. What is the relationship between Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun? However, although Su Qianxing had doubts, he couldn't ask. After all, if he asked this question now, it would be completely annoying behavior. Not only would Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming not answer him, but Lin Jiyun would also hate him and suspect that he had bad intentions, so Su Qianxing would not do such a thing. It's okay. I have a car. I can definitely make it in time. Su Qianxing added a sentence with a smile. This sentence was just right. There was no suspicion of showing off at all, but he did want to show off to Lin Jiyun that he had a car. Su Qianxing's family conditions were good. He used his New Year's money to buy a car. It was a cheetah off-road vehicle, which was very impressive. Although the price was not expensive, the appearance of the car that looked like the Mitsubishi Chevrolet improved the grade of this car a lot. In fact, the cheetah car was produced with some of Mitsubishi's technology. Su Qianxing replaced the car's logo with Mitsubishi's. Ordinary people really couldn't see through the appearance. They all thought that it was an original Mitsubishi car. However, Yang Ming didn't agree with this kind of self-deceiving approach. It didn't make any sense. Get in the car. Su Qianxing remotely started his car, then pointed to his cheetah off-road vehicle and said, "This car can run on any road. The off-road vehicle is better. Although the sedan is good-looking, how can it have this performance?" I think so too. Yang Ming nodded and said with a smile, "So you still have to buy an off-road vehicle when you buy a car." Yang Ming is also a person who knows cars? When Su Qianxing heard Yang Ming say this, he thought that Yang Ming was praising himself. He was a little happy. Yeah, so I bought an off-road vehicle. This car is actually not expensive. 180 to 90,000 yuan, which is about the same price as a mid-range sedan. Although he said this, his words couldn't hide his pride. When he talked about the excitement, he couldn't help but lower his voice. Moreover, the license plate of my car is an official car. My dad used his connections to get it for me. Generally, the traffic police won't intercept it. The reason why Su Qianxing said this was not to show off his license plate in front of Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, because there was nothing to show off. It was just a car license plate. The key point of his sentence was that his family background was not ordinary. His father must be a capable person. Otherwise, he couldn't get this license plate. Su Qianxing revealed his family background without leaving any trace, so people didn't feel any disgust. Unlike some prodigal sons, who directly said, "What is my father? What is my uncle?" This would only make people annoyed and despise them. However, like now, Su Qianxing didn't say it directly, but just hinted that his father used his connections to do something. Although he didn't say how capable his father was, if he wasn't capable, how could he ask someone to do something? Really? That's quite bad *SS. Yang Ming smiled and shrugged. However, I didn't violate the rules. I don't need this license plate, right? Su Qianxing didn't know that Yang Ming was telling the truth, but he thought that Yang Ming was sour grapes. So, he smiled and said, "When you really drive, you will know. This Songjiang's Lane is not easy to drive, especially now that the road is still under construction. There are some odd even numbers and so on. The subway in the coastal area also needs to be expanded. Many roads can't be taken." Really? I really didn't pay attention to it. Yang Ming smiled and agreed. How can it not be? You see, when we go to the Songjiang International Hotel in a while, there is a one-way road. If we don't go in the opposite direction, we have to take a long detour, so sometimes you have to violate the rules. Su Qianxing smiled. Yang Ming smiled noncommittally. In this case, Su Qianxing was not wrong. Sometimes, he would unconsciously violate the rules. However, Yang Ming had not been stopped by anyone. Perhaps it was because of his license plate or the pass made by Captain Yang. Maybe. Yang Ming nodded. You will know when you drive a car. If you don't drive, you can't experience it. It's really difficult. Su Qianxing smiled and patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Maybe my driving experience is too short. Yang Ming smiled and remotely drove his BMW X5 parked not far from Su Qianxing's cheetah. How about we all sit in my car? Su Qianxing looked at the BMW X5 with flashing taillights not far away. His face was as funny as it could be. He looked at the scene in front of him with some disbelief. This car is Yang Ming's? Although he didn't believe it, the facts were in front of him. How could he not believe his eyes? In the university, there were many students who drove, but there were definitely not many. In a school, it was amazing to have 8 or 10. Of course, it referred to undergraduate students. Graduate students and doctoral students were excluded. Many graduate students and doctoral students had jobs or even their own companies outside, so it was not surprising that they drove to school, just like Xianxia. However, among undergraduate students, there were very few who could drive. The original Wang Jitao was one, Zhang Bin was another, Sun Jiwei was another, and no one else could. Therefore, when Su Qianxing saw Yang Ming's BMW X5, his expression was so complicated. When it came to the grade of the two cars, even a fool could see it. Su Qianxing naturally knew that Yang Ming's car could buy several of his cars. At this time, he had not seen Yang Ming's license plate number. Otherwise, his expression would be more interesting. This is your car? Su Qianxing still didn't believe it. After Yang Ming was in the limelight, the school's newspaper followed and interviewed Yang Ming for a while. If Yang Ming really drove a BMW to school, how could the school's newspaper not report it? But there was no similar news at that time. Therefore, Su Qianxing couldn't help but ask. If the car was not Yang Ming's, and he just borrowed it, then Su Qianxing didn't have to be too embarrassed. Yeah, I also think that the SUV is better, right? Yang Ming said with a smile, Zhiyun and I will go together. You lead the way, President Su. Su Qianxing's lungs were about to explode. He wanted to show off in front of Yang Ming and Lin Zhiyun, but he didn't expect to show off properly. Now, Yang Ming took the initiative to let Lin Zhiyun sit in his car. Even if Su Qianxing wanted to let Lin Zhiyun sit in his car, it was impossible. If he said it at this moment, it was obviously arguing with Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Su Qianxing nodded depressingly and said, Okay, but you have to follow me. If there is a traffic jam, I will turn on the siren. You can't keep up. Although he said this, Su Qianxing still hoped that Yang Ming couldn't keep up. Now, the model of the car was not as good as Yang Ming's. He could only show off his privilege to Yang Ming, but he was still a little weak. But now, Su Qianxing couldn't do anything. He had to get in the car and start the car very depressingly. Watching Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun get in the BMW X5 together, he was extremely upset. Looking at the license plate of Yang Ming's car behind, Su Qianqing's heart jumped again. What number is this? All eights? But when he looked carefully, he found that there were two BS, not eights. It was just that it looked like an eights from a distance. But even so, this license plate was not cheap. Su Qianqing was even more annoyed. Why does this Yang Ming look more like a rich second generation than me? This car and the license plate are not cheap. Why haven't Su Qianqing heard of it before? Could it be that Yang Ming really wants to hit on Lin Jiyun? Su Qianqing had heard that some rich young masters always changed girlfriends, and even maintained relationships with several women at the same time. Those girls were also vain and pretended not to know. Therefore, Su Qianqing became angrier as he thought about it. Lin Jiyun is a simple person. Don't be fooled by Yang Ming. Originally, he didn't have much thoughts about Yang Ming, but now he was full of hostility. Su Qianqing secretly thought, so what if the license plate number is all eights? Although there is number 8s in my license plate, there is still a 4s, but it is a privileged number. I will let you suffer a hidden loss. Thinking of this, Su Qianqing secretly formed a small plan in his heart. In a while, I must go on the wrong side of the road. I hope that there is a traffic police on duty there. At that time, my car can go over, and Yang Ming's car will definitely be intercepted. After the interception, I will go to the rescue, so that I can highlight my status. This is the so-called pretentious moment. When watching some TV series, the male lead will appear at the most critical moment to solve a problem, and then get the admiration of the female lead. Su Qianqing studied this very clearly. Now, if he wanted to get back his face, he must do something better than Yang Ming. Even if he couldn't help Yang Ming out, he could let Yang Ming stay there to be dealt with, and he would take Lin Jiyun to eat. No matter what, he would not suffer a loss. So after Su Qianqing made up his mind, he secretly decided to do so. Jiyun, did he just look for you in class? Yang Ming drove behind Su Qianqing and asked Lin Jiyun. No? Lin Jiyun shook her head. I just finished class, and he seemed to have just finished class. He stopped me and said that he met me. Yang Ming nodded. Lin Jiyun naturally wouldn't have those messy thoughts. How would she know Su Qianqing's sinister intentions? So, he said, this Su Qianqing may want to pursue you. You should be careful. Ah? It can't be, right? Lin Jiyun was shocked, and her face was red. She waved her little hand in front of her in panic. I have nothing to do with him. Of course, I won't doubt that you have anything to do with him. Yang Ming smiled and held Lin Jiyun's hand. How can I doubt you? I just want you to be wary of him. Then, I will stay away from him in the future. Lin Jiyun nodded. Or, I won't participate in this art festival? You have signed up. You can participate. Yang Ming smiled. He didn't want Lin Jiyun to feel that he monopolized her interests and even interfered with her study life. Right, President Su said that we can find a partner for the art festival program. Why don't we both perform together? Asked Lin Jiyun. This is fine. Then, let's go on stage together. Yang Ming naturally agreed. He planned to do so initially. Since Lin Jiyun had stage fright, he would accompany her on stage. Seeing that Su Qianqing's cheetah in front of him actually turned into a one-way road, Yang Ming suddenly frowned. Now is the time to get off work. It is the time when there is a lot of traffic. What is this Su Qianqing doing? There are so many cars on the road, but he is actually going against the traffic. However, Yang Ming hesitated and followed. Since he was willing to go like this, it would be inappropriate if he didn't follow. Anyway, Su Qianqing's car was in front to open the road. He just had to follow, and there was no need to clash with the opposite car. Su Qianqing was originally afraid that Yang Ming would not follow. When he saw that Yang Ming also turned in and followed behind him, Su Qianqing suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Since Yang Ming came in, it was easy to handle. Seeing that there were traffic police on duty not far ahead, Su Qianqing thought, wait for your bad luck in a while. However, even so, Su Qianqing's heart was still a little perturbed. His license plate was indeed the license plate of Song Zhang's official car. It was indeed very useful to occasionally violate the rules. Under normal circumstances, the traffic police would not intercept it. However, it was the first time for Su Qianqing to drive against the traffic on such a one-way road with such a large traffic flow. As long as the official license plate was not too excessive, the traffic police would not care. However, in this kind of blatant reverse situation, Su Qianqing didn't know if the traffic police would give him face, but he thought that it should be given. For Su Qianqing's behavior of driving against the traffic, the vehicles that were driving normally complained. The one-way road was narrow, and there were 3 lanes. You took up 1 lane when you drove against the traffic. We were already stuck in traffic, so it was even more congested. However, Su Qianqing didn't care about this. In order to be pretentious, he turned on the police horn on the car and began to honk wildly. However, this had an effect. The cars in the opposite direction also took the initiative to give way. He is doing something wrong. Lin Jiyun frowned. Apparently, not only was she not excited about Su Qianqing's practice, but she felt a little ashamed. Who knows what he is thinking? Yang Ming shrugged. Yang Ming also violated the rules, just like today's speeding. However, he was indeed doing something. It was considered to be performing official duties, so it was understandable. However, Yang Ming was also very disgusted with Su Qianqing's privilege just to eat a meal. He found it a little funny in his heart. He thought, you are showing off in front of Jing Xiaolu. She may look at you differently, but you are purely looking for contempt in front of Lin Jiyun. Su Qianqing didn't think so. He thought that girls liked boys who were in the limelight. As he was proud, a traffic police came in front and stopped his car. Su Qianqing was stunned, but when he remembered that his license plate belonged to the official car segment, he was not nervous. He opened the window and asked the traffic police, "What's wrong?" "Sir, this is a one-way road. You should go back." The traffic police still gave face to Su Qianqing's license plate. He didn't punish him but just let him go back. After all, this road was very long. Su Qianqing just came in, so it was more convenient to reverse out. However, if he kept going like this, it would be a bit too eye-catching. If it were normal times, Su Qianqing would just reverse out. It was not a big deal. Now, the situation was reversed. It was indeed a bit suspicious of looking for trouble. But now, Su Qianqing was pretending to be a bad *SS in front of Lin Jiyun. If he backed out with his tail between his legs, he would lose his face. Lin Jiyun would definitely despise him, and his bragging would be in vain. Therefore, Su Qianqing had to bite the bullet and said, "I have something urgent to do. It is too far to take a detour." "Oh?" The traffic police was stunned. He didn't know what Su Qianqing had to do. However, some official cars did have the possibility of urgent matters, so the traffic police nodded, but said, "Sir, then let me see your license plate." Generally, people who opened this kind of license plate were in the system or various agencies. There were also some high-level officials of state-owned enterprises. However, there were also plates that were made through connections, which couldn't be banned. It was just that most of the plates made through connections were lent out. They couldn't get a license plate because the license plate was personal. It couldn't be registered. Su Qianqing was like this. How could he have a license plate? The traffic police saw his hesitation, and he guessed it in his heart, but he still asked, "Can you show me your ID?" "I forgot to bring it." Su Qianqing had to bite the bullet. "Sir, you can't show your license, and you don't have valid documents to prove your identity. We can only temporarily detain your car. Please bring all the documents to the traffic police team tomorrow for processing," said the traffic police to Su Qianqing. Su Qianqing didn't expect this traffic police to not give him face. He was a little annoyed, but he had no way to vent. He didn't know that he had already put the cart before the horse in his heart. The traffic police gave him face because there were indeed some cars that were for official business. He didn't deliberately violate traffic rules by making a special license plate. The traffic police gestured to a traffic police officer next to him and asked him to come over and drive Su Qianqing's car away. Then, he walked over to Yang Ming's car. Yang Ming saw the conversation between Su Qianqing and the traffic police clearly, and he was very amused. This guy really didn't know how to pretend, and he made a mistake. Seeing that the traffic police came to him again, Yang Ming was not worried. The traffic police originally wanted to check Yang Ming's ID, but he saw that the pass on Yang Ming's front windshield was issued by the Donghai Police Department. It belonged to an internal ID in the system. In their opinion, it was more effective than the local official license plates of Songjiang, so they didn't check it. Yang Ming saw that Su Qianqing's car was going to be detained, and he was somewhat helpless. However, he couldn't ignore him at this moment. He still had to let him treat him to a meal. Yang Ming let Su Qianqing back off in the face of difficulties. He would talk about it later. If he let him back off now, then it wouldn't have a deterrent effect. So Yang Ming opened the window and said to the traffic police, "Police brother, the cheetah in front is with us. Can you let him go first?" The traffic police originally saw the pass on Yang Ming's car, so he didn't intend to care about Yang Ming's car. However, he didn't expect Yang Ming to let the cheetah in front of him go. He was a little angry and couldn't help but ask, "Which department are you from?" Yang Ming was slightly stunned, but he didn't expect this traffic police to be so angry. However, he understood after thinking about it a little. It must be that Su Qianqing's previous attitude was not good, which made him angry. Yang Ming took out an ID from his pocket, but it was the military ID that Xia Bingbao gave him. He got off the car and handed it to the traffic police. The traffic police was slightly stunned. He originally thought that Yang Ming was the same as Su Qianqing in front of him, a prodigal son who relied on his family's wealth and power, but it didn't seem to be the same thing. Glancing at the ID in his hand, the traffic police's face changed slightly. Yang Ming's ID was not the same as the general military ID. Yang Ming's department was mostly affiliated with the administrative department, but they were all relatively special departments. The ID couldn't be shown casually, so they got another identity ID. Although he didn't know what Yang Ming did specifically, the traffic police couldn't stop him. He returned the ID to Yang Ming and was about to release the car. Yang Ming said, "I'm sorry, police brother." He was leading the way in front, so we drove to this section of the road that was going against the traffic. I just let him reverse. The traffic police was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so easy to talk to. He thought, look at his character. He is much better than the one who drove the cheetah in front. He no longer had a straight face and smiled at Yang Ming. You have seen the traffic flow here. If it were other times, we would just pass by. Yang Ming nodded and said, I have troubled you. I will let him reverse the car. Since Yang Ming said so, the traffic police naturally couldn't say anything more. He waved his hand and let the traffic police in front release the car. Yang Ming said to Su Qianqing, I have talked to this side. Let's reverse the car. Su Qianqing was thinking about calling his father and asking him to find someone to release the car, but he didn't expect that Yang Ming had already talked to him. Although he didn't know what Yang Ming said, he was a little unhappy. He thought, why do we have to reverse the car? I can settle it with a phone call here. We can just continue to drive over. However, although Su Qianqing was stubborn, he was a little nervous in his heart. He didn't dare to trouble his father. Since Yang Ming wanted to reverse the car, it wouldn't be a loss of face for him, so he agreed and followed Yang Ming to reverse the car. After Yang Ming left, the traffic police who detained Su Qianqing's car said to another older traffic police, look at the car behind them. The quality of the driver is so high. He has a military ID. Even if he was driving in the wrong direction, we can't do anything about it. However, he politely reversed the car. The one in front has nothing. The license plate is fake, and he is so arrogant. Do you know who the car behind belongs to? The old traffic police patted his forehead and said, I just felt that the person driving was familiar. Now I finally remember. That person seems to be the boyfriend of the criminal investigation team's Captain Xia. Ah? The traffic police was stunned. The person driving just now is Xia Shua's boyfriend? You didn't participate in the mysterious traffic accident. Naturally, you don't know. The old traffic police said with some pride, do you know how the case was solved? It was solved by Captain Xia and her boyfriend together. There was a horrible traffic accident on the road where I was on duty. At that time, he and Captain Xia went to investigate the scene together. However, I don't know which department Captain Xia's boyfriend is from, but he seems to be very powerful. You tell me about the mysterious traffic accident. The traffic police apparently also heard the rumors of the case. He suddenly became interested and asked quickly. Wait until you get off work. Let's talk about it when we have time. The old traffic police put on airs. Brother Zhang, I will treat you to a meal after work. Let's talk while eating, said the traffic police quickly. Parking the car in the parking lot in front of the Songjiang International Hotel, Yang Ming waved his hand to stop the parking security guard from coming forward. He didn't want to reveal his identity at this time. Then, there would be no shock effect. To let Su Qianqing know the difficulties and retreat, he still needed to emphasize some means. Su Qianqing's cheetah was parked next to Yang Ming's car, and the two cars were side by side. Su Qianqing got off the car and complained with some dissatisfaction, "Why did we just back out? We didn't have to back out. I just made a call, and it was all done. Why bother?" Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand. "Back out and save us the trouble. Besides, we don't really have official duties." Su Qianqing didn't recognize the pass on the windshield of Yang Ming's car. He naturally hadn't seen this before. He thought it was an ordinary pass for a university, community, or other places. In his heart, he thought that Yang Ming's car was an ordinary car. He was afraid that he would be implicated, so he gave in. "So," he said, "that's right. My car is fine, but your car will definitely not give me face. After all, it was commuting time. The traffic police will give me face. If you don't give in, you will definitely be detained." Lin Jiyun heard it clearly on the side. Although she was simple, she also knew that if it weren't for Yang Ming, Su Qianqing's car would definitely be detained. However, Lin Jiyun wasn't a person who liked to show off. Although she was angry, she didn't say anything. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't say anything. There were some things that didn't need to be said to Su Qianqing. His purpose was just to let Lin Jiyun see this person's face so that she wouldn't be deceived by him. Yang Ming was too lazy to argue with Su Qianqing on these little things. He would let him slowly understand it himself. Su Qianqing was not stupid. Although he said so, he was not an idiot. He still had doubts about how Yang Ming could escape unscathed. So, he inadvertently used his mobile phone to take a picture of the pass on the windshield of Yang Ming's car. He planned to ask his father when he returned home to see if his father knew what this was. Of course, he didn't forget Yang Ming's car number. He planned to go back and ask his father to check through the traffic police to see if this car was Yang Ming's. Su Qianqing now regretted it a little. If Yang Ming could afford to drive a BMW, then it was impossible that he had never been to the Songjiang International Hotel before. Since this was the case, then he had nothing to show off. He became a sucker for no reason. Thinking that he would have to spend tens of thousands or even tens of thousands in a while, he nodded his head and secretly calculated whether it was worth it. As Su Qianqing walked, he secretly observed Lin Jiyun's reaction, but he was disappointed. Lin Jiyun's face did not show any expression of envy, surprise, or even love for this place. Lin Jiyun was a girl with a heart as calm as still water, but she was also a very weak and shy girl. She was a little timid when she went on stage at the art festival, but she could not show her timidity on this occasion. What did that mean? It could only mean that Lin Jiyun was a regular here, and there was nothing strange about this place. Su Qianqing felt that he seemed to have made a big mistake. He shouldn't use common sense to guess Lin Jiyun's family background, and he shouldn't use showing off to attract her attention and admiration. From Lin Jiyun's mobile phone before, it could be seen that this girl's family background was definitely not bad. Now, she could be very open in the Songjiang International Hotel, which confirmed this point. Su Qianqing felt that he had made a bad move. His previous showing off and actions had completely become a clown's act, which made him a little embarrassed and blushed. The three people entered the lobby of the Songjiang International Hotel together. The lobby manager was not there, so Yang Ming was relieved. Yang Ming had never seen the receptionists at the front desk before. It seemed that they were newly recruited, and they did not recognize Yang Ming. However, since he had already come here, Su Qianqing couldn't let Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun look down on him. If he retreated at this time, it would only make Lin Jiyun's impression of him worse, so Su Qianqing had to pretend to be strong. I want a private room. Su Qianqing walked to the front desk and said to one of the receptionists. Sir, do you have an appointment? The receptionist looked up and asked very kindly. No, can't I book one now? Asked Su Qianqing. I'm sorry, sir. It is mealtime now. If you don't have an appointment, there is no private room. The receptionist shook her head apologetically. Su Qianqing was pushed back, and he lost some face. His face was a little ugly, but the receptionist was polite, so he couldn't be angry. Moreover, he also heard from his father that the background of the Songjiang International Hotel was very strong. There seemed to be a large group behind it. Even he couldn't afford to provoke it. Forget it if there is no private room. It is the same in the lobby. Yang Ming didn't care when he saw that there was no private room. He smiled and said, Yeah, then it is fine in the lobby. Lin Jiyun also nodded and added. Originally, Su Qianqing thought that with Yang Ming's words as an excuse, he would just comply and eat in the lobby. However, when he heard Lin Jiyun's words, Su Qianqing's heart began to feel angry again. He listened to Lin Jiyun's words as if she was looking down on him, so Su Qianqing started to complain. Is your lobby manager here? I know him. Su Qianqing said to the receptionist. Many people who came here to eat had a background. The receptionist glanced at Su Qianqing and didn't dare to offend him, so she said, Sir, please wait a moment. I will call you. Su Qianqing nodded and agreed. He stood aside and waited for the receptionist to make the call. The call was connected, and the receptionist said a few words. The general idea was that there were a few guests who wanted to see him and asked him to come over. After listening to the call from the receptionist, Su Qianqing was relieved. His father often ate here and entertained customers. The lobby manager would definitely give him face, so he said to Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, My father knows the lobby manager here. I will ask him for a private room in a while. How can we eat in the lobby? Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for us to talk. Yang Ming smiled and didn't say anything. He blamed Su Qianqing for being a busybody. He was afraid that when the lobby manager came and recognized him, it would let Su Qianqing know some of his things. He was ready to show his cards to Su Qianqing at the end. Only after experiencing a series of things and telling Su Qianqing his identity could he really shock him. Otherwise, the power of shock would definitely not be enough. If Su Qianqing continued to pester Lin Jiyun, Yang Ming really didn't have time to accompany him. Before Yang Ming could say anything, he saw the lobby manager come out from an office on the side. Yang Ming wanted to speak and block the lobby manager's mouth first, but Su Qianqing spoke first. Manager, hello, I am the son of Su Iming from the mining company. Su Qianqing saw the lobby manager walking toward him quickly, and he thought that he was really valued. So he also walked forward and wanted to shake hands with the lobby manager enthusiastically. But helplessly, the lobby manager didn't care about him, but passed by him and went straight to Yang Ming behind him. Mr. Yang, you are here. Yang Ming really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought, Su Qianqing keeps calling you over there, but you don't care about him. I don't want to care about you, but you just have to come over. What's going on here? Su Qianqing's expression was frozen. He was stunned there, and his face was filled with resentment and embarrassment. He was ignored. It could be said that he was completely ignored. He used his hot face to stick to the cold butt of others, but he was ruthlessly ignored by others. That Yang Ming, I don't know what ability he has, but he is received so warmly by the lobby manager. Su Qianqing was a little out of breath. This is the second time, or the third time, if you count the time when I was detained by the traffic police. I have been ridiculed by Yang Ming 3 times. Perhaps it wasn't Yang Ming ridiculing him, but he was humiliating himself. Every time he wanted to show off in front of Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun and wanted to show his charm and ability, he was ruthlessly robbed of the limelight by Yang Ming. Yang Ming repeatedly signaled to the lobby manager, but it took a while for the lobby manager to react. He turned around and looked at Su Qianqing. Oh, it turns out to be young Master Su? Although the lobby manager smiled at him, Su Qianqing didn't have the kind of high and mighty pleasure. Instead, he felt very ashamed. Obviously, no matter how the lobby manager treated him now, the scene just now had been deeply rooted in Su Qianqing's heart, like a thorn piercing into Su Qianqing's body. In any case, Yang Ming's position in the lobby manager's heart must be far higher than Su Qianqing's, so Su Qianqing's face today was lost to his grandmother. I brought a friend to eat. Mr. Yang, you also know him. I want a private room. The receptionist said that there is no room if there is no reservation. What do you think? Although he was very embarrassed in his heart, he still had to say it. Su Qianqing took a breath and asked. Isn't it just a private room? It's easy. The lobby manager walked to the receptionist who called before and said to her, Zhao, you look. Which private room is available? The environment must be good. Yes. The receptionist named Zhao quickly logged into the computer and checked. She looked up and said, experienced, room 2108 on the second floor has no guests. The environment is also the best. Then 2108. I don't know if young Master Su is satisfied? The lobby manager asked Su Qianqing with a smile. Su Qianqing didn't know which private room was good, but since the receptionist said that 2108 was the best, how could he have any opinion? What's more, now it was hard to say whether the lobby manager was giving face to Su Qianqing or Yang Ming. Su Qianqing just wanted to go upstairs to eat quickly and didn't want to say anything more. Okay, then 2108 it is. Su Qianqing nodded. I will take you up. After the lobby manager finished speaking, she looked at Yang Ming again as if she was asking for his opinion. Until Yang Ming nodded helplessly, the lobby manager moved. This small detail naturally fell into Su Qianqing's eyes. Su Qianqing was completely desperate. It seemed that the lobby manager really gave face to Yang Ming to find a private room. Asking if he was satisfied was just a formality. The real question was still Yang Ming. Seeing that Su Qianqing nodded, the lobby manager moved to take them up. Moreover, it was originally an extremely glorious thing to be taken upstairs by the lobby manager personally. His father had never enjoyed this kind of treatment, but now Su Qianqing was not happy at all. Instead, he felt very embarrassed. All of this seemed to be giving face to him, but in fact, the face was given to Yang Ming. How could this not make him embarrassed? Finally entering the private room, Su Qianqing breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Ming also saw his discomfort. He wanted to give him a shock at the end, but now it seemed impossible. This guy must have started to be careful. The lobby manager naturally had other things to do, and he also saw that Yang Ming didn't want him to stay here, so he went upstairs and let a waiter come in to order. The successive failures made Su Qianqing lose some interest. He lost face several times in front of Yang Ming. Su Qianqing felt a little like sitting on pins and needles. He picked up the menu, but he didn't know what to order. He didn't have the demeanor that the student union president should have. He just flipped through it a few times and pushed the menu in front of Yang Ming. Then, he said, you can order. Yang Ming didn't ask Lin Jiyun. He knew what Lin Jiyun liked to eat. He ordered a few dishes that Lin Jiyun liked to eat and a few that he liked. Yang Ming was busy for the whole afternoon and didn't eat anything. At this time, he naturally had to eat more. Listening to the names of a few dishes that Yang Ming ordered, Su Qianqing's eyes twitched. No way? Oh, my goodness. What big lobster, big crab. How much is this? In fact, the price of these dishes was very expensive, but the production cost was not much. Yang Ming came here to eat, which was equivalent to eating his own food. So, in the end, he only paid the cost, so he didn't feel much heartache. So, he ordered some of the things that he and Lin Jiyun liked to eat. Because Yang Ming didn't want Su Qianqing to pay the bill in the end, Yang Ming just wanted to play with him. Yang Ming knew that the lobby manager would definitely waive the bill in the end, so there was no need to save money for Yang Ming. But Su Qianqing didn't know this. The more he listened to the dishes that Yang Ming ordered, the more his heart beat. Isn't he trying to cheat me? He was clear about the level of consumption here. The things that Yang Ming wanted added up to at least 30 to 40,000 yuan. How could he afford it? But now, if he stopped Yang Ming and said that he didn't want these dishes, it would seem that he was too petty. Since he invited Yang Ming to a meal, wouldn't it be a joke if he couldn't afford it? Finally, Yang Ming finished ordering the dishes, and Su Qianqing's heart was bleeding. He breathed a sigh of relief, but he saw that Yang Ming returned the menu to Su Qianqing and said, "I have finished ordering. What else do you want to order?" How could Su Qianqing ask for anything else? After a rough calculation, the things that Yang Ming wanted were at least 50,000 yuan. Su Qianqing didn't dare to ask for more urgently. He said, "That's all. I think it's almost enough." "Right, Lin Jiyun, what do you want?" Just now, only Yang Ming was ordering, and Lin Jiyun didn't speak at all. Although Su Qianqing was distressed about the money, this meal was for Lin Jiyun, so he suddenly remembered that if Lin Jiyun didn't order, wouldn't it be equivalent to inviting Yang Ming? Therefore, even if his heart was bleeding, and he was reluctant, he had to let Lin Jiyun order a few more dishes. Su Qianqing gritted his teeth. He decided to apply for some money to pick up girls when he went back. His father was also urging him to find a girlfriend. He believed that if he used this reason to ask for money, his father would give it to him, right? Su Qianqing's family was rich. To be honest, these tens of thousands of yuan were nothing to his family, but his family was rich, but it didn't mean that Su Qianqing had a lot of pocket money. Therefore, Su Qianqing's heart was bleeding. Now that he had figured this out, as long as he used it to chase girls, he believed that his father would give him a lot of money. Su Qianqing didn't feel distressed, and his face also recovered a smile. He calmed down and handed the menu to Lin Jiyun. "I don't need it. I'm willing to eat. Yang Ming has ordered it." Lin Jiyun shook her head and refused Su Qianqing's proposal. She returned the menu to the waiter who ordered the dishes. Lin Jiyun no longer wanted to order anything, which saved Su Qianqing a lot of money, but Su Qianqing wasn't happy at all. Yang Ming actually knows what Lin Jiyun likes to eat. What does that mean? It means that this is not the first time that Yang Ming has come out to eat with Lin Jiyun. The two people have at least eaten together many times, so they can understand each other's eating habits. Then, what is the relationship between Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun? Thinking of this, Su Qianqing had some headaches. Is it really like what I think? Yang Ming has a girlfriend, and he still wants to fool around? Su Qianqing's face was very ugly, but Lin Jiyun seemed to like Yang Ming. This was what made Su Qianqing most annoyed. There were many flies around beautiful women, but those who could really fall on the beautiful woman were just a few. However, Yang Ming had become one of them, and he was very close to Lin Jiyun. How could Su Qianqing not worry? Su Qianqing felt that it was necessary for him to remind Lin Jiyun, but it was still a bit abrupt to say it directly. He had to divert it from another topic so that it would not seem deliberate. After a slight hesitation, Su Qianqing had an idea. "Yang Ming, have you thought about what you want to perform in the art festival? You promised me at noon. You know, in order to invite you all to perform on stage, I had to personally pay for this dinner. It's not that easy being the president of the student council, is that easy?" "Hee, what program haven't you thought about? Isn't there still a few days?" Yang Ming smiled. "I will go back and discuss with Jiyun. If it really doesn't work, we will perform a program together." Perform together? Su Qianqing's face suddenly showed a strange expression. He thought, you still want to perform together with Lin Jiyun? No way, right? Isn't that giving you a chance to be closer to Lin Jiyun? This is not a good idea. I must kill it. So, Su Qianqing smiled and said, you are a martial artist, and Lin Jiyun is a scholar. How can you perform together? It's fine to make a joke, but if you two perform together, the students won't agree. Everyone is waiting to see your martial arts. Yang Ming smiled and didn't comment. He was more and more sure that this Su Qianqing wanted to hit on Lin Jiyun. It was just that this guy had more depth. He knew how to do it step by step and hide himself. Right, Yang Ming, your girlfriend, Chen Mengyan, is also a cadre of the student union. She is the vice president of the student union of the School of Economics and Management. How can she not participate in the art festival? You have to persuade her. Although she is very busy working part-time outside, she also has to participate in the activities organized by the school. If she doesn't participate in the activities, how can she set an example? Su Qianqing seemed to inadvertently think of this matter. However, Su Qianxing was indeed intentional. He deliberately mentioned Chen Mingyan. The purpose was very simple. He wanted to remind Lin Jiyun to let her know that Yang Ming was a person who had a girlfriend. She shouldn't get too close to him. This was also a disguised warning to Yang Ming to let him understand that he knew his relationship with Chen Mingyan. Don't fool around here. Otherwise, he would tell Chen Mingyan and let him bear the consequences. Yang Ming was not stupid. When he heard Su Qianxing mention Chen Mingyan's name, he understood what Su Qianxing was thinking. This guy is reminding me to understand that Chen Mingyan is my girlfriend, but Lin Jiyun is not. Yang Ming pretended not to hear Su Qianxing's implied meaning. He smiled slightly and said, Jiyun and Mingyan are also working in the same company. Jiyun, if you are busy, tell President Su not to participate in the art festival, right? Can I? Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming and was a little tempted. Su Qianxing was almost angered by Yang Ming's words. What is this nonsense? Does this kid really not understand, or does he understand but pretends not to understand? With his interference, Lin Jiyun will not participate in the art festival in a while. However, from the dialogue between Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, Su Qianxing heard something. That was, Lin Jiyun and Chen Mingyan knew each other. Moreover, the two were working part-time in the same company. As a result, the relationship between Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun was a bit confusing. Since Lin Jiyun knows Chen Mingyan, then she definitely knows that Chen Mingyan is Yang Ming's girlfriend. In this way, the current relationship between Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming is just a very good friend relationship, and not what I imagined. Am I thinking too much about him? The waiter pushed the dining cart and walked in, preparing to start serving the dishes. Looking at the exquisite dishes, Su Qianxing felt that the money was really not worth it. He couldn't get any benefits in front of Lin Jiyun. Looking at Lin Jiyun's calm appearance, Su Qianxing understood that the things in front of him did not bring much shock to Lin Jiyun. She might eat it often. His strategy was wrong from the beginning. He shouldn't show off his family background to attract Lin Jiyun. He should attract this girl from other aspects. However, Lin Jiyun's usual dress was very simple. She really didn't look like a young lady of a rich family. Su Qianxing couldn't be blamed for misjudging. In his opinion, many girls nowadays were very materialistic. Although it couldn't be said that this was a shortcoming, in fact, the reality was like this. If you don't have money, you still want to pick up girls. Do you want them to go hungry? Therefore, Su Qianxing would show his solid family background from time to time, but he didn't expect that he was repeatedly frustrated in front of Yang Ming, and he didn't get Lin Jiyun's favor. After the waiter put the dishes on the table, he bowed and left. Su Qianxing glanced at the dishes on the table, then smiled and made an inviting gesture to Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming. Please, Yang Ming, Lin Jiyun. We are not outsiders, so you don't have to be polite. Let's eat quickly. Yang Ming was amused. He thought, I didn't want you to pay the bill. Who will be polite with you? Yang Ming didn't want to take advantage of Su Qianxing. He was different from Jin Gang, and Lin Jiyun was different from Zhaoying. Zhaoying was Yang Ming's teacher. They didn't have a special relationship at the beginning, and Jin Gang was also Yang Ming's teacher. Even if he was tricked by Yang Ming, he just had to suffer in silence. He couldn't say anything. Could it be that he wanted to announce that he was tricked by a student? Then, people would definitely ask him why he was tricked by a student, and he would talk about Zhaoying. Even so, it wouldn't involve Yang Ming. It would only make Jin Gang more embarrassed. But at this moment, it was different. Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming already had a substantial relationship, and Su Qianxing was also their classmate. Yang Ming didn't want to take advantage of him and give him something to talk about. He wanted Su Qianxing to announce that he and Lin Jiyun's family took advantage of him. Although Yang Ming wasn't afraid of anything, Lin Jiyun was a girl. It wasn't good for her to be talked about like this, so Yang Ming wasn't prepared to have anything to do with Su Qianxing. On the other hand, Yang Ming wasn't willing to have too much enmity with people like Su Qianxing. His father was the boss of Songjiang Mining, and he was also a reputable person in Songjiang. Su Qianxing was different from Wang Jitao. After all, he wasn't the kind of person who would do bad things everywhere. He was just pursuing Lin Jiyun normally. Yang Ming really couldn't do anything to him. He could only let him know when to back off. Yang Ming wasn't polite. He directly picked up a crab for Lin Jiyun and said, "Jiyun, you eat more. Look at how thin you are. You're not even as good as Xianxia." Su Qianqing naturally didn't know who Xianxia was, and he wouldn't association with Zhou Xianxia, one of the campus belle lists on the forum. He just felt that Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were too flirtatious, and he was a little upset. He thought, I'm the one who is treating. He naturally didn't want to be outdone. Yeah, Lin Jiyun, you eat more. Girls who are too thin don't look good. Yang Ming didn't bother with Su Qianqing. Lin Jiyun was eating the crab and didn't speak. He said a sentence, but no one responded. Su Qianqing was very embarrassed. Although the dishes were delicious, Su Qianqing wasn't in the mood to eat. He felt that he should move Lin Jiyun in another way. Simply showing off was too tacky. On the one hand, Lin Jiyun's family background should be very good. She simply wasn't tempted by these so-called flaunting of wealth. On the other hand, Lin Jiyun's character may have determined that she was not the kind of person who despised the poor and loved the rich. Therefore, Su Qianqing wanted to change a way to pursue Lin Jiyun. Didn't they say that girls liked romance? It seems that I should consider more romantic means to move Lin Jiyun in the future. This meal made Su Qianqing very uncomfortable. He had been watching Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun eat. He was like a waiter sitting by the side. He didn't eat anything from beginning to end. He was annoyed in his heart. I must quickly find out the relationship between this Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun. Otherwise, with Yang Ming's interference in the future, I won't be able to pursue Lin Jiyun successfully. Today, such a short time almost made me lose. If it was longer, I would become Yang Ming's foil. Su Qianqing thought, I'm the president of the student union, but I can't even compare to an ordinary student. It's ridiculous. In order to catch up with the evening class, Yang Ming deliberately paid attention to the time when he was eating. Lin Jiyun's appetite was small. After eating for a while, she was full. There were still a lot of things left on the table. Su Qianqing was a little distressed, but it wasn't good to pack it up. That would seem a little stingy. Yang Ming, there are a lot of things left. Isn't it a waste? Lin Jiyun looked at the things on the table. She was not a wasteful person. It's okay. I will pack it back in a while and eat with Tian Donghua during class. Yang Ming said with a smile, it's not a waste anyway. Su Qianqing's eyes almost popped out after listening to Yang Ming's words. He regretted it in his heart. If I knew this, I would have packed it myself. He didn't expect Lin Jiyun to be so simple and thrifty. Otherwise, he would have ordered the waiter to pack it up. How could he let Yang Ming grab it first? In this way, not only could he go back to the dormitory, but he could also keep a good style of being thrifty and not wasteful in front of Lin Jiyun. But now that Yang Ming said to pack it back to eat, he couldn't grab it from Yang Ming's hands and say that he would take it back. That would seem a bit too much, and it would make Lin Jiyun look down on him even more. Yang Ming carried a lot of packed food, so Su Qianqing couldn't say anything. This meal was just 2F** ket up. He didn't achieve his goal at all. Instead, he wasted tens of thousands of yuan. Under the guidance of the waiter, they came to the lobby on the first floor. Su Qianqing went to the front desk to settle the bill. Private room 2108, how much? After Su Qianqing asked this, he held his breath. Tens of thousands of yuan was a big number for the current Su Qianqing, so Su Qianqing gritted his teeth. The first thing he would do when he went back was to inquire about the relationship between Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun. Sir, private room 2108 is free of charge. The manager has explained it. After the waiter checked the computer, he smiled and said to Su Qianqing. Free of charge? What do you mean? Su Qianqing was a little stunned. Of course, he could understand what free of charge meant, but he couldn't believe his ears. How could a meal that cost tens of thousands of yuan be free of charge? This is a bit too incredible. The waiter smiled slightly. Although he felt that Su Qianqing's question was very interesting, he still explained, Sir, the chairman of the group has instructed that Mr. Yang's expenses are free of charge. You came with Mr. Yang, so the expenses in the private room are free of charge. Shocking. Su Qianqing was only shocked at the moment. His whole person seemed to be struck by lightning, and he stood on the spot in a daze. Yang Ming came here for free of charge? And it was ordered by the chairman of the group? How high was the position of the chairman of the group? How could Su Qianqing not have an idea? Not to mention a lobby manager, even the general manager of an international hotel had to listen to the dispatch of the group above. Yang Ming actually had a relationship with the chairman of the group, so what did it mean? Yang Ming's family background was far beyond his own. Just now, Su Qianqing still felt that his family background was quite bad *SS. Now, compared with Yang Ming, it was nothing. Thinking of the lobby manager's enthusiastic attitude when he spoke to Yang Ming, Su Qianqing was lost for a while. At this moment, he was already at a loss. The gap between him and Yang Ming was too big. He couldn't catch up. Yang Ming saw Su Qianqing's lost look, and naturally knew the reason. Yang Ming saw the conversation between the front desk waiter and Su Qianqing clearly. Yang Ming walked to Su Qianqing's side and patted Su Qianqing's shoulder. Then, he smiled slightly. Chairman Su, Jiyun and I will leave first. We have to go back to class. Su Qianqing just recovered from the shock just now. He looked at Yang Ming beside him inconceivably, and his eyes were full of surprise. Right, Chairman Su, there is one thing that I have to remind you first. Yang Ming whispered in Su Qianqing's ear, it's also a piece of advice to you. You better not have any ideas about Jiyun, or you will definitely regret it. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he didn't care about him. He turned and left the hotel lobby with Lin Jiyun, leaving only Su Qianqing standing there in a daze. He had not yet recovered from the shock. What did you just say to him? After getting in the car, Lin Jiyun asked Yang Ming curiously. I told him not to have any ideas about you. Yang Ming did not hide it and said directly. Then why is he in a daze? Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. He feels that the gap between him and me is too big, so naturally, he is in a daze. Yang Ming said with some truth, don't worry about him. Let's go back to school. Now that the commute time had passed, there were not so many cars on the road. When they went back, they could take the one-way road, which was a lot closer. So, when they rushed back to school, it was just 6 o'clock, which was just the beginning of class. The two people were not late. Yang Ming first sent Lin Jiyun to the teaching building of the School of Economics and Management, then he drove back to his own class in the School of Computer Science. Carrying a bunch of delicious food, Yang Ming got out of the car and walked to his classroom. Coincidentally, it was actually Teacher Little Wang's class. Yang Ming went in from the back door of the classroom. Teacher Little Wang did not say anything. Instead, he nodded to Yang Ming and continued the lecture. Tian Donghua and Wang Shui sat in the last row of the classroom. There were no students behind them, so it was very spacious. Yang Ming sat next to Tian Donghua and then threw the delicious food in his hand to him. I will treat you to seafood. D***mn, so many crabs and lobsters? Tian Donghua's eyes widened. You went to buy these? How did you know that Wang Shui and I didn't eat? I went to eat with Lin Jiyun. The rest was packed for you. Yang Ming shrugged. You two really didn't eat? Then hurry up and eat. I say, you can't be so kind, but you brought so much for me. I am satisfied. Tian Donghua happily opened the packaging bags and asked Wang Shui to put the food between the two of them. Wang Shui was not as unscrupulous as Tian Donghua. She looked around embarrassedly. We can't let the teacher find out, right? It's okay. What are you afraid of? He can't see. Tian Donghua grabbed a lobster and gnawed. Yang Ming smiled slightly. In fact, the teacher could see clearly from the top, but most of the time, they wouldn't say it. Especially in university, who studied and who didn't study was their own business. What did it have to do with the teacher? University teachers rarely cared about students. These were all based on self-awareness. Especially Tian Donghua, the young master. Now the teachers in his class knew that there was such a prodigal son who came here to fool around and date Wang Shui. Who would care about him? Wang Shui saw Tian Donghua eating with relish and couldn't help but eat with him. Ren Jianren felt that he was very cowardly, very cowardly. Originally, the Taekwondo club had a bright future. Many students now admired foreign languages and liked to learn Taekwondo. Therefore, the Taekwondo club of Songjiang Industry University had been developing well. However, because of the competition with Yangming last semester, the reputation of the Taekwondo club plummeted. The president of the Taekwondo club and Li Jiaxing, the vice president, were defeated by Yangming. They were utterly defeated by him. Although Ren Jianren didn't think that Yangming's kung fu was very high, because Yangming was completely unorganized that day. His victory could only mean that he and Li Jiaxing were careless and didn't guard against him. They thought so, but others didn't think so. All the students saw it with their own eyes. Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing were defeated, which directly led to the decline of the Taekwondo club's prestige. Many people who originally planned to sign up for the Taekwondo club retreated. Those who joined the Taekwondo club also found some reasons to withdraw from the Taekwondo club. This was what Ren Jianren was very unwilling to see. The Taekwondo club that he worked hard to manage withered like this. Where would he put his face as the president of the Taekwondo club? Therefore, Ren Jianren had always wanted to find Yangming to wash away his shame. However, if he challenged Yangming like this, Yangming would definitely not accept it. Moreover, he had lost. If he still went to find Yangming to get back his face, it would make others think that he was too shameless. Ren Jianren wanted to get back his face, but he also had to find a suitable time and reason. Otherwise, let's not talk about whether Yangming would accept it or not. Even if Yangming accepted it, Ren Jianren would be weak. But now, Ren Jianren found a good opportunity. That was the school art festival. He felt that as long as he performed a kung fu competition with Yangming at the art festival, if he beat Yangming, then the prestige of the Taekwondo club would be restored. Moreover, this time's school festival was even grander than the previous martial arts competition with Yangming. After all, it was only in the school gymnasium. Not all the students in the school went to watch. This time was different. This was the school art festival. All the students would be spectators in the school auditorium. In other words, as long as he succeeded this time, then he could completely turn the situation around. Thinking of this, Ren Jianren's heart began to become active. Previously, Ren Jianren felt that he lost to Yangming because Yangming was acting shamelessly. It was a good match, but you took out a brick to hit me. Did you think that I practiced the iron head technique? The most annoying thing was that Yangming was obviously acting shamelessly. I was the victim, but the support under the stage was supporting Yangming. Ren Jianren was so angry when he thought about it. He thought, Yangming is so cunning. He made a smoke bomb in advance and hung a broken banner on his body. He even said punch at Nanshan Nursing Home, kick at Beihai Kindergarten, and brick-breaking martial arts. In fact, what he wanted to highlight was the brick-breaking martial arts, but he was confused by the two sentences punch at Nanshan Nursing Home, kick at Beihai Kindergarten, so he didn't pay attention to the banner. He thought that Yangming was just making a gimmick and didn't take it seriously. Therefore, he was at a disadvantage. Yangming said a few times that his unique skill was written on the banner behind him, but Ren Jianren didn't take it seriously. He thought that Yangming was just playing to the gallery. Until later, even if Yangming said that he was going to use his unique skill, Ren Jianren still didn't care, so he was completely at a disadvantage. He was hit on the head by Yangming with a brick, and his head was bleeding immediately. He was beaten like this, but the students watching the match under the stage were still on Yangming's side. But it was no wonder. Yangming did remind him many times before he made a move, but he didn't pay attention. Who could he blame? Even if Ren Jianren wasn't convinced, he had to swallow it. Who asked him to be so unlucky? So this time, Ren Jianren would be extra careful of Yangming's conspiracy. He felt that there was no problem in defeating Yangming in terms of kung fu. The main thing was that he was afraid that Yangming would come up with some dirty tricks again. As long as he took precautions, he could completely defeat Yangming. He and Li Jiaxing discussed for a while and decided to send an invitation to Yangming before the festival started. It was an invitation on the surface, but in fact, it was a challenge. However, they made the challenge sound more elegant, turning it into two people performing a kung fu show at the festival. Ren Jianren was the president of the school's Taekwondo club. Naturally, he had a close relationship with the student union. He also had the phone number of the student union's president, Su Qianxing, so Ren Jianren called Su Qianxing. Su Qianxing walked out of the Songjiang International Hotel dejectedly. He felt that today was his biggest failure. He completely lost his face. He didn't know how to face Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun in the future. He opened the door of his cheetah car with some self-deprecation. He drove a car that cost more than 100,000 yuan to show off to Yang Ming. He felt that it was shameful to think about it. The phone rang, and Su Qianxing sighed. He didn't want to answer, but when he saw that the caller's number was Ren Jianren, the president of the school's taekwondo club, he really couldn't not answer this call. Although the prestige of the taekwondo club had plummeted in the school, and it was not valued, it was still the official club of the school. Su Qianxing, as the president of the student union, couldn't ignore it, so he picked up the phone. "Hello, I am Su Qianxing." "President Su, I am Ren Jianren of the taekwondo club," said Ren Jianren enthusiastically. "President Ren, hello. What can I do for you at this time?" It was already late at night, and Su Qianxing was not in the mood to chat with Ren Jianren. He planned to be quiet and calm down his emotions. Today was too shameful. He had to think about how to pursue Lin Jiyun in the future. The current method was definitely not going to work. Therefore, he didn't want to talk nonsense with Ren Jianren. He was going to say a few perfunctory words to end the call. Then, he would find another reason to hang up the phone. If there was any work matter, he would let him talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, Su Qianxing was not in the mood at all. He was very unhappy. "President Su, are you free? I will treat you to a meal," Ren Jianren said with a smile. "There is no need for a meal. I just finished eating. If you have something to say, just say it." Su Qianxing was not in the mood to eat with Ren Jianren. "It's about the art festival." Ren Jianren heard something wrong with Su Qianxing's voice, but he didn't think much about it. "Our taekwondo club is going to participate in the art festival and perform a kung fu show." "Oh, that's a good thing. Go back and write a proposal." "I will just look at it." Su Qianxing listened to Ren Jianren's words and said casually, "This is not a big deal. Every club will have a show. Then, let's leave it at that. I still have something to do here." After that, Su Qianxing planned to hang up the phone. Ren Jianren was anxious when he heard it. He quickly said, "Wait a minute, President Su. I still have other things to say." "What is it?" Su Qianxing had no choice but to ask patiently. He was the student union president. Naturally, he couldn't just hang up the phone calls of the various club presidents. That would be a bit outrageous. Even if the taekwondo club's reputation was not good recently, it was still one of the important clubs under the student union. He couldn't neglect Ren Jianren too much. If Ren Jianren gossiped outside, it would be disadvantageous to him. This is the case. Our taekwondo club wants to invite the school's Kung Fu Rising Star to perform a show with us. Ren Jianren quickly talked about the focus of his topic. Kung Fu Rising Star? Who is the school's Kung Fu Rising Star? Su Qianxing was stunned and somewhat inexplicable. As the school's student union president, he had never heard of any Kung Fu Rising Star in the school. "It's that freshman Yang Ming." Ren Jianren was a little embarrassed. He had to elevate Yang Ming's identity to attract Su Qianxing's attention. Otherwise, he was afraid that Su Qianxing would reject him. He was just a freshman student. Was there a need to be so brooding? Therefore, in order to be afraid that Su Qianxing would not agree, Ren Jianren packaged Yang Ming's identity as a campus Kung Fu Rising Star. In this way, he was not afraid that Su Qianxing would not agree. During this time, Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing discussed how to deal with Yang Ming. They did not have the time to look at the BBS of the campus forum. Naturally, they did not know about the calls for Yang Ming. If he knew that Su Qianxing had the intention to let Yang Ming go on stage, why would he say so much nonsense? Su Qianxing originally wanted to end the conversation with Ren Jianren as soon as possible, but he did not expect that when Ren Jianren talked about Yang Ming, Su Qianxing suddenly became energetic. He originally had no intention of inviting Yang Ming. He just wanted to invite him to perform Kung Fu at the school's art festival to comply with the wishes of most students. He could also show his ability and democracy as the student union president. But now, Su Qianqing changed his mind when he heard Ren Jianren's words. He was not stupid. He could naturally hear that Ren Jianren wanted to seek revenge on Yang Ming. Ren Jianren lost so badly last semester. He was directly knocked to the ground by Yang Ming with a brick. It was a great shame. Therefore, Ren Jianren looking for Yang Ming to perform with him was simply a lie. He just wanted to use the opportunity of this art festival to get back his previous face in front of the whole school. How could the Su Qianqing not understand? However, if it was before the meal, Su Qianqing would never agree. No matter how good Yang Ming's kung fu was, he was just a gimmick in the eyes of most students. The students were willing to watch him, but it was nothing more than watching his weird appearances and the laughter brought by his messy tricks. None of them really knew kung fu, so Yang Ming's appearance was a complete artistic act. It had nothing to do with kung fu. However, when Ren Jianren came, it was different. Ren Jianren was purely seeking revenge. How could Su Qianqing let him destroy the art festival's program? But now it was different. Su Qianqing could be said to be extremely angry with Yang Ming. I am pursuing Lin Jiyun. What does it have to do with you? You should just go home and hug your beautiful Chen Mingyan. Why did you come here to meddle? Listening to Ren Jianren's words, he seemed to have the confidence to win. Su Qianqing hesitated a little and decided to teach Yang Ming a lesson. Who asked him to mess with him? Moreover, this lesson did not require him to do it himself. It was completely carried out by borrowing the hands of others. Why not? What program do you want to perform with him? I remember that you had a competition with him last semester, right? What kind of person was Su Qianqing? He could become the president of the student union, so his IQ was not low. He couldn't let Ren Jianren see through his intention. Otherwise, people like Ren Jianren would definitely ask for more. Su Qianqing meant that he was silently standing behind and watching this show, so his tone was very calm. There was no difference or inappropriateness. Oh, of course, the competition between the masters. Ren Jianren knew that Su Qianqing also heard something. President Su, is this program feasible? Let me think about it. Su Qianqing did not immediately answer Ren Jianren. He wanted to be the mastermind behind the scenes, and he didn't want people to know. President Su, I think you should have heard my thoughts. Ren Jianren sighed and said. What did I hear? I didn't hear anything. What do you think? Su Qianqing naturally wouldn't admit it. He was very careful and didn't want to have anything to do with this matter. Otherwise, when it reached Lin Jiyun's ears, he didn't have to think about pursuing Lin Jiyun. He would simply give up automatically. Ren Jianren smiled. He thought that Su Qianqing, as the president of the student union, could not express his opinion publicly, so he said, President Su, you also know that in the competition last semester, Yang Ming used a very wretched move to defeat me. After that, the Taekwondo club was unable to recover. Now, no one is willing to come to the Taekwondo club. Of course, the Taekwondo club is the official club of the school. Our student union will definitely support it. As long as you can restore the reputation of the Taekwondo club, I will not interfere with other things. Su Qianqing, of course, still had to express his opinion. Otherwise, Ren Jianren would not be assured to do it boldly. Now that he said so, it meant that he supported Ren Jianren. However, Su Qianqing's way of speaking was more subtle and dignified. It would not let people have any evidence. The president of the student union supported the development of the school's club. What evidence could they have? It could only be said that the student union strongly supported the club. As for how Ren Jianren understood it, it was his business. When there was a problem, Su Qianqing could completely push it away. It had nothing to do with him. Since President Su said so, I have a plan in my heart. Ren Jianren listened to Su Qianqing's words and immediately became happy. As long as President Su supports it, then I will definitely restore the prestige of the Taekwondo club. And, how do you want to do this program? You have to communicate with Yang Ming first. As long as he agrees to perform with you, there will definitely be no problem with the review of my program, said Su Qianqing. Okay, I will definitely persuade Yang Ming to perform with me, said Ren Jianren. Right, Yang Ming has promised me to participate in the art festival. Have you seen the post on the school forum BBS? Asked Su Qianxing. Oh? What post? Ren Jianren was stunned. During this time, his brain was thinking about how to find Yang Ming for revenge. He had no time to pay attention to the post on the school forum BBS. Yang Ming is very popular among the students. Everyone wants him to perform again at this art festival. Su Qianxing briefly told Ren Jianren about the post. Ren Jianren's heart immediately moved. He secretly thought, God is really helping me. The louder Yang Ming's voice, the greater the shock of defeating Yang Ming. Then, the reputation of the Taekwondo club could be heard throughout the campus. On the contrary, if everyone had forgotten who Yang Ming was, it would make no sense for him to challenge Yang Ming again. Thinking of this, Ren Jianren was even happier. President Su, then do you have Yang Ming's contact information? It just so happens that I don't have to look for it. Just give it to me, and I will contact Yang Ming directly. You wait a minute. I will check for you. Su Qianxing also kept looking for Yang Ming these days, so he was very familiar with Yang Ming's class schedule. He had a copy of Yang Ming's class schedule downloaded from the campus network in his mobile phone. He found today's class and class location, so he said, Yang Ming has a basic computer theory class at 6 o'clock tonight. The class location is in the Computer Science Teaching Building, classroom 1307. You can wait for him there. Thank you, President Su. Ren Jianren said gratefully, I will go and find him now. Ren Jianren was very happy. He hung up the phone and rushed to the Computer Science Teaching Building excitedly. He came to the door of classroom 1307. He got the support of the student union, and he had more confidence. This time, he would wash away his shame and trample Yang Ming under his feet to let him know who was the most powerful. Ren Jianren knocked on the door of classroom 1307. Teacher Little Wang heard someone knocking on the door, so he said, Please come in. Ren Jianren pushed open the door of the classroom and said very politely, Teacher, hello. I am Ren Jianren, the president of the school's Taekwondo club. I am looking for Yang Ming in your class. Oh? What's the matter? Teacher Little Wang glanced at Ren Jianren and asked. Since he was the president of the Taekwondo club, Teacher Little Wang was still very polite to him. I am looking for him to discuss the performance at the art festival. Ren Jianren said this in front of so many people in Yang Ming's entire class. He also wanted to make it clear that Yang Ming would not agree in a while. When he said this, it was like he had already discussed with Yang Ming. He came this time just to discuss with Yang Ming how to perform together. Oh? Well, Yang Ming, you come out. The president of the Taekwondo club is looking for you. Teacher Little Wang didn't think much and shouted to Yang Ming. Yang Ming snorted. What trick is this guy, Ren Jianren, playing? But thinking about it, he must be unconvinced that he was beaten up by me last semester, so he took advantage of the art festival to seek revenge. Yang Ming was now not the ignorant boy in the past. After a little hesitation, he figured out what Ren Jianren was doing. He wanted to use the art festival as an excuse to avenge the hatred of last semester in front of the whole school and revitalize the reputation of the Taekwondo club. Yang Ming still heard a little about what the Taekwondo club had fallen to. He heard that it was difficult to even recruit people now. Those who joined before had to leave the club, which made Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing very embarrassed. It was reasonable for Ren Jianren to want to get back his face. Yang Ming scoffed at Ren Jianren's words of discussing the performance on the same stage at the art festival. Yang Ming was clear about Ren Jianren's little thoughts. However, Yang Ming didn't expose it. He pretended that nothing had happened and swaggered out of the classroom. Yang Ming was still worried about what to perform at the art festival. Now, there was someone who took the initiative to trample on him. Yang Ming welcomed him. How could he drive him away? Outside the classroom, Yang Ming closed the door of the classroom. He glanced at Ren Jianren and said casually, Isn't this President Ren of the Taekwondo club? I don't know why you are looking for an elementary school student like me. Ren Jianren's anger rose. He scolded in his heart. Why the F***ck am I looking for you? Don't you know? However, he knew that he couldn't be angry now. If he beat up Yang Ming in front of the classroom, not only would it not solve the problem, but he would also lose his position as the president of the Taekwondo club. The school would definitely investigate seriously. So, Ren Jianren took a breath and endured it. He thought, when the time comes, I will beat you to death. So, he resisted his anger and smiled. Student Yang Ming, didn't I just say it? I want to discuss the art festival together with you. Perform together? Can't you act by yourself? Why do you have to perform with me? Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Ren Jianren. You are the rising star of the school. I am the veteran president of the Taekwondo club. Isn't it good for us to perform together? Ren Jianren said halfway. He looked at Yang Ming's lukewarm eyes and couldn't continue. He was purely talking nonsense. Would Yang Ming believe him? It couldn't be helped. Ren Jianren simply said, isn't this the case? Last semester, we had a friendly match and caused a sensation. The student union's president, Su Qianxing, wanted us to perform a show together. It can also be very popular. Ren Jianren was a little guilty, so he brought out Su Qianxing's name. Ren Jianren didn't know about the conflict between Su Qianxing and Yang Ming, and he didn't know that they had just eaten dinner together tonight. Therefore, Ren Jianren felt that using Su Qianxing's name seemed more righteous. Su Qianxing? Yang Ming looked at Ren Jianren with interest. This Su Qianxing's reaction is fast. I embarrassed him, and he sent this Ren Jianren to find trouble? It's quite fast. This student union president seems to be quite useful. However, he sent such a waste. Can he teach me a lesson? Yang Ming was a little amused. He was worried that there would be no performance during the art festival, and this guy came to him. It seems that this guy is the same as Su Qianxing. He thinks that I really don't know any kung fu, and I won by luck with the brick. However, since they thought so, Yang Ming was naturally too lazy to explain. This guy was willing to be cannon fodder and a foil again, so Yang Ming would certainly do what he wanted. Yeah, President Su Qianxing of the student union. Ren Jianren nodded. He thought that Yang Ming respected Su Qianxing very much, so he said proudly. He asked you to come to me? Yang Ming glanced at Ren Jianren and asked. Yeah, otherwise, how could I find your class? Ren Jianren didn't know about the matter between Yang Ming and Su Qianxing. He agreed to perform with him because Yang Ming agreed to perform with him, so he used Su Qianxing's name. Hee, then how do you want to perform on the same stage? Are you going to play the brick-breaking martial arts again? Yang Ming said with a smile, although this thing is funny and attractive, it is a bit boring to perform the same program twice. Ren Jianren was choked by Yang Ming's words, and his face turned red, but he couldn't be furious. He was afraid that if he was angry, Yang Ming would turn around and ignore him. He could only swallow his anger. That's impossible. Let's perform something else this time. Perform what? You want to perform Taekwondo, but I can't. Yang Ming shrugged. If you want to perform something else, I can consider it. That's right. I came to you this time to discuss with you what kind of performance we are going to perform. Ren Jianren said. Oh, then what benefits can I get? Yang Ming looked at Ren Jianren and asked directly. Ah? Ren Jianren was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so realistic and directly ask for benefits from him. He couldn't help but be a little speechless. However, after thinking about Yang Ming's strange behavior last semester, Ren Jianren felt that a student like Yang Ming could do anything. It was not surprising, so he said, what benefits are you talking about? Why don't you treat me to a meal? Yang Ming didn't lack Ren Jianren's benefits. He just wanted to mess with him. Let's eat. No problem. Ren Jianren agreed readily. He thought to himself, isn't it just a meal? At that time, the Taekwondo club's face will be recovered. No matter how many meals it is, it will be worth it. Yang Ming was just joking with him casually. Yang Ming wanted to mess with him, but he couldn't be too active. If he was too active, this guy would definitely be suspicious. Yang Ming had played with him once. He would definitely be wary of Yang Ming, so Yang Ming had to let him relax his vigilance. That's fine. Let's go now, asked Yang Ming. Okay, let's go to the Juyuan Chun next to the school, said Ren Jianren. Yang Ming originally finished his meal, but since Ren Jianren was treating, it didn't matter if Yang Ming ate another meal. Anyway, Yang Ming's idea was to let this guy be cannon fodder again this time, but he couldn't let him see it. Otherwise, he would definitely not do it. The two walked out of the school side by side and came to the Juyuan Chun restaurant near the school. This was the best restaurant near the school. Many students treated their guests here. Sun Jiwei had also treated his guests here. The two asked for a small private room and went in like good brothers. The waiter brought the menu. Ren Jianren might be afraid that Yang Ming would ask for an exorbitant price, so he picked up the menu first. Yang Ming smiled secretly. This Ren Jianren is not stupid. He is much smarter than Su Chanqing. He knows that I have the initiative to order the dishes. If this menu fell into my hands, I would definitely order a few expensive dishes to disgust him. Shredded pork with garlic sauce, double fried pork, homestyle cold dish, sauerkraut fried shredded pork. Ren Jianren ordered 4 dishes in one breath, which were the most popular dishes. This meal didn't cost 100 yuan. Okay. The waiter was not surprised. In this kind of restaurant near the school, the best-selling dishes were nothing more than these homestyle dishes. What staple food do you want? Do you want wine? Drink or eat? After Ren Jianren ordered the dishes, he asked Yang Ming. Let's eat some rice. We won't drink wine. Don't we still have to talk? Yang Ming just accompanied Lin Jiyun to eat some seafood, but he didn't eat the staple food. Now, he was a little hungry. Then give us 2 big bowls of rice. Ren Jianren told the waiter, give us 2 bottles of Coke. Wait a moment. The waiter nodded and left the private room. Yang Ming, in this program, we can't do the brick-breaking martial arts again. Ren Jianren was ready to block Yang Ming's escape route. First. You're just playing to the gallery. If we want to perform, we have to perform real kung fu. Don't do those fake things. Okay. Yang Ming didn't care. He thought, are you good at real kung fu? Seeing that Yang Ming agreed so readily, Ren Jianren had some doubts. Are we sure we're going to compete in real kung fu? Didn't you say so? Yang Ming asked, why? Then let's compete in something else? No, let's compete in real kung fu. Ren Jianren was shocked. He heard that Yang Ming seemed to want to go back on his words. He quickly waved his hand and said, let's compete in real kung fu. We can compete in real kung fu, but there is a condition. Yang Ming said. What condition? Ren Jianren thought, Yang Ming can't be so straightforward, so he asked calmly. It's very simple. We can compete in real kung fu, but we definitely can't compete in taekwondo because I don't know it. Yang Ming said, I didn't know it before, and I don't know it now. When Ren Jianren heard Yang Ming's condition, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought, as long as we compete in real kung fu, it's fine even if we don't compete in taekwondo. It's fine. I know you don't know taekwondo. It's fine even if we don't compete in taekwondo. As long as it's real kung fu, it's fine. Real kung fu? Then I'll have to think about it. Yang Ming pretended to ponder. And then you think about it carefully. Ren Jianren didn't disturb Yang Ming and let him think about it himself. He didn't want Yang Ming to say that he was disturbing him. I'm best at kickboxing, using bricks to smash people. I really can't think of what we're competing in. Yang Ming said while shaking his head. What? Ren Jianren's face immediately turned green after listening to Yang Ming's words. This Yang Ming is beating around the bush. Why does he still want to compete in kickboxing? Ren Jianren was traumatized by Yang Ming's brick last time. He didn't dare to compete in kickboxing with Yang Ming casually. It wouldn't be fun if he got hit again. So, he said, Yang Ming, we can change the competition. We don't want to compete in kickboxing. Our art festival is mainly a performance program, and the competition is secondary. We can't just go and fight randomly, right? Oh, art? Yang Ming pretended to be disappointed and nodded. Then, he said, how about this? Let's compete in throwing knives. Throwing knives? What do you mean? Ren Jianren didn't understand what Yang Ming meant. Isn't throwing knives simple? That is, each of us will find a partner. Then, the two of us, each of us will put an apple on top of our head and let the partner throw a knife. Whoever's partner throws the knife and hits the most apples will win. What do you think? Yang Ming said, isn't this easy? And it's also artistic. What kind of competition is this? Ren Jianren had a weird expression. Why not? It's a competition of your reaction ability. If your partner's throwing knives deviate, you can quickly use your head to meet it. Oh, no, it's the apple on the head. Yang Ming said, this can also test our courage. It's killing two birds with one stone. Isn't this good? This? Ren Jianren didn't know what to say. Yang Ming's suggestion was a bit weird. He had never heard of such a competition, but what Yang Ming said seemed to make sense. However, he practiced taekwondo. How could he play with throwing knives? Why? Do you think it's inappropriate? Yang Ming frowned. You want to perform with me on the same stage. I made a suggestion and you still think it's inappropriate. Then, I think it's better to do kickboxing. Don't. Then, let's do this. Ren Jianren didn't dare to simply kickboxing with Yang Ming. This kid's so-called kickboxing was just fighting randomly. He even threw a brick at his face. This time, he might even take a shovel to the stage. Ren Jianren knew that Yang Ming could do anything. Okay, then it's settled. Let's see if your taekwondo kung fu is better or if my kickboxing is better. Yang Ming looked at Ren Jianren and smiled harmlessly. This smile made Ren Jianren a little scared. Why do I feel that Yang Ming's smile is a little weird? However, Ren Jianren thought that this knife-throwing competition was a one-on-one competition. It couldn't be mixed with each other at all. Yang Ming couldn't play any tricks, so this was the safest way. Ren Jianren didn't believe that Yang Ming was good at knife-throwing. Ren Jianren thought about it. Li Jiaxing had experience in playing darts before. It was said that he played it very well. When the time came to find him as a partner, it shouldn't be a problem to win against Yang Ming. As for whether this was real kung fu, it didn't matter. The students under the stage were all watching the fun. Who could see the knack? It was enough to know that the Taekwondo club had won. It was enough to let the Taekwondo club regain its prestige. Okay, it's a deal. Ren Jianren felt that it was foolproof, so he nodded and agreed. Yang Ming wiped out most of the food on the table and then said to Ren Jianren, "Thank you for your hospitality. You make the specific arrangements. If I make the arrangements, it may be disadvantageous to you. I believe you will be fair." "That's fine, then I will make the arrangements. Don't worry. I will definitely make the arrangements fairly." Ren Jianren was a little surprised. Yang Ming could hand over the rights to make the specific rules to himself. He was really afraid that Yang Ming would make some rules that were not favorable to him. Yang Ming turned and left the restaurant, leaving Ren Jianren there to pay the bill. Although Ren Jianren regretted that he couldn't beat Yang Ming on stage, the current result was the best. If it was a real fight, Ren Jianren was not afraid. He was confident that he could beat Yang Ming, but Yang Ming always played some tricks. He was afraid that Yang Ming would do something strange this time. Therefore, it was better to choose this reliable knife throwing. When the time came, he would let Li Jiaxing practice well. There should be no problem. As a matter of fact, Taekwondo was also training the body's coordination, so knife throwing was not difficult. Not to mention that Li Jiaxing had the foundation in this area. After Yang Ming finished eating, he looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock, which meant that the class would end in less than 10 minutes. Yang Ming did not need to go back to continue the class. Yang Ming parked the car next to the teaching building of the School of Economics and Management, waiting for Lin Jiyun to end the class. Then, he would pick her up and go home together. Chen Mengyan had already gone back. Zhou Jejia stayed with Xiaoqing at night, and Wang Xiaoyan left with Zhaoying, so Yang Ming only needed to wait for Lin Jiyun alone. Downstairs in the School of Economics and Management, Yang Ming did not see Su Qianqing's cheetah jeep. Su Qianqing did not come back to class. Yang Ming did not know how he and Ren Jianren met. After a while, the teaching building of the School of Economics and Management was flooded with people. The students had finished class. A weak white figure came into Yang Ming's eyes. Yang Ming pushed open the door, got out of the car, and waved to the figure. "Jiyun, here." When Lin Jiyun saw Yang Ming, she quickened her pace and ran over in a few steps. Yang Ming opened the door of the front passenger seat and let her get in the car. Then, he also got in the car and started the car. "Your class ends so early?" Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming and asked, baffled. It was reasonable to say that Yang Ming and her class should end at the same time, which was 8 o'clock in the evening. Yang Ming would need some time to drive over after class. Now, as soon as she came out, she saw Yang Ming standing here, which meant that Yang Ming had been waiting for her here for a long time. "No, I was called out by Ren Jianren halfway through the class," said Yang Ming. "Ren Jianren? Which one?" Lin Jiyun was slightly stunned, and then she remembered who Ren Jianren was. "Oh, I remember. Is he the president of the Taekwondo club who competed with you last semester?" "Yes, it's him." Yang Ming nodded and smiled. "I didn't expect you to remember this person. I have some impression of him. He also promoted his Taekwondo club, but my classmates felt that he couldn't even beat a freshman. This Taekwondo club was just SOSO. Lin Jiyun also smiled. "You are famous in our class. Then, are they envious of you?" Yang Ming asked with a smile after listening. "Envious of me?" Lin Jiyun's face was red, and she was a little embarrassed. "Of course, they are envious of you. They are envious that you found such a powerful boyfriend." Yang Ming said, "Don't girls like boys with a strong sense of security? They don't know that you are my boyfriend. How can I talk nonsense? Everyone knows that Sister Ming Yan is your boyfriend. If I get involved, I will be gossiped about." Lin Jiyun shook her head. "You have been wronged." Yang Ming listened to Yang Ming's words, and he was a little ashamed. He reached out and held Lin Jiyun's delicate hand, but there was no way. This was the school. There were many people talking. Yang Ming couldn't disclose his relationship with other girls. Otherwise, there would definitely be a lot of jealous people. When some unpleasant words were said, it would hurt Chen Mingyan and the others. "I don't care, but Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia are all girls. How can I be so shameless?" Even if Yang Ming didn't think for himself, he had to think for them. Although Yang Ming could violently shut some people up, once the news spread, it wasn't something that Yang Ming could control. Therefore, although Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were very close at school, Lin Jiyun had never mentioned to anyone that she was Yang Ming's girlfriend. Those who knew about this were only Ge Xinyao, Jing Xiaolu, and a few others. "What is there to feel wronged about?" Lin Jiyun smiled. "I think this is good. As long as I can be with you, why should I tell others? I don't care whether they know or not." Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun. Her expression was firm. She didn't seem to be joking. He knew that Lin Jiyun was telling the truth. She was such a girl. She was soft but firm. Once she decided on something, she would always do it. She would never change. "Jiyun, I am relieved as long as you are happy." Yang Ming nodded. "Right, that Ren Jianren was looking for you. What did he want?" Lin Jiyun felt that this topic wasn't good and didn't want to talk about it. She remembered that Yang Ming said that Ren Jianren was looking for him, so she changed the topic. "He was looking for me to discuss the matter of performing on the same stage at the art festival." Yang Ming said, "I guess he wanted to get back his face from last semester, and this matter was most likely arranged by Su Qianxing, so he came to me." "Then, did you refuse?" Lin Jiyun previously felt that Ren Jianren looking for Yang Ming shouldn't be a good thing. When she heard it, it was true. She had some resentment towards Su Qianxing. "Why is Su Qianxing like this? He failed to pursue you, and I disrupted it." Naturally, he was annoyed. It just so happened that Ren Jianren wanted to get back his face. It was estimated that the two hit it off, so they came up with such a way to perform on the same stage. Yang Ming said, "However, why did I refuse? Why did I refuse him?" "I agreed directly." "You agreed?" Lin Jiyun was shocked. "What did you agree to do?" "It just so happens that I don't know what to perform. With him joining, we can perform on the same stage." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Didn't you want to perform with me? This is just right." "Ah? Me too? Didn't he look for you to fight?" Lin Jiyun was surprised. "Fight? He didn't dare to. He was afraid that I would suddenly hit him with the brick again. Then, he would be completely embarrassed." Yang Ming snorted disdainfully. "He wanted a serious competition, so I gave him a plan." "What plan? What does that have to do with me?" Lin Jiyun asked curiously. "The plan I gave him was that each of us would find a partner. Then, each of us would have an apple on our head. Let the partner shoot the apple with a knife. In the same time, whoever shoots the most apples would win." Yang Ming said, "And I want you to be my partner. I'm holding the apple. You shoot me?" Lin Jiyun asked after listening to Yang Ming's words. "It's not me shooting you. It's you shooting me," Yang Ming corrected her. But after saying that, Yang Ming felt that it was a bit ambiguous. Shooting around seemed to be talking about something else. Sure enough, Lin Jiyun also heard some clues. Her face was slightly red, and she was a little embarrassed. "You mean, I'm holding the apple?" "No, I'm holding it. You shoot." "Ugh, you throw the knife at me," Yang Ming explained. "Ah?" Lin Jiyun widened her eyes after listening. She looked at Yang Ming incredulously. She couldn't believe her ears. "How can I do that? How can I throw a knife? What if I stab you?" "Just practice a little. A beautiful woman throwing a knife is attractive." Yang Ming smiled. "Besides, even if you don't know how to throw it, can't I avoid it? Let's go home and practice a few times. Then, we can go on stage." "No problem. I have faith in you." Listening to Yang Ming's words, Lin Jiyun was a little dumbfounded. "How can I throw a knife?" But since Yang Ming insisted, Lin Jiyun didn't say anything. She believed in Yang Ming as always. Lin Jiyun knew that if Yang Ming said this, he must have full confidence. Therefore, even if Lin Jiyun felt that it was unreliable and somewhat shocking, she still chose to believe in Yang Ming. From the initial independence, Lin Jiyun had begun to rely on Yang Ming. It was the kind of unconditional dependence and trust, so Lin Jiyun said, "Okay, but I think it's better to use other things to practice first. Otherwise, how can I guarantee that I won't stab you in the beginning?" "It doesn't matter. You can use whatever you want. You can replace it with something else when you go back." Yang Ming nodded. He knew that Lin Jiyun was still a little worried. After all, she was worried about her own accuracy. Okay then. Although Lin Jiyun felt that this knife-throwing performance was a bit difficult, since Yang Ming said so, she would just do it. Anyway, she didn't know what to perform, so it was better to listen to Yang Ming. Yang Ming started the car and drove in the direction of the Huashang district. Lin Jiyun turned on the radio in the car, and it just happened to broadcast a news about Xia's new song. Sister Xia released a new song again. Lin Jiyun naturally learned about Xia from Chen Mingyan. Lin Jiyun was also a little excited and happy to have a big celebrity sister. However, in addition to the excitement and happiness, Lin Jiyun was a little bit lost. Every woman around Yang Ming was outstanding, they weren't just decorative vases. Chen Mingyan and Zhao Sisi worked together to make the jewelry company flourish. Recently, they had invested in several stocks with Wang Mei, and they also made a lot of money. Although Zhou Jiejie didn't have a talent in business, she had outstanding advantages and talents in computer science. She was only a freshman, but she participated in a research group that only graduate students and doctoral students could participate in. This glory could only make Lin Jiyun secretly envious. Xia, on the other hand, had now become a big star admired by thousands of people, the queen of Asian popularity. This made Lin Jiyun, who felt that she had no advantages, feel even more lost. She felt that she had no other advantages except for being beautiful. Although Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejie, and Yang Ming didn't say anything, Lin Jiyun was a little uncomfortable in her heart. She also wanted to become a valuable person. She didn't want to be a vase that was admired at home. She wanted to help Yang Ming's career. She had worked hard to learn business, but because she had too little contact with this kind of thing before university, she wasn't very good at dealing with people, so naturally, she didn't learn as fast as Chen Mingyan. Although Lin Jiyun wasn't stupid, it could be said that she was almost as smart as Chen Mingyan. Both of them were admitted to Songjiang Industry University with excellent results, but the family environment of the two was very different. Chen Mingyan's mother was a middle-level leader in a state-owned enterprise, and her father was a cadre in the police station. She had seen and heard since she was young, and she was in contact with some people from the upper class. Especially when she was young, she often went to her mother's unit and stayed there for a day. She also learned a lot of business things. Moreover, Chen Mingyan served as the class monitor, study commissary, and other positions in the class since she was a child. She also cultivated a generous character. Now, whether it was in contact with customers or managing the company, she was a first-class expert. However, Lin Jiyun was different. Her parents were workers. She also devoted herself to learning. She didn't pay attention to the outside world. Although she was good at learning, she wasn't good at interacting with people, so naturally, she was worse than Chen Mingyan. Although she had worked hard to learn, there was always Chen Mingyan as an example, which made Lin Jiyun feel that she was useless. These were all Lin Jiyun's worries. She had never talked to others. Chen Mingyan didn't know, and Zhou Jiejie didn't know, but Yang Ming knew a little. However, when the company was on fire last time, Yang Ming had already comforted her, but he didn't expect Lin Jiyun's worries to be so heavy. Oh? You released a new song again? Yang Ming had just returned from Africa, and he had been busy with various affairs in the past 2 days. He didn't have time to go online and check the new news about Xianxia. I will turn up the volume. Lin Jiyun put the sadness in her heart aside, and her face restored the usual smile. I can't tell others about my thoughts, and others can't help me. Only by working hard can I catch up with Sister Mingyan and be a girl who can help Yang Ming. I won't be so useless. Lin Jiyun turned up the volume of the car, and the elegant voice of the host came from the radio. In the new album that Asia's most popular and talented woman, Xianxia, brought to us this time, there is still a new song that she wrote herself. It is called Find the Lost Love. It is also a very melodious and pleasant song. It has Xianxia's own unique campus style. I believe this song will refresh the top of the mobile wireless music sales chart. It seems to be talking about you. Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming mischievously, pointed to the radio, and chuckled. Why is it me? Yang Ming was embarrassed. It wasn't a secret that Xianxia used their relationship to write songs. At least, Chen Mingyan and the others knew about it. However, Yang Ming was still a little embarrassed when Lin Jiyun said it out loud. Won't you know if you listen to it? Lin Jiyun smiled. The Huashang district was very close. Besides the school, it was just a turn away. Yang Ming parked the car at the door of his villa and listened to the radio with Lin Jiyun. He planned to wait for the song to end before getting off the car. The clear voice didn't have the faint sadness from before. It was full of joy for the future. Xianxia's style of music had changed slightly. Yang Ming believed that Xianxia's fans would also hear it, but they wouldn't know where Xianxia's change came from. The previous songs that Xianxia wrote herself had a bit of a faint sad atmosphere. Yang Ming believed that it had a direct relationship with her mood. Since Yang Ming met her, Xianxia's temperament had changed and became more energetic. It seems that Sister Xianxia is very happy. Lin Jiyun also heard the difference. Yeah, as long as she's happy. Yang Ming nodded. After you go back, help me download it for my mobile phone and set it as a ringtone. Okay. Lin Jiyun thought that this song was very good. She was just preparing to go back and download it. Yang Ming suggested it, and she naturally agreed. For Xianxia, Lin Jiyun didn't feel jealous at all. She wasn't a jealous person. After listening to the song, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun got off the car and opened the door of the villa. Chen Mingyan was watching TV in the living room. When she saw the two of them come back, she asked, Have you eaten? We ate before class. Why? You haven't eaten yet? Yang Ming called Chen Mingyan when he was eating before, so she didn't have to wait for him. I ate a pack of instant noodles, but I'm a little hungry. Chen Mingyan stood up from the sofa and stretched. I want to eat some fruit. Sister Lin, do you want to eat? I don't want to eat. I'm just full. Lin Jian ate a lot of seafood, so she was a little embarrassed. Chen Mingyan only ate a pack of instant noodles, but she and Yang Ming went out to eat a big meal. Do you want me to get some for you? No need. I'm going to sleep. If I eat too much, I will get fat. Chen Mingyan waved her hand. Sister Lin, come with me to eat some fruit. I want to cut a melon, but I can't eat it myself. Then let's ask Yang Ming to eat it. I really can't eat anymore. Lin Jiyun was a little embarrassed. She was really full. Let's go. Let's go together. Yang Ming took off his coat, pushed Lin Jiyun's shoulder, and followed Chen Mingyan to the kitchen with her. Hey! There are apples here? I was thinking about buying some tomorrow. Lin Jiyun found that there were apples in the kitchen. And Ho Zhenhan just sent a bunch of fruits. Chen Mingyan nodded and said. Ho Zhenhan would send some fresh vegetables and fruits every few days without Yang Ming's instructions. Yang Ming agreed with Ho Zhenhan's approach. He could always think of some details that he couldn't pay attention to. I see. Lin Jiyun and Ho Zhenhan, from the initial hostile relationship, had now become good friends. It was a little funny to think about the things that happened in the beginning. Ho Zhenhan had no money, but he kidnapped Lin Jiyun, who was almost as poor as him. What was the point of robbing? Right, Sister Lin, do you want to eat apples? Do you want to wash a few together? Chen Mingyan picked up a honeydew and then prepared to get an apple. No, Yang Ming and I want to practice knife throwing. Lin Jiyun was a little embarrassed. Apparently, she remembered the previous knife throwing. Practice knife throwing? What do you mean? Chen Mingyan looked at Lin Jiyun inexplicably, then looked at Yang Ming and asked curiously. Practice knife throwing. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and told Chen Mingyan about the art festival performance. Then, he told her about Ren Jianren looking for him to perform on the same stage. It turns out to be like this. Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming's explanation and understood why Lin Jiyun wanted to find apples. It turned out that it was to practice knife throwing. Yeah, I think it's quite scary. I don't know how to throw a knife. What if I hurt Yang Ming? Lin Jiyun said immediately. After listening to Lin Jiyun's words, Chen Mingyan also nodded and said without worry, yeah, Yang Ming. You have to be careful. Sister Lin's worry isn't unreasonable. When did she learn knife throwing? No problem. You will know when I perform in a while. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. Why don't we try it now? How do we try it? Are you holding the apple? Chen Mingyan was a little worried. How could Chen Mingyan not know what Lin Jiyun was capable of? What if she hurt Yang Ming? And I will hold the apple. How about this? If you are worried, let Jiyun replace it with chopsticks first. When she is proficient, then change to a knife. Yang Ming also saw the worries of Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun. The most important thing was that if he let Lin Jiyun use the knife directly, Lin Jiyun would definitely be afraid and wouldn't dare to throw boldly. Instead, she couldn't practice anything. It was better to replace it with chopsticks first. When she was proficient, it would be easy to change to anything. That's fine too. Chen Mingyan nodded and went to get a few pairs of new chopsticks. She was also afraid that there would be an accident. Although Yang Ming said that there was no problem, Chen Mingyan had to be careful. Handing the chopsticks to Lin Jiyun, Yang Ming put an apple on his head and stepped back 2 meters. Then he said, Come on, Jiyun. You can throw the chopsticks now. Lin Jiyun picked up a chopstick and put it in her hand. She was a little nervous. Although it was just a chopstick, she was still a little afraid. She gestured twice, but she didn't have the courage to throw it. Mingyan, you set an example for her. Yang Ming pointed to a chopstick and said to Chen Mingyan. Me? Chen Mingyan was also hesitant. She picked up a chopstick and didn't dare to throw it. Just think about it. If I was with Lan Ling behind your back, you would be angry. Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan was also hesitant, so he said this. You go to hell. Chen Mingyan really threw the chopsticks over. How am I so stingy? Chen Mingyan threw it randomly. Naturally, there was no accuracy. According to the direction of the chopsticks were going to hit Yang Ming's chest. However, Yang Ming squatted down slightly and bowed his head. The chopsticks hit the apple on Yang Ming's head. Hey! Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming in surprise. Lin Jiyun was the same. You can hit it like this? Yang Ming, you are really good. That's why I said that it's okay. Jiyun, why don't you try it? Yang Ming said with a smile. Okay. Lin Jiyun had Chen Mingyan's previous demonstration. She also had confidence. She picked up the chopsticks and threw it at Yang Ming. Although she wanted to aim at the apple on Yang Ming's head, she didn't have professional training. She was still a little bit to the right. Seeing that she was about to miss, Yang Ming leaned to the right again, and the chopsticks hit the apple. Now you have confidence, right? Yang Ming picked up the chopsticks on the ground. He had this idea from the beginning. Although Lin Jiyun didn't know how to throw a knife, it didn't matter as long as he reacted quickly. He didn't need Lin Jiyun's knife to aim at the apple on his head, but he used the apple to welcome the knife thrown by Lin Jiyun. Why don't we try a knife throwing? Do you want to change now? Although Lin Jiyun felt that Yang Ming's movements were magical, she was still a little timid. Why don't we practice with the chopsticks again? Alright, then let's practice with the chopsticks again. Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, there were still a few days before the art festival. It didn't matter if he practiced with the chopsticks first. Chopsticks didn't have much lethality, so Lin Jiyun wasn't afraid that she would hurt Yang Ming. After throwing a few chopsticks, she didn't have the previous timidity. Instead, she felt that it was quite interesting. Chen Mingyan was eating cantaloupe on the side. After eating for a while, she joined the group with Lin Jiyun. However, although the two of them threw the chopsticks together, Yang Ming could still respond well. None of the chopsticks missed. Moreover, Yang Ming's movements were swaying, but the apple on his head didn't fall. I didn't expect you to be so good. Chen Mingyan sighed. If you don't have a meal in the future, you can do acrobatics. Okay, then the two of you will cooperate with me. With a beauty and acrobatics, it will definitely sell. Yang Ming smiled. They threw the chopsticks for a while, but it didn't take long for Chen Mingyan to start to play tricks. When Lin Jiyun threw it up, she threw it down. When Lin Jiyun threw it to the left, she threw it to the right. Yang Ming was so tired that he had to do some extreme movements. Chen Mingyan, are you doing it deliberately? Although Yang Ming wasn't tired, it was inevitable that he would be a little angry if it continued like this. No, aren't we practicing with the knife throwing? I will also help Sister Lin practice. Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming innocently. Then why did you throw it in the opposite direction of Jiyun? Yang Ming was so angry that his teeth were itching. Looking at Chen Mingyan's big watery eyes, he couldn't get angry. I didn't? I can't guess Sister Lin's thoughts. Maybe it's a coincidence? Chen Mingyan blinked and spread her hands, indicating that she was wronged. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan's expression. He was annoyed and amused. He had to say, coincidence, right? But once or twice is fine. Let me see if there are any more coincidences in a while. Okay? Chen Mingyan said and threw the chopsticks in the opposite direction of Lin Jiyun. Therefore, Yang Ming couldn't bear it. He hugged Chen Mingyan and started a fight. It didn't take long for it to affect Lin Jiyun. The three of them went to the bed together and forgot that they were practicing the knife-throwing technique. Ren Jianren paid the bill and walked out of the Juyuan Chun Hotel with some pride. He finally reached a consensus with Yang Ming to perform on the same stage. In fact, it was a competition. A competition that could save the face of the Taekwondo club. Therefore, Ren Jianren must seize this opportunity. This was his only chance to turn the tables. If he couldn't grasp it, he would be completely finished. It was better to close his own Taekwondo club so as not to embarrass himself. Returning to the Taekwondo club, Ren Jianren looked at the empty club hall with emotion. Once upon a time, the Taekwondo club was overcrowded. To sign up for the Taekwondo club, you had to go through a basic exam. You even had to find a good person to intercede and treat yourself to a meal before you could enter the Taekwondo club. At that time, Ren Jianren clenched his teeth. All of this was thanks to Yang Ming. From a huge taekwondo club with hundreds of members, it shrank to a small club with only a dozen members. Among these dozen members, except for the club leader like Li Jiaxing, the rest were their classmates and best friends. No outsiders came to join the taekwondo club. A few days ago, another vice president, Lu Xiaojun, was arrested by the police because of a crime. The taekwondo club was even more empty. Li Jiaxing was still practicing. The rest of the people were the real elites of taekwondo. But even so, the taekwondo club was looked down upon. The president of the taekwondo club couldn't even beat a freshman student. Who would join this taekwondo club? Li Jiaxing saw Ren Jianren push the door and come in. He stopped his hand and walked over. Jianren, how is it? F***ck, I told you not to call me Jianren in the future. Last time, Yang Ming called him a bitch in front of many classmates on the stage, which made Ren Jianren very rude. Well, President Ren, didn't you go to Yang Ming? How is it? What did this kid say? Do you dare to fight? Li Jiaxing smiled. He was just joking. Ren Jianren's name was not good. It was good to read together, but when separated, it became bitch. Yang Ming agreed, but he proposed a strange way of competition. Ren Jianren nodded and said, "Oh? What way?" "As long as we have the confidence to get back our face, he can propose any way," Li Jiaxing said after listening. "Yes, that's what I think." Ren Jianren nodded. "As long as we can let Yang Ming give us a chance, we can restore the reputation of the taekwondo club. We can't let him propose a competition." "It's agreed." Calmly was Jianren. Of was Jiaxing of Li Jiaxing said. Li said. Him. I also invited him to the Juyuan Chun restaurant at the entrance of the school before he agreed. This kid is smart and won't lose out. Ren Jianren didn't know that Yang Ming had just eaten at the Songjiang International Hotel. Otherwise, he wouldn't say that. He thought that Yang Ming was a person who didn't usually eat at restaurants. What's a meal? When our taekwondo club regains its reputation, we can collect a lot of registration fees. Selling those training suits and teaching materials is also a large income. Li Jiaxing said with a smile. Moreover, the most important thing is that we can get funding from the student union. The more members we have, the more funding we can get. That's true. This meal didn't cost much. It only cost less than 100 yuan. That kid is easy to fool. He hasn't seen much of the world. Ren Jianren laughed. Right, you have been talking for a long time. You haven't said what Yang Ming wants to compete with us. Do we have the confidence to win? Li Jiaxing waved his hand and put away his joking attitude. Yang Ming wants to compete with knife throwing. Ren Jianren sat on the rest seat, and Li Jiaxing also sat next to him. He wants to compete with us in knife throwing. What? Knife throwing? Li Jiaxing opened his mouth wide in astonishment. He found it incredible. How can there be knife throwing in our taekwondo? Nonsense. If I want to compete with taekwondo, will Yang Ming agree? Ren Jianren frowned. Yang Ming doesn't know anything about taekwondo. If I want to compete with him in taekwondo, this kid will refuse directly. That's true. After Li Jiaxing listened, he nodded in agreement. I forgot that we really can't compete with Yang Ming in taekwondo. That's right. During the competition last semester, he said that he doesn't know taekwondo. Ren Jianren said, moreover, if he comes to kickboxing again, it will be *ket up. In his concept, bringing a brick is also called kickboxing. This time, he brings a shovel. No matter how powerful I am, I can't beat a shovel. I am not from Shaolin Temple. Also, this kid has never played by the rules. Then, this knife-throwing contest seems to be quite reliable now. Li Jiaxing thought about it carefully. Ren Jianren's words were very reasonable. Yang Ming could do something like the brick-breaking martial arts. What else couldn't he do? So, when I heard him propose this knife-throwing idea, I agreed. Ren Jianren said, the way of the competition is like this. Each of us will find a partner, and then each of us will have an apple on our head. Let the partner shoot this apple with a throwing knife. In the same time, whoever shoots the most apples will win. Oh? You mean, let me be your partner? Do I throw the knife, or do you throw the knife? Li Jiaxing was not stupid. In this taekwondo club, except for Ren Jianren, only Li Jiaxing could count. Another vice president, Lu Xiaojun, was arrested and sent to the police station. The rest of the people couldn't do it. Of course, you throw the knife. Didn't you practice shot put before? Ren Jianren said, your throwing is still very accurate. If you train, there should be no problem. I think Yang Ming can't find a knife-throwing master in a short time. I think his idea today is completely improvised. That's not necessarily true. What if he wants to hire a knife-throwing master at a high price? Li Jiaxing thought of a very serious problem. You are stupid. This is an art festival organized by the university. The review of the art festival program has explicit regulations. The participating performers must be students of the university. Undergraduate students, graduate students, doctoral students, and even graduates can't participate. Where can Yang Ming find a knife-throwing master area? Ren Jianren snorted and said with some disdain, if there is such a knife-throwing master in the university, how can we not know? That's right. I have never heard of such a knife-throwing master in the university. Li Jiaxing nodded self-deprecatingly. They were also the people of the university's martial arts world. If there was such a knife-throwing master, it was impossible not to know. I think too much. Then, let's practice. We really have the chance to win. But, are you sure you're aiming? Don't hurt me. After Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing finished discussing, they were a little worried. Although Li Jiaxing started out as a shot putter, he also threw javelins and the like. His accuracy was still good, but after all, the knife throwing had to be thrown at the apple on the head. What if he was not careful and hurt himself? Don't worry. I will find a target to practice first. If I don't have full confidence, I won't dare to greet your head. If you, the president, are hospitalized, our taekwondo club will be finished, said Li Jiaxing. That's good. Then let's start training tomorrow. There are still 5 days before the art festival. It should be enough, right? Ren Jianren looked at the date on his mobile phone and said. Enough. It's very enough. Li Jiaxing nodded. This time, we must win this round. I have had enough. The group of bastards in the school's martial arts association look down on me. They don't even look at me when they walk. This time, the Muay Thai friendship match also doesn't allow our taekwondo club to participate. Isn't this looking down on us? Mother ****. Ren Jianren slammed his fist on the rest chair and scolded fiercely, this time, let those people who look down on us gouge their eyes out and let them see that our taekwondo club is the most powerful. So, Li Jiaxing found a target and began to practice knife throwing. While he was practicing knife throwing, Ren Jianren also began to practice standing with the apple on his head. Li Jiaxing's practice was one aspect, but Ren Jianren also had to be able to hold the apple. Otherwise, before he could throw the knife, the apple would fall to the ground. Wouldn't it be a waste of time and be despised by others? However, Ren Jianren was a taekwondo practitioner after all. His balance and coordination were good, so when he held the apple on his head, he was a little unstable at first. However, after practicing a few times, he could walk with the apple on his head. Similarly, in fact, Li Jiaxing's strength was not weak. He could become the vice president of the taekwondo club. He was also very capable. However, Ren Jianren was beaten by Yang Ming so badly that he, Li Jiaxing, also suffered. However, Li Jiaxing couldn't blame Ren Jianren. After all, it was he and Lu Xiaojun who caused the trouble. If the two of them didn't beat Zhang Ben, Yang Ming wouldn't have stood up for Zhang Ben and challenged Ren Jianren. Therefore, Li Jiaxing couldn't blame Ren Jianren. He could only blame Yang Ming for being too insidious and cunning. With this opportunity, he must take revenge. Therefore, after Li Jiaxing knew the content of the competition, he began to practice throwing knives overnight. There were still 5 days. He must grasp it well and get back his face. Li Jiaxing had the foundation of shot put and javelin. His arm strength was good and stable. He just needed to strengthen his accuracy training. But even so, Li Jiaxing began to practice that night. It could be seen that both Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing worked hard for the competition with Yang Ming at this art festival. But what about Yang Ming at this moment? But as he practiced with Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun under the quilt. Yu Qi, who was Yang Ming's fifth cousin and fifth uncle's son, begged his mother. Yang Ming had no choice but to arrange for Yu Qi to be an employee in Mingyang Entertainment. However, Yu Qi was very arrogant in the company because he was introduced by Yang Ming through the boss of Mingyang Entertainment. He announced everywhere that he was personally placed in the company by the boss. However, many people believed it. They were usually in awe of Yu Qi. Some were flattering, and some were dismissive. Yu Qi was a prodigal son. How could he work in the company with peace of mind? However, he was placed in by Yang Ming. When Ho Zhenhan heard that he was Yang Ming's fifth cousin, he didn't dare to do anything to him. He thought that Yang Ming was just arranging an idle relative to get a salary for free, so he didn't arrange for him to do anything. He just let him do whatever he wanted. So Yu Qi was even more proud and arrogant. He idled around all day like a loafer in the company. He looked like he was the leader of the company. He wanted to criticize everything he saw. Seeing him like this, Ho Zhenhan didn't care about him. More and more people in the company believed that Yu Qi had a strong background. Some of the girls who worshipped money also wondered if they could hook up with Yu Qi and get a rich husband. Wang Xiaoran was one of them. She thought that she looked pretty good. However, in this day and age, a middle-aged woman could become an 18-year-old non-mainstream woman with makeup. Therefore, Wang Xiaoran was still very confident in her appearance after makeup. In particular, Wang Xiaoran was also good at makeup. She painted herself very cute, so that men would be attracted when they saw her. Wang Xiaoran's family wasn't very good, but it wasn't too bad. However, she wanted to marry into a wealthy family since she was a child. She caught a rich husband. She had a few boyfriends, but she felt that the other party didn't have money. Wang Xiaoran had a boyfriend who had even reached the point of marriage. However, Wang Xiaoran unexpectedly met a mature man in a business. The most important thing was that this man was very rich. After almost a meal, Wang Xiaoran stuck with him, and they got a room that night. Wang Xiaoran's boyfriend saw that his fiancée hadn't returned home in the middle of the night. He was very anxious, so he called Wang Xiaoran's cell phone. Wang Xiaoran was flirting with the man in the hotel at the moment. After picking up the phone, Wang Xiaoran still had a delicate voice, but she didn't avoid it. She said bluntly that she booked a room with a client in the hotel. At that time, her boyfriend was stunned. Naturally, the two of them broke up just like that. However, the male client was a person with a family background. He was just fooling around with Wang Xiaoran, so he simply didn't take her seriously. However, he did spend a lot of money. He bought a few LV and Gucci bags and sunglasses for Wang Xiaoran, and a few sets of branded fashion. Then, the two broke up. However, Wang Xiaoran felt that she didn't suffer a loss. She just booked a room for a few days. She didn't lose anything. If the male client was happy, she was happy. Instead of letting her boyfriend do it for free, it was better to exchange for something more substantial. In these 2 days, Wang Xiaoran stared at Yu Qi again. Although Yu Qi didn't have a luxury car, Wang Xiaoran was interested in Yu Qi's potential. Yu Qi didn't have anything else, but he could brag about his background. He said that his father and the boss of the group were very close, that his family was very rich, that he opened a breeding base, and so on. In fact, it was just a fish pond. Wang Xiaoran was actually not so easy to be deceived. However, Yu Qi was really idling in the company. President Ho Zhenhan was indeed polite when he spoke to him. This created an illusion for Wang Xiaoran that this person's background was really powerful. He was in the company now just to learn experience and gain experience. There would definitely be more important positions waiting for him in the future. So Wang Xiaoran began to get closer to Yu Qi intentionally or unintentionally. However, it was helpless that Yu Qi didn't notice her because Yu Qi had put all his energy on Jing Xiaolu. Indeed, among all the young girls in the company, Jing Xiaolu was the most outstanding and the most beautiful. However, in Wang Xiaoran's view, she was just a junior. She didn't even put on makeup usually. What was she? As for those rumors in the company that said that Jing Xiaolu had a big backer, Wang Xiaoran didn't believe it. If she really had a big backer, why didn't that big backer appear once? How could her boyfriend be so powerful? Why didn't anyone come to pick her up from work? Didn't she take the subway back to school every time? Therefore, Wang Xiaoran thought that Jing Xiaolu had a backer and so on. Were nothing more than rumors that she made herself. There was no truth at all. In fact, this was out of a woman's complete and instinctive jealousy. Why did Wang Xiaoran believe Yu Qi when he said that he had a backer, but Wang Xiaoran didn't believe Jing Xiaolu when she said that she had a backer? However, Jing Xiaolu seemed to be disdainful of Yu Qi and ignored him. However, the more she was like this, the more Yu Qi tried to get closer to Jing Xiaolu. However, Jing Xiaolu didn't say a word to Yu Qi except for work. Seeing that Yu Qi was rejected by Jing Xiaolu again, but he still had a smile on his face, Wang Xiaoran was angry. Why? Why is Jing Xiaolu so likable, but I am ignored by Yu Qi? The more Wang Xiaoran thought about it, the angrier she became. Looking at Jing Xiaolu over there, who was as proud as a little princess, Wang Xiaoran was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Humph, Jing Xiaolu, didn't you say that you have a strong backer? Then I will ruin your reputation. Thinking of this, a vicious plan was born in Wang Xiaoran's heart. Today, as usual, Little Li and the company opened the MP community. He was bored and looked at the posts inside. Suddenly, a post's title attracted his attention. I am willing to use 1 month of my time to rent a BMW for a week. What does this mean? Little Li subconsciously clicked on the post and saw that the post said, Dear MP, hello everyone. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Xiaolu. I am a college student, 20 years old this year. I am a clerk in a very large company. I have a high education and good looks. I am posting this post because I want to use 1 month of my time in exchange for the right to use a BMW for a week. Why do I want to do this? Let me tell you the reason. The cause of the matter is like this. Years of experience in the online community told Xiaoli that this was an interesting post, so he continued to read it attentively. As for me, I was born in a family that was not very rich, but my vanity was very strong. I often told my friends and colleagues that I had a rich boyfriend who drove me to and from work every day in a BMW to satisfy my fragile self-esteem. However, I knew that these were all lies in the end. They were all fake. I only used these vanity words to show off my identity to my friends and colleagues. In fact, not to mention a BMW, I didn't even have a four-wheeled car. I didn't even have a car that burned gasoline. I used lies to satisfy my self-esteem and vanity, but things changed last night. Yesterday, my high school classmate called and said that one of my sisters was getting married next month. She asked me to go to the wedding and asked if I could give her a car. I really didn't know what to do. I usually told them that my boyfriend often drove a BMW for me, and they believed it. I was also hot-headed and actually agreed. This is not good. Where am I going to get a BMW for her wedding car? If I had to tell the truth, I really couldn't bring myself to do it. What was said was like spilled water. How could I tell them that I had been lying to them all this while? Wouldn't I be laughed at by my sisters? Originally, they were all very envious of me. In this way, I would become the object of contempt. How embarrassing would that be? My scalp is numb when I think about it. Thinking about those sisters, many of them didn't get admitted to university, but they married a rich boss. No matter how old the other party was, they became a wife and had a lot of face at the class reunion. As for me, I was also the object of envy in the past. I had a handsome boyfriend who worked as a white-collar in the company. Every day, I drove a BMW between the school and the company. How cool was that? But all of this was going to become a dream that was shattered. I am not reconciled. If I tell the truth, how can I raise my head in the future? Thinking about this gave me a headache. I don't want to be like this. I must appear in front of my sisters and let my legend continue. I want to drive a BMW to attend the wedding. I like the feeling of being envied and flattered. I feel like I'm the center of attention. I'm the superstar of the entire venue. So, I decided that I will use my 1 month in exchange for a week's use of the BMW. Note that I have to work and go to class during the day, so it can only be at night. 30 nights of use in exchange for a week's use of the BMW should be fair, right? Below, I'll post a few photos of myself, but my face is covered first. If you want to exchange, please contact QQXXXXX first and show off your BMW and driving license. If I think it's okay, I'll send you my photos. Do not disturb the old BMWs and the 3 domestic series. That was the entire content of the post. Below the post, there were 5 photos. There was nothing to say about her figure, but her face was covered. It seemed that she wouldn't release the falcon without seeing the hair. Xiaoli felt that it was very interesting, so he called over his colleagues. Come and take a look. This post is very interesting. In exchange for a week. Let me see. Is there such a rare thing? Really? Let me see. No pictures, no truth. Damn. Is there really a picture? The colleagues gathered around and looked at the post on Xiaoli's computer screen. It can't be? Is there really such a rare thing? Didn't Oldley from the Human Resources Department just buy a BMW? He can apply for it. Come on. People have said that they don't want domestic 3 series. Another colleague said contemptuously, this kind of person is still so picky. Why doesn't she sell it? Yeah, it's really not that good. Wang Xiaoran saw that her masterpiece was finally noticed by the company, and she was very proud. This post was written by her. She had put in a lot of effort and spent a long time making it up before finally coming up with such a shocking piece of work. Wang Xiaoran knew that her colleague Xiaoli was an MP fan. He often used MP when he had nothing to do. Her shocking masterpiece naturally couldn't escape Xiaoli's eyes. Sure enough, not long after she posted it, Xiaoli saw it. Hearing everyone's discussion, Wang Xiaoran pretended to remind inadvertently, however, isn't this photo a bit familiar? After Wang Xiaoran's reminder, everyone's eyes fell on the next few photos. Eh? Don't say, it really feels a bit familiar. Xiaoli looked at the photo and said to himself. Really? Why is the background of this photo so familiar? I seem to have seen it somewhere. A company staff pointed at the picture and said. It seems to be our company? The decoration style is very similar. Another staff member pointed and said, it seems to be our company. Now that you mention it, it reminds me. Isn't this our company's potted plant? Another company's staff exclaimed and pointed at Xiaoli's computer screen. Yes, this is the potted plant in our company's corridor. It was just put up at the beginning of this year. Yes. It's confirmed. Another person exclaimed, is this woman from our company? Look at these photos. She is wearing professional attire. Xiaolu, this woman is called Xiaolu. Could it be Jing Xiaolu? Another person pointed at the post and exclaimed. Really, this woman's figure is quite similar to Jing Xiaolu's. So another person said. It should be Jing Xiaolu. This post is similar to her. Isn't there a rumor that Jing Xiaolu has a boyfriend who drives a BMW as her backer? That's why you're doing so well in the company. So it turns out that you're just bragging? A cacophony of voices sounded. This time, she bragged too much. She started to ask for help on the internet, but she didn't expect to be exposed by us. Another voice also sounded. As a result, the sound of contempt and disdain began to spread in the company. Everyone had confirmed that this group of photos was Jing Xiaolu herself. Wang Xiaoran also began to be proud. These photos were secretly taken by her mobile phone, but the angle was very good. It looked like a pose. As a result, Jing Xiaolu's reputation was completely ruined in the company. Therefore, throughout the afternoon, Jing Xiaolu felt that everyone was looking at her with a strange look. Jing Xiaolu didn't feel anything at first, but more and more inexplicable looks and whispers behind her back made Jing Xiaolu a little annoyed. When she returned to the office, she pulled a secretary who had a good relationship with her and asked, Little Sue, what's going on? Why are the people in the company looking at me with a strange look? What's wrong with me today? Jing Xiaolu also checked herself in the mirror just now. There was nothing wrong with her dressing. What are these people looking at? Xiaolu, you really don't know? But this post can't be posted by you. Little Sue knew Jing Xiaolu better. She knew some of Jing Xiaolu's details and character, so after a little consideration, she felt that even If Jing Xiaolu wanted to borrow a BMW, she didn't need to post on the internet. With Jing Xiaolu's appearance, she could easily borrow it. What post? Asked Jing Xiaolu, baffled. You really don't know? Then wait a minute. I will find it for you. As Little Su spoke, she opened the browser, logged into the MP community, found the post that was circulating in the company, and then sent the link to Jing Xiaolu's QQ. What is this? Jing Xiaolu clicked on the webpage that Little Su sent over. She opened it and scrolled down. In the beginning, she was still reading with interest, but as she scrolled down, Jing Xiaolu's face became uglier and uglier. How could Jing Xiaolu not know who those photos were? How could she not know her own photos? Who did this? Jing Xiaolu was about to explode. Isn't this obviously a trap? Who did I offend? Why was such a post actually posted? Looking at those photos, they were obviously taken in the company. I don't know. Little Su shook her head. I also heard from the people in the company. Now it has spread in the company. Everyone is talking about this. I'm so pissed off. Jing Xiaolu looked at the post. The more she looked, the angrier she became. No, I have to clarify. Isn't this ruining my reputation? If I want to drive a BMW, do I need to sell my body? I know you. I know that this is not your style, but others. Little Su shook her head helplessly. Xiaolu, I guess this is a prank by someone. The more agitated you are, the more complacent he is. Let's calm down first. Who did I offend? Who did this to me? Jing Xiaolu drank some water and looked at the replies to the post angrily. There were all kinds of comments, and it was extremely disgusting. Jing Xiaolu listened to Little Su's words and thought about it. If I'm angry, won't I really follow the intention of the person who harmed me? So I have to keep calm and not be too angry. I have to think carefully about what to do. Wang Xiaoran was proud. She didn't expect the effect to be so strong. She was still worried about how this matter would spread, but she didn't expect the gossiping spirit of her colleagues to be beyond her expectations. In just one afternoon, most of the people in the company knew about it. Of course, Yuqi also knew about this. Wang Xiaoran took the opportunity to sit next to Yuqi. You said that this Jing Xiaolu looks very pure. I didn't expect her to be such a person. Yuqi didn't expect that Jing Xiaolu, who he pursued, who was usually a princess, was so dirty. She was actually so dirty behind his back. She used 1 month of her own usage rights in exchange for 1 week of usage rights of the BMW. It was self-evident what this usage rights referred to. Yuqi was naturally very clear. Therefore, Yuqi was annoyed. I was really blind. I fell in love with such a person. Yuqi slapped his thigh fiercely and couldn't help but curse, this bitch, I really misjudged her. AI, some girls who look more pure on the outside do dirty things behind my back. Wang Xiaoran said, you don't have to be sad. There are plenty of good girls. Why do you want to die for a tree? That's right. Motherf **Ker, I was blind before. Although Yuqi said so, he was still very painful in his heart. He really couldn't accept this fact. How could Wang Xiaoran observe a person's body language? She saw the discomfort in Yuqi's heart. She knew that this was a great opportunity for her, so she said, you must be uncomfortable in your heart, right? After work, I will drink with you. Let's go to the bar. Yuqi was sullen in his heart. When he heard Wang Xiaoran's proposal, he naturally nodded and agreed. So, after work, Wang Xiaoran and Yuqi came to a bar near the company. The two sat at the bar and began to drink. However, Yuqi drank wine, and Wang Xiaoran mostly drank drinks. At midnight, Wang Xiaoran and Yuqi got a room in the hotel. She was a very seductive girl. She made Yuqi's desire burn in a few moments. The two began to make love. When everything calmed down, Wang Xiaoran looked at Yuqi sleeping on the side. She smiled slightly, took out a nail clipper from her bag, clenched her teeth, and poked her finger hard. Blood flowed down. Wang Xiaoran smeared the blood on her finger on the sheet under her, and then wiped it on Yuqi's lower body twice. Finally, she slept peacefully beside Yuqi. She knew that a man like Yuqi would definitely value a woman's first time very much. If he found out. That it was not her first time, then Yuqi would definitely treat her with a playful attitude. Therefore, Wang Xiaoran did not give up. She took advantage of Yuqi's drunkenness to complete this feat. When Yuqi woke up the next day, he had a splitting headache. He reached out to touch the phone on the bedside to see what time it was, but he touched a soft body. Yuqi was shocked and immediately woke up. He turned his head and saw that it was actually Wang Xiaoran. Looking at himself and Wang Xiaoran lying on the bed naked, the scenes after getting drunk last night appeared in his mind. Although he was drunk, his body still had feelings, and he could remember some things. He and Wang Xiaoran had done what they should do. Yuqi frowned. He liked Jing Xiaolu in his heart. He did not have much feelings for Wang Xiaoran, but he had to admit that Wang Xiaoran's temperament was still good. Yuqi lifted the quilt. When he saw the plum blossoms on the sheet, he was shocked again. No way? Was it Wang Xiaoran's first time yesterday? Yuqi quickly checked his lower body again and found traces of blood on it. He was more convinced of this. What should I do? Although Yuqi had played with a lot of women in his hometown, they were all ladies in the hair salon and karaoke hall. There was nothing to worry about, but today was different. He had sex with a colleague, and it was the colleague's first time. In fact, Wang Xiaoran had already woken up. She had been pretending to be asleep. She had to wait for Yuqi to wake up first and find the marks he made yesterday, then she would wake up. Wang Xiaoran stretched, opened her eyes, and saw the naked Yuqi. She pretended to be surprised, widened her eyes, and screamed, "Ah, what happened? Why am I here? Yesterday, we all drank too much." Yuqi looked at Wang Xiaoran awkwardly. He didn't remember how the two of them got a room yesterday. It was only when the last sprint was extremely refreshing that Yuqi had a moment of sobriety, but then he was so tired that he fell asleep until he woke up this morning. Ah. Wang Xiaoran wrapped herself in the quilt. She pretended really well. If she didn't film a TV series, her talent would be buried. Sorry. Yuqi could only say so. Although he was a prodigal son, he had never experienced such a thing. At the moment, he didn't know what to say. What's the use of saying sorry? Wang Xiaoran cried. I'm already like this. You just say sorry. I saw that you were disappointed yesterday, so I was kind enough to accompany you to drink, but you did it to me, woo. Don't cry, Wang Xiaoran. Don't cry. Let's talk about it. Seeing Wang Xiaoran cry, Yuqi was a little scared. He didn't know what Wang Xiaoran would do. Although he usually liked to brag, when it came to this moment, he couldn't say anything. What do you want to say? I still have a good impression of you. I treat you as a good person in my heart. I didn't expect you to do such a thing to me. Wang Xiaoran was still crying. A good impression? Yuqi was not stupid. When he heard Wang Xiaoran's words, his mood suddenly relaxed. Since Wang Xiaoran has a good impression of me, it means that there is a way. He was afraid that Wang Xiaoran would go to the company and make things known to everyone. Then, before the matter of Jing Xiaolu was settled, he would become a beast with a human face. During this time, Yuqi had a great time in the company. He didn't have to do any work. He could give orders easily, and he could get a salary easily. It was simply a celestial life. Usually, when he bragged to his colleagues and was flattered, Yuqi didn't want to go back. This kind of feeling was too good. Especially when General Manager Ho Jinhan was polite to him, it made Yuqi feel even more refreshed. Therefore, now that he heard that Wang Xiaoran was interested in him, then he would coax her. It should be fine. Anyway, he didn't intend to pursue Jing Xiaolu. Now it seemed that Wang Xiaoran was quite beautiful. It was not bad to find such a girlfriend. Therefore, Yuqi's mind began to be active. He thought about it, organized his words, and said, Wang Xiaoran, don't cry. In fact, I also have a good impression of you. We both have a good impression of each other, so we came together. Yesterday's incident happened. You can't blame anyone. Then, are you shirking your responsibility? When Wang Xiaoran heard Yuqi say this, she was overjoyed, but she pretended to be very angry on the surface. No. I mean, can you be my girlfriend? Yuqi said quickly. Let me think about it. Wang Xiaoran was proud, but she said calmly on the surface. She was still weeping, and her real thoughts couldn't be seen. Yuqi was a little perturbed. He was really a little scared. He felt that his happy and beautiful life had just begun. How could it be ruined because of Wang Xiaoran? Yuqi found that his life in the company was much more interesting than in the small place of his hometown. In his hometown, at most, there were a few followers who followed behind him and flattered him, but here, there were N people in the company who flattered him. This difference naturally made Yuqi feel that his life now was much better than before. Moreover, he didn't have to do anything in the company. He received his salary every month without a penny less, and he was still at the level of a middle-level leader. This made Yuqi feel a little smug. He was afraid that once this matter spread to his cousin's ears, he might have to go home, so Yuqi was particularly careful. Xiaoran, just promise me. What are you still thinking about? We both have a good impression of each other, and we have done what we should and shouldn't do. What else do you have to consider? Then, okay. Wang Xiaoran finally nodded reservedly and agreed to Yuqi's pursuit. Yuqi listened to Wang Xiaoran's affirmative reply, and his heart was overjoyed. He was full of expectations for his future life. He was in a good mood, and other thoughts were active. Looking at the lively beauty beside him, Yuqi's heart moved. Xiaoran, it's still early. Let's do it again? I drank too much last night, and I don't remember what it felt like. You're really annoying. It's my first time. You don't know how to take care of me. Wang Xiaoran's coquettish voice softened Yuqi's bones. Therefore, Wang Xiaoran did it again with Yuqi under reluctance. However, Wang Xiaoran was very good at acting. There was joy in the pain, so Yuqi did not doubt it. He thought that it was really her second time today. She thought that things would calm down after one night. After Jing Xiaolu went home, she thought about it carefully. Rumors stopped with the wise. If she was in a hurry to clarify anything, it would be suspicious. At this moment, the best way was to pretend to be deaf and mute. She pretended not to know, and things would slowly pass. However, Jing Xiaolu was wrong this time. When she came to the company early the next morning, even the company's cleaners looked at her with strange eyes. It was conceivable how fast the rumor spread. In just one night, everyone knew it. In the beginning, Jing Xiaolu was still calm, but more and more strange eyes and whispers made Jing Xiaolu feel uncomfortable. Especially when she was going upstairs, many people were still commenting on her figure. The awe that people had for her in the company was gone. Previously, most people heard that Jing Xiaolu had a very strong background. Her boyfriend had an unusual relationship with the head office's boss, so everyone was very polite to Jing Xiaolu. But now, as soon as the post was posted, many people believed it. If only one or two people said it, it would not be a big deal. However, everyone in the company said it. Everyone thought that the post was real. The rumors about Jing Xiaolu's background became that she was bragging. After all, no one had seen her legendary boyfriend. But this post on the internet was seen by everyone, so anyone would be inclined to believe the statement of the online post. Jing Xiaolu also became a liar, a gold digger, and a promiscuous woman in everyone's eyes. Jing Xiaolu was about to explode, but she couldn't help it. She couldn't control other people's mouths. She couldn't explain to everyone, right? Back in the office, Jing Xiaolu felt more and more wronged. What is this? Who was it that was so wicked to do such a thing? Am I such a cheap person? 1 month of use in exchange for 1 week of use of the BMW? Am I stupid? For the whole day, Jing Xiaolu felt dizzy. She didn't know what she was doing. She only felt that no matter where she went, there were many pairs of eyes looking at her from behind. They stared at her and whispered to each other. Although she couldn't hear what they were saying, it definitely wasn't anything good. However, Wang Xiaoran was proud. She had always regarded Jing Xiaolu as her enemy. This time, she not only got together with Yuqi, but also ruined Jing Xiaolu's reputation. Wang Xiaoran felt that she was simply a genius. She could cause such a big storm just by posting a post. When she got off work in the evening, she was holding hands with Yuqi. She happened to see Jing Xiaolu frowning and walking out on the first floor of the company. She couldn't help but feel a little excited. She couldn't help but go forward and say, Xiaolu, your boyfriend who drives a BMW didn't come to pick you up. Jing Xiaolu had never had a boyfriend who drove a BMW to pick her up since she went to work. So, Wang Xiaoran was obviously talking nonsense. She was looking for trouble. How could Jing Xiaolu not hear the sarcasm in her words? Looking at Wang Xiaoran coldly, Jing Xiaolu said, My boyfriend is very busy. What's the problem? Very busy. Wang Xiaoran blinked and said somewhat cynically, I thought what was said on the internet was true. Jing Xiaolu glanced at the woman next to her with disgust. If it were in the past, Jing Xiaolu would have already slapped her, but now Jing Xiaolu had become much more restrained. Because Yang Ming said that he didn't like the kind of girl who was like a delinquent, Jing Xiaolu made herself change a lot. I'm also very busy. If there is nothing, I will go first. Jing Xiaolu turned sideways and walked quickly to the door. Her figure gradually disappeared into the entrance of the subway station. Wang Xiaoran was originally proud of herself for squeezing Jing Xiaolu, but when she turned her head, she saw that her boyfriend, Yu Qi, was actually staring at the direction where Jing Xiaolu left. She was a little upset. Can't you let it go now? So she snorted and said, Why? Do you still have that bitch in your heart? No. Yu Qi was shocked. He didn't want to offend Wang Xiaoran at this time, so he quickly shook his head. I just see that this woman is still so arrogant at this time. She is really a cooked duck, but she is still so stubborn. Wang Xiaoran said in her heart, You are sensible. Since you have already crawled into my pants, do you think I will let you go? Dear, where are we going to eat later? Wang Xiaoran heard Yu Qi say this, and her expression became as sweet as before. Eat? Ugh. Yu Qi only thought of a serious problem. His future expenses would be much larger than before. The few thousand yuan he earned every month might not be enough to eat with Wang Xiaoran. However, even so, Yu Qi had to bite the bullet and agree. It seems that I have to find a way to get some money in the future. Yu Qi thought in his heart. There were classes at school in the evening. Jing Xiaolu took the subway back to the dormitory first. She planned to change her clothes and go to class, but she saw Lin Jiyun and Ge Xingyao talking about something. Jing Xiaolu was in a bad mood, and she didn't want to participate in the conversation between the two people. She nodded to them and wanted to walk into the dormitory. Xiaolu, did you just get off work? Ge Xingyao saw Jing Xiaolu and asked with concern. N. Jing Xiaolu nodded listlessly and entered the dormitory. Xiaolu, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so glum? Is there something on your mind? Ge Xingyao and Jing Xiaolu were more familiar with each other. The two people had been friends since childhood, so Jing Xiaolu's mood changes naturally couldn't be hidden from her. Ge Xingyao only glanced at her and saw that she was unusual. Nothing. Jing Xiaolu sighed and shook her head because it was useless to tell Ge Xingyao about the things that happened to her. Instead, it would make Ge Xingyao worry with her. Xiaolu, you must have something on your mind. Ge Xingyao saw Jing Xiaolu sigh, and she was even more suspicious. She held Jing Xiaolu's hand and frowned. Xiaolu, did someone bully you? Lin Jiyun and Jing Xiaolu were also very good friends. When she saw Jing Xiaolu like this, she also asked worriedly, Xiaolu, what grievances did you suffer? Is it about work? Jing Xiaolu just came back from the company, so Lin Jiyun naturally thought that Jing Xiaolu was wronged because of work. Did the company's leader scold you? Go back and look for Yang Ming and tell him to fire him. Lin Jiyun wouldn't interfere with Yang Ming's affairs, but at the moment, she was just saying this to make Jing Xiaolu happy. No. Under the two people's questioning, Jing Xiaolu had no choice but to tell the whole story. I was posted on the internet. Don't you think I'm unlucky? Posted on the internet? What happened? Lin Jiyun and Ge Xingyao were both stunned. They didn't know what Jing Xiaolu meant. AI, it's not very clear. Let's do this. I'll look for you on the internet, and you will know what happened. Jing Xiaolu turned on Lin Jiyun's laptop in the dormitory, then quickly opened the browser and entered a URL. Soon, she opened the post about her. Okay, look at it. Lin Jiyun and Ge Xingyao curiously went up and looked at the post in Jing Xiaolu's mouth. They couldn't help but be more shocked. When they finally saw Jing Xiaolu's photo, Lin Jiyun exclaimed, "Xiaolu, isn't this your photo?" "That's right. I don't know who I offended. They actually made up such a post and posted it on the internet. Although I like BMW, I won't exchange myself for it." Jing Xiaolu pouted her small mouth with grievance. "Yeah, just tell Yang Ming. Why do you need to do this?" Gu Xinyao also interjected. Jing Xiaolu quickly glared at Gu Xinyao. She and Yang Ming actually had nothing to do with each other. Gu Xinyao didn't know and misunderstood their relationship, but Lin Jiyun definitely knew. So when Gu Xinyao said this, Lin Jiyun would inevitably ask something. Gu Xinyao thought that Jing Xiaolu was hindered by Lin Jiyun here, so she smiled and closed her mouth. However, Lin Jiyun nodded after listening to Gu Xinyao's words. "Yeah, if Xiaolu likes it, ask Yang Ming to lend you the car for a few days." Seeing that Lin Jiyun didn't suspect anything, Jing Xiaolu was relieved. I don't have to drive a BMW, but this post is too annoying. How can it be like this? How can I raise my head in the company in the future?" Indeed, Lin Jiyun and Gu Xinyao also nodded in agreement. Rumors weren't terrible. What was terrible was that everyone was spreading this rumor wildly, and then the rumor became true. "Xiaolu, don't be angry." Lin Jiyun thought about it and said, "I think that with this incident, someone must be framing you." Although Lin Jiyun was simple, she wasn't as ignorant as she was in the beginning. After coming into contact with business, she also understood the deception between people, so she suddenly thought of the factors behind the matter. Think about it. Did you offend someone? Jiyun is right. Xiaolu, did you offend anyone in the company? Gu Xinyao also nodded and asked. Who did I offend? It seems that I really didn't offend anyone. Jing Xiaolu thought about it carefully and shook her head. I have always been very kind now. I won't offend anyone. That's strange. Judging from the angle and location of this photo, it must be taken in your company, and it is someone who is familiar with you. So I think that the person who posted this post is likely to be an employee of your company. Gu Xinyao said. I also thought about it, but there are so many employees in the company. Who knows who posted it? Jing Xiaolu shook her head. It's impossible to find out who posted it. It's not impossible. Lin Jiyun shook her head. Xiaolu, do you know Jejia? Isn't your relationship with her very good? What's wrong? Jing Xiaolu nodded and asked. How could the woman around her and Yang Ming not be good? Zhou Jejia is a computer master. Lin Jiyun smiled and said, Xiaolu, don't you know? Although Jejia is only a freshman student, she has already participated in the research team organized by the university. The other team members are all graduate students or doctoral students. Ah, so powerful. Jing Xiaolu opened her eyes in surprise. She didn't expect Zhou Jejia to have this talent. It seemed that among the women around Yang Ming, none of them were useless. Yeah, especially in terms of hacking, Zhou Jejia is even better at it. Lin Jiyun nodded and said, if you ask her for help, I believe that you can find out who did it soon. That's great. Jing Xiaolu heard Lin Jiyun's words and suddenly became spirited. She waved her small fist and said, if I find out who did it, I will definitely not spare him. However, then Jing Xiaolu was a little sad again. But, Jejia is so busy. Can she help me? Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jejia had only eaten lunch together a few times. Although they seemed to be familiar with each other. Who could guarantee that the relationship between the two people would be strong? It couldn't be compared to Gu Xinyao and Lin Jiyun, so Jing Xiaolu was afraid that Zhou Jejia would not help, especially since Zhou Jejia also participated in the research team at the university. How would she have time to care about her own things? Then, I will go back and ask for you tonight. Lin Jiyun thought about it. She didn't dare to make a decision for Zhou Jejia and promised, but she would try her best to help Jing Xiaolu ask Zhou Jejia for help. She was such a warm-hearted girl. Lin Jiyun felt that Jing Xiaolu was already upset enough that she was framed. If she could help her find the culprit behind the scenes and prove her innocence, she would be able to pull herself together. Jing Xiaolu, Lin Jiyun, and Gu Xinyao poured out their thoughts. Especially since Lin Jiyun promised to help her ask Zhou Jejia for help, Jing Xiaolu felt a lot more relaxed. She was no longer as depressed as when she first came back. She changed her clothes and went to class. Lin Jiyun didn't have a class tonight. She talked to Xianxia for a while and left the dormitory. She told Yang Ming that she would go back early and continue to practice the knife throwing. Xiaolu? Yang Ming waited for Lin Jiyun downstairs in the dormitory. Chen Mingyan had a night class tonight. The time difference was quite regular. Yang Ming didn't have a night class tonight, so he planned to pick up Lin Jiyun first. The two people practiced knife throwing for a while, and then wait for Chen Mingyan to finish class before coming back to pick up Chen Mingyan. After parking the car on the side, Yang Ming didn't sit in the car. Instead, he jumped out of the car and stood on the side of the road. He sat in the BMW and always attracted some gazes. Some of them were ambiguous and self-evident, which made Yang Ming feel a little uncomfortable. There were always girls who came to talk to him, which made Yang Ming sigh that college students were too open nowadays. They didn't hesitate to exchange for money and vanity in this way. Why else would the TV always show some gold diggers crying in a BMW? So Yang Ming was too lazy to deal with them. He jumped out of the car and stood aside as if the car had nothing to do with him. A few girls looked at the car and found that there was no one in the car. They looked at Yang Ming on the side and didn't connect the dots. They left with some disappointment. After all, Yang Ming was now dressed like a college student. He was wearing a Li-Ning sportswear which was neat and tidy. No one would associate him with a luxury car or a rich young master. Yang Ming waited for Lin Jiyun but didn't see her. Instead, he saw Jing Xiaolu walk out of the dormitory building with her head down. She walked quickly as if she didn't see him. Yang Ming was a little curious. If it were normal times, there was no reason for Jing Xiaolu to not see him when he stood here. But at this moment, she didn't see him. He didn't know what this chick was thinking in her mind, so Yang Ming called her. Ah? Jing Xiaolu was stunned. She didn't expect someone to call her. She turned her head and found that it was Yang Ming. She was a little happy and a little annoyed. She was happy because she liked Yang Ming. She felt happy when she saw him. She was annoyed because she remembered what Wang Xiaoran said when she got off work today. This Yang Ming is too much. If he promised to let me be his mistress, he would drive me around occasionally. Wouldn't there be no rumors in the company? However, Jing Xiaolu also knew that Yang Ming didn't have a strong feeling for her now. Maybe he had some feelings for her, but it was definitely not to the point of liking her so much. Therefore, she couldn't blame Yang Ming for this. It was normal that Yang Ming didn't pick her up. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu was a little discouraged. She spoke incoherently, "Yang Ming? Are you looking for me?" When she said this, Jing Xiaolu felt that what she said was somewhat inexplicable. Yang Ming naturally couldn't be looking for her. He was obviously waiting for Lin Jiyun to come downstairs. Wasn't she overthinking? She suddenly blushed. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed by Jing Xiaolu's question. If he said that he wasn't looking for her, he wouldn't give face to Jing Xiaolu. After all, she was a girl. If he refuted her like this, it wouldn't look good on her. However, if Yang Ming said that he was waiting for her here, it would feel like he was lying through his teeth. Therefore, Yang Ming really didn't know how to answer this question. It doesn't matter. Jing Xiaolu didn't take it too seriously. She was a little confused in her heart. She didn't want to say anything more. She waved to Yang Ming and said, "I still have a class. I will go to class first." Looking at Jing Xiaolu's back, Yang Ming was very puzzled. What happened to this chick? It's not like her usual style. Usually, if Jing Xiaolu saw him, she would definitely pester him and talk about this and that. But today, she went to class directly. It made Yang Ming wonder if Jing Xiaolu had given up the idea of pursuing him and changed her temperament. However, Yang Ming still knew Jing Xiaolu very well. He knew that she couldn't change her temperament. If she could give up so easily, he wouldn't have persuaded her for so long without success. Therefore, Yang Ming felt that something must have happened to Jing Xiaolu. Looking at her listless appearance, she seemed to have something on her mind. Yang Ming wanted to catch up with her and say a few words of concern, but Jing Xiaolu had already gone far away. After all, the two of them were now very good friends. If something happened to Jing Xiaolu, it was impossible for Yang Ming to ignore it. At the very least, he had to ask about her well-being. Just as Yang Ming was hesitating, he saw Lin Jiyun coming out of the dormitory. Yang Ming could only give up the idea of catching up with Jing Xiaolu to ask. He waved to Lin Jiyun, "Jiyun, here." Lin Jiyun came over, but she also frowned. "I saw it. You are the only boy at the door." "Of course, I can see it. The sky is not very dark." When Yang Ming saw Lin Jiyun frowning, he felt a little strange. What happened today? Previously, Jing Xiaolu came out with a listless look. After that, it was Lin Jiyun who looked exactly the same as Jing Xiaolu. He couldn't help but wonder, "Jiyun, what's wrong with you? Why are you frowning?" Lin Jiyun thought about it. She couldn't hide the fact that she went to ask Zhou Jiejie for help from Yang Ming. What's more, Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu also knew each other. Although she didn't know if they were close, it was still necessary to tell Yang Ming. So Lin Jiyun said, "Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu. Do you know her?" Lin Jiyun didn't know what happened between Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming later. She only knew that she had some conflicts with Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. After it was resolved, Yang Ming helped her find a job. She didn't know if they still had contact after that, so Lin Jiyun wasn't sure if Yang Ming could still remember Jing Xiaolu. I know. Of course, I know her." Yang Ming nodded and subconsciously felt that Jing Xiaolu's frown just now was related to what Lin Jiyun was going to say next. "It turns out that you still remember her, that's good." Lin Jiyun was afraid that Yang Ming would forget Jing Xiaolu. If so, she couldn't continue to talk about it. "How can I not remember? We had a big grudge in the beginning, but now my relationship with her is not bad. We have become friends." Yang Ming smiled and nodded. "I just saw Jing Xiaolu come out of the dormitory building. I called her, but she was absent-minded. She just answered a few words and left. I don't know what happened to her. Something did happen to Xiaolu." As Lin Jiyun said this, she also sighed slightly. Xiaolu was framed. Framed? What happened? Where did this come from? Yang Ming was shocked and asked subconsciously. As his heart tightened just now, Yang Ming suddenly realized that Jing Xiaolu's position in his mind had unknowingly risen to a high level. At least, if it were in the past, he wouldn't pay so much attention to her. Whether she was framed or not had nothing to do with Yang Ming. But at this moment, after listening to Lin Jiyun's words, Yang Ming was secretly anxious. Speaking of this, it's actually a bit weird. Lin Jiyun thought about it and organized her words. How should she say it to Yang Ming? Yang Ming also opened the door of the front passenger seat and let Lin Jiyun get in. How is it weird? Isn't Jing Xiaolu in school? No one dares to provoke her? Yang Ming was a little puzzled. Isn't Xianxia the big sister of your dormitory building? Who dares to bully her sister? What big sister? I'm not talking about the school. It's about the company. Lin Jiyun waved her hand. AI, in short, it's hard to say. Anyway, I will tell you when we go home. I have to show you something first. Otherwise, it won't be clear if I just talk about it. Well, then let's go home and talk. Yang Ming nodded. Anyway, the school wasn't far from home. It was only a few minutes' drive. Yang Ming first ordered some food at a fast food restaurant in the community. He told them the delivery address and then went home. Because he had to practice throwing knives with Lin Jiyun, he didn't have time to cook. Lin Jiyun was a little distressed. She complained, "It's not as good as mine. It's so expensive. It's really not worth it." Hee, today is not a special situation. There will be many opportunities for you to show your skills in the future. Yang Ming certainly knew that Lin Jiyun wasn't talking nonsense. Her cooking skills were taught by Xinhua Ping. She had been doing housework since she was a child. She was good at cooking. Even Chen Mingyan couldn't compare to her. Lin Jiyun was just saying. She was now the vice president of the company. She couldn't be stingy about everything. This mentality still had to be changed. When they returned home, the two washed their faces first and changed into pajamas. They weren't in a hurry to practice. Lin Jiyun pulled Yang Ming into the study and then turned on the computer. Why? Do you still need a computer? Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun's movements and was a little curious. Yeah, someone posted a post on the internet in the name of Jing Xiaolu. The words were very bad. You will know when you see it. Lin Jiyun said as she logged into the internet and found the post about Jing Xiaolu. This post had become popular. As long as you logged into the community, you could see it. A post in the name of Jing Xiaolu? Yang Ming frowned. This kind of posting on the internet to frame others was not uncommon. When he was challenging Ren Jianren, he also used the advantage of the internet to attack Ren Jianren's taekwondo club. However, his nature was different from framing. He was just building momentum for his own side. The content of the statement was also true. Although there was an exaggerated nature, it couldn't be said to be fabrication and framing. Look, this is it. Lin Jiyun found the post about Jing Xiaolu, opened it, and pointed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming took the mouse from Lin Jiyun's hand and began to look at the post in front of him carefully. I am willing to use 1 month of my time to rent a BMW for a week. After Yang Ming read a few lines, he frowned. It was true that Jing Xiaolu's character was somewhat materialistic. However, no matter how materialistic Jing Xiaolu was, it was impossible for her to do such a thing. She would use 30 days of her own use in exchange for a week's use of a BMW. Unless her brain was flooded with water, she would not do such a stupid thing. Although Jing Xiaolu was materialistic and had a lot of boyfriends, she had always been clean. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to maintain her virginity until now. Moreover, the most important point was that if she wanted to drive a BMW, did she still need to use this method? With Jing Xiaolu's current relationship with Yang Ming, she could just call and borrow the car. Besides, Yang Ming had promised her that he would give her a car. After reading the article on this post, Yang Ming looked at the following few pictures. It could be seen that it was indeed Jing Xiaolu. Although her face was not shown, Yang Ming was still very familiar with Jing Xiaolu's figure, especially her sets of clothes. Yang Ming had also seen them. One of them was bought for her when he accompanied her to go shopping. The people in the company gave it to her? Yang Ming was not stupid. Without Lin Jiyun saying it, he directly guessed the initiator of this matter. You think so too? Lin Jiyun was a little surprised. She didn't expect Yang Ming to come to such a conclusion after reading the post. It's very obvious. Yang Ming pointed to a few photos on the screen and said, these photos were taken in the company. The angle and quality are very good. Of course, it was definitely not taken by Jing Xiaolu herself. It must be someone else who took it secretly. Even if it was taken secretly, such an effect shows that the person who took it secretly should be very familiar with Jing Xiaolu, so Jing Xiaolu would not be guarded against him. Only the people in the company can do it. Think about it. If it was an outsider who took photos in front of Jing Xiaolu, would she not be suspicious? But if it was a colleague in the company who passed by in front of Jing Xiaolu with a mobile phone, Jing Xiaolu would naturally think that the colleague was reading the text message or checking the phone number. She would not pay any special attention. It is true, but your analysis is right. Lin Jiyun agreed. Guxinyao, Jing Xiaolu, and I also think so, but we don't know who made it. Didn't Jing Xiaolu say that she offended anyone in the company? Yang Ming looked at the post and asked faintly. He was already thinking about the consequences of this matter. This kind of method of framing people appeared in his own company. It was no longer a trivial matter, but a moral mistake. If he didn't curb this evil trend, and the person behind the scenes was not effectively punished, then everyone would follow suit in the future. If they were not pleasing to the eye, they would do such things. Then, the company's atmosphere would be ruined. Therefore, Yang Ming would not let it go. This was not just a matter of standing up for Jing Xiaolu, but it had risen to the entire company's atmosphere. Yang Ming must be cautious. No, Sister Xinyao and I also asked Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu couldn't think of who she had offended in the company. Lin Jiyun shook her head. Yang Ming also knew that Jing Xiaolu's character had now become much more introverted. She would not easily offend anyone. If she said so, then it should not be that she took the initiative to offend someone. Maybe she had something that hindered others. But what could make her colleague so crazy and do such a despicable thing? Yang Ming was already furious at the moment. There was actually such an employee in his company. Even if others hindered him, he didn't need to do such a thing. I will deal with this matter. Yang Ming said coldly. To put it lightly, this is just a dispute between colleagues. But to put it seriously, this person has constituted slander. We can call the police. You can call the police? Lin Jiyun didn't know this. This was also the reason why many people suffered in silence. In fact, this kind of framing and fabricating facts to maliciously hurt others had constituted slander, but Jing Xiaolu didn't know it. Yang Ming nodded and looked at Lin Jiyun. However, how did you want to solve it? I want to call Xianxia and ask her to help investigate and see if we can find the person who posted the post. Lin Jiyun said. And? Xianxia, I forgot. She is a computer expert. Yang Ming's original idea was to use his special identity to investigate this case with the help of the police. However, the computer strength of the Songjiang police wasn't good enough. The experts were all in Donghai. When handling the case, they had to be transferred from Donghai. But Zhou Jiejia could play her role. Yeah, Jiejia is very powerful. She should be able to help us. Lin Jiyun nodded and said. Yang Ming's previous idea was to let the police intervene in the investigation, but now that Zhou Jiejia was competent, he could let Zhou Jiejia investigate the truth of the matter first and let the police arrest the person directly. Of course, if Yang Ming was an ordinary person, the evidence obtained by doing this would not be accepted by the police. However, Yang Ming's identity was different. He belonged to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, so naturally, he had authority. Jiyun, you should practice the knife throwing at home first. I asked Bao Sanli to buy the target and knife throwing today. You should practice your hand feeling and accuracy first. Yang Ming said, when you get used to it, it will be fine as long as you can throw it smoothly. Anne, are you going to deal with Jing Xiaolu's matter? Lin Jiyun nodded and asked. I will go to the school to find Xiaolu and Jiejia first, then I will go to the company. I will solve this matter tonight. Yang Ming said, right, the food will be delivered in a while. You should eat first. When Meng Yan comes back, you can eat with her. I may not come back to eat. Okay. Lin Jiyun responded. After Yang Ming finished, he went out of the house. He first called Zhou Jiejia to ask what she was busy with and if she was free. Jiejia, are you at school? After the phone was connected, Yang Ming asked. Yang Ming? Zhou Jiejia was obviously happy when she heard Yang Ming's voice. Although she just saw Yang Ming yesterday, the time in love was always long. Although Zhou Jiejia was busy every day, she still missed Yang Ming in her heart. I am at school. I am still in the laboratory. I am doing an experiment with Sister Xiaoqing. Oh, that's the case. Then, do you have time later? Yang Ming didn't expect Zhou Jiejia to be busy with the experiment so late at night without rest. Later. I may be busy until late at night. Why? What's the matter? Zhou Jiejia also wanted to go out with Yang Ming, but she was really busy here. She couldn't leave. This is the case. In my company, someone anonymously posted an anonymous post that slandered other colleagues. I want you to help me check and see if you can find out which computer it was posted from. Yang Ming asked. That's it. When Zhou Jiejia heard that Yang Ming had a serious matter to look for her, she immediately put it in her heart. Then, I will ask Sister Xiaoqing for leave. If it was just Yang Ming who wanted to see her or find her to have a meal together, Zhou Jiejia couldn't convince herself to put down her work even though she wanted to go. However, since Yang Ming had a serious matter to do, Zhou Jiejia naturally had to ask for leave from Xiaoqing. That's fine. You tell Qing first. Do your thing first. I may be there in a while. I will call you when I arrive. Yang Ming said to Zhou Jiejia. Yang Ming directly called Xiaoqing because Zhou Jiejia already knew about his relationship with Xiaoqing. So, he didn't have to avoid anything. Deliberately avoiding it would make Zhou Jiejia feel that he didn't trust her. Yang Ming now had to find Jing Xiaolu first. Looking at Jing Xiaolu's appearance when he met her just now, Jing Xiaolu should be going to class. He didn't know if she had finished her class and if she could leave midway. Therefore, Yang Ming had to confirm in advance, so he let Zhou Jiejie do her thing first. Driving to the school's College of Art, Yang Ming dialed Jing Xiaolu's mobile phone, but it was hung up after 2 rings. Maybe Jing Xiaolu was in class, so it was inconvenient to answer the phone. Sure enough, after a while, Yang Ming received a short message from Jing Xiaolu. "What's the matter?" "I'm in class. I'm downstairs at your college. Can you come down now?" Yang Ming hadn't used the mobile phone to send text messages for a long time, so he was a little rusty. He only typed a few words after a long time. He felt that it wasn't as convenient to talk on the phone, so he didn't say too much. He waited for Jing Xiaolu to come down and talk about it in detail. Jing Xiaolu was in class. Suddenly, the mobile phone in her pocket vibrated. She took it out and saw that it was actually Yang Ming calling. However, Jing Xiaolu hesitated and still hung up the phone. Jing Xiaolu had changed a lot now. Her character was not like the delinquent girl from before. She felt that it was impolite to answer the phone in class, so she hung up the phone and sent a text message. Yang Ming rarely took the initiative to call her. It was always her who looked for him. This was the first time. After Jing Xiaolu hung up the phone, she regretted it a little. She held the phone and waited for Yang Ming's reply. After waiting for a long time, Yang Ming's message didn't come in. Jing Xiaolu was so anxious that she wanted to call back again. Yang Ming's message finally came in late. Jing Xiaolu quickly opened the message and read it. When she saw that Yang Ming said that he was waiting for her downstairs and asked if she could go down, Jing Xiaolu's heart suddenly trembled. Her face blushed like a girl who was about to welcome her first love. Her heart was beating wildly in her arms. She didn't know what to do. How can he look for me at this time? Jing Xiaolu looked at the phone in her hand and checked the phone number carefully. Yes, it is Yang Ming's phone number. However, Yang Ming and I don't have any substantial relationship now. We are just good friends. Yang Ming has never taken the initiative to look for me. What happened this time? Could it be that when I just came out of the dormitory building, I was a little dazed? Yang Ming saw it and Yang Ming was concerned about me? Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu's heart was sweet as if she had eaten honey. However, Jing Xiaolu quickly regained her calmness. Jing Xiaolu wasn't stupid. This idea was too whimsical. If she were Lin Jiyun, Yang Ming would definitely care about her, but she wasn't. She was just a friend of Yang Ming, just an ordinary friend. Yang Ming wouldn't care about her so much. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu was a little discouraged. Maybe I thought too much. But no matter what, it was good to see Yang Ming. Previously at the dormitory entrance, Jing Xiaolu didn't talk too much with Yang Ming. Her bad mood was one of the reasons, but it wasn't the main reason. The main reason was that Jing Xiaolu knew that Yang Ming was waiting for Lin Jiyun, and Lin Jiyun was going to come downstairs soon. If Lin Jiyun noticed something when she was pestering Yang Ming, it would be a little bad. So, Jing Xiaolu hurriedly left after saying a few words to Yang Ming, but it didn't mean that Jing Xiaolu didn't want to spend more time with Yang Ming. Now that Yang Ming took the initiative to contact her, no matter what, it was a good start. Even if he called her out of the classroom and tormented her, Jing Xiaolu felt that she had made progress compared to before. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but be happy again. However, why did it feel a little like self-abuse? Jing Xiaolu raised her hand and asked for leave from the teacher. "Teacher, I'm not feeling well. I want to go back early." It was always much easier for female students to ask for leave than male students. Before Jing Xiaolu finished speaking, the male teacher who taught the theory class in front of her waved his hand, indicating that Jing Xiaolu could go. There were many reasons that the male teacher was embarrassed to ask because there was a male teacher who had just graduated who was more serious. A female student wanted to ask for leave, saying that she was not feeling well. The male teacher looked left and right, but he couldn't see the female student's discomfort. So, the male teacher didn't allow it. He had to ask the female student. Since she was not feeling well, then what was wrong with her? As a result, the female student was also very angry. She used to ask for leave in front of other teachers, and it was very smooth. Why was she blocked here today? Moreover, this female student was indeed very anxious. The male teacher still didn't let her go. In a hurry, the female student shouted, "Teacher, I'm bleeding down there. The sanitary napkin can't hold it. It's going to leak. I'm in a hurry to change it. Do you want to see?" As a result, the male teacher was so embarrassed that his face turned red. From then on, he didn't dare to simply ask the reason why the female student asked for leave. With the male teacher as an example, the other teachers also learned to be smart. They turned a blind eye to the female student's request for leave. Xianxia came out of the class smoothly. When she went downstairs, she saw Yang Ming standing at the entrance of the Academy of Arts. His bleak appearance in the cold wind made Xiaolu's heart beat faster. "Yang Ming? Are you looking for me?" Xiaolu's face was red like a ripe tomato. Looking at Yang Ming, she blinked her eyes, and there was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Yang Ming was stunned by Xiaolu's appearance. She looked like she had lost her soul just now. How did she become like she had won the lottery in the blink of an eye? "Xiaolu, why do you look so happy?" Yang Ming couldn't help but ask. "Happy? Yeah, I've always been very happy. Today, you asked me out, so I'm even happier," Xiaolu said heartlessly. "Ugh." Yang Ming was stunned. If he didn't see the post on the internet with his own eyes, he even thought that Xiaolu was fine at all. "Weren't you crestfallen before? Just when I met you before?" "Oh, that's the company's matter. It has nothing to do with you." "It's nothing." Mentioning that matter, Xiaolu's brows frowned slightly. She seemed to be a little unhappy again. "Xiaolu, Zhiyun told me what happened." Yang Ming looked at the carefree Xiaolu and fell into bitterness for a moment. He knew that this matter still brought her a lot of trouble. Her happy look just now may really be because I asked her out. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. "I simply asked her out, but it made this girl so happy." You know." Hearing that Yang Ming already knew, Xiaolu didn't hide it anymore. She sighed. "I don't know who I offended. Why am I so unlucky to be posted on the internet? I'm looking for you because of this matter. I have already called Xianxia. We will go to the company in a while and let Xianxia find out which computer the post was posted from," said Yang Ming. Xiaolu was a little surprised and a little happy. She didn't expect Yang Ming to come for her matter. It was already so late. After Yang Ming learned from Lin Zhiyun that something happened to her, he rushed here and planned to solve the matter for her overnight. This made Xiaolu feel a little flattered. Indeed, she was flattered. Xiaolu had always appeared in front of Yang Ming in a manner of chasing after him. Yang Ming, except for treating her as a friend, had never expressed anything else. But this time, even if it was out of concern for an ordinary friend, Xiaolu was also satisfied. "You want to stand up for me?" Xiaolu looked at Yang Ming excitedly. "I knew it. You definitely can't ignore me." "What do you mean by standing up for you?" Yang Ming was a little amused. "My main purpose this time is to clean up some villains in the company. They actually used such despicable means among colleagues. Such a person is not qualified to continue to stay in the company." Yang Ming was a little amused. "Although you said so, I also know that you care about me." Xiaolu smirked proudly. "If it were someone else, how could you do this overnight? Wouldn't you have gone home to be intimate with Sister Lin?" Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded after listening to Xiaolu's words. What do you mean by going home to be intimate? However, he couldn't refute it. He could only snort to express his dissatisfaction with her words. But Xiaolu didn't care at all. "Forget it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I know even if you don't say it. Well, you are my friend. Even if it's out of normal concern for a good friend, can't I stand up for you?" Yang Ming shrugged. "I know what you think in your heart, but I am good to you, not because of that kind of relationship." Xiaolu stuck out her tongue. "I didn't say that. Why are you feeling guilty?" Yang Ming often lost in front of Xiaolu, but he didn't care. This little girl was very smart, brave, and resourceful. Yang Ming couldn't win against her. "Get in the car and pick up Zhou Jieji." "I drive?" Jing Xiaolu actually didn't have to drive, but she was a little annoyed when she thought of Wang Sharon's words to her today. It was best to borrow Yang Ming's car for a few days and let the people in the company see that she already had a BMW. She didn't need to rely on the exchange method mentioned in the online post. You can drive if you want. Yang Ming was happy to save trouble. He handed the key in his hand to Jing Xiaolu. However, this is the last time you drive my car. What do you mean? Jing Xiaolu took the car key happily. After hearing Yang Ming's words, her expression suddenly froze. She originally planned to ask Yang Ming to lend his car for a few days. Now, listening to Yang Ming's words, it seemed that he didn't intend to let her drive his car in the future. What's wrong? Yang Ming didn't know Jing Xiaolu's thoughts. When he saw her somewhat lost expression, he was puzzled. What's with your expression? I was just about to tell you a good thing. You don't seem very happy. What good thing? Jing Xiaolu asked subconsciously, but her expression was not very happy. She thought, you don't want to lend me your car. What good thing can it be? I asked Bao Sanli to book a car. Maybe in these 2 days, you can get the key. Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu's expression. He still felt that something was wrong. How did I provoke her? Why are you suddenly so gloomy? Car key? Jing Xiaolu was stunned and immediately reacted. She exclaimed excitedly, you bought a car for me? Looking at the huge difference in Jing Xiaolu's expression before and after, Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. Didn't I promise you before? I will buy a car for you. I have to keep my word, right? Yang Ming, you are so good. I love you. Jing Xiaolu hugged Yang Ming's neck without warning and kissed Yang Ming's face. According to Yang Ming's reaction speed, he could naturally push Jing Xiaolu away before she came over. However, Yang Ming did not do so because Jing Xiaolu was now completely instinctive and unintentional. He didn't need to be so heartless. Moreover, Yang Ming still had some feelings for Jing Xiaolu now. He didn't resist continuing to develop with her, but things always had to go with the flow. So after Yang Ming let Jing Xiaolu kiss him, he said, don't mess around. Hee. Jing Xiaolu let go of Yang Ming and danced excitedly. I finally have a car. I have my own car. Let's see what the people in the company will say. The car is not yours. Yang Ming timely poured cold water on Jing Xiaolu. He didn't want Jing Xiaolu to think that giving her a car represented his intention or hint. This was just a promise. The car's license is written with the company's name. That's better. It saves me the time to explain. If it was written with another name, others would think that I exchanged it in another way. Jing Xiaolu didn't care at all. Moreover, I don't have to pay the fines in the future. They are all sent to the company. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded when he heard Jing Xiaolu's words. Can't you say something serious? You still want to pay the fines? Are you kidding? My skills are very good now. I don't even violate the rules. Jing Xiaolu shook her head and said, right, then let's talk about business. What kind of car did you buy for me? It won't be too embarrassing, right? Isn't it a X5? Didn't we talk about this car last time? Yang Ming was stunned. This chick still doesn't know what car I gave her, but she is already so excited. It's really a BMW. Yang Ming, I love you. Jing Xiaolu exclaimed and wanted to hug Yang Ming again. This time, she was pushed away by Yang Ming. Okay, don't go too far. If Zhou Jiejie sees it later, let's see if she will still help you. Yang Ming glared at Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu snorted. Apparently, she was dismissive of Yang Ming's words. She got in the car and drove to the School of Computer Science with Yang Ming. On the way, Yang Ming called Zhou Jiejie and told her that he had already picked her up. He asked her to go downstairs as soon as possible. Zhou Jiejie responded and went to Shaoqing to ask for leave. Then, she went downstairs. Zhou Jiejie went downstairs. Yang Ming couldn't sit in the front passenger seat anymore. He opened the door and sat in the back with Zhou Jiejie. Jing Xiaolu became the real driver. Xiaolu, do you know how to drive? Zhou Jiejie was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the person driving was actually Jing Xiaolu. In the company, sometimes I drive. Jing Xiaolu turned her head and smiled at Zhou Jiejie affectionately. Jiejie, I've troubled you this time. It's so late already. I even made you come out because of my matter. It's okay. Since you need me, of course, I can't refuse. Zhou Jiejie said, what the hell is going on? Can you tell me? Yang Ming didn't explain it clearly on the phone just now. He only said a few words. And then on the way to the company, I will tell you. Jing Xiaolu started the car and told Zhou Jiejie the whole story while driving. The matter was not complicated, so Zhou Jiejie quickly understood. It should be that Jing Xiaolu's colleague posted a post on the MP community to frame Jing Xiaolu. It turns out to be like this. If the person who posted the post doesn't know computer technology, it should be very easy to check. As long as it is determined that the post was posted from the company, then there is no problem. Zhou Jiejie said after listening. The machines in the company are regularly maintained. Among the employees, there shouldn't be anyone who knows too much, right? Jing Xiaolu thought about it and said. And, just make sure that the IP address of the post is not the company's external IP address. Zhou Jiejie said, everything can wait until we get there. Right, Jiejie, can you use hacking skills to delete the post? It is always posted on the internet. It has a bad impact on Jing Xiaolu. Now, only the company knows about it. If Xiaolu's classmates see it, things will be out of control. Yang Ming asked with some concern. This was also the problem that Jing Xiaolu was worried about, but it was not appropriate to tell Zhou Jiejie now. She originally planned to go to the company and find out who did it, then ask Zhou Jiejie to do it. However, Yang Ming said it for her first. Jing Xiaolu thought, Yang Ming is really treating me differently now. Regardless of whether he admits it or not, he must have a good impression of me. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so concerned about me. Yeah, Jiejie, I am also worried that others will see it. Jing Xiaolu said, if the people in the company see it, they will see it. If the teachers and classmates at school see me, what should I do? Yang Ming was secretly amused. You used to dress like a delinquent girl and cheat men of money all day long. Why aren't you afraid of others gossiping? Now you are worried? However, Yang Ming didn't say it. After all, Jing Xiaolu had changed now. She was developing in a good direction. Let bygones be bygones. Hee, what hacking skills do you need? Zhou Jiejie smiled and shook her head. There is no need to make such a big fuss. I have a netizen who is the administrator of the MP community. If I tell him, the post can be deleted. It is not so troublesome. I can ask him about the IP address of the post. Wow. Jiejie, you are so powerful? You actually know so many powerful people? Jing Xiaolu was surprised and envious. It's just some netizens who work with computers. It's nothing. Being praised by Jing Xiaolu, Zhou Jiejie blushed. She thought, reality and the internet are really different. I was praised by thousands of admirers on the internet, but I didn't feel like this now. Right, do you have the company's access card? Yang Ming suddenly thought of a problem. It is so late. There should be no one in the company. How do we get in? I have the access card, but I don't have the key downstairs. Jing Xiaolu spread her hands and said, the company will lock the door every night. I don't know if anyone is working overtime today. Yang Ming couldn't rely on luck. He took out his mobile phone and called Bao Sanli, asking him to rush to the company immediately to wait for him. Bao Sanli was used to Yang Ming often looking for him in the middle of the night, so he immediately put on his clothes and rushed to the company. Bao Sanli bought a house near the company. Now he didn't live in the nightless club. After the nightless club was incorporated into Mingyang Entertainment, it began to implement formal management. It also gave up the previous guarding method. The security guards of the Mingyang Security Company maintained the order of the nightclub. Therefore, Bao Sanli could get to the company in 5 minutes. When Yang Ming's car stopped at the company's entrance, Bao Sanli was already waiting at the door. Seeing Jing Xiaolu sitting in the driver's seat, Bao Sanli was not surprised. He had heard from Bai Hai about the incident at KFC. Later, Yang Ming entrusted him to book a car for Jing Xiaolu, so Bao Sanli had regarded Jing Xiaolu as Yang Ming's woman. As for Zhou Jiejia, Bao Sanli had also seen her before. Although she rarely appeared in Yang Ming's company, he often saw her when he delivered fruits and vegetables to Yang Ming's home. He knew that she was Yang Ming's girlfriend. Brother Yang, sister-in-law. Bao Sanli saw Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu, and Zhou Jiejia get off the car and nodded to them. He had obviously included Jing Xiaolu in the list of Yang Ming's girlfriends. Jing Xiaolu felt sweet in her heart. She glanced at Yang Ming and saw that he did not show any unpleasant expression. He did not deny it to Bao Sanli, so she was even more proud. You came very quickly. Yang Ming was very satisfied with Bao Sanli's current work efficiency. He was swift and decisive and never procrastinated. Hee, I just live nearby. Isn't it fast? Bao Sanli listened to Yang Ming praising him and immediately smiled. Brother Yang, it's so late. What's the matter with you coming to the company? In the past 2 days, have you heard about the private rumors among the employees in the company? Yang Ming glanced at Bao Sanli and directly talked about business. Rumors spread in private? Bao Sanli was stunned and looked at Yang Ming inexplicably. He didn't know why Yang Ming suddenly asked him about the company's gossip. However, when he saw Jing Xiaolu next to Yang Ming, there must be some bad rumors in the company that reached Yang Ming's ears. Thinking of this, Bao Sanli was shocked and began to try to recall if there was anything strange in the company in the past 2 days. However, Bao Sanli was not in the company all day long. He still had a lot of things to do every day, so he couldn't fully understand what rumors were among the employees. After thinking for a long time, he remembered that when the secretary reported to him this evening, she mentioned something suspicious. Brother Yang, what you said is not a farce in the company, right? Is it said that a female employee shamelessly posted her photos on the internet and used her body in exchange for the right to use a BMW for a week? Farce? Shameless? Yang Ming glanced at Bao Sanli and asked coldly. Seeing Yang Ming's ashen face, Bao Sanli's heart was shocked. Did I say something wrong? However, why would Yang Ming be interested in this kind of thing? Brother Yang. I just heard about it when the secretary reported to me today. I don't know the details. Bao Sanli saw Yang Ming's unhappy look and quickly lowered his head. Farce? You just treat it as a farce? Yang Ming asked, you didn't think about investigating the cause of the matter? I'm sorry, Brother Yang. I failed in my duty. Although Bao Sanli didn't know why Yang Ming was so angry, it must be related to this rumor. Bao Sanli quickly reviewed himself. Indeed, I didn't pay attention at the beginning, and I didn't investigate afterward. Seeing Bao Sanli's attitude, Yang Ming's anger dissipated. Indeed, Bao Sanli, as the company's general manager, did not have so much energy to understand these trivial matters. However, some trivial matters were not trivial. They could affect the overall fate of a company. Many very large companies often began to decline because of some trivial matters. In the end, it developed into an uncontrollable situation, and the company was pushed to extinction. The person in the post is Xiaolu. Yang Ming glanced at Bao Sanli and said faintly, do you think she is shameless? She wants to use herself in exchange for the right to use a BMW for a week. Bao Sanli's cold sweat came out. He didn't expect that the person in the post would be Jing Xiaolu. Then, obviously, this post couldn't be posted by Jing Xiaolu herself. Jing Xiaolu used her own body in exchange for the right to use a BMW? It was simply unbelievable. Jing Xiaolu was driving Yang Ming's BMW just now, and the car she ordered would arrive tomorrow. Jing Xiaolu would have her own car. How could she do such a thing? Unless she had water in her head. Of course, it was impossible for Jing Xiaolu's head to have water in it. The only possibility was that Jing Xiaolu was framed by others. And Bao Sanli was no longer the original boorish man. He also knew how to use his brain. Now, he was more meticulous in his crudeness. After thinking about it, he understood why Yang Ming was so angry. Jing Xiaolu didn't post the post herself, so the post must be posted by someone else. Then, who was the person who posted this? There was no need to think about it. It must be someone inside the company. There was a conflict between colleagues, and they used this kind of despicable means to attack and frame each other. It was simply despicable to a certain extent. If this matter was not handled well, the people in the company would follow suit in the future. Then, could the company still be good? Of course, this was only one of the reasons. Secondly, what was the relationship between Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming? Bao Sanli had long regarded them as a family, so how could Yang Ming not be angry when Jing Xiaolu was involved in this kind of thing? Did Yang Ming's girlfriend need to do this kind of thing? However, when his secretary reported this to him, it was obviously hearsay. He didn't confirm who the female employee was, nor did he investigate the truth of this matter. He just told it to him as a joke. Brother Yang, I understand. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Thinking of this, Bao Sanli quickly promised. You investigate? How are you going to investigate? Yang Ming looked at Bao Sanli's solemn expression and couldn't help but be amused. Do you know computers? Can you find out who posted the post? This? Bao Sanli was speechless. Yes, he thought it was simple before. If he wanted to investigate thoroughly, he should be able to find out the problem. But now the key question was, how was he going to investigate? It was useless to just think about investigating. The main problem was how to investigate. Indeed, he didn't understand computer technology. He couldn't start with the computer. If he talked to the employees one by one, let's not talk about whether it would be effective. Even if it was effective, it would take a long time. Therefore, this was the stupidest method, and it wasn't feasible at all. Thinking of this, Bao Sanli was a little discouraged, but then he thought that since Yang Ming asked this, it meant that he must have full confidence. Otherwise, Yang Ming wouldn't ask him like this. Brother Yang, do you have a good idea? Bao Sanli's eyes turned and asked. You. Brat. Yang Ming laughed and slapped the back of Bao Sanli's head. You are quite smart now. Yes, you know Zhou Jiejia, but her other identity is a computer expert. Yang Ming pointed to Zhou Jiejia and said, I asked you to open the door. As for the other things, let Jiejia investigate it. Bao Sanli didn't expect the woman around Yang Ming to have this ability, but Yang Ming said so it must be true. Otherwise, Yang Ming wouldn't bring Zhou Jiejia here. Otherwise, wouldn't they be exposed after a while? So, Bao Sanli looked at Zhou Jiejia with admiration. It turns out that Miss Zhou is also a capable person. It seems that I am the only mediocre person around Brother Yang. What do you mean? Are you trying to bully me? I am an assistant in the company. You are the general manager. If you are mediocre, then I am nothing. Jing Xiaolu was a little unhappy when she heard Bao Sanli's words. Bao Sanli secretly complained. He thought, I just flattered Zhou Jiejia, but I forgot about this lady around me. So, he quickly changed the topic. How can that be? Brother Yang just thinks that I am too stupid and wants to train you to be my successor. That's more like it. Although she knew that Bao Sanli was talking nonsense, Jing Xiaolu still nodded happily. Yang Ming also secretly laughed at Jing Xiaolu for actually caring about this, but he didn't say anything to her. After all, she had just been framed. She was in a bad mood. At this time, joking with Bao Sanli could also relieve her depressed mood. Bao Sanli opened the company's door and accompanied Yang Ming into the company. Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jiejia walked in front. Brother Yang, it seems that I have to pay more attention to the management of the company. Bao Sanli said as he went upstairs. I used to manage a nightclub, but that was different from the company's management. If the disputes between these employees were to be made, it would also be a big deal. And, it's good that you have this determination. I won't blame you for this time's matter. Yang Ming waved his hand. However, the atmosphere in a company is related to the fate and development of the company. We must correct these unrighteous tendencies and stifle this evil trend in time. Otherwise, if everyone follows suit, how can the company develop? I know, Brother Yang. I will pay attention in the future. Bao Sanli nodded. Right, Brother Yang, you see, Xiaolu's ability is almost there. Do you want to promote her to the executive deputy general manager? Old Ho and I usually have to go back and forth. The projects of Dong Hai and President Hua can't be stopped, and we are not often in the company. The management of the company can't do without our own people. Although my secretary is a trustworthy person, after all, he is not a family member. Just like this time's matter, he hasn't realized the seriousness, and he hasn't seriously inquired about who the employee was. Therefore, his business sensitivity and awareness are still lacking. Xiaolu is often in the company, and she can help us collect some information. You can promote whoever you want. I won't interfere. Yang Ming looked at Bao Sanli and smiled. If you think her ability is enough, then use her. It's purely because of her joke. Don't take it seriously. I'm not a nepotistic person. Of course, her ability is definitely enough. Bao Sanli nodded. At least, she is better than me. Xiaolu is still a very capable person. Moreover, in today's society, who doesn't have some ability? Those who can apply to enter our company are mostly bachelor's or master's degrees. Even the typists have a technical secondary education. So, when it comes to ability, no one can say that they are better than others. The key is still to look at the connections. How can the politics of a company be so complicated by you? Yang Ming smiled, but he didn't refute. This was the case. In many companies, most of the management were related to the chairman, and they generally had no education. Instead, their subordinates were college graduates or graduate students. Then, it's settled. I will discuss with Old Ho tomorrow and then make the appointment. Bao Sanli said, we can't let Xiaolu be wronged for nothing, right? Besides, there is the most important point. Xiaolu's level is not enough. She will get off work immediately after opening a company. It will cause criticism. Others will say that she is just an assistant to the general manager, but she drives a BMW. Okay, if there is really criticism, then she is the vice president at such a young age. Isn't it more enviable? Yang Ming glared at Bao Sanli. I'm not afraid of what others will say. Private enterprises are like this. We are not the only one. Even the aunties who are related to the boss can be the leader. Others can't say anything. Bao Sanli smiled and stopped talking about this topic. Right, the car has arrived. The car key is in my hand. I have sent it to get the license plate registered. It will be back tomorrow. And, when the car arrives, you can give the key to Xiaolu directly tomorrow. Yang Ming nodded and didn't take it seriously. A car was nothing to him. Sister-in-law Mingyan's Audi A5 has also arrived. I also went to get the license plate registered. I let Old Ho be in charge of getting the license plate of the city bureau. Bao Sanli said, it doesn't matter if there are occasional small violations. Aren't you looking for trouble for me? Mingyan's father is the acting director of the city bureau. Do you want to get the license plate of the city bureau for her to drive? Yang Ming was really a little dumbfounded. This car was originally bought with our private money. If people think that the car is for private use, aren't you smearing Uncle Chen's face? Ugh, Brother Yang, no. Bao Sanli sweated and quickly explained, our security company is an enterprise affiliated with the city bureau, so there is a special license plate number. Mingyan's A5 and Xiaolu's X5 are under the name of the security company, so there is no problem. We are not afraid of others checking. Yang Ming rolled his eyes and thought, of course, I am not afraid of others checking. But I am afraid that those who don't know will talk behind my back. Who knows what your special license plate number is? The beginning is the same, and ordinary people can't distinguish it. However, since Bao Sanli had already done this, Yang Ming had no choice but to say, then you give them a security company pass and put it in front of the windshield. It is obvious so that people can see that it is our own car at a glance. No problem. Bao Sanli quickly responded and scolded himself in his heart. Why didn't I think of the relationship between the two? It didn't matter if Jing Xiaolu drove it. Chen Mingyan's identity was there. It was hard to guarantee that some people who didn't know the truth would think that she was driving her father's car for private use. Yang Ming nodded and didn't blame Bao Sanli anymore. He may have done it out of kindness, but he didn't think so complicatedly. It was just that in some cases, it was necessary to think about all aspects, especially since Chen Fei's current position was very sensitive. It was hard to guarantee that people with bad intentions wouldn't association. Yang Ming now had the identity of the young master of Mingyang Heavy Industry, but after all, he and Chen Mingyan were not married yet. Even after the two were engaged, no matter how luxurious Chen Mingyan was, no one would say anything. After all, with the wealth of his own family, unless Chen Fei was crazy, he wouldn't do something like corruption, bribery, or private use. The second floor of the company was the restaurant. There was no elevator in the lobby on the first floor. The elevator would stop directly from the second floor to the underground parking lot, so to take the elevator, one must go up to the second floor first. Yang Ming and the others went upstairs and got on the elevator on the second floor. President Bao, you. Zhou Jieji said this and thought about Yang Ming again. She felt that her tone was a bit inappropriate. She wanted to say your company, but with her current relationship with Yang Ming, saying your company would be a bit of an outsider, so Zhou Jieji hesitated and said, how many computers does our company have? This should be a few hundred. Bao Sanli thought about it and replied, Mingyang Entertainment has more than 300 employees. Some people have laptops. A conservative estimate should be about 400 computers. The specific number, the finance department has the fixed assets statistics, but I can't see it now. Bao Sanli was scolded by Yang Ming because he reported an approximate number last time. So this time, he was afraid that Yang Ming would scold him, so he specifically stated that the specific number would be checked by the finance department. However, this was not an urgent matter. Yang Ming did not pay attention to this. He waved his hand and said, Jieji, there are so many computers. Isn't it? It is indeed a bit too many. Zhou Jieji also smiled bitterly. If I check one by one, it will take a lot of time. I don't know if I can finish it in one night. Although I can write a targeted check program, I didn't prepare in advance. Xiaolu. Why don't you think about it? Is there anyone in the company who has a bad relationship with you? Yang Ming nodded and felt that the workload was too huge. Even if Zhou Jieji didn't sleep at night, she might not be able to complete the check completely. Bad relationship? I don't think so. Jing Xiaolu frowned and began to think hard. After thinking for a while, she said, I don't offend anyone in the company. People are now rumored that I entered the company through connections. I have to be more careful. I can't discredit you. Xiaolu's reputation in the company is very good. Bao Sanli nodded in agreement. He was also afraid that Yang Ming would arrange a lady who would be difficult to serve. However, Jing Xiaolu was really conscientious. She didn't have the slightest sense of superiority. This was also an important reason why Bao Sanli wanted to promote her. Otherwise, if she really had the style of a lady, putting her in the position of the deputy general manager was simply asking for trouble. Therefore, Bao Sanli often learned about Jing Xiaolu's movements in the company. The news he got was also positive. It said that Jing Xiaolu was a very good person and was very popular among colleagues, so he said, Brother Yang, Xiaolu is a very kind person. She usually doesn't offend people. I know this. She is also down to earth in her work. Compared to that person, ugh. Bao Sanli wanted to say that she was much better than her fifth cousin, but when the words came to his mouth, he felt that it was not very good, so he didn't say anything for a long time. Compete on what? Yang Ming glanced at the stuttering Bao Sanli. If you have anything to say, just say it. That. It's your fifth cousin. Bao Sanli said with some embarrassment. Oh, him. Yang Ming didn't have a deep relationship with this fifth cousin. He hadn't even met him before, so he didn't have a good impression of him. He responded faintly, he's just here to waste time. Find a place for him to pass the time. Just don't care about him. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't have any feelings for this fifth cousin, Bao Sanli was relieved. He didn't need to give him face in the future. He just needed to arrange a job for him, and he didn't need to do anything. Ah! Jing Xiaolu suddenly screamed, which shocked Yang Ming, Bao Sanli, Zhou Jieji, and others. What's wrong with you? Why are you shouting? Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu, baffled. Why are you shouting? Who are you trying to scare? I thought about it. If there is a contradiction, then it is, that Wan Xiaoran. Jing Xiaolu hesitated and said affirmatively, when I got off work today, she came to me and mocked me. She asked me why my boyfriend didn't pick me up with a BMW. It was so annoying. BMW? Zhou Jieje was stunned. She looked at Jing Xiaolu strangely and looked at Yang Ming again. It seemed that the association had realized something, but she wasn't a girl who liked to stir up trouble. Even if she knew some things, she wouldn't simply say anything or discuss anything. I have driven Jing Xiaolu a few times. Maybe someone saw it and misunderstood. Yang Ming saw Zhou Jieje's doubts, so he explained, then there were some rumors. Oh, that's the case. Zhou Jieje nodded and didn't ask much. This Wang Xiaoran is suspicious, but based on this, we can't be sure that it is her. We need to focus on investigating later to know. I thought of it. Jing Xiaolu was reminded by Yang Ming and Zhou Jieje. She also thought of something and said, it's her. It must be her. Oh? How can you be so sure? Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu's confident expression and asked with some doubt. Earlier, that Yu Qi, your fifth cousin. He's been courting me, but I've been ignoring him. But today, I suddenly found that he was with Wang Xiaoran. It should be after this incident. Could it be that Wang Xiaoran is behind this? Jing Xiaolu was a schemer, so she immediately knew the ins and outs of the matter with a little clue. If Wang Xiaoran likes Yu Qi, and Yu Qi doesn't like her but likes me, then she can smear my reputation and take the opportunity to make Yu Qi give up. Yang Ming listened to Jing Xiaolu's analysis and took a deep breath. This Jing Xiaolu is really amazing. With just a few words, she could speculate so many ins and outs. As she said, this possibility was still very high. This Wang Xiaoran was indeed a major suspect. Of course, it was not the first time that Yang Ming experienced Jing Xiaolu's prowess, so he didn't feel too strange. On the contrary, he felt very happy. Yang Ming was not the kind of person who disliked smart girls. Although he was somewhat male chauvinistic, the smarter the woman around him was, the more he could keep improving. What you said is also true. According to this Wang Xiaoran may harm you. Let's investigate from her machine. Otherwise, there is no target. Yang Ming now also felt that this Wang Xiaoran was suspicious. The elevator stopped and came to the floor where Jing Xiaolu's office was upstairs. This floor was where all the secretaries and assistants in the company worked. Wang Xiaoran was also one of the secretaries, so her desk was also here. It's that one. Jing Xiaolu pointed to a desk and said, Jieje, look. Zhou Jieje glanced at Wang Xiaoran's computer. It was the most common type of association office computer. She turned on the computer and sat in Wang Xiaoran's office. Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu, and Bao Sanli stood aside and didn't dare to disturb Zhou Jieje's work. However, the configuration of Wang Xiaoran's computer was relatively low, so it took a while to enter the system. Taking advantage of this time, Zhou Jieje took out her small netbook and glanced at Yang Ming. She hesitated and said, Yang Ming, I want to check the MP community's IP address. Can you take everyone to leave first? N? Yang Ming was slightly stunned and looked at Zhou Jieje strangely. Checking the IP address is not a shameful thing. What is there to leave? Seeing Yang Ming's puzzled look, Zhou Jieje blushed a little. She bit her lip and whispered, Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming was puzzled, seeing Zhou Jieje's appearance at the moment, he had to agree with her, so he said, okay, we will wait for you on the side. After that, Yang Ming said to Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli, let's go. Let's go over there and rest for a while. Let Jieje be in charge of things here. The two thought that Zhou Jieje had some secret technical means that were not good for outsiders to see, so they didn't think much about it. In their eyes, the profession of a hacker was mysterious, so they naturally went to the sofa with Yang Ming to rest. However, Yang Ming was still very puzzled, especially Zhou Jieje's strange look just now. It seems that she deliberately wants to hide something. Is there anything that she wants to do that requires me to leave? Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't sit still. Zhou Jieje never hid anything from me, but this time, what is going on? Yang Ming couldn't help it. He used a special ability to look at Zhou Jieje. It turned out that Zhou Jieje was logging into QQ. However, when Zhou Jieje chose the QQ number, she did not choose the QQ number that she usually used. Instead, she chose another unfamiliar QQ number in the drop-down column of QQ. This was a 5-digit QQ number. It was the earliest number of QQ. Now, it could not be applied for. Zhou Jieji could have such a number. It was more in line with her identity, and the number was very good. However, Yang Ming never knew that Zhou Jieji had such a QQ number. Is there any secret in the QQ number that Zhou Jieji is going to log in that she can't let me know? Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly became a little nervous. Although in the beginning, Yang Ming didn't have any feelings for Zhou Jieji. He even hated her very much. However, as time passed, the two people had resolved the misunderstanding and became in a relationship. Therefore, Yang Ming still cared about Zhou Jieji very much. Zhou Jieji actually hid her identity, which made Yang Ming somewhat uncomfortable. Even if there was another identity, Yang Ming felt that there was nothing that Zhou Jieji couldn't tell him. Now that Zhou Jieji deliberately wanted him to leave, Yang Ming was even more uncomfortable. His eyes were fixed on Zhou Jieji's computer screen. He watched as Zhou Jieji pressed the login button. The little penguin in the lower right corner of the computer screen began to move. Logging in. Do you want to drink water? Jing Xiaolu took a few glasses of pure water from the water dispenser and handed one of them to Yang Ming. Oh, thank you. Yang Ming absent-mindedly took the glass of water handed over by Jing Xiaolu and took a sip. His mind wasn't on this. His attention was all focused on the small notebook in Zhou Jieji's hand. Finally, QQ was logged in. On Zhou Jieji's computer screen, the QQ login interface also appeared, and this QQ nickname. Pooh. Yang Ming almost spat out the water in his mouth. He choked on it abruptly and choked it in Yang Ming's throat. It made Yang Ming cough. Yang Ming, what's wrong with you? Jing Xiaolu was shocked. She quickly patted Yang Ming's back with her hand. Why did you choke? Drink slowly. Are you okay? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't expect that the result would be like this. Zhou Jieji on the other side was also shocked by Yang Ming's cough. She looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. She didn't know what happened to Yang Ming suddenly. Yang Ming grinned at Zhou Jieji and smiled, indicating that he was fine. Zhou Jieji lowered her head again and opened a chat window with a netizen on QQ. I love Little Ming. Zhou Jieji's QQ nickname is actually I love Little Ming. Yang Ming's shock when he saw this nickname was imaginable, so he almost choked on the water. Yang Ming was not unfamiliar with this name. When he went to school with Zhou Jieji last time, he met the president of the computer association named Li Builiang. He seemed to have said at that time that the #1 hacker in China was called I Love Little Ming. However, Yang Ming didn't think much at that time. He just thought that this name was so unsophisticated. But now, he found that Zhou Jieji was actually the #1 hacker in China, I Love Little Ming. Yang Ming was shocked not because Zhou Jieji was the #1 hacker in China, but because of her name. Originally, Yang Ming didn't know what this I Love Little Ming meant. Now, even if he was stupid, he could understand the mind of this chick, Zhou Jieji. My name is Yang Ming. This Little Ming? Yang Ming suddenly sweated. No wonder Zhou Jieji didn't want to let me and Jing Xiaolu see it. This is indeed a bit shameful. No wonder Zhou Jieji had that kind of shy expression just now. This online name should have been there a long time ago. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so famous. This could be seen from the number of digits in Zhou Jieji's QQ number. This number had existed for a long time. It seems that Zhou Jieji's mind has not changed for so many years. Yang Ming sighed. She is really an infatuated girl. In real life, she may not be able to express her thoughts, but in the virtual online world, she doesn't mind giving herself such a name so that everyone can know her thoughts. Perhaps she was afraid of being found out by others, so she didn't dare to write I love Yang Ming directly. So, she wrote I love Little Ming to prevent others from knowing her reality. Thinking that he was still angry with Zhou Jieji for hiding something from him, Yang Ming suddenly felt a little ashamed. Zhou Jieji didn't want to hide anything from him, but she was really embarrassed to let him see this nickname. Anyone would be very embarrassed. Although this girl bluntly admitted her own thoughts in many situations and dared to boldly say that she liked him, when they were really together, she began to become shy and gradually revealed a girl's reserved and shy nature. It could be seen that the person Zhou Jieji was chatting with admired Zhou Jieji, but he obviously didn't know Zhou Jieji's gender. Instead, he called Zhou Jiejie brother Little Ming, and Zhou Jiejie didn't deny it. This person should be the administrator of the MP community. Zhou Jiejie asked him about the IP address of the post and instructed him to block the post. The person answered Zhou Jiejie's question happily and agreed. Obviously, he was very happy to serve Zhou Jiejie, a super master. Zhou Jiejie thanked him and turned off the laptop. Apparently, she didn't want Yang Ming to see her QQ name. Logically speaking, there was nothing to keep secret about what she was doing. The only thing she wanted to keep secret was her QQ nickname. Glancing at Wang Sharon's computer next to her, it was already the login interface. It was just that the computer had a boot password, but Zhou Jiejie easily solved it. She entered the system and began to check the data inside. Zhou Jiejie first checked the company's IP address and then said to Yang Ming, "Yang Ming, the IP address of the post is the same as the company's IP address. It can be determined that this post was sent from inside the company. Now, I will check this computer." You check it." Yang Ming nodded absent-mindedly. He was still thinking about what he had just seen. He didn't know how to tell Zhou Jiejie about this matter. If he said it directly, she would definitely be embarrassed. However, he couldn't always pretend that he didn't know. This matter could only be discussed later. Yang Ming first gave up the idea of asking Zhou Jiejie directly. Although he was curious about how Zhou Jiejie became the most powerful existence in China's hacker world, a girl could actually become a legend in the hacker world. This was more or less shocking, especially when this person was the person who slept with him. Yang Ming used to know that Zhou Jiejie's computer was very powerful, but he didn't expect that she would be so powerful. It was incredible and even outrageous. Yang Ming sighed. It seems that Zhou Jiejie is also a powerful character. Why are there so many talents around me? Yes, in the system's temporary file, there is a record of the post. I can be sure that the post was sent from this computer. Zhou Jiejie checked for a while and said directly with certainty. Really? You are sure? Jing Xiaolu stood up happily and ran to Zhou Jiejie quickly. Sister Jiejie, you are really powerful. It's nothing. Since there is a confirmed target, it is naturally easy to check. Zhou Jiejie smiled and said with some embarrassment. That is also very powerful. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to find it. I can only rely on guessing. After Jing Xiaolu finished speaking, she was a little annoyed. This Wang Xiaoran, it is really her fault. I knew that this woman is not a good person. I didn't find trouble with her, but she came to find trouble with me. Jing Xiaolu was already very elegant, but she couldn't help but swear. Yang Ming was a little amused. The word "I" had not appeared in Jing Xiaolu's mouth for a long time. Today, she finally couldn't help but say it once. Brother Yang, how should we deal with this matter? Bao Sanli saw that the person who posted the post had been found, so he asked quickly. How do you want to deal with it? Yang Ming frowned and asked, You are the general manager of the company. You should deal with it as you should. Why are you asking me? According to the company's regulations, this kind of thing can be punished or even fired depending on the seriousness of the matter. Bao Sanli said, however, the impact of this matter is very big. I think we should fire this employee. You can decide. Yang Ming nodded and agreed with Bao Sanli's point of view. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to call the police. Although it might not be a big crime, she couldn't escape from detention for spreading rumors and slander. However, since this Wang Xiaoran and Yu Qi were together, Yang Ming would give them face and fire her. He would not pursue further. Tomorrow morning, I will fire her. Bao Sanli saw that Yang Ming agreed, and he was relieved. Hold a staff meeting tomorrow morning to emphasize work discipline. I will also sit in. The meeting will be presided over by you and Ho Zhenhan, said Yang Ming. Okay, Brother Yang, I will arrange it immediately. I will call old Ho now. Bao Sanli nodded. Jing Xiaolu was a little angry. Firing her is really too easy for her. If it were in the past, I would have beaten her head. Yang Ming was annoyed and amused at Jing Xiaolu. Don't mess around. Where do you think this is? A place where little punks gather? This is a legitimate company. How old are you? You are still so naive. I'm just saying. Jing Xiaolu stuck out her tongue. I have to fight for a leadership position in the future. Of course, I'm just saying it casually. Jie, print out the evidence. Everything must be based on evidence. If there is no evidence, it will be a little troublesome if Wang Xiaoran doesn't admit it. It will take a lot of effort. Yang Ming suddenly thought of this, so he said quickly. Okay, I will do this now. Zhou Jie began to print the evidence. Yang Ming said to Bao Sanli, okay, I will go back first. You and Big Ho meet to discuss tomorrow's meeting. I won't go. I will go back and practice with Ji Yun for a while. No problem, Brother Yang. Bao Sanli nodded. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Right, what about the car key? Yang Ming smiled and waved to Jing Xiaolu on the side. Xiaolu, your car key. You will have a car to drive tomorrow. Ah? Mine? Jing Xiaolu took the car key from Bao Sanli's hand in surprise. She looked at the BMW logo on the car key and shouted excitedly, Yang Ming. Jing Xiaolu just wanted to say, Yang Ming, I love you. But she suddenly remembered that Zhou Jie was on the side. She quickly shut her mouth and didn't dare to kiss Yang Ming again. She just couldn't help but jump up and down happily. Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu's appearance and was shocked. Fortunately, this chick had self-awareness. Otherwise, some things couldn't be cleared up because of her. Although Zhou Jie wasn't the kind of person who was jealous, she wouldn't gossip. She had suffered a similar loss when she was young and insensible. Naturally, it was impossible to make the same mistake a second time. But even so, Xiaoqing's incident had just happened. If Jing Xiaolu's incident happened again, it was hard to guarantee that Zhou Jie wouldn't have any opinions about him. Moreover, the most important thing was that if there was really something between him and Jing Xiaolu, then Yang Ming would accept it. The key problem was that there was nothing between him and Jing Xiaolu. They didn't even hold hands. The most intimate contact was nothing more than being kissed by Jing Xiaolu a few times. This didn't mean anything. If one had to say what kind of unusual relationship there was between the two of them, it would at most be a little more ambiguous than an ordinary friendship. Therefore, Yang Ming was unwilling to be the scapegoat, at least not now. Fortunately, Jing Xiaolu didn't do anything to embarrass both of them. Yang Ming also secretly praised Jing Xiaolu's cleverness. He just glared at her and whispered, "Don't be crazy. Be a little more steady." Hee hee. Jing Xiaolu was really happy. She couldn't close her mouth. She held the key and looked at it. Zhou Jie glanced at her and didn't say anything because the key was given by Yang Ming. It was probably given to Jing Xiaolu by the company. Perhaps it had something to do with Yang Ming, but Zhou Jie didn't think much about it. All the evidence in Wang Xiaoran's computer was printed out and stored in the portable hard drive for backup. Then, she said to Yang Ming, it's all done. These evidences are impeccable. As long as it is a forensic expert in computer science, they can admit the validity of these evidences. I'm not afraid that Wang Xiaoran won't admit it. That's good. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most afraid of was that there was no absolute evidence. If Wang Xiaoran didn't admit this matter, then Bao Sanli could forcibly fire her. After all, Bao Sanli had the final say in the company. He was the general manager. If he wanted to fire someone, he didn't need any reason. However, this wouldn't convince the public. If there was no conclusive evidence, it would make others suspicious. At this time, if Wang Xiaoran once again displayed her ability to create rumors and make trouble, she would publicize this firing incident as a big injustice case. As a result, the people in the company would be unstable, and everyone would be in danger. Everyone wondered if it would be their turn in the future if they could fire an employee just because they wanted to incriminate him. Once people's hearts were unstable, it was bound to affect work efficiency. A company's performance would also decline. This was not what Yang Ming wanted to see. However, now with Zhou Jie's words, Yang Ming was relieved. Bao Sanli on the side was also relieved. The evidence provided by Zhou Jie was also legally recognized, so there was no need to worry about Wang Xiaoran's refutation. Zhou Jie handed the evidence in her hand to Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli carefully put these things in the document bag he carried with him. Then, he said to Zhou Jie, "Thank you, Miss Zhou. You have helped me a lot." Although the person was invited by Yang Ming, and the company was also Yang Ming's, Bao Sanli was the manager here after all. If Yang Ming didn't help him, he had to find a way to solve it himself. In this way, Yang Ming had helped him a lot. How could Bao Sanli not be grateful? It's nothing. This is what I should do. Zhou Jie smiled shyly. I have always been afraid that I couldn't help Yang Ming. Now that I finally have the opportunity to appear, I have to cherish it. After Yang Ming listened to Zhou Jie's words, he smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect Zhou Jie to have this thought. However, when he thought about it carefully, weren't others the same? Lin Jiyun, Chen Mingyan, and others, they all hoped to be able to help him in his future career, so they kept working hard to learn. Now, Zhou Jie was the same. Looking at Jing Xiaolu again, wasn't her change also for him? Thinking of this, Yang Ming sighed. Some things had to be faced in the end, just like Jing Xiaolu. On the other side, when Jing Xiaolu heard Zhou Jie's words, she was also thinking about herself. Zhou Jie's achievements in computer science were something that Jing Xiaolu couldn't catch up with in a lifetime. She knew nothing about computer science. Except for simple applications and operations, surfing the internet, chatting, and printing some documents, she couldn't do anything else. However, I also have something that Zhou Jie can't catch up with, right? Jing Xiaolu worked in the company for a period of time. She also found that she had a talent for leadership. What did a company's leader need to do? In terms of strategy, Jing Xiaolu thought that she didn't lose to others, especially adapted to the intrigue of the business world. But in terms of using people, she was a little lacking. But it didn't matter. She could learn. Her current position was not to the point of using people. She was just a manager's assistant, which was the role of helping to make plans. When she really became a manager, it wouldn't be too late to learn how to use people. Therefore, Jing Xiaolu felt that she wasn't worse than Zhou Jie. She was also competent in other aspects, and she could also help Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu felt that she should work harder in the future. After returning to the dormitory, she would download a few books on how to use people. Brother Bao, I will come to the meeting tomorrow. We will go first. You can arrange the rest of the things. Yang Ming looked at the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Chen Mingyan should have finished her class. He had to rush home. Don't worry, Brother Yang. I will arrange it properly. Bao Sanli naturally promised. Yang Ming thought that there was nothing else, so he held Zhou Jie's hand and went downstairs with Jing Xiaolu. Originally, Zhou Jie was a little embarrassed. After all, Jing Xiaolu was watching by the side. She struggled a few times and couldn't break free, so she let Yang Ming hold her hand. However, Jing Xiaolu saw Zhou Jie's embarrassment. She walked from Yang Ming's side to Zhou Jie's side and held Zhou Jie's other hand from the other side. In this way, Zhou Jie was held by the two people, and the awkwardness disappeared. Looking at Jing Xiaolu, who was very friendly to her and even said that she was trying to please her, Zhou Jie secretly speculated in her heart. Jing Xiaolu, I met her by chance in the school cafeteria. The process could be said to be quite accidental and coincidental. At the time, it seemed that there was no premeditated element, but now it seemed that Jing Xiaolu's attitude to me was a bit too good. Could it be that Jing Xiaolu has a premeditated plan? Recalling the previous contact with Jing Xiaolu's attitude to me, Chen Mingyan, and Lin Jiyun. Zhou Jie was suddenly stunned. Yes, the current Jing Xiaolu is very similar to me in the past. In the past, didn't I also want to try my best to please the people around Yang Ming? Moreover, when there was nothing to do, I always liked to be with Yang Ming. Even if there was no reason and opportunity, I would create reasons and opportunities. How similar is it to the current Jing Xiaolu? Looking at the tone and attitude of Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming just now, although Jing Xiaolu was already very careful, fearing that Zhou Jie would notice something, Zhou Jie was an experienced person. She had also been Jing Xiaolu's current role once. How could she not notice it? Therefore, even if Jing Xiaolu deliberately concealed and disguised herself, Zhou Jie still saw some clues and some suspicious signs. However, after I saw it, would I be on guard against Jing Xiaolu? Zhou Jiejie shook her head secretly. No, she would not have any prejudice or dissatisfaction with Jing Xiaolu. She would not deliberately say anything. On the contrary, when she saw the current Jing Xiaolu, she would miss her previous self. How difficult was that period of time? But now that she thought about it, it was very beautiful and sweet. Love that was full of twists and turns and bumpy, compared to the kind of love that was natural and logical, was more worth reminiscing about. This would accompany her for a lifetime. This was a memorial of her youth. Unconsciously, she held Jing Xiaolu's hand tightly. Jing Xiaolu was slightly surprised, but she let Zhou Jiejie hold her hand until they got out of the elevator. Holding hands and growing old together. Now, I'm holding both Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu's hands. Does this include Jing Xiaolu? Zhou Jiejie secretly glanced at Jing Xiaolu, and there was a slight smile between her eyebrows. This girl can get along well with me. At least, there will be no conflict. This is enough. Jing Xiaolu did not expect Zhou Jiejie to think so much in an instant. She held the car key and was eager to try it. When she went downstairs, she subconsciously wanted to remotely control Yang Ming's car. However, when she saw that Yang Ming's car did not respond, she remembered that she had not gotten the set of keys for the car yet. Looking at Jing Xiaolu holding the new key and remotely controlling his car, Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. The key is here. Let's go back to the university first. As Yang Ming spoke, he threw his car key to Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu went to the driver's seat excitedly. Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejie still sat in the back row of the car. Jing Xiaolu started the car and drove in the direction of the university. Zhou Jiejie was first sent to the lobby of the School of Computer Science. Yang Ming did not say much. He just pulled her hand. Take care of your body. Don't be too tired. Zhou Jiejie nodded and smiled slightly. She opened the door and got out of the car. After watching Zhou Jiejie enter the building of the School of Computer Science, Yang Ming returned to the car. When he saw that Jing Xiaolu did not drive, he asked curiously, "Why don't you drive? Why don't you sit in the front?" Jing Xiaolu asked. "It's such a short road. Do I still need to sit in the front? Is there a problem?" Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu with a bitter smile. "It's not that bad, right? Come on." Zhou Jiejie left, and Jing Xiaolu suddenly became bold. She hooked her finger at Yang Ming. "I miss you." Yang Ming had no choice. He couldn't persuade Jing Xiaolu, so he had to get out of the car and sit in the front passenger seat. Jing Xiaolu started the car, and the car slowly drove forward. In the university, there was a speed limit. Even if Jing Xiaolu deliberately drove slowly, Yang Ming couldn't do anything about it. "Tomorrow, you will have your own car." Yang Ming thought about it and said, "This guy, Bao Sanli, always makes some useless things." He left the car license plate with the security company. "It is the special number of the city bureau, but you don't violate the rules. You should be low-key." "Really?" Jing Xiaolu listened to Yang Ming's words and was a little happy, but she nodded again and again. "I know. Don't worry. I have been very low-key recently." Although Jing Xiaolu drove slowly, the School of Computer Science was not far from the female dormitory. It was only a 10-minute walk, let alone driving. Jing Xiaolu got out of the car reluctantly and waved to Yang Ming in the car. "Then, I'm leaving? Let's go." Yang Ming said helplessly, "Do you still expect me to give you a hug?" Jing Xiaolu closed the door with a smile. Yang Ming wanted to get out from the front passenger seat and change to Jing Xiaolu's seat. But before he got out of the car, he heard Jing Xiaolu scream. He looked up and saw two macho men blocking Jing Xiaolu's way. "Jing Xiaolu, I finally found you. Mother Vaster's Kerr, you are quite rich, aren't you? You even drive a BMW? Which rich guy did you cheat this from?" One of the macho men in a black t-shirt stared at Jing Xiaolu with a sneer. It was now night. Yang Ming's car was covered with a film, so the two macho men thought that Jing Xiaolu drove back alone. There was no one else in the car, so they spoke a little unscrupulously. They were not afraid that someone would see it. Yang Ming frowned slightly. What happened to Jing Xiaolu? Why did she just get hurt by Wang Xiaoran during the day, and then she encountered two hooligans at night? It seemed that the person who spoke knew Jing Xiaolu. Otherwise, he would not be able to call out her name. Ugh. It's Brother Fei. What are you looking for me for? Jing Xiaolu subconsciously moved back and looked at the macho man in front of her vigilantly. Hey! You still know me? Brother Fei snorted. D*MN, what about the previous incident? I ate Viagra and went to take a shower. After I came out, I found that you ran away. You made me sleep the whole night. That place couldn't even call for a chicken. D*MN, you took my money, and you didn't do anything? Are you cheating me? Brother Fei, don't talk nonsense with this chick. What you owed last time, you just need to make up for it this time. The macho man next to Brother Fei was a fair-weather friend of Brother Fei. Originally, Brother Fei called him to help cheer, so he didn't take it seriously. However, when he saw Jing Xiaolu's appearance and figure, his heart began to move, and he was a little impatient. Come with us? I don't like to use force, but I don't mind making an exception. If he didn't have a deep impression of Jing Xiaolu and hate her to the bone, he would have done his homework before coming to surround Jing Xiaolu. He inquired about Jing Xiaolu's current outfit, and he couldn't even connect the pure little girl in front of him with the previous delinquent girl. However, the current Jing Xiaolu was more charming, and she could arouse Brother Fei's desire more. Jing Xiaolu was secretly angry. This Yang Ming saw that I was being bullied. Why didn't he come out to save me? Seriously, don't tell me he drove away already? But I didn't hear the sound of the car engine, right? Yang Ming naturally would not stand by, but he didn't move because he wanted to figure out the ins and outs of the matter. He wanted to see why these two people were looking for Jing Xiaolu. From the words of these two people, Yang Ming could already tell that they knew Jing Xiaolu, so this was not an emergency, but premeditated. Therefore, Yang Ming was not in a hurry to get out of the car. These two people would definitely say something. Sure enough, Yang Ming learned the ins and outs of the matter from these two people. He couldn't help but find it funny. This person called Brother Fei must have been deceived by Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu promised him to get a room, but she took the money and ran away halfway, leaving Brother Fei alone in the hotel. This kind of thing, of course, the previous Jing Xiaolu would do it. However, Yang Ming did not have any bad thoughts about Jing Xiaolu because of this. He understood Jing Xiaolu's past and knew her difficulties. The money she cheated was rarely spent on herself. All of it was used to buy medicine for her grandmother. Therefore, regardless of whether Jing Xiaolu's behavior was recognized or not, her filial piety was commendable. Therefore, as far as Yang Ming himself was concerned, he didn't have any bad feelings about Jing Xiaolu's approach. She was a girl who forced herself to this extent in order to buy medicine for her grandmother. She could still maintain her chastity. It was just cheating some money. It was not a big deal. Of course, from a legal point of view, Jing Xiaolu's approach was wrong, but the law was nothing more than human feelings. Some things were understandable. How much did she take from you? I will return it to you. Yang Ming opened the door and got out of the car. He walked quickly to Jing Xiaolu's side and looked at Brother Fei and another macho man's helper opposite her. Who are you? Brother Fei was obviously stunned by the appearance of Yang Ming. He didn't expect that there was another person sitting in Jing Xiaolu's BMW. You don't need to know who I am. Yang Ming didn't want to waste time. How much did she take from you? I will give you double. Yo? Double? Looking at your tone, you are quite rich, right? Brother Fei glanced at Yang Ming and saw that he was only one person. He had an idea in his heart. I have two people on my side. What can he do to me? So, he mocked with some contempt, I didn't expect that Jing Xiaolu would hook up with a dumb rich guy. It seems that he is a sucker. Yang Ming looked at Brother Fei coldly, but he was not angry. Say it. How much? F***ck, you really think you are something? Brother Fei snorted disdainfully. I want 1 million. Can you give it to me? Okay, then I will give you 1 million. Yang Ming said faintly, do you want cash or check? Who are you bluffing? Cash or check? Do you think I have never seen money before? Do you know who I am? Brother Fei glanced at Yang Ming again. Yang Ming looked carefully and realized that this guy didn't look at him intentionally, but he was already squinting. Then, may I ask who you are? Yang Ming looked at Brother Fei and asked calmly. You tell him who I am? Brother Fei felt that it was a bit embarrassing to say who he was, so he glanced at the helper he found. This helper was a follower of Brother Fei. He usually did this kind of thing. His name was Li Zhan. He met Brother Fei, Lu Jifei, at the table. He saw that Lu Jifei was very rich and his family was very powerful, so he volunteered to be a follower. When the villain appeared, there would often be a follower to introduce the identity of this big bully. Just like in ancient times, when a big gentleman was flirting with women, when a busybody appeared, the big gentleman would always shout, "Do you know who I am?" Obviously, this busybody didn't know who he was. Therefore, it was not convenient for this big gentleman to say who he was. That would make him lose face. At this time, the big gentleman's sidekick came in handy. He would stand up and say, "Who is this? Who is this? Who is this? Can you afford to offend? If you don't want to die, get out of here." Wait. Li Zhan jumped out, pointed at Lu Jifei, and shouted at Yang Ming, "This is the Lu family's young master, Lu Jifei. Let me tell you. If you don't want to get into trouble, don't get involved in this. This is a personal grievance between our young master Lu and Jing Xiaolu. It has nothing to do with you." Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't know where the Lu family's young master came from, but this momentum was quite scary. However, when was Yang Ming afraid of anyone? Of course, Yang Ming wasn't an impulsive person. He wouldn't think that the heavens were the boss and the earth was second to him. This Lu family wasn't a friend yet, and before he did a thorough investigation, Yang Ming wouldn't be stupid enough to rashly make an enemy. However, the situation in front of him was an exception. Yang Ming was no longer the young boy of the past. His growth in the past year had made deep progress in both his grasp of things and his observation of people. He had also learned to observe people's expressions. When Li Zhan introduced Lu Jifei, he was obviously hesitant. When he asked who Lu Jifei was in the Lu family, he paused a little before saying that he was the Lu family's young master. There was a lot to be learned here. If Lu Jifei's identity was really bad *SS and he was the Lu family's young master, he could say that Lu Jifei was the Lu family's young master instead of the young master. Yang Ming did not think that people like them would be low-key. If they really knew how to be low-key, they would not be like this. Therefore, the only possibility was that this Lu Jifei's status in the Lu family was relatively low, or it was more taboo. It was usually not easy to mention, but now in front of Yang Ming, Li Zhan had to say this in order to give Yang Ming a shock. In other words, even if this Lu Jifei was the Lu family's young master, he was an insignificant character. Moreover, Yang Ming did not believe that the real Lu Jifei was a high-class character. Otherwise, he would not have gotten a room with the delinquent girl, Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming had no doubt that a certain young master was interested in the current Jing Xiaolu. However, Yang Ming really doubted the taste of this Lu Jifei for the original Jing Xiaolu. Oh, it turns out to be Lu Jifei's young master. Sorry for the disrespect. Yang Ming deliberately said Lu Jifei as Lu Jifei, but there was no respect at all. Mother *Ker, are you doing this on purpose? Li Zhan looked at Yang Ming's face full of contempt and knew that he did not put Lu Jifei in his eyes at all. Now, he was in a group with Lu Jifei. He was also Lu Jifei's follower. So looking down on Lu Jifei was equivalent to looking down on Li Zhan. How could he not be furious? What do you mean on purpose? Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and looked at Li Zhan. Our young master is called Lu Jifei, not Lu Jifei. Li Zhan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Ming was also tall and not easy to bully, he would have already slapped him. Oh, I'm sorry. Lu Jifei, I heard it wrong. Looking at this brother Jifei, you look strong on the outside but weak on the inside. At first glance, you are an expert at hitting planes. Yang Ming's expression was not embarrassed at all. Lu Jifei's face was very ugly, but he did announce that he had slept with her for a whole night. However, that was just to tease Jing Xiaolu. He didn't want Yang Ming to hear it. Who are you? After a short anger, Lu Jifei also calmed down. Yang Ming stood up for Jing Xiaolu at this time, so he was really in a dilemma. He didn't know what Yang Ming's identity was. He knew Jing Xiaolu. With Jing Xiaolu's economic strength, it was impossible for her to afford a BMW X5. If she could afford this car, why would she cheat him of a few thousand yuan? So since this car was not Jing Xiaolu's, it must be the man who stood up for her. The reason was very simple. He was also sitting here just now. This car was not Jing Xiaolu's, nor was it his. Did it fall from the sky? Lu Jifei was just a distant nephew of the Lu family. He was not a young master at all. The car he drove was just a Honda Accord. Yang Ming's car was better than his, so he was naturally a little scared. He didn't dare to offend Yang Ming too much. At least, he didn't dare to offend Yang Ming before he figured out the details of Yang Ming's background. Yang Ming, Xiaolu's boyfriend. Yang Ming looked at Lu Jifei and said faintly. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't say that he was just a friend of Jing Xiaolu. It was a bit unjustified to stand up for her, so Yang Ming directly said an identity that could intervene in this matter. Boyfriend? Humph, good. Jing Xiaolu, you are quite capable, right? You hooked up with such a rich guy? Lu Jifei planned to ask someone to investigate Yang Ming's identity tomorrow before making a decision. Today's situation was not suitable to stay for long. Watch your words. Yang Ming glanced at Lu Jifei coldly. How much does she owe you? I will give it to you. Money, I don't want it. Lu Jifei looked at Yang Ming with some resentment. He didn't come today for money, but to get Jing Xiaolu into bed. A few thousand yuan was a piece of cake for him. Since you must stand up for this bitch today, then I will give you face today. However, this matter is not over. Let's wait and see. Pa. Before Lu Jifei finished speaking, his face was slapped heavily by Yang Ming. Lu Jifei was stunned. He looked at Yang Ming incredulously. I haven't made a move yet, but he made a move first. You dare to hit me? Lu Jifei didn't expect Yang Ming to hit him. Lu Jifei was still thinking that he should thank the gods if he didn't find trouble with Yang Ming now. However, this Yang Ming was even more arrogant than him. Although Lu Jifei's status in the family was very low, even insignificant, he was very bad *SS outside. Few people dared to do anything to him. When Yang Ming hit him, of course, he was unwilling. He was angry on the spot. I told you. Watch your words. Yang Ming grabbed Lu Jifei's waving arm and made him unable to move like a clamp. Jing Xiaolu is my girlfriend. If you say similar words in the future, I will tear your mouth. Lu Jifei was not a fool. He moved his arm and found that he couldn't move at all, so he withered. He knew that even with Li Zhan, they might not be Yang Ming's opponent. Although the two people's bodies were more intimidating, they were all muscles. Their bodies had long been worn down by alcohol and women. They were all fat and did not have combat power at all. Just as Lu Jifei was about to scold Yang Ming for letting go, Yang Ming suddenly let go of his hand and made Lu Jifei stumble. Lu Jifei looked at Yang Ming resentfully. He was afraid of being beaten, but he didn't dare to leave any harsh words. He ran away with Li Zhan resentfully. Jing Xiaolu had no awareness of fear. Instead, her eyes were full of light like a little fox. Yang Ming, is what you said just now true? What, true or false? Yang Ming frowned. Look at the trouble you have caused. There are many like this, right? They will come to you in the future. What should you do? Don't you help me solve it? Jing Xiaolu said indifferently. Me? Do you think I am by your side every day? Yang Ming said angrily, these people are unscrupulous in doing things. If they really take you to a place where there is no one, you can think of the consequences yourself. Aren't you my boyfriend? Do you have an obligation to protect me? Jing Xiaolu blinked and still didn't care. You know the situation just now. If you take this matter seriously again, don't blame me for turning around and leaving. Yang Ming poked her little head with his finger. I want to stand up for you. There must be a reason, right? Jing Xiaolu giggled. Okay, but even if it's just a joke, I'm still very happy. Good night. Come and pick me up tomorrow morning. After that, Jing Xiaolu turned and walked toward the dormitory building. Yang Ming was very angry, but he couldn't do anything. Jing Xiaolu asked him to pick her up tomorrow morning. She said it ambiguously like an order between lovers. Yang Ming couldn't refuse. Tomorrow morning, he had to go to the company for a meeting. Yang Ming naturally had to pick up Jing Xiaolu, but her words changed the meaning. Upstairs, Jing Xiaolu proudly patted the two magical weapons in her backpack, a high-voltage electric baton and an anti-pervert spray. She thought, do you think I am a fool? If I don't have any means of self-defense, how can I dare to roam the underworld? Today, I deliberately gave you a chance to appear and let you be the hero to save the beauty. Otherwise, without you, I would have been raped 100 times. Yang Ming didn't expect that Jing Xiaolu would have these thoughts. He got in the car, started the car, and drove in the direction of the school gate. On the way, Yang Ming saw Lu Jifei and Li Zhan hiding in the darkness. The two people were hiding behind the transformer box. Yang Ming ignored them and drove the car directly. D*MN, is this license plate real or fake? Li Zhan pointed at the tail of the BMW and exclaimed in disbelief. Just now, the BMW was parked sideways, so they didn't pay attention to the license plate. This time, they saw it clearly. Of course, they were very surprised. Lu Jifei also frowned. Check it and see what his background is. Snatching my woman is simply courting death. Li Zhan could naturally see that Lu Jifei was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, but he was not worried. Although Lu Jifei was a branch of the Lu family, the illegitimate child, he was also recognized by the Lu family a few years ago. He was also considered a child of the family. Although he was not valued by the family, the only advantage of being a child of the family was that although he was nothing in the family, when he was bullied outside, the family would definitely not ignore it. After all, this involved the family's face. They would definitely send someone to get back their face. Otherwise, they would not be able to mingle in the upper class in the future. Therefore, Lu Jifei was usually arrogant and domineering, and he was not afraid that someone would do anything to him. However, Lu Jifei was not stupid. He just felt that he was not Yang Ming's opponent, so he planned to endure first before making a decision. Now that he saw Yang Ming's car, he felt that his plan had to be more careful. He had to check out Yang Ming's background first. After all, he didn't know which force Yang Ming was from. If he was from the other three major families, then Lu Jifei could only suffer in silence if he provoked them. Maybe he would be forced by the family to apologize. Lu Jifei would not do such a stupid thing. Of course, if he was not from the other three major families, Lu Jifei would not care. No matter how powerful he was in the local area, the Lu family could destroy him. Lu Jifei was not afraid of provoking any trouble. Yang Ming still didn't know that this Lu Jifei had a big background, so he didn't take him seriously. When he returned home, Chen Mengyan had already returned from class. She was eating with Lin Jiyun in the dining room. Seeing Yang Ming come in, Chen Mengyan looked up and asked, Yang Ming, you're back? Have you eaten? Sister Lin and I just ate. Not yet. I'll eat with you. Yang Ming nodded. Obviously, Lin Jiyun didn't eat just now. She was waiting for Chen Mengyan to come back so that they could eat together. From the time, Chen Mengyan had just finished school, so they should have just started eating. This could be seen from the food on the table. They didn't eat much. Lin Jiyun got up and took a bowl and chopsticks for Yang Ming. Yang Ming washed his hands and changed into pajamas. He had dinner with Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun. The food is not very delicious. Chen Mengyan complained while eating, it's too greasy. It's not good for the skin. Yang Ming nodded. Now, many small restaurants' dishes were very greasy, but this couldn't be helped. After all, this was just a small community. It was impossible to have a particularly large restaurant here. Then make some yourself. Right, didn't Auntie Li say when she will come back? Yang Ming asked the nanny at home. She was responsible for taking care of Zhou Jiejia's life in the hospital. After Zhou Jiejia recovered, Yang Ming let her work at home. However, a while ago, something happened at Auntie Li's home, so she went back to her hometown. At that time, Yang Ming was in Africa. He only knew about it after he came back. A few days ago, she called and said that the matter had not been dealt with, so she couldn't come back for a while. Chen Mingyan shook her head. It was nothing. During that time, I cooked with Sister Lin and Xianxia every day. Even if one of the three of us had a class at night, the other two could cook together. It was very rare for 2 or 3 people to have a class at the same time. However, after Xianxia went to the research group, Sister Lin and I often didn't have a class together, so I didn't like to cook alone. It's okay. Am I not back? After the art festival is done, I will cook with you every day. Yang Ming said with a smile. This is what you said. Don't regret it when the time comes. Chen Mingyan was happy and immediately said, but you are busy every day now. I don't know what will happen when the time comes. I can't count on you. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed, but he couldn't help it. Indeed, he was too busy during this time. I'm sorry. It's okay. You are busy with business. How can I be such an unreasonable person? Chen Mingyan glanced at Yang Ming and then asked casually, right, do you have a woman outside? Why don't you let her come and live with us? You don't have to. Yang Ming didn't put up his guard, so he almost spilled the beans. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Chen Mingyan wasn't so easy to talk to. Looking at her indifferent look, it was hard to say that she wasn't testing him. Yang Ming was shocked. Chen Mingyan was just casually saying it, but when she saw Yang Ming's nervous look, her heart tightened. Did she provoke someone outside? She said with some jealousy, really? Lan Ling will come back soon. Half a year has passed. If her progress is smooth, she can come back early. Yang Ming quickly explained. Oh, it's Lan Ling. Chen Mingyan now had no strong hostility to Lan Ling. Perhaps it was because she had thought it through, or perhaps it was because she had grown up, or perhaps it was because she loved Yang Ming too much. Perhaps it was because of Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia's matter, so she was numb to Lan Ling. It was a bit extreme to go to a dead end, but now, with the addition of Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia in her life, it didn't cause any confusion and impact. Instead, it added a lot of joy. When Yang Ming wasn't around, didn't the three of them spend time together? So even if Lan Ling came back, as long as she wasn't too difficult to get along with, it was fine. As long as she thought this through, Chen Mingyan didn't have the previous grudge. Sooner or later, she had to admit the truth. So what if it was earlier or later? Then, welcome. Chen Mingyan smiled. I have long wanted to see her. Seeing that Chen Mingyan looked normal, Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. When did she become so generous? However, recalling Chen Mingyan's actions in the past 6 months, Yang Ming knew that she had really changed. She couldn't change Yang Ming, and she couldn't change some facts. Only by changing herself could she continue to be with Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but be moved. You're not angry? Am I so stingy? Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming and quietly pointed to Lin Jiyun. The meaning was obvious. She tried to avoid some of the words she said before in front of Lin Jiyun to prevent Lin Jiyun from feeling uncomfortable after hearing it. Seeing that Chen Mingyan was so considerate, Yang Ming sighed softly. He felt that if he didn't treat her well in the future, he would really be struck by lightning. Lin Jiyun had replaced the convenient chopsticks with a throwing knife and threw it at a target not far away. Although her accuracy was much worse, her hand strength was a lot more stable. Yang Ming could see that she must have worked hard. When he left home, she should have been practicing tirelessly until Chen Mingyan came home. No, it's already very good that I can throw it on the target, let alone throw it on the bullseye. In most cases, I miss. After dinner, Lin Jiyun, Chen Mingyan, and Yang Ming went to the garage behind the villa to practice throwing targets. Lin Jiyun threw 2 targets and shook her head with some guilt. The garage was very big. Chen Mingyan's car hadn't come back yet. Even if she came back, there would be a lot of empty space. Lin Jiyun was afraid that throwing knives at home would accidentally damage the furniture and floor. After all, throwing knives were different from convenient chopsticks. Chopsticks were made of wood and were very light. Even if it brushed against the furniture and fell on the floor, it wouldn't cause any damage. But throwing knives were different. Throwing knives were very sharp. Whether it hit the furniture or the floor, it would always cause a certain amount of damage, leaving a scratch or a pit. It doesn't matter. You just have to throw it. Yang Ming smiled and comforted her. As long as you throw the knife, I can cater to the direction of your throwing knife and let it fall accurately on the apple on my head. But that's too dangerous. Lin Jiyun was shocked. Yesterday, didn't you also test it with convenient chopsticks? Wasn't it fine? Yang Ming waved his hand indifferently. So, it's the same. Convenient chopsticks are convenient chopsticks. There's no lethality. Throwing knives are different. If it fails. Lin Jiyun didn't dare to think about it. How can it fail? The control is on my side. If I have the confidence, I will face it. If I don't, can I force myself to do it? I'm not stupid. Yang Ming smiled and said, do you think I'm so great? Will I sacrifice for art? It's just a campus art festival. So what if we screw it up? But I still don't dare. Lin Jiyun didn't have any psychological barriers when she threw a knife at the target. However, throwing a knife at Yang Ming was completely different. It was impossible to mix them up. How about this? Ming Yan, as her older sister, you should set an example for her. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan. Me? Chen Mingyan did not dare to use a flying knife. She immediately waved her hand and said, are you kidding me? I'm not as good as little sister Lin. She even practiced for a while. I haven't even practiced before. I don't want to hurt you. It's fine. Yang Ming couldn't help but put a flying knife in Chen Mingyan's hand. Then, he said to her, Jiyun is timid. If you don't set an example for her, how can you be her older sister? That's not the right way. Chen Mingyan lowered her eyes. She had no choice but to take the flying knife from Yang Ming's hand. She weighed it with her hand and said, then, you should be careful. In fact, Chen Mingyan had played with flying knives before. Chen Fei was transferred from the army. When Chen Mingyan was young, Chen Fei had not transferred yet. He often took Chen Mingyan to target practice. However, because of limited ammunition, they couldn't use it casually. Therefore, they would also play with things like flying knives. However, that was a long time ago. Chen Mingyan didn't know if she still had the accuracy of her childhood. Holding the flying knife in her hand, she felt that it felt good. Chen Mingyan was relieved. At least, she could still find some of the previous feeling. In fact, whether it was flying knives or shooting, the feeling was very important. If she couldn't find the feeling, she didn't need to worry about accuracy. Chen Mingyan took a breath and threw the flying knife out. The target was, of course, not Yang Ming, but the wooden target not far away. Unfortunately, the flying knife missed the target and didn't hit the target. Sister Mingyan, are you really good? Lin Jiyun looked at Chen Mingyan with some surprise. You threw it for the first time, and you are much better than me. You just grazed the target. I didn't even touch the edge of the target. Chen Mingyan was secretly ashamed. She had practiced when she was a child. How could she compare with Lin Jiyun who had no contact with it? Picking up another flying knife, Chen Mingyan was serious this time. She held her breath and threw the flying knife toward the target. Lin Jiyun didn't know, but it was naturally impossible for Yang Ming not to know. He looked at Chen Mingyan's movements, and it was much more standard than Lin Jiyun's. Whether it was the throwing strength or the angle, it was much better than Lin Jiyun's. Yang Ming could judge that Chen Mingyan must have played with similar things before. Even if it wasn't a flying knife, it would be a dart or something like that. However, from the association to Uncle Chen's profession, Yang Ming didn't feel that there was anything strange. The flying knife was inserted into the wooden rake not far away. The remaining force made the handle of the flying knife still vibrate. Although Yang Ming was a little surprised, he wasn't too surprised because when Chen Mingyan threw the first knife, Yang Ming roughly understood her strength. However, perhaps because she hadn't thrown for a long time, her accuracy wasn't good. It wasn't surprising that the second knife could hit the target. However, Lin Jiyun was surprised and widened her eyes. She looked at Chen Mingyan incredulously. Sister Mingyan, you are so good. Chen Mingyan wouldn't be as thick-skinned as Yang Ming to admit it. She waved her hand and smiled with a blush. When I was young, I played this with my father in the army. It's just that I haven't touched it for many years, so I'm a little rusty. It turned out to be like this. I thought I was stupid. Lin Jiyun suddenly realized that she really felt that she couldn't compare with Chen Mingyan. Not only was she not as good as Chen Mingyan in running the company, but she was also not as good as Chen Mingyan when it came to throwing knives. Now, after listening to Chen Mingyan, she was relieved. Yang Ming was shocked. He thought, thanks to Chen Mingyan's timely explanation, he knew that Lin Jiyun, this girl, had a heavy knot in her heart. She always felt that she couldn't do it and had no self-confidence, so he didn't know which little things would touch her self-esteem. Now that Chen Mingyan took the initiative to explain, it could also let Lin Jiyun untie the knot in her heart. Why are you stupid? I played every day when I was a child, and now I have almost forgotten it. You have only practiced for 2 days, and you can achieve the current results. It's very good. Chen Mingyan praised. Sister Mingyan, why don't you and Yang Ming perform together on stage? Lin Jiyun hesitated and said. She had this idea just now. Now that she saw that Chen Mingyan was indeed much better at throwing knives than her, this idea was even stronger. What should I perform on stage? Chen Mingyan quickly waved her hand. I'm the vice president of the student union of the School of Economics and Management. At the art festival, I have to represent the student union of the School of Economics and Management to participate in the group choir program. How can I be free? That's true. Lin Jiyun nodded. I forgot about this. Your student union has a choir. Okay, Jiyun, you are basically almost there now. As long as you can throw knives, the accuracy doesn't matter. I will do everything. Now, let's start the actual combat exercise. Yang Ming found an apple and put it on his head as he spoke to Lin Jiyun. Start now? Lin Jiyun was obviously still a little scared. Start now. You use me as a target. Come, Mingyan, you set an example first. Yang Ming waved to Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan couldn't help it. She knew that if she didn't start, with Lin Jiyun's temper, it might drag on for a long time. However, time was tight. The more she neglected her practice, the easier it would be to make mistakes when she really went on stage. It was better to practice at home so that she wouldn't make mistakes when the time came. She gritted her teeth, picked up a knife, and said to Yang Ming, well, then I am going to throw it. You be careful. You throw it. Yang Ming shrugged indifferently. Relax. I'm fine. Chen Mingyan didn't dare to be negligent. She deliberately threw the knife a little bit higher, fearing that it would stab Yang Ming. However, after throwing it, her heart inevitably tightened. She knew that this height couldn't hurt Yang Ming, but she still had some palpitations. She looked at the knife that she threw without blinking. Yang Ming looked at the direction that Chen Mingyan threw the knife. He was somewhat helpless. Isn't this throwing too high? If she threw it low, I could catch it as soon as I leaned over, but this height. Yang Ming couldn't be helped. He had to jump up at the moment when the knife came over. The knife went into the apple, and Yang Ming also landed firmly on the ground. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He thought, if the training in Europe wasn't more perverted than this, I'm afraid I can't catch this knife. If I jumped a little lower, I would miss it. If I jumped a little higher, the knife would hit my head. Looking at Yang Ming's thrilling action, Chen Mingyan really regretted it. Why did I throw it so high? If she knew that Yang Ming would use this method to catch the knife, Chen Mingyan would rather take the risk and throw it lower than Yang Ming jumping up to catch it. Yang Ming took the apple on his head with a smile and cut it with a knife. He handed half of it to Chen Mingyan and the other half to Lin Jiyun. Eat the apple, Jiyun. Are you okay? Your sister Mingyan threw it so high, but I caught it easily. Lin Jiyun naturally saw the danger just now. She also knew that Yang Ming was really fine. Looking at his relaxed look, Lin Jiyun also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't throw it too far, Yang Ming should have no problem catching it. After eating the apple, with Chen Mingyan's previous demonstration, Lin Jiyun also became bold. She knew that she had to take this step sooner or later. It was a matter of time, but if she didn't seize the time to practice now, she really didn't have time. In the beginning, Lin Jiyun was still cautious. She was afraid that she would hurt Yang Ming. But later, seeing that Yang Ming caught it with ease and was really fine, Lin Jiyun also let go of it and threw it casually. However, the more casual it was, the smoother Yang Ming caught it. It seemed that in many cases, the mentality was the most important. Before going to bed, Lin Jiyun was already very skilled. Without the previous timidity, she could easily throw the knife out, but it was just a waste of apples on the table. Although Lin Jiyun was not short of money now, she was still very frugal and cherishing things in her bones. Seeing the table of cut apples, she was a little distressed. There are so many. We can't eat them all, right? They are all cut, and they will spoil soon. Yang Ming knew Lin Jiyun's character. Naturally, it was impossible to say that she would throw it away directly. It would make Lin Jiyun very uncomfortable, but he couldn't think of a good way. Even if he could eat more, he could only eat 4 or 5 apples at most. Lin Jiyun and Chen Mengyan could only eat 2 or 3 apples. How could they finish these dozens of apples? Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were worried, but Chen Mengyan smiled and said, "Isn't that simple? When I was young, my mother always made canned fruit for me. I will make these apples into cans, freeze them in the refrigerator, and put them into small plastic containers. Sister Lin and I will bring a box to eat every day to school. We will finish it in a few days." "This is a good idea." Yang Ming nodded after listening. In this way, Yang Ming's mother also did it, but these things, as a man, Yang Ming didn't care about it. Unexpectedly, Chen Mengyan said, "I didn't expect you to know how to make canned food. What's so difficult about that?" Chen Mengyan snorted. "Like you don't know anything? Canned food is very simple. Just boil it with sugar water. Let's go, Sister Lin. Let's do it. Yang Ming, you go to sleep first. Don't wait for us." Yang Ming thought, "How can I sleep if you don't come? I finally returned home for 2 days. How can I go to sleep by myself? Let me help you." Yang Ming had to participate in the work. "Although I don't need to do the details, there must be someone who does the hard work, right? So many apples are carried to the kitchen. You have to do it for a while. If I help you, it can be done in one trip." "That's true." Chen Mengyan nodded. "Then I will give you a chance to be a coolie." Yang Ming broke into a sweat. "I need a chance to be a coolie. It's not easy to serve a beauty." Yang Ming found a large cardboard box and put the apples on the table into it with Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun. Then, Yang Ming walked to the kitchen with the box. The rest of the work didn't have much to do with Yang Ming. Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun first peeled the apple, then cut it into small pieces. They threw away the core and put it into a basin. Finally, they put it into the pot and boiled it. Yang Ming found that the cooperation between Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun was very tacit. It seemed that during this time, the two people often cooked, studied, and lived together. "Done. Set the time. After a while, we will put it in the box," Chen Mengyan said as she washed her hands. "Then go to the living room and sit for a while. Let's watch TV." Yang Ming saw that Lin Jiyun still wanted to tidy up the kitchen, so he took her hand and pushed her into the living room. Chen Mengyan turned on the TV and found that the TV was broadcasting about the promotion of Xianxia's new album. Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun usually watched TV. The most they watched was the entertainment channel, so they didn't need to change the channel when they turned on the TV. When Chen Mengyan saw that it was Xianxia's news, she put the remote control aside, hugged her legs, and sat on the sofa. She watched it with Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun. "Sometimes, it feels so unreal. When I see Sister Suya on TV, it's hard to imagine that she will also be a member of our family." Chen Mengyan said with some emotion, "Don't make it seem so far away, but we are within reach. Yesterday, we even texted." Yang Ming was very grateful to Chen Mengyan's current attitude and emotions. She could think and say this, which made Yang Ming relieved. Chen Mengyan seemed to have never been jealous of Suya. This was something that surprised Yang Ming. "It turns out that you still keep in touch." Yang Ming smiled and said, "In school, did anyone ask you for Little Ya's autograph?" "Why not? My classmates know that the company I am working for now hired Xianxia as a spokesperson, so they asked me for her autograph." Chen Mingyan said, I'm a little annoyed. Hee, I thought they saw you and little you singing together. Yang Ming smiled and said, you said that you were working in the company? You didn't say that the company is your own? Who can remember the concert? There aren't many classmates who saw it. Chen Mingyan shook her head. I don't want to say too much about the company, so as not to be envied. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan and didn't say anything more. In fact, it was not wrong to be low-key in school, so as not to cause some jealousy for no reason. There was the sound of the electronic stove in the kitchen. Chen Mingyan got up to prepare the canned food. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun went to help. Chen Mingyan and the others bought a bunch of small plastic boxes. It was very convenient to store food one by one, and the ceiling was also very good. Early the next morning, Yang Ming first sent Lin Jiyun and Chen Mingyan to school, and then waited for Jing Xiaolu downstairs in her dormitory to go to the company together. Jing Xiaolu was on time. Yang Ming didn't even need her to speak. He changed seats with her and let her sit in the driver's seat. Jing Xiaolu didn't refuse and drove directly to the company. Specially dressed up? Yang Ming glanced at Jing Xiaolu on the side and saw a little difference. After being scolded by Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu usually wore no makeup, but today she carefully put on nude makeup. Her skin looked more tender. Her eyelashes were also carefully clipped, and her hairstyle was obviously carefully combed. It seems that you still pay attention to me. Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but say proudly. Yang Ming was a little speechless. This Jing Xiaolu is really... Yang Ming coughed. Nonsense, you have the fragrance of cosmetics on your face. At such a close distance, of course I can smell it. Jing Xiaolu didn't care. She turned her head and blinked her bright eyes. Do I look good? It's okay. Yang Ming replied casually, but don't waste time on it. Jing Xiaolu rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and snorted. I was thinking that since you all stood up for me today, I have to dress up prettily. I can't lose face for you all. Didn't I ask you to speak on stage? Yang Ming shrugged, but he thought that Bao Sanli would probably announce the appointment today. Jing Xiaolu would become the focus of everyone. It was good to dress up, so he didn't say anything. Jing Xiaolu stuck out her tongue. Just as she wanted to say something, she suddenly pointed not far in front and said in surprise, Hey? Isn't that Wang Xiaoran and Yu Qi? End of chapter 13:19. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.